When Shin Xian woke up, his first reaction wasn't fear. It was annoyance. His head felt as if it had been stuffed with jagged rocks, throbbing painfully at his temples. The wind howled outside, whistling into the room, chilling the back of his neck. He opened his eyes and saw a worn-out wooden table. The table was missing a corner with half a cold steamed bun, a bowl of clear water, and an oil lamp nearly burned out. Shin Xian stared at the half-bun for a long time. No. His voice was hoarse. Where's my delivery? No one answered. Shin Xian pushed himself up from the table, and as he moved, a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly exploded in his mind. Qingshi Town, the Great Li Dynasty, the martial world, martial arts schools, escort agencies, mountain bandits, and an unlucky scholar who shared the same name as him. His parents had died early, the family had no land, he had no money for school, and his health was poor. A few days ago, while looking for work outside town, he fell. After returning to his rundown shack, he fell ill and never recovered. When he opened his eyes again, it was the current Shin Xian. Shin Xian fell silent. In his past life, he wasn't what you'd call a success. An ordinary company, an ordinary salary, an ordinary rented room. His greatest daily wish was that no one would bother him after work and that he could sleep in on weekends. He didn't like to compete, and he couldn't compete even if he wanted to. While others studied promotions and raises, he studied which rice bowl restaurant gave the biggest portions. While others signed up for classes in fitness, he signed up for revenge sleep. And now here he was, woke up and directly thrown into an otherworldly survival. Shin Xian lowered his head to look at his own hands. They were very skinny. There were calluses on his palms, not from martial arts, but from rough labor. He patted himself down. No phone, no wallet, no keys, not even half a silver coin. Shin Xian took a deep breath, wanted to curse, but figured no one would hear him anyway. All right. He nodded, as if negotiating with the heavens. Transmigration, huh? Fine, I accept. But shouldn't you give me something? Others get golden fingers when they transmigrate. I'm not picky, just give me something that can put food on the table. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out in his mind. Detecting stable host consciousness. System binding in progress. Binding successful. Shin Xian froze. He slowly sat up straight. It actually exists. The emotionless voice continued. Host Shin Xian. Current world, Great Li martial world. Current identity, unemployed drifter of Qingshi Town. Current assets, 1 rundown shack, half a cold steamed bun, 3 when in tax arrears. The corner of Shin Xian's mouth twitched. You could have left out that last part. The system seemed not to hear. Please select your growth path. Path 1, struggle mode. The host will join a martial sect, start as a menial disciple, endure hardships, compete for opportunities, train arduously in the martial path, and embark on a journey to fame under heaven. Shin Xian listened, and his brows gradually furrowed. Menial disciple. Endure hardships. Compete for opportunities. Train arduously in the martial path. These words individually weren't auspicious, and together they sounded like overtime, just replacing the office with a sect gate. He remained silent. The system continued. Path 2, lying flat mode. The host will receive a tavern, with tavern management as the core, complete related tasks, and gradually obtain rewards. Lying flat. Shin Xian's eyes lit up. That's the one. Please choose carefully. Struggle mode is difficult early on, but offers high growth potential later. Lying flat mode has a slower pace, complex task types, and uncertain rewards. Shin Xian waved his hand. No need to say more, the second one. Are you sure the host chooses lying flat mode? Sure. Selection cannot be changed afterwards. Changed what? Shin Xian leaned back into his chair, his voice very calm. You probably don't know me that well. I don't have grand ambitions. My greatest dream in my past life was to have my own little shop. Business didn't need to be booming, just enough to eat. Open late in the morning, close early at night. No one rushing me to hand in forms, no one calling me to meetings. He paused, then added seriously. If I could also keep a cat, that would be even better. This world currently has no cat-type rewards. Shin Xian. He rubbed his forehead. Is that the point? The system didn't explain. Host has selected lying flat mode. Mainline direction, confirmed tavern management. Newbie rewards are being distributed. Reward 1, Guiyun Tavern. Reward 1, newbie management gift pack. Reward 1, basic identity document. Shin Xian waited for a while. The room was still that rundown room. The table was still that broken table. The bun was still that half bun. He looked down at his empty hands. Where's the tavern? Already distributed. Distributed where? At the end of East Street, a Qingshi Town, former site of Guiyun Tavern. A bad feeling suddenly arose in Shin Xian's heart. What do you mean former site? The tavern's business was poor, and the original owner has left Qingshi Town. The property now belongs to the host. Business was poor. Yes. How poor? It is recommended that the host inspect it personally. Shin Xian closed his eyes. Generally, when a system says inspect personally, it means things won't be good. But regardless, it's still a tavern. A shop means food. Better than guarding half a cold bun. Shin Xian picked up the bun and took a bite. Hard. Very hard. He chewed twice, almost suspecting he was eating a table leg. But he swallowed anyway. In another world, one cannot waste food. After finishing the bun, he went out following the memory in his head. Qingshi town wasn't big, and East Street wasn't hard to find. Along the way, Shen Xian saw many people carrying knives and swords on their backs. Some wore iron tokens at their waists, some carried packs, their eyes alert as they walked. This world indeed had a martial underworld. But Shen Xian had no interest in the martial world right now. He only cared whether his tavern could house him, whether the kitchen had rice, and whether the backyard had a well. When he reached the end of East Street, he stopped. Before him stood a two-story building. To be precise, it might have been a building once. The sign was crooked, the door planks were cracked, and the window paper was torn in several places. A few dead leaves were piled at the entrance, and a melon seed shell someone had spat out lay on the step. The plaque bore 4 characters, Guiyun Tavern. The calligraphy wasn't bad, but the plaque was about to fall off. Shen Xian stood at the entrance staring for a long time. Then he asked the system, "You call this a reward?" "It is. Isn't this a condemned building? The main structure is still sound." "That sounds just like a landlord saying it's just a little leak. Please take possession of the tavern as soon as possible." Shen Xian sighed and pushed the door open. The door hinge let out a long creak. The main hall held 6 tables. 3 were missing legs, 2 were crooked, and 1 looked like it had been recently hit in a fight. Behind the counter was completely empty. There were a few jars on the wine rack. Shen Xian opened one and sniffed. A sour smell hit him. He immediately pressed the lid back down. This wine won't kill anyone, will it? Drinking a small amount won't. And a large amount. It is recommended not to drink large amounts. Shen Xian let out a laugh caught between anger and amusement. He walked to the kitchen and looked inside. There was a wok. Cracked. There was a rice jar. Empty. There was firewood. Damp. The backyard had a well. The rope was broken. Shen Xian turned around and finally returned to the main hall, pulled over a chair that could still be sat on, and sat down. He understood now. The so-called lying flat mode wasn't about giving him a bed to lie on. It was first giving him a pile of mess and letting him flatten it himself. Main quest released. Quest name: Guiyun's grand opening. Quest requirement: repair the tavern within 3 days and complete the first official business. Quest reward: 10 years of cultivation strength. Shen Xian had already decided not to speak. When he heard the last 4 words, he raised his head. 10 years of cultivation. Yes. That inner power from the martial world. Yes. Shen Xian rubbed his chin. This was getting interesting. Earlier, as he had walked over, he had seen those martial artists carrying swords and blades, and his heart had not been without fear. This world was clearly not safe. An ordinary person wanting to run a shop peacefully relying on reason alone was certainly not feasible. If just opening the business could grant 10 years of cultivation, then maybe this tavern was worth saving. Shen Xian asked, "What level is 10 years of cultivation?" "The result of 10 years of hard training by an ordinary martial artist." "How many street thugs can it handle?" "Depends on the number and strength of the thugs." "Can it keep me alive?" "It can initially improve the host's survival ability." Shen Xian nodded. Good. His goal was very clear. Not to dominate, not to become famous, not to contend for power in the martial world. First stay alive. Then eat. Finally sleep well. Just then footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. More than one person. Heavy steps, and they were charging in aggressively. Shen Xian looked up. The broken door was kicked open. A scar-faced man walked in, followed by 2 burly men. The scar-faced man swept his gaze across the hall, finally fixing his eyes on Shen Xian. "You're the new owner?" Shen Xian looked at the door that had been kicked until it wobbled, and his mood soured. He had just taken over. That door was now his property. Shen Xian did not answer hurriedly, only asked one question. "The door is broken. Will you pay for it?" The scar-faced man paused, then laughed. The 2 burly men behind him also laughed. The scar-faced man walked to the counter, pulled a crumpled IOU from his bosom, and slapped it on the table. "Stop playing dumb with me. The Guiyun Tavern owes us 30 taels of silver. If you don't pay back within 5 days, this tavern belongs to us." Shen Xian looked at that IOU, silent for a moment. He had owed money in his modern life too. Huabei rent credit cards. But he never expected that after transmigrating, the first hint of humanity would still be debt. Shen Xian raised his head. "I just got here." The scar-faced man sneered. "I don't care if you just got here or just died. The tavern is yours, so the debt is yours." Shen Xian thought for a moment and said seriously, "That logic doesn't hold." The scar-faced man's expression darkened. Shen Xian continued, "Whoever owed you, you go find them. Before the tavern was transferred to me, was the debt notarized? Were there witnesses? Was there a transfer agreement?" The hall fell silent for a moment. The scar-faced man frowned. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Shen Xian also realized. This wasn't the modern world. The other party didn't play by contract law. Sure enough, the scar-faced man grabbed a nearby chair and viciously smashed it to the ground. The already flimsy chair shattered on the spot. "I'm not here to reason with you. Today you'll collect some interest first." Shen Xian stared at the pile of broken wood, his eyelid twitching. Another broken one. He didn't have many chairs left that could be sat on. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. Detected threat to tavern assets. Newbie protection triggered. The host can obtain a temporary burst of inner power. Use it. Shen Xian did not answer immediately. The scar-faced man had already reached for a second table. Shen Xian sighed inwardly. He really didn't want trouble. He just wanted to run a small tavern and earn a meal. But the problem was some people wouldn't even let him keep the tables. Shen Xian raised his hand and pressed it on the counter. Use. The next moment a surge of heat spread from his chest, flowing through his arm to his palm. The sensation was strange. It was like a hot well had suddenly opened inside his body. The scar-faced man had just lifted the table halfway. Shen Xian pressed down gently with his palm. Crack. The thick wooden table in front of him split directly at the corner. The sound was not loud, but the scar-faced man's movement stopped. The laughter of the two burly men also stopped. Shen Xian himself was also stunned for a moment. He looked down at his own hand, then at the cracked corner. One breath of inner power. That's all. No. Rather just that one strike. The scar-faced man's face twitched. He stared at Shen Xian, his expression already changed. A practitioner. Shen Xian was actually not confident inside. That surge of heat had already receded. He was back to being that ordinary man who hadn't eaten his fill, but he couldn't let his momentum drop. Shen Xian slowly withdrew his hand, his tone as calm as possible. I said the broken door must be compensated. The scar-faced man said nothing. One of the burly men behind him muttered in a low voice, Boss, maybe we should. The scar-faced man shot him a glare, but didn't smash anything else. He picked up the IOU, stuffed it back into his bosom, and sneered, Fine. The new owner has some skill. 5 days. In 5 days, 30 taels of silver, not a single coin less. Otherwise, even if you know some martial arts, even if you're a disciple of some sect, you won't be able to keep this broken tavern. Shen Xian asked, What is your affiliation? The scar-faced man stopped at the door and glanced back at him. Black Tiger Fort. Remember it. The three left. The doorway fell silent again. Shen Xian remained seated where he was not moving. After a long while he looked down at the cracked table. That palm strike had indeed scared people off. But it had also broken his own table. He rubbed his forehead. System. Here. Lying flat mode. Isn't there something wrong with this? Lying flat does not mean giving up. Shen Xian took a deep breath. Then what does it mean? The system quickly gave an answer. Please host work hard on managing the tavern so that you can achieve stable lying flat at an early date. Shen Xian looked outside the door. The wind from the end of East Street blew in gently, swaying the broken door. 5 days. 30 taels. Black Tiger Fort. He had been transmigrated for less than half a day, and already he was in debt. His shop was trashed, and he had provoked mountain bandits. Shen Xian suddenly felt that half of cold steamed bun wasn't so bad after all. At least it wouldn't come to his door to demand payment. Just as he was about to get up and fix the door, a soft sound came from the direction of the kitchen, like someone had knocked over something. Shen Xian stopped in his tracks. He looked toward the kitchen, squinting slightly. Who? No one answered. A moment later, a scrawny figure emerged from behind the stove. It was a 13 or 14-year-old boy, his face smeared with ash, clutching a hard steamed bun tightly to his chest. The boy looked at Shen Xian, his throat moving as he swallowed. He took a half step back as if ready to bolt at any moment. Shen Xian looked at the bun in his arms, then at the empty kitchen. This tavern was getting livelier by the minute. He was silent for a while, then asked, Are you here to collect a debt too? The boy was stunned. Shen Xian sat back on his chair and pointed at the bun in the boy's arms. If you're not here for debt, put that down first. That's my meal for tomorrow. Old Wang the drunk was taken aback. You're really letting me go? What do you expect me to keep you for a meal? Old Wang the drunk looked at Shen Xian, then at Lu Xiaoqi, and suddenly lowered his. Someone who could scare off that kind of person was certainly not an ordinary owner. But the boy still didn't put down the bun. He had been hungry for too long. So hungry that when he saw something edible, only one thought occupied his mind. Hold on. Don't let go. Seeing this, Shen Xian felt the fire in his heart subside a little. What's your name? The boy didn't answer. Shen Xian pointed at the bun in his arms. If you don't tell me, I'll have to treat you as a thief. The boy pursed his lips, still not speaking. Shen Xian thought for a moment, and then said, If you tell me, I could also treat it as you applying for a job. The boy was stunned. It was as if he hadn't understood. Shen Xian stood up, walked to the kitchen entrance, and glanced at the rice jar. Empty. Then the stove. Besides a half bag of nearly moldy coarse flour, there was nothing. He suddenly felt that this boy was quite resourceful. To be able to find a bun in such a destitute kitchen. Shen Xian asked, Where did you dig it out from? The boy said in a low voice, Under the stove ash. Shen Xian was silent for a moment. The previous owner sure knew how to hide things. The boy finally spoke up, his voice dry. I didn't take anything else. Is there anything else to take here? The boy was choked. He looked at Shen Xian, not knowing whether the owner was going to hit him or let him go. Shen Xian sat back behind the counter, picked up the IOU that the scar-faced man had slapped down, and unfolded it to look at it. The paper was real. The fingerprint was also real, but the debtor was not him. The previous owner had owed 30 taels and pawned the tavern to a man called Lu Sondablade. The scar-faced man just now was most likely Lu Sondablade. 30 taels. Shen Xian didn't have a complete grasp of silver currency in this world yet, but from the original owner's memories, an average household could barely save a couple of taels a year. He had just transmigrated not a single copper coin to his name. This starting situation, one couldn't call it difficult, it could only be described as very sincere. Shen Xian put down the IOU and asked the young boy, "Can you cook?" The boy shook his head. "Can you wipe the table?" The boy nodded. "Can you run errands?" The boy nodded more vigorously. "Can you fight?" The boy hesitated for a moment, but nodded nonetheless. Shen Xian couldn't help but chuckle at his slender arms and legs. The boy's face turned red, and he stiffened his neck, saying him fast. Being fast is a skill too. Shen Xian looked at him and asked, "What is your name?" "Lu Shaoqi, little 7. In the 7th in the family." His voice lowered when he mentioned his family. Shen Xian did not press further. When one is very hungry, the last thing they want is to talk about the past. It serves no purpose other than to cause more pain. He rummaged under the counter and found a half piece of hard bread, tossing it to Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi instinctively caught it, his eyes lighting up. But he didn't eat it. He looked at Shen Xian as if waiting for permission. Shen Xian said, "Go ahead and eat." Only then did Lu Shaoqi take a bite. The bread was very hard. He bit into it eagerly and nearly choked. Shen Xian pushed a bowl of water over to him. "Slow down, no one is competing with you." Lu Shaoqi picked up the water and drank half the bowl in one go. After finishing, he quietly asked, "Boss, are you really going to hire me?" Shen Xian hadn't planned on hiring anyone so soon. He didn't even know what he would eat tomorrow. But the system's voice had already sounded. Detected a recruitable employee. Name Lu Shaoqi. Identity refugee. Talent high-level lightness, skill medium-level swordsmanship, high-level alertness. Current loyalty 20. Would you like to recruit? Shen Xian looked at the line loyalty 20 and calculated realistically in his heart. This child still didn't trust him. That was normal. They had only known each other for less than an incense stick's length of time. But with high-level lightness skill and high-level alertness, he would be perfect for running errands. More importantly, Shen Xian was in urgent need of manpower. With the opening in 3 days, he had to handle repairs, wipe tables, buy rice, brew wine, and attract customers, all by himself. Just thinking about it made his head ache. Shen Xian asked the system, "If I hire him, do I have to pay him?" "Payment is advised." What does advised mean? Not paying will affect loyalty. Shen Xian glanced at Lu Shaoqi, who was clutching the bread. Lu Shaoqi was also looking at him. His expression was both wary and expectant, as if afraid he would change his mind. Shen Xian sighed. "All right, I'll hire you." Recruitment successful. Employee Lu Shaoqi. Position errand runner. Affiliation Guiyun Tavern. Lu Shaoqi didn't hear anything else. He only saw Shen Xian suddenly fall silent. He felt a drumbeat in his heart. "Boss." Shen Xian returned to his senses. "From now on, you will be the errand runner at Guiyun Tavern." Lu Shaoqi tightened his grip on the bread. "Do I get meals?" "Yes." "Can I sleep here?" "There's a woodshed in the backyard." Lu Shaoqi's eyes brightened for a moment before he quickly lowered his head, pretending not to care. "I can work." "I can see that." Shen Xian stood up and tossed him a rag. "First wipe the tables." Lu Shaoqi immediately stuffed the bread into his clothes and grabbed the rag to start working. He worked quickly. It wasn't that he was skilled, but rather that he was working fast out of fear of being chased away. While wiping the table, he even wiped the legs of the table, and when he saw a crack, he cautiously pressed it with his hand. "Boss, this table is broken." Shen Xian thought to himself that he knew, as he was the one who broke it. But he asked, "Can it be repaired?" Lu Shaoqi hesitated for a moment. "He'll try." He ran to the backyard to find some wooden strips and dug out a few rusty nails, squatting on the ground to tinker with them. Shen Xian watched for a while. This child was truly resourceful. He understood a little of everything, was not particularly skilled, but was willing to do anything. Such people are actually not rare in chaotic times. What was rare was that he hadn't been turned into a bad person by the chaos. At least just now, when he stole the steamed bun, he didn't take the last few copper coins from the counter. Although those few copper coins wouldn't do much. Shen Xian opened the system interface. The main quest was still hanging there. Repair the tavern within 3 days and complete the first official opening. Reward 10 years of inner strength. Below, another employee prompt appeared. Lu Shaoqi's exclusive task is pending activation. Shen Xian clicked on it. Task: capture or kill 100 fugitives. Task description: Lu Shaoqi comes from a humble background and harbors resentment. Until the villains are eliminated, he will find it hard to calm his heart. Stage reward distributed based on completion progress. Shen Xian frowned deeply. 100 fugitives? This isn't an errand runner task. It's sending a child to risk his life. Lu Shaoqi was still repairing the table, biting a nail, his hands moving clumsily, yet earnestly. Shen Xian closed the task interface. System. Here. Can employee tasks be ignored? Yes. Shen Xian let out a sigh of relief. But the employee's growth rate will decrease, relevant rewards cannot be claimed, and some subsequent tasks cannot be activated. Shinxian knew it wouldn't be that simple. He looked at Lu Shaoqi, 13 years old. In his original world, he would still be in middle school. But here he was already stealing buns to survive. Lu Shaoqi repaired one table leg and looked up to ask, "Boss, is this okay?" Shinxian walked over and shook it. The table was still a bit wobbly, but at least it wouldn't fall over with a slight touch. "It's acceptable." Lu Shaoqi immediately smiled. That smile was brief, as if he was afraid of being seen, and he quickly hid it away. Shinxian noticed, but didn't point it out. He picked up a wooden strip that had fallen from the door frame, preparing to prop the door up first. If this door continued to deteriorate, he wouldn't sleep soundly at night. Just as he started, a shadow flickered at the doorway. Lu Shaoqi instantly tensed his hand, reaching for a nearby wooden stick. It was an old man in gray clothes. The old man peeked in, and seeing the scar-faced man was not there, cautiously entered. "New boss." Shinxian nodded. "What do you need?" The old man lowered his voice. "Did Lu Sandao come by earlier?" Shinxian could tell from his expression that this man wasn't here for a drink. "Do you know him?" The old man sighed. "Who in East Street doesn't know him? He collects debts for the Black Tiger gang. The previous boss Liang was forced out by him." "Is the IOU real?" "The IOU is mostly real, but the money is another story." The old man glanced outside and lowered his voice even further. "Boss Liang only borrowed 10 taels at first, but with interest it became 30 taels. When he couldn't pay it back, they forced him to use the tavern as collateral. Boss Liang was unwilling and got beaten, then fled overnight." Shinxian understood. This wasn't debt collection. This was robbery. The old man continued, "If you can leave, then leave. He'll definitely come back in 3 days. Lu Sandao isn't scary, but behind him is the Black Tiger gang." Lu Shaoqi tightened his grip on the wooden stick upon hearing the words Black Tiger gang. Shinxian noticed. He didn't ask, but said to the old man, "Thank you for the warning." The old man waved his hand. "I can't help you with anything. If you want to open a shop, don't buy rice and flour from Wang's. They are in cahoots with Lu Sandao. Go to the West Street and find Widow's son. Her stuff is reliable." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Shinxian watched his back and began to judge Qingshi Town. This place wasn't without reason. It's just that reasonable people are all afraid of unreasonable ones. He turned back to Lu Shaoqi. Little 7. Lu Shaoqi froze. This address made him feel a bit uncomfortable. In the past, only family members had, "Boss, what's wrong? Do you know about the Black Tiger gang?" Lu Shaoqi's expression immediately stiffened. He lowered his head and stared at the ground, not speaking for a long time. Shinxian didn't rush him. After a while, Lu Shaoqi finally said, "My village was burned by them." His voice was very soft, but Shinxian heard clearly. Lu Shaoqi continued, "My parents, my brothers and sisters, none of them escaped." Shinxian's fingers paused on the door panel. He wanted to say some comforting words, but found that nothing he said would suffice. With the loss of family, saying to take care was useless. With the dead, saying that things would get better in the future was also useless. Lu Shaoqi raised his head, his eyes a bit red, but he didn't cry. "Boss, if you're afraid, I can leave." Shinxian asked, "Where will you go?" Lu Shaoqi couldn't answer. Shinxian straightened the door panel and wedged a wooden strip to hold it. "Wipe the table first." Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Shinxian said, "They will come in 3 days. If you leave now, I'll lose a worker, and he'll be the one at a loss." Lu Shaoqi looked at him. Shinxian added, "Moreover, you ate my bread. If you don't work for 3 days, you can't leave." Lu Shaoqi lowered his head and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. This reply was very low, but steadier than before. Shinxian didn't speak further. He actually had no confidence. His inner strength had already been depleted. If Lu Sandao returned now, he might not be able to scare him off. But the task reward given by the system was 10 years of inner strength. As long as he opened the business within 3 days, he would have real self-defense capability. The problem was that opening required customers. Customers wouldn't just appear out of thin air. The tavern still lacked rice, lacked wine, lacked money, lacked manpower, and still owed a debt that shouldn't be his to pay. Shinxian looked at the dilapidated tables and chairs in the room and suddenly smiled. As night gradually descended, Lu Shaoqi finished cleaning the last table exhausted and leaned against the pillar to doze off. Shinxian sat behind the counter, folding the IOU and placing it under the ledger. Just as he was about to doze off, the system's voice rang out again. Detected that the tavern now has its first employee. Side functions activated. Shop function activated. Current points 10. Shinxian opened his eyes. The shop interface appeared. The first column was for martial arts. The second column was for miscellaneous items. The third column was for management. He quickly spotted something. Basic lightness skill, stepping on swallows. Price 10 points. Description suitable for beginners, light on their feet, can be used for serving, escaping, or chasing. Shinxian looked at the sleeping Lu Shaoqi. The system seemed to have paved the way for him. He didn't like being pushed along, but he also knew that some paths were unavoidable. Shinxian clicked to exchange. Exchange successful. Next moment, a thin booklet appeared on the counter. Lu Xiaoqi was startled awake by the sound. Boss. Shen Xian pushed the booklet over. Starting tomorrow, besides cleaning tables, practice this as well. Lu Xiaoqi rubbed his eyes and looked down at the title. Stepping on swallows. He was taken aback. Is this a martial art? Shen Xian thought for a moment and said it's a serving technique. Lu Xiaoqi looked up at him. Shen Xian spoke calmly. As a server at Guiyun Tavern, you need to be quick with the plates. Lu Xiaoqi held the booklet tightly, his fingers slowly tightening. He didn't ask Shen Xian why he was given it. He didn't say thank you either. But Shen Xian saw that Lu Xiaoqi's loyalty in the system interface jumped from 20 to 35. This child wasn't very talkative, but he remembered who had given him a chance. Outside, the night wind blew through East Street. In the distance, a dog's bark echoed. Shen Xian leaned back in his chair, thinking that he still needed to buy rice tomorrow. No money. Really annoying. Just then a loud thud came from the backyard. It sounded like something heavy had crashed against the wall. Lu Xiaoqi jumped up, clutching the booklet. Shen Xian sat up straight. The two exchanged glances. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, Boss, it wouldn't be someone here to collect the debt again, would it? Shen Xian sighed. I hope so. At least debt collectors usually shout when they come in. After the noise in the backyard, it quickly fell silent. Shen Xian didn't rush over. Right now he was just a hollow shell. Earlier he had frightened Lu Sandao away with the temporary inner strength granted by the system, but that surge of energy had already faded. If he encountered someone skilled in martial arts, he could only rely on his words to survive a little longer. Lu Xiaoqi gripped a wooden stick and stood in front of Shen Xian. His legs trembled slightly, but he didn't back down. Shen Xian noticed and felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. This child was so thin that a gust of wind could knock him over, yet he was thinking of shielding him. You wait here. Lu Xiaoqi immediately shook his head. He'll go. What can you do? I can run fast. What? Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi felt a bit guilty under his gaze and added softly, if I can't win, I can at least lead them away. Shen Xian said nothing. While those words sounded clever, they were filled with the experience of having escaped from danger. He reached out and pulled Lu Xiaoqi behind him. You're a server, not bait. Lu Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned. Shen Xian picked up a broken table leg from the counter and slowly walked toward the backyard. The backyard wasn't large. A broken rope hung by the well, and the door to the woodshed was slightly ajar. A wine jar lay on its side in the corner, and the earlier noise must have been caused by it. Shen Xian stood at the entrance, not entering. Come out. No one responded. After a moment, Shen Xian said again, if you don't come out, I'll report it to the authorities. A little rustling came from the woodshed. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, Boss, does reporting it really help? Shen Xian replied quietly, I don't know, just trying to scare them. The door to the woodshed was slowly pushed open. What emerged was not a person. It was a yellow dog. The dog was very thin, holding a dark object in its mouth, and upon seeing Shen Xian and Lu Xiaoqi, it immediately tucked its tail and shrank into the corner. Lu Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief. It's a dog. Shen Xian also relaxed. Just as he was about to put down the table leg, a light cough came from behind the yellow dog. Very light, but it was indeed a person. Shen Xian's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Who else is there? An old man slowly crawled out of the woodshed. His hair was messy, he reeked of alcohol, and his face was covered in dust. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes widened. Old Wang the drunk. The old man looked up at him and squinted with a smile. Xiaoqi. Shen Xian turned to Lu Xiaoqi. Do you know him? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. A drunk from town usually sleeps in the bridge hole or other people's woodsheds. What kind of drunk? Old Wang the drunk retorted. I'm appreciating wine. Shen Xian looked at the empty wine jar he was holding. You appreciate wine to the point of coming to my backyard. Old Wang the drunk chuckled. Don't be angry, boss. Since no one was here before, I borrowed a couple of nights. Shen Xian wanted to say that this tavern was also about to be empty, but he held back. Did you knock over the wine jar? That was it. Old Wang the drunk pointed at the yellow dog. The dog lowered its head, looking unwilling to acknowledge it. Shen Xian asked, do you have any money? Old Wang the drunk shook his head decisively. No. Then you sleep in my woodshed, drink my wine, what will you pay with? Old Wang the drunk thought for a moment and handed over the empty wine jar in his arms. This jar is not bad. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but say that jar originally belonged to the tavern. Old Wang the drunk sighed. Young man, don't be too meticulous with the accounts. Shen Xian realized that there were quite a few peculiar people in this town. Each one poorer than the last, yet each one more audacious. He waved his hand. Just go. Old Wang the drunk was taken aback. You're really letting me go? What do you expect me to keep you for a meal? Old Wang the drunk looked at Shen Xian, then at Lu Xiaoqi, and suddenly lowered his voice. Boss, did you provoke Lu Sandao today? Shen Xian replied, he came to smash the shop. Then you're in big trouble. Someone has already said that. What others said is not complete. Old Wang the drunk scratched his head. Lu Sandao himself is nothing, but the Black Tiger gang behind him is not the most troublesome. The trouble is that the Black Tiger gang is recently short on silver. Shen Xian frowned. Mountain bandits are short on silver. Why wouldn't they be short on silver? They say the gang leader wants to give someone a big gift, so they're collecting money everywhere. Your tavern happens to be at the end of East Street. Although the location is poor, the facade is still intact, and they've wanted to take it down for a long time. Shen Xian understood. He wasn't just accidentally encountering debt collectors. The tavern had been targeted all along. Old Wang the drunk continued. You scared Lu Sandao away today, and he definitely won't say he was cowardly. When he goes back, hell, just say you're a martial artist. The Black Tiger gang is tougher on martial artists than on ordinary people. Shen Xian asked why. Ordinary people are just robbed, but martial artists can't be subdued, and they'll cause trouble later on. Shen Xian felt even worse. He only wanted to run the tavern, not to establish authority. But in this place, if you don't establish authority, others will treat you like prey. Do you know where the Black Tiger gang is? Old Wang the drunk immediately took a step back. Boss, I'm just a drinker. Let me ask. Haifeng Ridge. After Old Wang the drunk finished, he added, but don't go there. That place you can enter, but not leave. Lu Zioqi's expression changed upon hearing Haifeng Ridge. Shen Xian noticed, but didn't point it out. He looked at Old Wang the drunk. Is there anything else? Old Wang the drunk rubbed his hands together. Boss, can I stay tonight? No. The woodshed is fine. The woodshed now counts as part of the tavern's assets. Old Wang the drunk sighed, picked up the yellow dog, and grumbled as he walked away. The new boss is stingier than the old boss. Shen Xian watched him leave the backyard, and suddenly asked, did you say you had no money? Why didn't you steal earlier? Old Wang the drunk paused for a moment. He turned back and smiled. If I drink without paying, that's called credit. Stealing is not dignified. After saying that, he staggered away. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, boss, Old Wang the drunk isn't actually bad. Shen Xian replied, I can tell. Then why don't you let him stay? Because we don't have food either. Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment, and found this very... That night Shen Xian hardly slept. Lu Xiaoqi held the Stepping on Swallows, and read it all night. Unable to understand the characters, he came to ask him. Shen Xian also couldn't read it very well. Fortunately, the secret manual exchange from the system had the advantage that as long as Shen Xian opened it, he could roughly understand the meaning in his mind. He broke down the footwork into a few simple phrases to teach Lu Xiaoqi. Don't stomp your feet. Keep your body steady. When running, don't just focus on speed, save your strength. Lu Xiaoqi was learning earnestly. By the time dawn approached, he could already weave between a few broken tables in the hall without bumping into anything. Shen Xian watched him run, and for the first time felt that the system wasn't entirely a scam. Lu Xiaoqi stopped panting and asked, boss, have I mastered it? Shen Xian replied, just learned to walk. Lu Xiaoqi grinned. He had run fast before, but that was for escaping. Now it was different. He could feel that there was now a method to his steps, and his body felt a little lighter. Although it was just a little bit, that change made his heart warm. He felt like he could do more than just escape. Shen Xian glanced at the sky. Let's go buy rice. Lu Xiaoqi immediately hid the manual in his jacket. The two closed the tavern door and headed toward West Street. Following the old man's directions from the previous night, they located Sun the Widow's rice shop. Sun the Widow was in her early 30s, sharp-eyed and swift-fingered on the abacus. Upon hearing that Shen Xian was the new proprietor of Guiyun Tavern, she studied him closely for several moments. Did you truly drive away Lu Sandao? Shen Xian corrected gently, not by force, merely through reason. Sun the Widow scoffed. Reason with Lu Sandao? Then you're even more formidable than if you'd fought him. She did not raise her prices. Rice, flour, salt, and oil were all sold to Shen Xian at standard rates, and she even threw in a handful of fresh greens. Shen Xian paid her his last few copper coins, leaving his purse hollow. He truly had not a single coin left. Lu Xiaoqi, shouldering the sack of rice, murmured softly after stepping out of the shop, Master Annie's son is kind. Yet she fears the Black Tiger Band. That much was clear. Just moments earlier, though her hands never paused over the abacus, her gaze had flickered toward the door again and again. Her willingness to sell spoke of lingering conscience. Her silence, however, betrayed fear. By the time they returned to East Street, a small crowd had gathered before the tavern. Shen Xian's heart sank. Could it be happening again? As they drew nearer, he saw it was merely a cluster of idlers gawking, pointing and whispering at the crooked signboard hanging above the entrance. Is it really opening? They say the new master knows martial arts. If he knows martial arts, why open a tavern? He's probably hiding here after committing some crime. Lu Xiaoqi bristled, but Shen Xian pressed a steadying hand onto his shoulder. Shen Xian stepped forward and opened the door. We open tomorrow. The idlers blinked in unison. One asked, while you serve? Shen Xian paused. This was, after all, a practical question. He had rice and flour, sour wine, and a handful of greens. What would he serve? Lu Xiaoqi watched him expectantly. Shen Xian replied calmly, wine and meals. How much? Shen Xian considered. At my discretion. The idlers exchanged glances. One burst into laughter. This master has character. Shen Xian offered no further explanation. He simply felt pricing held little meaning, for he had no idea what he might produce tomorrow. After closing the door, Lu Xiaoqi carried the rice into the kitchen. Shen Xian opened his beginner's business package. Received 3 jars of ordinary yellow wine. Received 20 jin of coarse flour. Received 1 basic ledger. Received 1 wooden opening sign. Received 50 winning copper coins. When Shen Xian saw the 50, a quiet sense of relief settled within him. It wasn't much, but at least they could eat today. He carried the yellow wine behind the counter and hung the wooden sign outside. 4 characters were carved upon it. Opening tomorrow. Lu Xiaoqi stood at the threshold for a long while. Master, will it truly succeed? Shen Xian said yes. What if Lu Sandow returns? Then we'll deal with it then. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. The Black Tiger Band doesn't bargain with reason. Shen Xian watched the passers-by streaming along the street. Then we'll open the door first. Why? Because fear shouldn't close our doors, or starve us. Lu Xiaoqi fell silent, caught off guard. Shen Xian turned and walked inside. Remember one thing. Lu Xiaoqi looked up. Shen Xian said, fear is human, but never let fear shatter your own rice bowl. Lu Xiaoqi remained at the doorway speechless for a long moment. That night, they shared their first hot meal since arriving in this world. Coarse flour gruel greens and half a bowl of sour wine. It tasted plain, but it was warm. Lu Xiaoqi ate slowly as though afraid one bite might make it vanish. Shen Xian sat across from him, watching quietly. Tomorrow you'll attend to guests. Lu Xiaoqi nearly choked on the gruel. Me, you're the waiter. But I've never done this before. Neither have I run a tavern. Lu Xiaoqi pondered, and found the logic sound. He hesitated, then asked, what if a guest insults me? Insult them back. What if they strike me? Dodge first. And if I can't dodge? Shen Xian paused. Shout for the master. Lu Xiaoqi looked up at him. Shen Xian continued sipping his gruel, voice light and unruffled. I can't very well claim the title without earning it. Lu Xiaoqi bowed his head, and a faint quiet smile lifted the corner of his mouth. That night Shen Xian lay behind the counter sleeping fitfully. His mind circled endlessly around tomorrow's opening task. Opening the door was simple. What proved difficult was the first formal operation. The system offered no definition of formal operation. Did it begin when a guest entered, or when payment was received, or only after wine or food had been served? What if no one came? What if Lu Sandow returned? The more Shen Xian thought, the more wakeful he became. He had always loathed uncertainty. Now uncertainty filled every corner of the room. Just as sleep began to claim him, soft footsteps sounded outside the door. Very soft. Not the tread of an ordinary passerby. Shen Xian opened his eyes. Lu Xiaoqi stirred awake too. He slipped out from beneath the table and silently mouthed, someone's there. The footsteps halted at the threshold. Then a light knock came upon the door. Once. Twice. Measured. Neither hurried nor hesitant. Shen Xian sat up. Who is it? A hoarse voice answered from beyond the door. To drink wine. Lu Xiaoqi glanced at Shen Xian. They hadn't opened yet. Shen Xian stared at the door. Those who sought wine at midnight were rarely benign. Yet the system demanded formal operation, and here a guest had arrived of his own accord. Shen Xian rose and approached the door. Do you have coin? Silence lingered outside. Then a single copper coin rolled beneath the crack, clinking softly onto the floorboards. It landed at Shen Xian's feet. 1-1. A midnight knock. A single coin. A request for wine. This transaction already bore the scent of strangeness. Lu Xiaoqi had already gripped the wooden club behind the counter, eyes locked on the narrow gap beneath the door. Shen Xian did not rush to open it. Only wine. The voice outside grew hoarser still. Only wine. The wine is poor. So long as it brings drunkenness. Shen Xian reflected. The system remained silent, neither flagging the man as mandatory danger nor forbidding his entry. Shen Xian slid the bolt aside. Outside stood a middle-aged man. Clad in gray cloth, barefoot in straw sandals, his face thick with unkempt stubble, a blade cradled tightly against his chest. He looked as though he'd walked leagues, his hem caked with dried mud, bloodshot eyes burning with exhaustion. Yet there was no trace of alcohol on him, a detail that surprised Shen Xian. True drunkards reeked of liquor before even crossing the threshold. This man seemed less intent on drinking, and more on finding a place to sit. After entering, the man swept his gaze over Shen Xian, then over Lu Xiaoqi, before settling on the table nearest the door and taking his seat. Bring wine. Lu Xiaoqi didn't move. He had no notion how to greet such a guest. Shen Xian retrieved a jar of ordinary yellow wine from behind the counter, poured a bowl, and set it before the man. 21. The man raised his eyes. I gave you 1-1. That was the door knock fee. Lu Xiaoqi nearly lost his composure. The man paused, then chuckled low, a rasping sound scraped from deep in his throat. You master, you're not afraid I'll draw my blade. Shen Xian's gaze lingered on the hilt nestled against the man's chest. If you meant to draw it, you'd have done so the moment you stepped inside. A silence followed. Then the man reached into his robe and placed a small shard of silver upon the table. No need for change. Shen Xian pocketed the silver. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes widened. He'd spent a full day at the tavern and had never laid eyes on silver before. Shen Xian weighed the coin in his palm. Its cool solid heft steadied his thoughts. Even if this man was no paragon of virtue, he was at the very least a paying guest. And that for now was enough. The middle-aged man lifted the wine bowl and drank it all at once. He frowned slightly. It's sour. Shen Xian nodded. I told you it's not good. You still charge 21. It's late at night, so it's a bit more expensive. The middle-aged man laughed again. He pushed the bowl forward. Another one. The voice was very stiff, like reciting lines. The middle-aged man glanced at him. New here. Lu Xiaoqi instantly tensed up. Shen Xian said, he's my server. The voice was very stiff, like reciting lines. The middle-aged man glanced at him. New here. Lu Xiaoqi instantly tensed up. Shen Xian said, he's my server. Too skinny. Lu Xiaoqi protested, but I run fast. The middle-aged man nodded. Running fast is good. Running fast can save your life. At these words, Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed slightly. Shen Xian also glanced at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man lowered his head to drink, as if he were unaware of what he had just said. After the third bowl of wine, he finally asked, Boss, have the people from Heihu Zhai been here? Shen Xian realized that this matter had spread faster than he had expected. They have. Did you drive them away? We talked them out of it. The middle-aged man looked at the cracked edge of the table. You in Qingshi Town talk about reason using your fists. Shen Xian remained unfazed. Occasionally, the middle-aged man didn't ask further. When he finished his fifth bowl of wine, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Lu Xiaoqi immediately glanced towards the doorway. The middle-aged man pressed down on the hilt of his knife. Shen Xian noticed his hand was steady. This person knew martial arts. And it wasn't the kind of martial arts that Lu Sandao used to intimidate. The door was pushed open and a young woman stumbled in. She was covered in blood and was holding a bundle. Seeing the middle-aged man, her face paled, and she turned to run. The middle-aged man was already standing up. Stop! The woman halted, her voice trembling. Su Sanyi, my father is already dead, won't you let me go? Lu Xiaoqi felt a tightening in his chest. Su Sanyi. He had heard this name before. It was on the government wanted list. Murder and robbery, theft of a convoy, reward of 20 taels. He suddenly looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian also remembered. In the memories of the original owner, there had been a wanted poster at the town entrance. But the portrait was drawn so poorly that he hadn't recognized it earlier. The system's voice sounded at the same time. Wanted fugitive detected. Name Su San. Bounty 20 taels. Lu Xiaoqi's exclusive mission can be triggered. Should it be reported to the staff? Shen Xian did not respond immediately. Su San looked at the woman, his voice growing colder. Your father took something he shouldn't have. The woman clutched her bundle tightly. This is my family's convoy money, not yours. Su San sneered. Your family's convoy is already gone. Dead men can't guard silver. Lu Xiaoqi's breathing became heavy. He had seen this kind of gaze before. The people from Heihu Zhai looked at others like that before entering the village. Like looking at a piece of meat. The woman retreated to the counter, looking at Shen Xian for help. Boss, save me. Shen Xian sighed inwardly. He truly didn't want to get involved. But this person had entered his tavern and had paid for the wine. More troublesome was that Su San had also paid for his drink. From a business perspective, both were customers. From a moral standpoint, one of them was clearly not a decent person. Su San looked at Shen Xian. Boss, this is a matter of the Jianghu. Shen Xian nodded. Sounds like it. Don't interfere. I didn't. The light in the woman's eyes dimmed slightly. Su San's lips were about to curl into a smile when Shen Xian added, but if you're going to fight, take it outside. Su San's expression darkened. What do you mean? Shen Xian pointed to the tables and chairs. There aren't many things in the shop already. If you break them, will you pay? Su San stared at him. Do you know who I am? Shen Xian nodded. Su San, bounty of 20 taels. Su San's hand tightened around the hilt of his knife. Lu Xiaoqi also tightened his grip on the wooden stick. He knew he couldn't win, but for some reason he felt that since Shen Xian had said it, there must be a way. Su San slowly drew his knife. The blade came out half an inch. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. The woman shrank back in fear. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to move forward, but was stopped by Shen Xian. Shen Xian looked at Su San. He currently had no internal power to draw upon, but he had an idea. Since the system had prompted that Lu Xiaoqi's mission could be triggered, it meant this situation didn't necessarily have to be resolved by him. Shen Xian asked in his heart, if I inform the staff, can he win? Current winning probability for Lu Xiaoqi is extremely low. Shen Xian's eyelids twitched. Then why give the hint? Can be assisted by the host. How to assist? Basic knife techniques can be exchanged. Shen Xian opened the shop. The current points were 0. The 10 points from last night had already been spent on the step of swallowing swallows. He glanced at the small change on the table. The system seemed to know what he was thinking. Detected revenue from the tavern. Can be exchanged for management points. Would you like to exchange some silver? Shen Xian cursed inwardly. So this was how points were obtained. He watched as Su San's blade was gradually drawn, and without hesitation said, "Exchange." Exchange successful. Points obtained 20. In the shop, the basic knife techniques cost 15 points. The broken shadow knife remnant cost 20 points. Sun Xian hesitated for just a moment before choosing the latter. Since he wanted the child to risk his life, he couldn't give him the worst. Exchange successful. Would you like to teach Lu Shaoqi? Teach. Lu Shaoqi's mind suddenly shook. A set of unfamiliar knife techniques flowed into him like water. He nearly stumbled. Sun Xian pressed down on his shoulder. Watch him. Lu Shaoqi looked up. Su San had completely drawn his knife. Sun Xian picked up a small kitchen knife from behind the counter and handed it to Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi was dumbfounded. Boss, it's your first day serving, so I'm giving you a task. Sun Xian's voice wasn't loud. Please escort him out. Lu Shaoqi's face turned pale. He wanted to say he couldn't win, but the words were on his lips, yet he swallowed them back. He thought of the pancake he had eaten, the straw mat in the woodshed that could be slept on, and Sun Xian saying he was a server, not bait. He gripped the small knife. Su San seemed to have heard a joke. Sending a little brat to his death. Sun Xian said, "You're a wanted criminal. Bullying children and women doesn't amount to much." Su San's eyes hardened, and he charged forward. His target was not Lu Shaoqi. It was Sun Xian. Lu Shaoqi's heart tightened, and his body moved first. With the step of swallowing swallows, he slid to the side, his feet moving faster than his mind, and surprisingly managed to block Su San's side. The small knife slashed out. The first move of the broken shadow knife. The knife was short, and the force was weak. But the angle was tricky. Su San didn't expect the kid to know any knife techniques. His wrist pulled back, and the knife's momentum shifted half an inch. In that half inch, Sun Xian stepped back, avoiding the blade. His heart raced, but he didn't show it on his face. Su San turned around and kicked towards Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi dodged too slowly, getting kicked in the shoulder, and he slammed into the edge of the table pane, making his vision go dark. Sun Xian's fingers twitched. He nearly shouted for the system to grant him another breath of internal power, but there was no prompt. It seemed the beginner's protection wasn't something to be used lightly. Su San approached Lu Shaoqi with a malicious smile. "You think you can block me with a few tricks?" Lu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and crawled up. He was terrified. His hands were shaking. But he saw the woman curled up beside the counter, resembling the people from his village who hadn't escaped back then. He saw Sun Xian standing there, not urging him or scolding him, just watching him. It was as if he was waiting for him to make his own choice. Run or stand firm. Lu Shaoqi suddenly felt like crying. Not out of grievance, but it was the first time he realized that someone would wait for him to stand up. Su San's knife came again. Lu Shaoqi didn't try to block it, he didn't. He misstepped and slid past the edge of the table. The blade struck the table, sending wood chips flying. Lu Shaoqi circled behind Su San, stabbing the small knife toward his leg. Su San yelped in pain, roaring, and swung his knife back with a horizontal slash. This strike was too fast. Lu Shaoqi couldn't dodge in time. Just then a wine bowl flew in, striking Su San's wrist. The force wasn't heavy, but it was enough to slow his knife for a moment. Sun Xian stood behind the counter as if he had done nothing. If there's a fight in the shop, the damages will be calculated separately. Lu Shaoqi seized the opportunity and threw himself at Su San, the small knife slicing through the tendons in Su San's hand. The knife fell to the ground. Su San screamed. Lu Shaoqi didn't stop. He recalled the knife techniques in his mind, remembering Sun Xian's earlier words, "Please escort him out." He gritted his teeth and kicked Su San's knee, forcing him to kneel, then pressed the small knife against Su San's throat. The hall fell silent. Lu Shaoqi was panting like a broken windbag. Su San stared at him, disbelief filling his eyes. "You?" Lu Shaoqi's voice trembled. "Don't move." The woman covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Sun Xian walked over, picked up Su San's knife, and examined it. "Can this knife be sold?" Su San nearly fainted from rage. Lu Shaoqi still held him in place, too scared to let go. Sun Xian patted his shoulder. "All right." It was only then that Lu Shaoqi noticed his back was completely wet. He released his grip, nearly collapsing to the ground. Sun Xian supported him. "Can you still stand?" Lu Shaoqi nodded, then shook his head. Sun Xian chuckled. "It's like this the first time." Lu Shaoqi looked up. "Boss, did I almost die?" "Yes." "Then why did you still let me go?" "You wanted to go." Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Sun Xian looked at him. "If you didn't want to, I would have let you retreat." Lu Shaoqi looked down at his hands. They were still shaking, but something inside him felt different. In the past, when he saw a villain, he would only run. Today he was also afraid, but he didn't run. The system's voice sounded. "Lu Shaoqi's exclusive mission has begun. Capture or kill the fugitive 1100. Employee Lu Shaoqi's loyalty has increased to 50. The tavern has completed its first formal operation. Main storyline progress updated. Reward settlement in progress." Sun Xian felt a stirring in his heart. The next moment, a warm internal energy rose from his dantian, flowing to his limbs. It wasn't just for a breath. It was a genuine power that remained in his body. Congratulations, host, on completing your first operation. Reward 10 years of power. Shen Xian closed his eyes for a moment. At that moment, he could clearly feel his breath lengthening, hear the footsteps around the street corner, and when he gently clenched his fingers, he felt a hidden strength in his joints. 10 years of power. So this was the feeling. The footsteps of the officials soon echoed from outside the door. The woman who had been rescued reported to the authorities. Su San was taken away, glaring intently at Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi stood by the door, not hiding. After verifying their identities, the officials left behind 20 taels of bounty silver. The coins clinked heavily as they were placed on the counter. Lu Shaoqi stared at the silver, feeling as if in a dream. Shen Xian picked up one tael and handed it to him. Lu Shaoqi hurriedly stepped back. Boss, I don't want it. This is your pay. It's too much. Then I'll keep a tab for now. Lu Shaoqi's eyes turned slightly red. Can I really keep it? Shen Xian replied, you're already working at the Guiyun Tavern. Where else do you want to go? Lu Shaoqi lowered his head and nodded vigorously. I'm not leaving. Shen Xian put the silver away. With this 20 taels, half of the problem of opening in 3 days was solved. But they still owed Lu Sandao 30 taels. Moreover, once Su San's incident spread, the tavern would certainly attract more attention. Shen Xian knew that trouble was far from over. Yet he felt less anxious now. With 10 years of cultivation in him, he was no longer just an empty shell relying on the system to intimidate others. As dawn approached, Shen Xian opened the tavern door. He took down the wooden sign that read "Opening tomorrow" and replaced it with another. "Opening today." Lu Shaoqi stood behind him, his shoulders still pained, but he stood tall. Shen Xian glanced at him. Can you greet the customers now? Lu Shaoqi took a deep breath. I can. Let's hear it. Lu Shaoqi thought for a moment and shouted at the empty street, the Guiyun Tavern is opening today, serving drinks and meals, pay first. Shen Xian remained silent for a moment. That works too. On the day the Guiyun Tavern opened, the first customer was not a person. It was Wang Lao Zue's yellow dog. It squatted at the door, eagerly watching the kitchen. Lu Shaoqi chased it away with a broom a couple of times, but it wouldn't budge. Boss, it won't leave. Shen Xian was counting the money behind the counter. The 20 taels of bounty silver from last night had been divided into several portions. 10 taels were kept for the tavern's operations. 5 taels were set aside to repay part of the debt, hoping to stall Lu Sandao. With 10 years of cultivation in him, he was no longer just an empty shell relying on the system to intimidate others. As dawn approached, Shen Xian opened the tavern door. He took down the wooden sign that read "Opening tomorrow." Shen Xian glanced up at the yellow dog. It's not taking up a seat, let it be. Lu Shaoqi mumbled softly, it looks like it wants free food. Then you charge it. Lu Shaoqi looked at the yellow dog. The dog looked back at him. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment, and Lu Shaoqi conceded defeat. Forget it. The news of the opening had spread, but not many dared to enter. The incident of Su San being caught spread even faster than Shen Xian had anticipated. The townsfolk knew that the new boss of the Guiyun Tavern was capable, with a mere young waiter managing to capture a fugitive with a 20 tael bounty. This reputation had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that no one dared to vandalize the tavern. The disadvantage was that ordinary people were also afraid to enter, fearing to get involved in underworld matters. Lu Shaoqi wiped the table 3 times and finally couldn't help but ask, boss, what if no one comes? Shen Xian replied, if no one comes, then we rest. But aren't we supposed to be open? The door is open, so we are open. Lu Shaoqi thought about it, and felt that this boss was indeed quite casually sensible. In the kitchen, porridge was cooking in the pot. This was Shen Xian's most reliable dish at the moment. Half a pound of meat was chopped and added in, and it smelled decent. The wine was ordinary yellow wine provided by the system, much better than the sour wine on the shelves. Shen Xian initially wanted to set a lower price to attract customers, but the system popped up a notification. The initial pricing of the tavern will affect future reputation. It is advised that the host does not set the price too low. Shen Xian asked why. Setting the price too low easily attracts ineffective customers, increasing the tavern's losses. Shen Xian found this very realistic. Thus, he set the porridge at 10 won a bowl and the wine at 20 won a bowl. After hearing this, Lu Shaoqi thought the boss might not want to do business. The porridge at the town entrance is only 3 won. Shen Xian replied, then you can go eat at the town entrance. Lu Shaoqi immediately shut his mouth. Just before noon, someone finally entered the door. It was the woman who had been rescued last night. She had changed into clean clothes and was carrying the bundle. Upon entering, she first bowed to Shen Xian. Boss, thank you for last night. Shen Xian nodded. Please have a seat. The woman sat down, but did not order anything. Lu Shaoqi walked over, steeling himself as he asked customer, would you like a drink or a meal? The woman glanced at him, her gaze softened slightly. Give me a bowl of porridge. Lu Shaoqi immediately rushed to the kitchen. As he served the porridge, his hands were still a bit unsteady. This was the first time he was properly serving something to a customer. The woman took the porridge and placed down 10 won. Lu Shaoqi stared at the tin when suddenly feeling very secure. So it turns out being a waiter really can earn money. After the woman took a few sips of porridge, her eyes turned slightly red. Shinxian noticed, but did not ask. Some people do not cry because the porridge is delicious, but because they can finally sit down and eat something warm. After the woman finished eating, she opened her bundle. Inside was a stack of silver notes and a wooden plaque from the escort agency. My father is the head of the Changfeng escort agency, and this escort was originally destined for Linjiang City. On the way, Su San colluded with bandits and harmed the escort team. My father risked his life to hand the goods to me, asking me to deliver them to the Wuxi of Qingshi town. Shin Xian raised his eyes when he heard Wuxi. The woman continued, I have already handed the escort silver over to the authorities last night. Here is a small token of appreciation, please accept it, boss. She pushed over a silver ingot. 5 taels. Lu Shaoqi's eyes widened again. But Shin Xian did not accept it. The authorities already rewarded you last night. That was the bounty, this is a token of gratitude. It's too much. The woman shook her head. If it weren't for the boss, I might have lost my life. Shin Xian looked at the silver. He was in need of money. But accepting this money didn't sit well with him. It wasn't that he was overly noble. It was mainly because the woman clearly did not have much left. Shin Xian pushed the silver back. Just come by to eat whenever you pass through in the future. The woman was taken aback. Lu Shaoqi also looked at Shin Xian. 5 taels of silver. Enough to buy a lot of rice. Shin Xian added, just pay for your meals. The woman paused, then suddenly smiled. All right. She took back the silver and said earnestly, my name is Zhou Ning. If you ever go to Linjiang City, you can find me at the old site of the Changfeng escort agency. Shin Xian nodded. After Zhou Ning left, Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but ask, boss, why didn't you accept it? Shin Xian replied, accepting it would bring trouble. What trouble could silver bring? Human relationships are more troublesome than silver. Lu Shaoqi seemed to understand, but didn't fully grasp. Shin Xian didn't elaborate further. He didn't want to be any kind of hero. He had already done the deed of saving a person last night. Accepting a heavy reward would turn it into another kind of transaction. What he feared most now was having too many transactions. After noon, several customers gradually came into the tavern. Most were there to see the spectacle after hearing about Su San. They ordered a bowl of wine, sat for a long time, and kept glancing at Shin Xian and Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi felt uncomfortable under their gaze. Shin Xian, however, was indifferent. Even watching the spectacle requires payment. As long as they had money, that was enough. In the afternoon, 3 men suddenly arrived at the entrance. As they stepped inside, the noise in the hall immediately quieted down. Each of them wore a knife at their waist, walking with an imposing swagger. The leader had a face full of flesh with a piece missing from his left ear. Lu Shaoqi's expression changed instantly. He recognized one of them, a companion of Su San from the previous night. Though not featured in the wanted poster, they were definitely not good people. The 3 men sat down at the largest table in the center. The man with the missing ear slapped the table. Bring the wine. Lu Shaoqi stood still. Shin Xian glanced at him. Lu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and approached to ask, how many bowls? The man with the missing ear stared at him. You were the one who took Su San's brat last night. Lu Shaoqi felt a tightness in his chest. Pay for the drinks first. The man with the missing ear laughed. The 2 beside him also chuckled. Did you hear that? He wants money from me. Another person reached out to grab Lu Shaoqi by the collar. Lu Shaoqi slipped away just in time. The man grabbed nothing but air, his expression changing. You really know how to dodge. The man with the missing ear's gaze turned cold. Su San is our brother. He fell last night, due to his own carelessness. We're here today not for anything else, but to ask if this tavern specializes in meddling in the affairs of the martial world. The guests in the hall fell silent. Some quietly shifted towards the door. Shin Xian sat behind the counter, flipping through the account book. Drinks are welcome. The man with the missing ear said, what if we don't drink? Then leave. What if we don't? Shin Xian looked up. Then that counts as occupying a seat. The man with the missing ear slammed the table. Stop pretending to be confused. The bowls on the table trembled slightly. Lu Shaoqi clenched his fists. He was afraid. These 3 men were fiercer than Su San from last night. But he also knew that he was currently working as a waiter. If guests caused trouble in the tavern, he couldn't just hide behind the owner. Shin Xian noticed his thoughts and said, Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi turned around. Step back. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. But master, I can. You haven't fully healed from your injuries yet. Shin Xian put down the account book. Being a waiter doesn't mean you have to risk your life every day. When you can call the owner, just call the owner. Lu Shaoqi felt warmth in his chest and retreated to the counter's edge. The man with the missing ear pulled out his knife half an inch. Are you the owner? Yes. I've heard you know martial arts. Shin Xian thought for a moment. Not very well. This was the truth. He had 10 years of internal strength, but nearly no skills. The man with the missing ear obviously didn't believe him. He sneered, suddenly drawing his knife and swinging the back of it down onto the table. He didn't aim to directly harm anyone. He intended to smash the table to establish authority. Shun Xian's gaze darkened. Another table smash. Did these people have a grudge against tables? He pressed a finger on the counter. 10 years of internal strength surged through his fingertip. The wine bowl on the table suddenly trembled. The wine inside leaped up, forming a line that struck the man with the missing ear's wrist. Slap. The man's wrist went numb, and the knife slipped from his grip, falling to the ground. The sound wasn't loud, but the entire hall fell silent. The man with the missing ear clutched his hand, his face turning pale. He had seen experts before, but to knock his knife away from such a distance with a bowl of wine was no ordinary practitioner. Shun Xian was also slightly surprised. Was 10 years of internal strength really that effective? He didn't show it on his face, only saying, "The knife, fella, pick it up." The man with the missing ear stared at him, but remained unmoving. Shun Xian said, "Pick it up, place it on the table, pay for the drinks, and then get lost." The two beside him appeared ready to act. Shun Xian glanced over, and they immediately froze. They hadn't clearly seen what had happened just now. Not seeing clearly made them even more fearful. The man with the missing ear slowly bent down to pick up the knife and placed it on the table. Then he pulled out a handful of copper coins. Shun Xian glanced at it. "It's short." The man with the missing ear gritted his teeth and pulled out a piece of broken silver. Only then did Shun Xian nod. "You can leave now." The three men left in a hurry. As they exited, the man with the missing ear didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. The guests in the hall looked at Shun Xian with completely changed expressions. Someone whispered, "External release of internal strength. At least 20 years of internal strength, right? More than 20 years, that last move was too steady." Shun Xian heard them clearly. After 10 years of internal strength, his hearing had indeed improved a lot. He didn't feel proud, only one thought crossed his mind. It's over. His reputation would spread again. Lu Shaoqi looked at him, his eyes filled with light. "Master, what was that just now?" Shun Xian casually replied, "It's the technique of pouring wine." Lu Shaoqi. He realized that when the owner didn't want to talk, everything could be related back to being a waiter and pouring wine. The system's voice sounded. Today's revenue target met. Tavern's reputation increased. Reward 20 management points. Detected that the host has completed the opening stabilization task. Additional reward, basic internal power operation method. Shun Xian's heart stirred. A simple method for internal power operation quickly appeared in his mind. Just now he had only relied on instinct to mobilize his power. Now with the internal power operation method, he finally knew how to properly use it. He sat behind the counter and tried to circulate it once. His breath became steadier. It felt good. But good as it was, Shun Xian still didn't forget the troubles outside. Su San's accomplices had left, but there might still be others behind them. Lu Sandao was coming in 3 days. The Black Tiger gang was also watching the tavern, and Lu Shaoqi's task had just begun. In the evening, the guests dispersed. Lu Shaoqi wiped the tables clean and suddenly asked, "Master, did I not contribute today?" Shun Xian was counting money. "Why do you say that? Those 3 men came, and I didn't fight back. You were almost cut to death yesterday, and being able to stand and collect money today is already good enough." Lu Shaoqi lowered his head. "But I want to become stronger." Shun Xian paused his counting. Lu Shaoqi's voice was low but very serious. Shun Xian took out a small knife. This was the knife he had confiscated from Su San yesterday, which he had had the blacksmith shorten a bit, making it suit. Lu Shaoqi looked up. Shun Xian took out the Step on Swallows manual from beneath the counter. "Starting tomorrow, practice extra." Lu Shaoqi nodded vigorously. Shun Xian took out a small knife. This was the knife he had confiscated from Su San yesterday, which he had had the blacksmith shorten a bit, making it suitable for Lu Shaoqi to use now. "And this?" Lu Shaoqi took the knife, unsure of where to put it. "Is this for me?" "It's borrowed from you." "When will it be returned?" "When you no longer need it." Lu Shaoqi looked down at the knife, his eyes reddening bit by bit. Shun Xian hated this kind of scene the most, and immediately said, "Don't cry, if you do your wages will be docked." Lu Shaoqi sniffled. "I'm not crying." "Better not." At that moment, a sudden sound of urgent horse hooves came from outside the door. The hooves stopped at the tavern's entrance. A young constable in official garb dismounted, a black token hanging at his waist. After entering, he first looked at the knife in Lu Shaoqi's hand, then turned to Shun Xian. "Who is the owner of Guiyun Tavern?" Shun Xian looked up. "I am." The constable took out a document. "Guan Pingchuan from the Town Wu Division. I'm here to ask a few questions regarding the Su San case." Lu Shaoqi became nervous. However, Shun Xian noticed that Gu Pingchuan's gaze lingered on Lu Shaoqi's face for a while, as if recognizing something. After a moment, Gu Pingchuan spoke. "What is this child called?" "What is this child's name?" Gu Pingchuan asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi felt a tightness in his back under his scrutiny. He had encountered government officials before. In his memory, when the officials arrived in the village, the mountain bandits had long since left, leaving only the dead and ashes behind. Those people asked a few questions, recorded a couple of names, and finally said, "We'll investigate," but they never returned. Thus he harbored a dislike for those in official robes. Shen Xian also noticed Gu Pingchuan's gaze. It was not the look directed at a criminal. It was more akin to that of someone examining an old object lost in thought. Shen Xian set down the ledger. This is Lu Xiaoqi, my waiter. Gu Pingchuan frowned slightly. Lu Xiaoqi bit his lip and remained silent. Shen Xian glanced at him and said, if you want to ask about the case, do so, go to the county office for household registration. Gu Pingchuan withdrew his gaze, not getting angry. He walked to the counter and placed the documents down. Su San is a wanted fugitive by the Town Marshal Division, carrying 7 lives on his conscience. Last night you apprehended him, and according to the rules the Town Marshal Division needs to clarify the circumstances. Shen Xian nodded. Go ahead and ask. Who did it? Lu Xiaoqi wanted to speak. Shen Xian spoke first. He did. Gu Pingchuan turned to Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi's fingers clenched the edge of his clothing. He feared that Shen Xian would pin the matter on him, yet was also worried that if he spoke incorrectly he would bring trouble to the tavern. Gu Pingchuan asked, do you know martial arts? Lu Xiaoqi hesitated for a moment. Shen Xian said he knows a bit of waiter's agility. Gu Pingchuan shot a glance at Shen Xian. Waiter's agility. It's for carrying trays. The hall fell silent for a moment. Gu Pingchuan clearly had never heard such a dismissive explanation. But he did not press further. He asked Lu Xiaoqi again after Su San drew his knife, why didn't you run? Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. He had contemplated this question himself last night. Why didn't he run? He was clearly the best at running. When the mountain bandits invaded the village, his father had stuffed him into a pile of firewood, telling him to stay quiet. Later he had run for 3 days and nights until his feet were covered in blood. He knew that running could save his life. But last night he saw that woman huddled by the counter with a bundle, and Su San's gaze and his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. He whispered, she can't escape. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi continued, I also couldn't escape before. Later it was others who made me run, and that's how I survived. After he finished speaking he lowered his head. His words sounded chaotic. But Shen Xian understood. Gu Pingchuan understood as well. Gu Pingchuan fell silent for a moment and wrote a few strokes on the document. Did Su San's accomplices come today? Shen Xian said they came to drink. Just to drink. They also wanted to smash the table. And then, they paid for the damages and left. Gu Pingchuan looked up at him. Shen shopkeeper, do you know if Su San has some? I do. Then why did you let them go? Shen Xian said earnestly they paid. Gu Pingchuan momentarily didn't know how to respond. Lu Xiaoqi stood aside, suddenly feeling like laughing, but holding it back. Gu Pingchuan put away the documents. Their backing is most likely connected to the Black Tiger gang. Su San used to work at the Chongfeng escort agency, but later betrayed the agency and began relaying messages for the mountain bandits. Last night's escort silver should never have passed through Qingshi town. Shen Xian asked why not. Because Black Wind Ridge has been quite unstable lately. Upon hearing Black Wind Ridge, Shen Xian felt a surge of annoyance. This name had appeared too frequently. So frequent that it didn't feel like a background, but more like a nest of troubles. Gu Pingchuan continued, the Black Tiger gang has been collecting wealth everywhere, and several shops in town have been pressured by them. Your tavern was originally one of their targets. To open a tavern. To find a foothold. Gu Pingchuan pointed to the main hall. The end of East Street is near the official road. One can enter the town or exit the city. The second floor overlooks the street, and the backyard leads to a narrow alley. This place may have had poor business before, but that doesn't mean the location is bad. After hearing this, Shen Xian felt an even worse headache. He initially thought the system had given him a broken shop. Now he realized it was a disputed location. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. You really don't know? Shen Xian said, if I had known I wouldn't have opened the door last night. It's not too late to close now. Shen Xian was silent. But Lu Xiaoqi suddenly grew anxious. We can't close. Gu Pingchuan turned to him. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and said, if we close, where will we go? Gu Pingchuan had no answer. This question was too practical. So practical that talking about the risks of the martial world felt frivolous. Shen Xian closed the ledger. Gu Constable, did you come today to remind me to close or to investigate the case? Both. Has the case been investigated? Gu Pingchuan nodded. Pretty much. Has the reminder been given? Yes. Then shall we drink? Gu Pingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Shen Xian said, if you're sitting here for business, it's inappropriate not to order anything. Lu Xiaoqi quickly chimed in, the wine is 20 coins per bowl, and the congee is 10 coins per bowl. Pay in advance. Gu Pingchuan looked at the shopkeeper and the waiter and suddenly laughed. He took out 20 coins and placed them on the table. Wine. Lu Xiaoqi's hands steadied significantly as he brought over the wine. Gu Pingchuan took a sip and frowned. This wine is mediocre. Shen Xian replied, this is the level for 20 coins. Gu Pingchuan set down the bowl. You as a shopkeeper are quite honest. Mainly I don't want to deceive people. But you've already drawn the ire of the Black Tiger gang. They were the ones who stirred up trouble at my door. Gu Pingchuan glanced at the crookedly repaired door. Lu Sandao will come again in 3 days. Shen Xian responded with a hum. Let him come. He won't come alone. I'm not alone either. Gu Pingchuan looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi stood by the counter, a short knife at his waist, his face still bearing injuries, yet he stood up straight with effort. Gu Pingchuan suddenly asked, Xiaoqi, was your family from Lu family village? Lu Xiaoqi's body stiffened. Shen Xian also turned to Gu Pingchuan. Gu Pingchuan sighed. I've investigated the case of the Black Tiger Gang. 3 years ago, Lu family village was burned down with 26 reported dead and 7 missing. Lu Xiaoqi's lips turned pale. Did you investigate? Gu Pingchuan nodded. Yes. Then why are they still alive? As soon as this question was asked, the hall fell. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes began to redden. He did not intend to confront the official. He simply couldn't help it. If they had investigated, why was the Black Tiger Gang still around? If the government knew, why was no one taking action? If no one could take action, what did that make his family? Gu Pingchuan tightened his grip on the wine bowl. Because the evidence was lost. Because there are people behind the Black Tiger Gang. Because the town marshal division has too few hands in Qingshe town. And also because... He paused here. Because we arrived too late. Lu Xiaoqi stared at him. He wanted to curse. But after Gu Pingchuan spoke those words, he found himself unable to. A delayed explanation is useless. But at least this person did not say we'll investigate. Shen Xian spoke, all right. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. Shen Xian looked at Gu Pingchuan. Gu Constable, do you know if the incident in Lu family village is related to Lu Sandao? Gu Pingchuan replied, at that time Lu Sandao was just an outer member of the Black Tiger Gang, but he must know some things. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly raised his head. Shen Xian didn't look at him, only asking, he's coming 3 days from now, right? Yes. Then we wait for him. Gu Pingchuan frowned. Do you intend to interrogate him? Shen Xian replied, he owes me money for the door, and he owes Xiaoqi an explanation. We'll settle both accounts at once, it's more efficient. Gu Pingchuan stared at him for a long time. Shen shopkeeper, just how much martial arts skill do you possess? Shen Xian thought for a moment. Enough to run a shop. Gu Pingchuan knew he wouldn't get a satisfactory answer, so he stopped asking. He finished his drink, stood up, and prepared to leave. He paused at the door. If the Black Tiger Gang sends many people, you can have them go to the town marshal division to find me. Shen Xian asked, do you need money? Gu Pingchuan turned back. No need. Shen Xian nodded. Then that's fine. After Gu Pingchuan left, Lu Xiaoqi remained silent. Shen Xian did not persuade him. The child harbored resentment. Telling him to let it go was easy for those who had no stake in it. As night fell and the tavern closed, Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked, shopkeeper, can I take action in 3 days? Shen Xian asked, have you thought it through? I have. Will you be scared? I will. Scared and still take action. Lu Xiaoqi lifted his head. I want to know who gave the orders back then. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi added, I won't act recklessly. If you tell me to retreat, I will retreat. If you tell me to wait, I will wait. His words were serious. Serious enough that he didn't seem like a 13-year-old child. Shen Xian nodded. Then starting tomorrow, practice your sword techniques more. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes brightened. Shopkeeper, will you teach me? I'll watch you practice. Isn't that teaching? Shen Xian didn't explain. He didn't know much himself. But he could understand the fragmented text of the shadow cutting blade that the system transmitted to Lu Xiaoqi and point out some general issues. As for actually mastering it, that would depend on Lu Xiaoqi himself. Late at night, Shen Xian lay behind the counter, hearing soft footsteps from the backyard. Lu Xiaoqi was practicing his footwork. One step, a pause. Another step. Very clumsy, very slow. But he was not slacking off. Shen Xian closed his eyes. This kid wants to grow stronger. Not for fame, but so that when he meets the Black Tiger Gang again one day, he won't just be able to cower behind a pile of firewood. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Employee Lu Xiaoqi's desire for growth has intensified. Phase side quest initiated. Quest: the first strike of the little waiter. Requirement: Lu Xiaoqi must independently repel or kill a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Reward: entry-level wind chasing steps. Host gains 30 management points. Shen Xian opened his eyes. The word independently was glaring. He could protect Lu Xiaoqi, but what the system wanted was for him to step forward on his own. Shen Xian looked towards the direction of the backyard, silently sighing. Xiaoqi, being a waiter in this tavern seems truly difficult. The next morning, Lu Xiaoqi's shoulder was swollen. He had practiced his footwork too hard the night before if the old injury hadn't healed, and now there was new pain. When Shen Xian saw him, he was secretly pulling down his sleeve. What are you hiding? Lu Xiaoqi froze. Nothing. Shen Xian walked over and pressed on his shoulder. Lu Xiaoqi almost jumped up from the pain. Shen Xian's face darkened. Is this what you call nothing? Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head and said nothing. He was afraid Shen Xian wouldn't let him practice. He was even more afraid that if he stopped, he would revert to the previous version of himself, the little beggar who only knew how to run. Shen Xian could see his thoughts and didn't scold him too harshly. Martial arts training isn't about breaking yourself. If you can't even lift a sword 3 days from now, are you planning to lie on the ground and scare Lu Sandao to death? Lu Xiaoqi whispered, I want to get stronger quickly. The more anxious you are, the slower it gets. But they won't wait for me. This statement made Shinxian pause. Lu Xiaoqi looked up at him. Boss, I know I'm weak. If it weren't for you throwing the wine bowl yesterday, Su San would have killed me already. Today when those three come, I don't dare to move. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. He paused again. He was actually afraid. No one is unafraid of death. He just didn't want to admit that besides fear he could do nothing. Shinxian didn't expose him. First, remember one thing. What? As long as you are alive, you have the chance to become stronger. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Shinxian threw him the ointment he had bought last night. Apply the ointment. Today we practice footwork, not swordplay. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to say something. Shinxian spoke first. If you don't listen, your wages will be docked. Lu Xiaoqi immediately became obedient. Breakfast was thin porridge. Lu Xiaoqi ate 3 bowls, and after finishing felt a bit embarrassed. Boss, I'll eat less in the future. Shinxian looked at him. We run a tavern, not a temple. It's natural for employees to eat. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head and continued eating porridge. He felt warm inside but didn't know how to express it. Saying thank you felt too light. Saying he would repay in the future felt like empty talk from the rivers and lakes. In the end, he could only wash the bowl very clean. Before noon, a few ordinary customers came to the tavern. They were all from the town. At first they were reserved, but when they noticed that Shinxian had no heirs except for collecting money, they gradually dared to speak. Someone asked about Su San from last night. Lu Xiaoqi was serving the porridge when he heard it, causing his hand to pause. Shinxian said from behind the counter, "Drink," without discussing the dead. The customers immediately fell silent. Lu Xiaoqi glanced at Shinxian. Although the boss usually looked lazy, his heart was actually very attentive. He didn't like others repeatedly using his wounds as conversation starters. In the afternoon, Widow Sun delivered rice and flour. She looked around first upon entering and whispered, "Lu Sandao returned to the Black Tiger stronghold last night." Shinxian took the bag of rice. He was originally one of theirs. No, he brought back news. I heard the third master of Black Tiger stronghold is very angry. Lu Xiaoqi's body tensed. Widow Sun glanced at him before continuing. Shinxian paid her. After a moment of hesitation, Widow Sun added, "Boss Shun, if you can spend money to avoid disaster, you should do so. Those people from Black Tiger stronghold are unreasonable." Shinxian replied, "I know. Knowing this, why are you so calm?" Shinxian sighed. "Being anxious won't help. Even if I tremble, they won't ask for less." Widow Sun chuckled at this, but then looked worried. "Be careful yourself." Not long after she left, old Wang drunk stumbled in. This time he didn't bring his dog. He peeked his head in at Lu Xiaoqi, went over to stop him. "Pay for your drink first." Old Wang looked heartbroken. "Xiaoqi, you've changed. The boss said so." "You listen to whatever the boss says." "Yes." Old Wang looked at Shinxian. "Boss, you've spoiled this. Do you have any money?" Old Wang fumbled for a long time before pulling out 3 coins. "Is this enough for a sniff?" Shinxian thought for a moment and poured a small half bowl of wine. Old Wang's eyes lit up. "Boss Shun is generous. Keep a record." Old Wang's drinking action paused. "You still keep a tab with friends?" "A good brother keeps clear accounts." After finishing the wine, Old Wang sighed comfortably. "Someone is watching you from outside." Shinxian raised his eyes. Lu Xiaoqi immediately looked toward the door. Old Wang lowered his voice, "Don't look. The one selling candied hawthorn at the street corner isn't really selling candied hawthorn. With calloused hands and steady feet, he should be a spy from Black Tiger stronghold." Lu Xiaoqi's heart tightened. Shinxian asked, "How did you figure that out?" Old Wang chuckled. "I've been drinking for decades, I know how to read people." Shinxian didn't believe him, but he didn't expose him either. Although Old Wang looked unreliable, his information was always useful. Shinxian asked, "How long has he been watching?" "Since morning." "Alone?" "Now it's just one." Shinxian nodded. "Got it." Old Wang leaned in. "Aren't you going to do something?" Shinxian replied, "He hasn't entered yet. Are you just going to let him watch?" "Let him watch, it doesn't cost me anything." Old Wang was stunned for a moment, and then gave a thumbs up. The boss is broad-minded. Shinxian wasn't broad-minded. He just couldn't act recklessly. The fact that Black Tiger stronghold was only watching indicated they hadn't grasped his bottom line yet. If he took the initiative to catch someone, it would give the other party an excuse. Moreover, Lu Xiaoqi's mission required him to independently repel or kill a bandit from Black Tiger stronghold. This spy might just be suitable. Shinxian looked at Lu Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, close early tonight." Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. "Why, oi? Practice being a waiter." Lu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but felt a bit nervous. He understood Shinxian's meaning. At night the tavern closed. Shinxian didn't light the lamp, but sat behind the counter. Lu Xiaoqi squatted beside the back door holding a short knife, his palms sweaty. Shinxian didn't let him go out to catch anyone. He only had him wait. "Boss, will he come?" "He will." "Why, oi? After watching all day, he will want to test our defenses at night." "What if more than one comes?" "Then run." "Where to?" "Come to me." Lu Xiaoqi felt a bit steadier inside. In the latter half of the night, there was a soft sound coming from the backyard wall. Lu Xiaoqi immediately held his breath. A shadow flipped over, moving very lightly. After landing, he didn't immediately walk into the house, but first crouched to listen for sounds. Lu Xiaoqi hid behind the woodpile, his heart racing like a drum. He remembered Shen Xian's words from the day. The more anxious you are, the slower it gets. As long as you are alive, you have the chance to become stronger. The shadow slowly approached the kitchen. Lu Xiaoqi knew he could not wait any longer. If he waited until the other party entered the house and alarmed the boss, the task would no longer be his own. He made a move and used the flicker step to circle to the side and rear of the shadow. But he was still too nervous and his toes brushed against a branch. With a crack, the shadow suddenly turned around. Who? Lu Xiaoqi had already rushed out. The short knife aimed at the opponent's arm. The shadow reacted, quickly sidestepping to avoid it while throwing a punch. Lu Xiaoqi dared not take it heed and retreated using his footwork. The shadow sneered. Little brat, it's you. Lu Xiaoqi recognized the voice. It was one of the people who had come with the earless man yesterday. A member of Black Tiger's stronghold. The opponent drew a dagger. Where's your boss? Lu Xiaoqi did not answer. He was afraid that if he spoke, his courage would dissipate. The shadow lunged forward, stabbing the dagger directly at his chest. Lu Xiaoqi dodged the first stab, but was kicked in the abdomen by the second kick. It hurt. It hurt so much that his vision darkened. He wanted to call for the boss. The words stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them hard. This was his first knife. He couldn't rely on the boss for every encounter. Seeing him silent, the shadow became even fiercer. You've got some backbone. The dagger came stabbing again. Lu Xiaoqi did not retreat this time. He recalled the first move in the Shadow Breaker blade. Rather than competing with strength, he focused on angles. He sidestepped, allowing the dagger to graze past his clothes, and his short knife slashed upward. The blade cut into the shadow's wrist. The shadow let out a muffled groan, and the dagger fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoqi didn't stop. He kicked the shadow's knee. As the shadow knelt down, he tried to grab Lu Xiaoqi with his other hand. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and held the knife to his throat. Don't move. His voice trembled violently, but the knife did not waver. The shadow glared at him with a fierce gaze. Do you dare to kill me? Black Tiger's stronghold won't let you go. Lu Xiaoqi's chest heaved. In the past, hearing about Black Tiger's stronghold would make his legs tremble. He was still afraid now, but he suddenly felt that fear aside. The knife was in his own hand. He said softly, when have you ever let others go? The shadow was stunned for a moment. Just then Shen Xian's voice came from the hall. Ask him who sent him. Only then did Lu Xiaoqi realize that Shen Xian had been awake all along. He felt completely steadied inside. Who sent you? The shadow sneered and refused to answer. Shen Xian walked to the door of the backyard, holding a bowl of water. If you don't speak, I'll hand you over to the town marshal division. The shadow's expression changed slightly. Shen Xian continued, if you tell me, I'll hand you over too. The shadow angrily said, then why would I say anything? Shen Xian thought for a moment. Saying it means less beating. The shadow. Lu Xiaoqi almost laughed. In the end, the shadow still spoke. He was sent by the third master of Black Tiger's stronghold to find out whether Shen Xian was injured and how many people were in the tavern at night. After Lu Sandao returned to the stronghold, he described Shen Xian as a hidden expert. The third master didn't believe it, so he sent someone to test it. Shen Xian asked after hearing this, what cultivation level does the third master have? 30 years. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. 30 years. Susan wasn't even this strong. Shen Xian showed no expression. When will he come? At the latest the day after tomorrow. Shen Xian nodded. All right. He had Lu Xiaoqi tie the man up to send to the town marshal division tomorrow. While binding the person, Lu Xiaoqi's hands trembled slightly. After everything was over, he leaned against the well, his face pale. Shen Xian walked over. Are you scared? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Yes, I'm scared. Do you regret it, eh? Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. I don't regret it. The system voice sounded. Task completed. The first knife of the little waiter. Lu Xiaoqi gained entry into the wind-chasing step. Host gained 30 management points. Lu Xiaoqi's task progress, 2,100. Suddenly Lu Xiaoqi felt that his mind had added a more agile stepping technique more suitable for chasing people and escaping than the flicker step. He was stunned. Boss. Shen Xian knew what he wanted to ask. Practice well. Lu Xiaoqi nodded vigorously. The backyard fell silent again. Shen Xian looked at the Black Tiger stronghold spy tied in the corner, but he didn't feel relaxed inside. Lu Sandao was just the outer layer. The third master had 30 years of cultivation. Above that there were the second master and the first master. Black Tiger's stronghold was not a trouble that could be casually dealt with. Yet he only had 10 years of cultivation. Not enough. Far from enough. Shen Xian opened the system mall, looking at the pile of techniques and items, and for the first time truly realized one thing. If this tavern wanted to lie down peacefully, it first had to make others afraid to disturb its peace. The next morning, Lu Xiaoqi escorted the Black Tiger's stronghold spy to the town marshal division. Shen Xian stood at the door watching him walk away. Not long after, a commotion came from the other end of the street. Several beggars surrounded a plump young boy, trying to snatch the broken pottery pot he was holding. The plump young boy clung tightly to the pot, his face flushed. Don't snatch it. This is my pot. Lu Xiaoqi had not walked far and turned back to glance at Shen Xian. Shen Xian sighed. In this world one truly could not have a moment of leisure. A plump young boy crouched by the wall, clutching a pot tightly despite being shoved by a few beggars. He appeared to be around 15 or 16, not short in stature, yet lacked any imposing presence. With a round face and soft eyes, when someone tried to snatch something from him, he could only press the pot closer to his chest. Xiao Daxiao, what are you pretending for? A skinny beggar reached out to tug at the edge of the pot. Was that half bag of rice you hid yesterday? The plump boy's face flushed with anxiety. I didn't hide it away. Finding something means it's for everyone. But I cooked porridge and shared it with you all. A little bit you shared isn't enough for anyone. The beggars moved into act. Lu Xiaoqi rushed over. Stop. The skinny beggar turned around, and upon seeing him his expression changed. Xiaoqi, you've entered the tavern now, so why do you care about our broken temple? Lu Xiaoqi held a short knife. He had also stayed in the broken temple before, and knew that not all these people were bad. But when hunger strikes, people easily turn cruel. He doesn't want to give it, you can't rob him. The skinny beggar sneered. Now that you have the tavern owner backing you, you're getting bold with your words, eh? Lu Xiaoqi felt a stab of irritation. He himself had also been robbed before, and he had robbed others too, so he couldn't refute that statement. Shen Xian walked over slowly. Does he owe you money? The beggars quieted down a bit upon seeing Shen Xian. Everyone in town now knew that the new owner of Guiyun Tavern was not to be trifled with. The skinny beggar bitterly said he stole and hid food. The plump boy hurriedly replied, I didn't. I just wanted to keep some rice to cook porridge for everyone today. Yesterday they complained that I shared too little and smashed the pot, so I took it away. Shen Xian looked at the pot in his arms. It was a broken earthen pot, missing a piece held together awkwardly with iron wire. Such a pot wouldn't be wanted even if given away for free. Yet the plump boy clutched it as if it were his life. Shen Xian asked, can you cook? The plump boy nodded. I can do a little. The skinny beggar immediately commented, he just cooks a mess. Wild vegetables, chaff, and bean dregs, he throws anything into the pot. The plump boy whispered, if I don't cook, there's nothing to eat. Upon hearing this, Shen Xian began to understand. He said to the beggars, I'll buy the rice. The skinny beggar was taken aback. What? He said he found half a bag of rice, and you all think it's for everyone. Fine, I'll buy it. Shen Xian took out 20 coins and handed them over. The skinny beggar stared at the money, his expression changing back and forth. He wanted to ask for more, but dared not. In the end, he still accepted. Owner, this has nothing to do with you. Now it does. Shen Xian looked at the plump. You come with me. The plump boy stood still, clutching the pot. Where to? To the tavern. I have no money for food. I'm not taking you to eat. The plump boy immediately tensed up. Are you making me work? Shen Xian nodded. If you can cook, show me. The plump boy was stunned. Lu Xiaoqi leaned in and whispered, this is our owner. He's decent and provides meals. Shen Xian shot him a glance. Lu Xiaoqi quickly added, but he loves to deduct wages. The plump boy looked at Shen Xian, then at Lu Xiaoqi. The promise of a meal was more substantial to him than anything else. He stood up, clutching the pot. I'm called Zhao Daxiao. Shen Xian looked at the boy's broken pot. Your name fits quite well. Zhao Daxiao felt a bit embarrassed. It was a name people called me for fun, and it stuck after a while. Back at the tavern, Shen Xian led him into the kitchen. Zhao Daxiao's eyes lit up upon seeing rice, flour, meat, and vegetables. It wasn't greed. It was instinctive joy for a cook to see ingredients. Shen Xian asked, what can you make? Zhao Daxiao looked around. Porridge, noodles, pancakes. If there are bones, I can make soup. There are no bones. Then I'll make noodles. Lu Xiaoqi, standing at the door, couldn't help but say, owner, can he really do it? Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. He wasn't very brave when it came to arguing with others. Shen Xian said, whether he can do it we'll know after eating. Zhao Daxiao washed his hands. While cooking, he transformed completely. Just moments ago, he was being pushed around, afraid to retaliate, but now he was steadily chopping vegetables, kneading dough, and boiling water. He couldn't bear to waste even a little. The meat was chopped finely, only a bit of oil was used, and even the vegetable roots were cleaned and cut into the soup. Lu Xiaoqi initially held skepticism, but as the aroma wafted, his stomach growled first. He felt a bit embarrassed. Shen Xian pretended not to hear. Soon 3 bowls of noodles were served. The noodles weren't exquisite, but the broth was fragrant. Shen Xian took a sip, paused. The hot soup slid down his throat, soothing his stomach, quelling the morning's agitation considerably. Lu Xiaoqi took a bite, his eyes instantly widening. Delicious. Zhao Daxiao sighed in relief. He looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian slowly finished half a bowl before saying, keep him. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. Really? I eat a lot. I can tell. I don't need wages. Wages will be counted. Zhao Daxiao panicked even more. I'm not worth much. Shen Xian put down his chopsticks. Working in my tavern makes you valuable. Zhao Daxiao felt a bit teary. He quickly lowered his head, afraid of being seen. The system voice sounded. Detected a recruitable employee. Name Zhao Daxiao. Age 15. Identity refugee. Talent extremely high culinary skill, good potential in medicinal cuisine, low comprehension in martial arts. Current loyalty 30. Would you like to recruit? Shen Xian thought recruit. Recruitment successful. Employee Zhao Daxiao. Position cook. Affiliation Guiyun Tavern. Exclusive employee task activated. Task win the championship at the culinary championship. Shen Xian nearly choked on the noodle soup. Lu Shaoqi quickly asked, owner, what's wrong? Shen Xian waved his hand. It's nothing. He looked at Zhao Daxiao. This chubby boy didn't even have a problem. The system had already assigned him to win the culinary championship. Shen Xian suddenly felt that Lu Shaoqi's task of catching 100 criminals seemed rather plain. Zhao Daxiao was still unaware that he was being monitored by the system. He was carefully tidying up the bowls. The little bit of soup left in the bowl, he poured into a small bowl to save for himself later. Shen Xian said, no need to be so frugal. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. This soup can still be drunk. I know. In the broken temple, we couldn't even get the leftover soup base. After saying this, he realized he had said too much and quickly shut his mouth. Lu Shaoqi felt uneasy. He used to be like that. He would first gauge others' expressions while eating, not daring to leave a single scrap in his bowl. Shen Xian didn't say any comforting words. From now on, the kitchen is under your management. Zhao Daxiao looked up. It's mine. Rice, flour pot, stoves, and vegetables, you manage them. If anyone wastes, you scold them. Zhao Daxiao was stunned for a long time. The kitchen being entrusted to him carried more weight than just being told to stay. Previously, he had only squatted by other stoves waiting for food scraps. Now someone was handing him an entire kitchen. He nodded vigorously. I will take good care of it. Lu Shaoqi laughed, saying, then can I have an extra bowl later? Zhao Daxiao thought seriously for a moment. If you practice martial arts, you can eat more. Lu Shaoqi immediately felt that this cook was quite good. In the afternoon, business at the tavern improved compared to the previous day. The noodles Zhao Daxiao cooked were far superior to Shen Xian's porridge. The customers who initially came to try it ended up asking for a second bowl. Shen Xian looked at the earnings, feeling much better. Indeed, running a tavern requires a good cook. As evening approached, a man dressed as a bodyguard entered. His clothes were dusty, a knife hung at his waist, and fatigue was evident in his eyes. Is there anything to eat? Lu Shaoqi immediately replied, we have noodles, 10 coins a bowl. Shen Xian added, meat soup noodles, 30 coins. Lu Shaoqi turned back to look at him. Wasn't it just 10 coins earlier? Shen Xian's expression remained unchanged. Price just went up. The bodyguard frowned. 30 coins. I can eat 10 bowls at the town entrance. Shen Xian replied, then you should go to the town entrance. The bodyguard remained silent for a moment, but sat down anyway. 1 bowl, please. Zhao Daxiao quickly served the noodles. The bodyguard initially wore an impatient expression, but after the first bite his movements slowed. By the second bite he said nothing. After finishing the entire bowl, he sat there not moving for a long time. Lu Shaoqi wondered if he was trying to skip out on paying. Guest. The bodyguard looked up. Another bowl, please. Zhao Daxiao's eyes lit up. For a cook, this was more valuable than 100 compliments. After finishing the second bowl, the bodyguard asked for a third. When he finished, he placed money on the table. It was not just 90 coins, but also a piece of broken silver. No need for change. Shen Xian quickly accepted it. This time he was very prompt because this man could afford it. The bodyguard looked at Zhao Daxiao. Little brother, your noodles are impressive. Zhao Daxiao felt a bit shy, rubbing his hands. They're just ordinary noodles. Not ordinary at all. The bodyguard sighed. I've been escorting goods for over a decade and have eaten in many places. Your bowl of noodles reminds me of the soup my mother used to make. Zhao Daxiao didn't know how to respond. Shen Xian asked, which route are you escorting? The bodyguard replied, Haifeng Ridge. Lu Shaoqi's expression changed. Shen Xian's gaze also lifted. Why was it again about Haifeng Ridge? The bodyguard noticed their reactions and smiled bitterly. You know that place isn't peaceful. Shen Xian said, I've heard of it. The bodyguard lowered his voice. The Black Tiger gang has been robbing like crazy lately, and even small escorts like us aren't spared. I heard they are looking for someone, as if they are trying to gather some money. Shen Xian asked, who are they looking for? Unclear, the bodyguard shook his head. I only heard it's a child or something. The news is very chaotic. Lu Shaoqi clenched his fists. A child. He suddenly thought of himself. Shen Xian noticed, and said, eat up and get on the road early. The bodyguard stood up. Thanks for the noodles. If I can return alive from this trip, I'll come back to eat again. After he left, the tavern fell silent. Zhao Daxiao quietly asked, owner, what is the Black Tiger gang? Lu Shaoqi whispered, mountain bandits. Are they very powerful? Lu Shaoqi remained silent. Shen Xian said, for now they are more troublesome than us. Zhao Daxiao nodded, somewhat understanding. He glanced at Lu Shaoqi, then at Shen Xian, suddenly saying, then I should make more dry rations. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Zhao Daxiao said seriously, if a fight breaks out, we can't be hungry. Shen Xian chuckled. All right. At night, Zhao Daxiao was in the back kitchen making pancakes. Lu Shaoqi practiced footwork in the backyard. Shen Xian sat behind the counter looking at the system store. He now had points. 30 plus the 10 points from today's earnings totaling 40. He could buy quite a bit. He first exchanged for a book titled Basic Culinary Skills. Not for himself. For Zhao Daxiao. The system prompt quickly popped up. Would you like to impart knowledge to employee Zhao Daxiao? Impart. In the kitchen, Zhao Daxiao suddenly paused in his movements. His mind filled with a lot of new knowledge, timing, seasoning, knife skills. Ingredient pairing. These concepts weren't complicated, but it was as if someone had illuminated the path he used to fumble through by feel. He stood there dazed, nearly letting tears fall into the dough bowl. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew it must be related to the owner. Shen Xian walked to the kitchen door. Why aren't you moving? Zhao Daxiao hurriedly wiped his eyes. Owner, I seem to suddenly understand a lot. Shen Xian remained expressionless. It's normal for a cook to have an epiphany. Zhao Daxiao believed it. Because he desperately wanted to have that epiphany. Shen Xian took out 2 taels of silver. Tomorrow go buy a good pot. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. For me, eh? For the tavern. Zhao Daxiao nodded vigorously. I will utilize it well. As Shen Xian turned to leave the system, voice rang again. Zhao Daxiao's loyalty has increased to 50. Quality of tavern dishes has improved. Progress of main quest has advanced. Shen Xian returned to the counter feeling a bit relieved when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lu Shaoqi halted his footwork. Zhao Daxiao also poked his head out from the kitchen. Shen Xian walked to the door. We're closed. Owner of the Black Tiger Gang has sent an invitation. 2 people stood outside the door. One was tall, the other short. They both wore short garments, knives at their waists, and had an expression on their faces that suggested they regarded others as insignificant. The tall one held a red invitation in his hand. It was glaringly red. Shen Xian looked at the invitation and his first reaction was one of foreboding. Delivering a red invitation late at night seemed less like an invitation to a banquet and more like a summons to death. Lu Shaoqi stood behind Shen Xian, his breathing noticeably heavier. Zhao Daxiao came out of the kitchen, still holding a rolling pin. He didn't know what had happened, but upon seeing Lu Shaoqi's expression, he understood that the visitors were not here with good intentions. The tall one handed the invitation inside. Our family's 3rd boss requests that shopkeeper Shen come up the mountain for a drink tomorrow. Shen Xian did not take it. I don't like climbing mountains. The smile on the tall one froze. The short one said coldly, shopkeeper Shen, don't be ungrateful for the kindness shown to you. Shen Xian looked at him. Is it the custom of you Black Tiger Village to first smash the door and then insult people? The tall one raised a hand to stop the short one. He appeared more composed than his companion. Shopkeeper Shen, the 3rd boss, said that the previous incident was a misunderstanding. Lu Sandao did not understand the rules and offended the Guiyun Tavern. Tomorrow we invite you up the mountain both to apologize and to make a friend. Shen Xian asked how much compensation. The tall one was taken aback. What? Compensation for the door, the chairs, the table, and for the fright. The short one angrily said, do you really dare to ask for that? Shen Xian nodded. Isn't it the rule of your Black Tiger Village to repay debts? This statement left the 2 of them speechless. Lu Shaoqi lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth moved slightly. He realized that the shopkeeper had a knack for provoking others. Without shouting or cursing, every word was a jab. The smile on the tall one's face faded. Shopkeeper Shen, the 3rd boss's face, is not something just anyone can disregard. I have disregarded it. Or have you disregarded it? I am still standing here listening to you. The tall one's expression darkened. He slammed the invitation against the door frame. Tomorrow at noon, Blackwind Ridge. If shopkeeper Shen does not come, the 3rd boss will personally come to invite you. Shen Xian looked at the invitation. Leave the invitation and you may leave. The short one sneered. Are you afraid? Shen Xian replied, standing at the door for 2 long blocks. Business. Aren't you closing up? Blocking my sleep. The short one finally couldn't hold back any longer, pressing a hand against the hilt of his knife. Lu Shaoqi stepped forward. Shen Xian raised a hand to stop him. The tall one stared at Shen Xian for a moment before turning to leave with the short one. Shopkeeper Shen, don't regret it tomorrow. After the 2 left, Lu Shaoqi immediately asked, shopkeeper, are you going? Not going. Shen Xian took the invitation down and casually placed it on the counter. Zhao Daxiao let out a sigh of relief. It's good not to go. Lu Shaoqi, however, did not relax. If you don't go, they will come. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Shaoqi's eyes were fixed on that red invitation. That's how Black Tiger Village operates. If you don't listen to them, they will burn your house, capture people, and rob food. They don't reason with you. Shen Xian remained silent for a moment. Do you want to go? Lu Shaoqi whispered, I want to know if Lu Sandao is on the mountain. Shen Xian did not answer immediately. He certainly knew what Lu Shaoqi wanted to ask. Lu Sandao might know the clues about the fire in Lu family village. But going to Blackwind Ridge was not as simple as asking a few questions. Black Tiger Village dared to send an invitation, which meant they were prepared. Shen Xian had 10 years of cultivation, now enough to scare off ordinary bandits, but against the 3rd boss with 30 years of cultivation the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, there was not just one third boss on the mountain. Zhao Daxiao whispered, Xiaoqi, should we wait for Officer Gu? Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. The town marshal division won't wait. This statement made Zhao Daxiao hesitate to persuade further. Shen Xian picked up the invitation, opened it, and looked at it. It was written very politely. Please invite shopkeeper Shen to bring wine up the mountain to resolve the misunderstanding. The signature was from the third boss of Black Tiger Village, Zhou Hong. Bring wine. Shen Xian suddenly asked, are they asking us to bring wine? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. I just mentioned it. Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. How much yellow wine do we have? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. 3 jars of good wine, and a few jars of sour wine. Take a jar of sour wine. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. Shopkeeper, didn't you say you weren't going? I'm not going. Shen Xian looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi will go. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly raised his head. Zhao Daxiao became anxious. Shopkeeper. Shen Xian raised a hand, signaling him not to make a fuss. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xian. I'm going alone. Deliver a jar of wine to the foot of the mountain and don't go up. When you see Lu Sandao, come back. If you don't see him, come back too. If someone stops you, run if you can, if not, shout. Lu Xiaoqi understood. The shopkeeper wasn't sending him to his death. He was sending him to scout. But he was still nervous. What if they force me up the mountain? Can't you just say something? Say what? Say the shopkeeper is asleep. Lu Xiaoqi. Zhao Daxiao was also dumbfounded. Shen Xian said seriously the truth. Tomorrow at noon, or I will indeed be sleeping. Lu Xiaoqi felt a bit of his tension dissipate suddenly. He realized the shopkeeper seemed to always be like this. Even the biggest matters could become minor issues in his mouth. Yet precisely this made it less frightening. Shen Xian opened the system shop. Last night's task reward gave him 30 points, and today's business had also brought in some income. He didn't spend it all, but chose the items most suitable for Lu Xiaoqi. 3 enhancements for the broken shadow blade priced at 20 points. 1 lightness talisman priced at 10 points. 1 hemostatic powder priced at 5 points. Shen Xian exchanged everything. He handed the short knife to Lu Xiaoqi and stuffed a folded talisman paper into his arms. Lu Xiaoqi looked down. What is this? A talisman for protection while running errands. Is it useful? If it's not useful, why would I give it to you? Lu Xiaoqi immediately tucked it away. Zhao Daxiao also turned and went back to the kitchen. Soon he came out with a bag of cakes. Eat on the way. Lu Xiaoqi took it, feeling a bit choked up. I'm just going to the foot of the mountain. You'll still get hungry at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Daxiao took out a small jar of meat sauce. Don't skimp on this, eat it with the cake. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to laugh, but also felt like crying. No one had ever brought him food when he left a place before. Just go if you can, survive if you can. But now, just to scout a path, one gave him a knife and another gave him cakes. Seeing his eyes turn red, Shen Xian immediately said, don't make it sound like a funeral. Leave early and return early tomorrow. When you come back, you still have to wipe the table. Lu Xiaoqi nodded vigorously. That night Lu Xiaoqi didn't sleep well. He lay in the woodshed, his hand touching the lightness talisman in his pocket. Black Tiger Village. Black Wind Ridge. Lu Sandao. Those names were like hooks pulling at his past memories. He remembered the fire. He remembered his mother pushing him into the pile of firewood. He remembered his sister crying outside. He remembered the sound of hooves and laughter. He clenched his teeth tightly, not allowing himself to make a sound. When dawn broke, he washed his face and shouldered the jar of sour wine. Shen Xian was already sitting in the main hall drinking porridge. Eat before you go. Lu Xiaoqi said, I'm not hungry. Shen Xian looked up. Lu Xiaoqi immediately sat down. He ate 2 bowls of porridge and 3 cakes. Zhao Daxiao nodded approvingly. This way you'll have the strength to run. Shen Xian tossed a wooden plaque to Lu Xiaoqi. The plaque had the words Guiyun written on it. Show it to those who reason with you. Lu Xiaoqi asked, what about those who don't reason? Run. What if I can't run? Shout. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Shen Xian said, I can hear you. Lu Xiaoqi did not know whether this was true or not, but he believed it. After Lu Xiaoqi left, Shen Xian did not immediately return to the counter. He stood at the door watching that thin figure disappear at the end of the street. Zhao Daxiao whispered, shopkeeper, will Xiaoqi be in trouble? Shen Xian said no. How do you know? Shen Xian did not answer. Because the system task was still active. Because the lightness talisman could save his life. And also because he would not truly let Lu Xiaoqi die at the foot of the mountain. He just couldn't say all of this out loud. Lu Xiaoqi made his way out of Qingstone Town. The closer he got to Black Wind Ridge, the fewer people there were. He carried the jar of wine, walking quickly, but he kept Shen Xian's words in mind. Don't rush. Preserve your strength. There was a broken tea shed at the foot of the mountain. Inside the tea shed sat 3 people. One of them was Lu Sandao. The moment Lu Xiaoqi saw him, he tightened his grip on the jar's rope. Lu Sandao also saw him. He was first startled, then smiled. Oh, isn't this the little waiter from Guiyun Tavern? Lu Xiaoqi stopped in his tracks. His heart raced, but he did not retreat. I'm here to deliver wine. Lu Sandao stood up. Where is shopkeeper Shun? He's sleeping. The smile on Lu Sandao's face froze. The other 2 in the tea shed laughed out loud. Lu Sandao felt humiliated and his expression turned sour. He sent you a little brat. Lu Shaoqi set the jar of wine down. The wine has been delivered. He said this and wanted to leave. Lu Sandao reached out to block him. What's the hurry? The third boss invited shopkeeper Shun. If he didn't come, you will go up the mountain in his place. Lu Shaoqi looked at him. I'm not going up the mountain. Lu Sandao sneered. That's not up to you. He reached out to grab Lu Shaoqi's shoulder. Lu Shaoqi slipped and avoided him. Lu Sandao's expression changed. Have you learned lightness skills? Lu Shaoqi didn't answer. He turned and ran. The two mountain bandits in the tea shed immediately chased after him. Lu Shaoqi used wind chase steps to circle down the mountain. He was much faster than before, but the bandits were familiar with the terrain and soon surrounded him from the side. Lu Sandao did not rush to chase. He drew his knife and slowly moved forward. Little brat, run. Lu Shaoqi stopped beside a rock. He was surrounded front and back. He could use the lightness talisman, but he did not use it immediately. He looked at Lu Sandao and asked the question that had been bottled up for 3 years. 3 years ago in Lu family village, who ordered you to burn it? Lu Sandao halted in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes. You're from Lu family village. Lu Shaoqi gripped the short knife. Who gave the order? Lu Sandao suddenly laughed. No wonder you look familiar. A few little brats ran away that day. Lu Shaoqi's mind buzzed. He knew he couldn't act impulsively. Shen Xian had said that revenge wasn't about sending oneself to death. But Lu Sandao's words reignited the fire within him. Lu Sandao continued. Who gave the order? Do you want to know? Come up the mountain with me, and the third boss might tell you. Lu Shaoqi said softly. You're also there. Lu Sandao grinned. So what if I am? Lu Shaoqi looked up, his eyes reddening. It doesn't matter. He drew his knife. I'll collect a bit of interest first. As Lu Shaoqi rushed out, a single thought consumed his mind. He must not let him escape. Lu Sandao was right in front of him. This man may not have given the orders, but he had appeared during the fire in Lu family village. He remembered the child who had fled. That was enough. The dagger lunged towards Lu Sandao's chest. Lu Sandao sneered, sidestepped to avoid it, and retaliated with a slash aimed at Lu Shaoqi's shoulder. He did not intend to kill immediately. He wanted to capture him alive. The little waiter from Guiyun Tavern, the person beside Shen Xian, would be more useful to bring back to the mountain than to kill. Lu Shaoqi discerned his intent, and because he understood, his heart grew colder. These people would always be like this. They would kill indiscriminately, and when capturing someone it was as if they were hauling goods. He executed the wind-chasing steps, pivoting his body to the side. The blade grazed past his clothing. Lu Sandao was somewhat surprised. Your movement technique is not bad. Lu Shaoqi did not respond. He remembered Shen Xian's words. When you can't win, don't waste your breath. Because once you speak, your breath becomes erratic. 2 more mountain bandits surrounded him from behind. One wielded a club, the other a short axe. Lu Shaoqi did not run towards the mountain path. He knew that running straight would lead to being cornered. He dove into the pile of rubble behind the tea stall. The bandit cursed and pursued him even more fervently. Lu Sandao, however, slowed down. He realized that this kid had good lightness skills, but was young, weak, and had almost no internal power. As long as they could wear him out for a while, he would eventually tire. Little brat Shinjiangui hasn't come. You won't escape today. Lu Shaoqi heard him, but did not look back. He rounded a rock and suddenly stopped. The bandit with the club, who was the fastest, saw him halt and raised his club to smash down. Lu Shaoqi crouched low, the short dagger slicing towards the man's ankle. The bandit let out a cry of agony and fell to the ground. Lu Shaoqi did not deliver a finishing blow. He knew that as soon as he stopped, the other two would close in. He continued to run. The bandit with the short axe was much more cautious when chasing him. This kid is quite slippery, Lu Sandao said coldly. Don't rush, block him off. The 3 began to close in. Lu Shaoqi's space for movement grew smaller. His breathing became erratic. The old injury on his shoulder was also beginning to throb. He felt the lightweight talisman in his pocket. If he crushed it, he should be able to escape. But Lu Sandao's words echoed in his ears. That day it seemed several little brats had fled. Lu Shaoqi's teeth clenched painfully. He knew he shouldn't act impulsively. The tavern keeper had asked him to deliver the wine, not to risk his life. Yet he also knew that if he fled today, he would surely see that smiling face in his dreams tonight. He recalled Shun Xian asking him, "Are you afraid, yet still willing to strike?" He had replied then that he wanted to know who had given the orders. Now Lu Sandao had the clues. He could not return empty-handed. The bandit with the short axe lunged at him from the side. Lu Shaoqi stepped back, but his back slammed against the stone wall. There was no way to retreat. Lu Sandao approached with a smile. "Run then." Lu Shaoqi raised his dagger. Lu Sandao looked at his hand. "Your hand is trembling, and you still want to kill, eh?" Lu Shaoqi was indeed trembling. But he suddenly remembered something Shen Xian had said the night before. The hand can shake, but the heart must remain steady. Shen Xian had not articulated it this well. What Shen Xian actually said was, if your hands shake, grip tighter, don't drop the knife. But Lu Shaoqi had remembered it in this way. He took a deep breath. Lu Sandao swung his blade down. This strike was heavy. Lu Shaoqi did not block it. He used the wind-chasing steps to advance, almost slipping in close to Lu Sandao's embrace. Lu Sandao did not expect him to dare to close the distance. The short dagger slashed beneath Lu Sandao's rib. Blood seeped out instantly. Lu Sandao roared in fury and kicked Lu Shaoqi squarely in the chest. Lu Shaoqi was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a coppery taste filling his mouth. He climbed to his feet, his vision darkening. Lu Sandao touched the blood beneath his rib, and his complexion changed completely. Looking for death. This time he truly intended to kill. The blade aimed straight for Lu Shaoqi's neck. Lu Shaoqi tried to evade, but his legs were a half-beat too slow. At that moment, a stone flew in from the distance, striking the back of Lu Sandao's blade. The blade deviated. Lu Shaoqi seized this fleeting opportunity and crushed the lightweight talisman in his possession. His body became light all at once. He pushed off the ground, sliding along the surface for several feet. Lu Sandao suddenly looked up. Who? No one answered. Only the sound of wind echoed along the mountain path. Lu Shaoqi was momentarily stunned. He did not know if that stone had been thrown by the tavern keeper, but he knew this was not the time to dawdle. He turned and charged towards the injured bandit. The bandit had just gotten up, and Lu Shaoqi was already there. The short dagger pressed against his throat. Who ordered the burning of Lu family village? The bandit's face went pale. I don't know. What do you know? I only know that 3 years ago there was a deal that the third master handled. Lu Sandao went along, and all the goods brought back were sent to the mountain. Lu Sandao growled, shut up. Lu Shaoqi's heart jolted. The third master. He wanted to ask more, but the bandit with the short axe had already pounced. Lu Shaoqi did not linger to fight. He kicked the club bandit over and turned to run. This time he did not run straight down the mountain, but rather veered into the forest. The effect of the lightweight talisman was still active. He ran so fast that even he was surprised. Lu Sandao chased after him for a few steps, but his rib wound reopened, forcing him to stop. He stared intently in the direction Lu Shaoqi had fled. Guiyun Tavern. He gritted his teeth and said, the third master will not let you go. Lu Shaoqi ran all the way until he could no longer see Haifeng Ridge before leaning against a tree to stop. His chest ached, his legs felt weak, and he felt drained. But he did not collapse. Leaning against the tree, he slowly slid down to the ground and pulled out the cake that Zhao Daxiao had given him. The cake had already been crushed. He grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. As he chewed, tears fell. He was not crying from pain, nor was he crying out of fear. He suddenly felt that if only he had had today's footwork and today's blade back, then perhaps he could have saved one more person. This thought was very foolish. He knew. At that time he was just a child. But the human heart is not a place for reason. He finished eating the crushed cake, leaned against the tree, and stood up to continue walking towards Qingshi town. When he returned to Guiyun Tavern, the sky was nearly dark. Zhao Daxiao was the first to rush out. Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi wanted to say he was fine, but just as he opened his mouth he coughed up a bit of blood. Zhao Daxiao's face turned pale with fright. Shen Xian came out from behind the counter, his expression not looking good. Who told you to risk your life? Lu Shaoqi lowered his head. I was wrong. He recognized too quickly, and Shen Xian could not even scold him. Did you find out anything? Lu Shaoqi nodded. The third master. The incident in Lu family village 3 years ago was a deal arranged by the third master of the Black Tiger gang. Lu Sandao had also been involved. Shen Xian fell silent for a moment. He had actually followed them long ago. Not closely, but enough to hear part of it. That stone had been thrown by him. He hadn't intervened directly because Lu Shaoqi needed to overcome this himself. Yet when he saw that blade nearly slash Lu Shaoqi's neck, he still acted. Shen Xian did not regret it. The system required independent tasks, but he wanted living people. Living was more important than rewards. Lu Shaoqi's exclusive task progress, 3,100. Stage task completion rate increased. Employee Lu Shaoqi gained combat insights. Host acquired 20 management points. Shen Xian looked at the system, prompt, feeling no joy in his heart. He had Zhao Daxiao fetch medicine and told Lu Shaoqi to sit down. Lu Shaoqi quietly said, Zhang Gui, I didn't deliver the wine to the mountain. As long as it reaches the foot of the mountain, that's enough. I also lost the jar. Sour wine, it's not worth much. I used the lightweight talisman. That was meant. Lu Shaoqi looked up at him. He wanted to ask if that stone had been thrown by the tavern keeper. But seeing Shen Xian's expression, he decided not to ask. Some things he knew without asking. When Zhao Daxiao applied medicine to him, his hands trembled. Lu Shaoqi grinned through the pain and comforted him. Daxiao, I'm fine. Zhao Daxiao muttered. Next time you go out, I'll bring you 2 extra cakes. Lu Shaoqi smiled slightly. All right. Shen Xian returned to the counter and knocked on the table. Is there going to be a next time? Lu Shaoqi immediately fell silent. But all three knew there would definitely be a next time. The Black Tiger gang would not let things slide just because Lu Shaoqi had returned. Lu Sandao was injured. The old matters regarding the third master had resurfaced. This debt would only come due even quicker. Indeed, the next morning Gu Pingchuan arrived. As soon as he entered, he looked towards Liu Shaoqi. "Did you go to Haifeng Ridge?" Liu Shaoqi did not dare to speak. Shen Xian said, delivering wine. Gu Pingchuan gazed at the wound on Liu Shaoqi's chest. "You delivered wine and ended up like this." Shen Xian responded, "The mountain path is difficult to traverse." Gu Pingchuan laughed in anger. "Shen Zhonggui, do you think I'm blind? Then do you want to hear the truth? Speak. The Black Tiger Gang is coming." Gu Pingchuan's expression darkened. When Shen Xian looked outside, people were already rushing towards the street, their faces panicked. Shen Zhonggui? The person was the worker from Widow Sun's household. He ran to the doorway, panting heavily. "Lu Sandao has brought people into the town," they said. The worker swallowed hard. "They said they want to demolish Guiyun Tavern today." As soon as the words left the mouth of the man, a hush fell over the tavern. Liu Shaoqi had just finished taking his medicine. His face was still pale as his hand reached for the short blade. Zhao Daxiao stood at the kitchen door holding a kitchen knife. Gu Pingchuan frowned as he looked at Shen Xian. "I'll go stop him," he said. Shen Xian asked, "Do you think you can?" Gu Pingchuan fell silent. He was from the town guard, but the town guard wasn't invincible. He could catch outsiders like Liu Sandao. But now it was clear that the Black Tiger Gang was coming for the Guiyun Tavern, backed by the third master. If it really came to blows, he couldn't handle it alone. A voice echoed in his mind. "The tavern is under threat. Task: defend the tavern. Reward: 20 years of power." Shen Xian got up and closed the account book. "Then don't stop me." Gu Pingchuan stared at him. "Do you want to handle this yourself?" Shen Xian replied, "They said they want to destroy my tavern." This statement was calm. But Liu Shaoqi could tell that the shopkeeper was unhappy. Shen Xian was usually oddly lazy. If he could sit, he wouldn't stand. If a customer complained about the bad wine, he wouldn't get angry. If others called him a cowardly shopkeeper, he wouldn't get angry either. But if someone smashed a table, kicked a door, or threatened to destroy the shop, he would remember it clearly. Because all of these would cost money to repair. Outside, the noise was already rising. Liu Sandao was leading the way, his left side wrapped in cloth, and his face was dark. Behind him followed 7 or 8 mountain bandits, some holding knives, some brandishing clubs, and 2 were carrying a large iron hammer. The pedestrians on the street had already cleared out. A space opened up in front of the Guiyun Tavern. Liu Sandao stopped at the steps, looking up at Shen Xian. "Shopkeeper Shen, your people hurt me yesterday." Shen Xian replied, "You were the one who started it first. This isn't the magistrate's office. No one is here to judge you." "Then why are you saying this?" Liu Sandao's face darkened. He initially wanted to assert his point, but Shen Xian didn't engage. The mountain bandit beside him cursed, "Stop wasting words. Either hand someone over today, or we'll destroy the tavern." Shen Xian asked, "Who do you want?" Liu Sandao looked at Liu Shaoqi. "Him." Liu Shaoqi took a step forward. Shen Xian raised his hand to block him. Liu Sandao sneered, "What?" Shopkeeper Shen reluctant to part with him. Shen Xian replied, "I don't have enough staff to hand over." "Then hand over the tavern." "I can't hand that over either." "Then there's nothing to talk about." Liu Sandao waved his hand. 2 mountain bandits carrying hammers stepped up the stairs. Gu Pingchuan pressed his hand on the handle of his knife and said coldly, "Liu Sandao, you think you can act with impunity right in the street?" Liu Sandao glanced at him. "Gu Constable, are you going to arrest me?" Gu Pingchuan said, "If you dare to make a move, I will dare to arrest you." Liu Sandao laughed. "Then give it a try. Today the people I brought are here to collect debts. Guiyun Tavern owes money and hasn't paid it back. We'll smash the collateral shop. What's the problem?" He pulled out the debt note from his pocket. Black and white on paper, 30 taels. Gu Pingchuan's face grew colder. This was the troublesome part. The Black Tiger Gang was bold, and it wasn't just with knives. They would write abductions as debts and killings as grievances, dragging the authorities into their schemes. Shen Xian looked at the debt note. Liu Sandao, "What? Want to pay back the money? I've seen that debt note of yours." Liu Sandao narrowed his eyes. Shen Xian said, "The debtor is shopkeeper Liang, not me. When the tavern was transferred to me, there was no debt transfer document. If you want to collect the debt, you can find shopkeeper Liang. If you want to seize my shop, that's robbery." Liu Sandao was taken aback. He didn't fully understand the words, but he grasped part of it. Shen Xian was denying the debt. Liu Sandao sneered, "I'm not going to engage in wordplay with you." Shen Xian nodded. "I don't like wordplay either." After saying this, he reached out to Liu Shaoqi. "Shaoqi, the knife." Liu Shaoqi was startled and handed over the short blade. Gu Pingchuan frowned. Zhao Daxiao held his breath. Shen Xian took the short blade and walked down the steps. The mountain bandits behind Liu Sandao laughed. They had seen people from the martial world draw their blades. Some would be filled with killing intent before drawing, some would plant their feet firmly, and some would focus on their opponent's weak points. But Shen Xian had none of that. He walked as if he were going out to buy vegetables. Yet Liu Sandao did not laugh. He had been hurt by Liu Shaoqi and knew that the people of Guiyun Tavern were not quite right. He remembered even more how Shen Xian had cracked the corner of the table with a single palm strike. "Shopkeeper Shen, are you really going to make a move?" Shen Xian replied, "This isn't a move." "Then what is it?" "It's settling the score." As his words fell, Shen Xian stepped forward. Lu Sandao's vision blurred. Before he could see how Shen Xian moved, the debt note in his hand had vanished. Shen Xian stood back in his original position, holding the debt note. Lu Sandao's expression changed dramatically. "Give it back." Shen Xian unfolded the debt note and took a glance. "The handwriting is quite ugly." Lu Sandao drew his knife. Looking for death. He slashed down. Shen Xian dodged to the side. 10 years of power wasn't strong, but Lu Sandao was injured, furious, and his strikes were full of flaws. Shen Xian didn't know any exquisite knife techniques. However, the system had given him the basic internal power operation method. Now as he watched Lu Sandao strike, he could see when the opponent's breath became chaotic and when his wrist weakened. He tapped the back of the short blade. Lu Sandao's wrist went numb. The knife nearly slipped from his hand. Shen Xian did not pursue but pressed the debt note under the blade. With a burst of internal power, the paper split in half. Lu Sandao's eyes widened. "You dare rip the debt note?" Shen Xian tossed the 2 pieces of paper onto the ground. "Fake debt not recognized." Lu Sandao roared, "Smash it for me." 2 mountain bandits raised their hammers. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to rush out, but was held back by Gu Pingchuan. "Don't move recklessly." Lu Xiaoqi was anxious. "They want to smash the shop." Gu Pingchuan said softly, "Watch your shopkeeper." Shen Xian also saw the hammer. His little patience finally wore thin. He kicked up a piece of rubble from the ground. The stone struck the wrist of the first mountain bandit. The hammer fell to the ground. The second mountain bandit had just raised his hammer when Shen Xian was already in front of him. The short blade pressed against his chest. The man let out a muffled groan and flew back, knocking over the 2 people behind. With that, the street fell completely silent. Lu Sandao gritted his teeth. Everyone attacked together. The bandits rushed forward. Shen Xian did not back down. He didn't want these people to rush into the tavern. The tables inside had just been repaired, the kitchen had just added pots, and there was still a pile of silver coins counted last night under the counter. All of it was money. No one could touch it. He used the back of the blade. He struck wrists, hit knees, and patted shoulder blades. Each move wasn't heavy enough to kill, but could immediately drain a person's strength. One mountain bandit after another fell. Lu Xiaoqi watched with bright eyes. He had previously thought the shopkeeper was strong, but he couldn't quite articulate how strong. Now he understood a bit. The shopkeeper's strikes were unadorned, but every hit felt like it had been anticipated in advance. The opponents collided with him themselves. Gu Pingchuan felt heavier in his heart the more he watched. It wasn't because Shen Xian's moves were high-level. On the contrary, Shen Xian's moves were very ordinary. But his grasp of strength and timing was too precise. This wasn't something 10 or 20 years of power could achieve. He had previously guessed that Shen Xian might have 30 years of power. Now seeing it, he realized that was an understatement. Seeing people fall all around him, Lu Sandao turned to run. Shen Xian did not pursue. Lu Xiaoqi moved. With a swift step, he like a shadow circled around the steps and blocked Lu Sandao. Lu Sandao shouted angrily, "Get lost." Lu Xiaoqi drew out another knife. His injury hadn't healed and his face was extremely pale. But this time he didn't tremble. "Who gave the order in Lujia village?" Lu Sandao's eyes flickered. "I don't know." Lu Xiaoqi slashed out with his knife. Lu Sandao hurriedly retreated, the wound under his ribs splitting open, making his face turn pale from the pain. Lu Xiaoqi asked again, "Who gave the order?" Lu Sandao gritted his teeth and refused to speak. Shen Xian approached. "Let the town guard handle this." Lu Sandao suddenly panicked. "You can't hand it over to the town guard." Gu Pingchuan had already stepped forward, pulling out iron chains. "Why not?" Lu Sandao's expression changed repeatedly. He glanced towards the street corner as if waiting for someone. Shen Xian followed his gaze. At the street corner stood a person in blue clothing. A very ordinary blue clothing. Ordinary enough that upon a glance it was easy to mistake him for a passerby. But the moment Shen Xian saw him, an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. The man was also looking at Shen Xian, smiling lightly across the street. Then he turned and left. Lu Sandao's face turned gray as he watched the person walk away. Gu Pingchuan locked the iron chains on his hands. "Take him away." Lu Sandao suddenly shouted, "I'll tell you." Gu Pingchuan paused. Lu Xiaoqi stared at him intently. Lu Sandao's lips trembled. The events of Lujia village 3 years ago were handled by the third master. "Who hired you?" "I don't know." Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward. Lu Sandao said urgently, "I really don't know. That person in blue gave the third master a box of silver and told us to burn the village to find something." "What was it?" Shen Xian asked. Lu Sandao shook his head. "I don't know." The third master didn't allow questions. Gu Pingchuan said, "Is the person in blue the one from the street corner, just now?" Lu Sandao's face turned pale, and he didn't dare answer. Not answering was tantamount to agreeing. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned red. So it turned out Lujia village wasn't merely raided by mountain bandits. Someone had paid for a fire. Shen Xian pressed down on his shoulder. Live first will settle accounts slowly. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Gu Pingchuan escorted Lu Sandao and the mountain bandits away. Only then did the bystanders dare to whisper. The shopkeeper of Guiyun really knows martial arts. Even Lu Sandao has fallen. The Black Tiger gang will definitely not let this go. Shen Xian listened to these words and felt that trouble was piling up. Zhao Daxiao squatted at the door, picking up the 2 debt notes on the ground. Shopkeeper, should we keep these? Shen Xian said, burn them. Zhao Daxiao nodded. Just as he was about to take them to the kitchen, Lu Xiaoqi suddenly said, wait. He took the debt note, taking a glance. It had already split in half. The 30 taels that had weighed on him for a whole day were gone, just like that. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly felt that what the shopkeeper tore wasn't just the debt note. It was also the breath of Guiyun Tavern that had been trampled underfoot. He handed the debt note to Zhao Daxiao. Burn it thoroughly. Zhao Daxiao said seriously, I'll use a big fire. In the evening, the tavern resumed business. No one ordered food. The customers who entered all wanted to see Shen Xian. Gu Pingchuan came over to inform Shen Xian that the mountain bandits had already locked up. Shen Xian sat behind the counter, his expression very poor. Lu Xiaoqi knew that he wasn't afraid. He was distressed that 2 more stools had been broken today. After closing the system, voice echoed. Defend the tavern's integrity, task complete. Reward 20 years of power. A surge of internal power flowed into Shen Xian's body. It was thicker than last time. 10 years had become 30 years. Shen Xian closed his eyes to feel for a moment, his heart finally settling a bit. 30 years of power. At least against the 3rd master of the Black Tiger gang, he wouldn't be completely at a loss. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a light sound suddenly came from outside. A green flying dart embedded itself in the door frame. Below the dart lay a piece of paper. Lu Xiaoqi immediately drew his knife. Shen Xian took down the paper. It only had 8 words written on it. Interfering will bring consequences. The signature was a small green building. Gu Pingchuan hadn't walked far when he turned back and saw the paper, his expression changing. Qingyi Tower. Lu Xiaoqi had no idea what Qingyi building was. Zhao Daxiao didn't know either. But they could tell that Gu Pingchuan's expression was grim. Anything that could make the constables of the town guard change their expressions was certainly not a good thing. Shen Xian held the piece of paper and asked assassin. Gu Pingchuan nodded. One of the most troublesome assassin organizations in the martial world. They work for money without asking for reasons. Once a contract is taken, even if they fail, they will continue to send people. Is the matter concerning Lu family village related to them? Lu Xiaoqi tightened his grip on the knife. Gu Pingchuan said solemnly, we can't be sure yet. But the Qingyi people that Lu Sandao mentioned are most likely connected to Qingyi building. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to say more. Shen Xian folded the paper and put it into the drawer of the counter. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Shopkeeper, why are you keeping it? Evidence. They want to kill. Even killing requires bookkeeping. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Shopkeeper Shen, the Qingyi building is not Lu Sandao. They want come openly to smash the shop. Shen Xian replied, then that makes it even more troublesome. Gu Pingchuan didn't expect him to react this way. Shen Xian looked at Lu Xiaoqi and Zhao Daxiao. Starting tonight, the back door will be locked at night. Xiaoqi will sleep in the lobby and Daxiao will sleep next to the kitchen. If you hear any noise, don't run around to shout for help first. Zhao Daxiao nodded quickly. However, Lu Xiaoqi asked, what about you, shopkeeper? I will sleep at the counter. What if the Qingyi building comes to kill you? Then that would be just right. Lu Xiaoqi didn't understand. Shen Xian said the sooner they come the better for us. Gu Pingchuan frowned. You want to wait for them to come knocking. Otherwise, where should I go to find them? This statement made a lot of sense. But Gu Pingchuan felt that something was off. Normally a person being targeted by assassins would first think of hiding. Shen Xian thought about how to avoid trouble. Gu Pingchuan suddenly found it hard to understand this shopkeeper Guiyun. He seemed to dislike trouble, yet when trouble truly arrived, it appeared he never considered retreating. Gu Pingchuan said, I will stay tonight. Shen Xian glanced at him. The cost of the wine will still be charged. I don't drink wine. It's for the lodging fee. Gu Pingchuan fell silent for a moment, then pulled out a piece of silver. Shen Xian accepted it. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. The shopkeeper even accepted the town guard's money. That night the tavern did not light any lamps. Gu Pingchuan sat in a position near the door, his knife resting beside him. Lu Xiaoqi leaned against the counter, his eyes wide open. Zhao Daxiao was dozing off next to the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife. Shen Xian looked the most relaxed. He lay behind the counter, seemingly already asleep. In truth, he was awake. After 30 years of cultivation, he could hear sounds from further away. The footsteps of the night watchman on the street. The sound of mice scurrying over the wooden boards in the alley. The well rope in the backyard was swayed by the wind. These sounds that he couldn't hear before now reached his ears. Initially, they were quite bothersome. Later, he slowly learned to differentiate them. In the latter half of the night, a sound that shouldn't have been present appeared. It was too faint, like a piece of paper sliding against the wall. Shen Xian did not move. Gu Pingchuan also did not move, but his hand had already grasped the knife handle. Lu Xiaoqi did not hear it. He simply felt a chill and quietly sat up straight. The next moment, a small hole broke through the back window paper. A thin tube stretched in. A faint wisp of smoke blew into the room. Gu Pingchuan's expression changed slightly, just as he was about to warn Shen Xian, had already picked up a wine bowl from the counter and clamped down on the thin tube. The person outside clearly did not expect this. The thin tube tried to retreat, but couldn't. Shen Xian tapped his finger. The thin tube snapped. A muffled grunt came from outside. Gu Pingchuan drew his knife and rushed toward the back door. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to follow, but was stopped by Shen Xian. Guard the front door? Lu Xiaoqi immediately halted. This time he did not try to be brave. Since the shopkeeper told him to guard the front door, he would guard the front door. The backyard erupted with the sound of a brief scuffle. Soon after, it became quiet again. Gu Pingchuan's voice came. One got away. Shen Xian sat up from behind the counter. How many? 2. 1. Gu Pingchuan dragged in a man dressed in black. The man had his face covered, his right hand wounded, and blood at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Daxiao ran out from the kitchen and turned pale upon seeing him. They really came. Shen Xian said, yes, the assassins are quite punctual. The man in black looked up at Shen Xian, his gaze icy. You knew early on. Shen Xian replied, you all posted the notice first. The man in black fell silent. Gu Pingchuan tore off his mask. It was an ordinary face. So ordinary that it could be lost in a crowd. Gu Pingchuan pulled out a blue iron token from his collar. An outer building assassin from Qingyi Building. Shen Xian asked outer building. Gu Pingchuan explained Qingyi Building is divided into inner and outer. Outer building assassins take ordinary contracts, while inner building assassins are the real trouble. The man in black sneered. It's good that you know. If you catch me today, someone stronger will come tomorrow. Shen Xian, then tell me who paid you to come. The man in black shut his mouth. Gu Pingchuan said Qingyi Building assassins will not reveal their employers. They won't say even if beaten. No. What if money is offered? Gu Pingchuan was taken aback. The man in black was also taken aback. Shen Xian said, seriously, you kill for money, so it would be reasonable to pay for information, right? The man in black looked at him as if he were crazy. What do you think Qingyi Building is? A business. We have rules. Shen Xian nodded. I have rules too. He looked at Zhao Daxiao. Get some salt. Zhao Daxiao instinctively turned around, took a couple of steps, then stopped. Shopkeeper, what do you need salt for? To sprinkle on the wound. Oh, it should hurt a lot. The man in black's expression finally changed. Gu Pingchuan's eyelid twitched. He realized that Shen Xian, who usually seemed lazy, was not going to show any mercy when interrogating someone. The man in black gritted his teeth and said, do you dare? Shen Xian replied, you came to kill me in the middle of the night. What's wrong with me sprinkling a bit of salt? Zhao Daxiao really brought the salt. The man's eyes began to flicker. He wasn't afraid of death. But that didn't mean he wasn't afraid of pain. Shen Xian took the salt container and opened the lid. He'll ask one last time who hired you. The man in black was sweating from his forehead. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Shen Xian handed the salt container to Zhao Daxiao. You do it. Zhao Daxiao froze. Me? You are the cook. Your hands are steady. Zhao Daxiao looked at the man's wound, then at the salt container, his face turning bitter. Shopkeeper, salt is quite expensive. Shen Xian paused. The man in black also paused. Lu Xiaoqi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Shen Xian took the salt container back. That makes sense. Just when the man in black was relieved, Shen Xian added, then let's use chili water instead. Zhao Daxiao replied, that's cheap. The man in black finally couldn't hold it together. I don't know the employer. Shen Xian looked at him. The man in black hurriedly said, we only take orders from the inner building. The orders come from the black market in Qingshi town. I only know that the target is in Guiyun Tavern, and there's also a remnant of the Su family. Gu Pingchuan immediately asked, who is the remnant of the Su family? I don't know. The order only said that if a young woman with the surname Su is found at Guiyun Tavern, she must be eliminated as well. Shen Xian frowned. There was currently no woman with the surname Su in his tavern. However, Gu Pingchuan's expression grew darker. The Su family. Shen Xian looked at him. Do you know? Gu Pingchuan did not answer immediately. After a moment, he said, 3 years ago the Su family bank in Linjiang City was exterminated. The Su family managed multiple silver routes and had dealings with many martial sects. The case remains unsolved to this day. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly raised his head. 3 years ago. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Same year as Lu family village. This was not a coincidence. At least it didn't seem like one. Shen Xian suddenly felt that this broken tavern was more troublesome than he had thought. Lu family village, Black Tiger village, Qingyi building, and the Su family. These threads seemed scattered, but they were entangled beneath the surface. The man in black was taken away by Gu Pingchuan. Before leaving, Gu Pingchuan reminded the Qingyi building will not give up easily. Also, if there are indeed survivors of the Su family nearby, your tavern will probably become even more lively. Shen Xian sighed. That doesn't sound like a good thing. Gu Pingchuan said it was never a good thing. As dawn approached, Zhao Daxiao went to cook porridge. Lu Xiaoqi sat at the door sharpening his knife. Shen Xian leaned against the counter preparing to take a nap. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard light footsteps outside. Someone stopped at the door. Lu Xiaoqi looked up. A girl stood outside. She was around 15 or 16 years old, her clothes washed pale, and she held an old abacus in her hands. She glanced at the tavern signboard, then looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Are you hiring an accountant here? Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Accountant? The girl nodded. I can do the accounts, I don't need wages, just meals will do. Shen Xian opened his eyes. He looked at the girl. A system notification sounded at the same time. Detected a recruitable employee. Named Su Zhaoxue. Shen Xian's first reaction was to close the door. Not because the girl looked suspicious, but because her surname was Su. Just last night a killer from the Qingyi Tower had mentioned looking for the remnants of the Su family, and at first light a girl with the surname Su arrived with an abacus. If one were to say it didn't matter, Shen Xian himself wouldn't believe it. Lu Xiaoqi had also thought of this. He looked at the girl, and then at Shen Xian. Zhao Daxiao came out of the kitchen holding a bowl of porridge. He hadn't heard the first half of the conversation, only catching the phrase as long as there's food, and instinctively said then why not come in and eat a bit. Shen Xian gave him a glance. Zhao Daxiao immediately fell silent. Su Zhaoxue stood at the door not stepping inside. She was very clever. Smart people know exactly when not to make a move. She looked at Shen Xian. If the shopkeeper doesn't invite me, you'll leave right now. Shen Xian asked, what is your name? Su Zhaoxue. Which Su? The Su of the Su family. This answer was too straightforward. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Shen Xian stared at her. Do you know someone is looking for the Su family? Su Zhaoxue nodded. I know. Then why would you dare to give your real name? A fake name is useless. She raised the abacus in her hand. I can do accounting, review accounts, create false accounts, and dismantle false accounts. If the shopkeeper wants to use me, I can help you sort out the tavern's finances. If not, I'll leave now and won't cause trouble for the tavern. Shen Xian remained silent. A system interface floated before his eyes. Name Su Zhaoxue. Age 16. Identity survivor of the Su family bank. Talent high in financial calculation, above average in intelligence, low in martial arts. Current loyalty 10. Can be recruited. Exclusive employee task, investigate the truth behind the Su family's extermination. Loyalty at 10. Lower than when Lu Xiaoqi just arrived. This indicated that she trusted no one at the moment. And that was normal. With her entire family exterminated and being hunted by the Qingyi Tower, it would be strange if she trusted anyone. Shen Xian asked, why did you come to me? Su Zhaoxue replied, last night a killer from the Qingyi Tower failed. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed. How do you know? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. It spread in the black market this morning. The Guiyun Tavern has the town marshal division, a server skilled with a knife, and a shopkeeper of unfathomable depth. Lu Xiaoqi felt a bit embarrassed by the mention of the knife-skilled server. Shen Xian said, so you came to seek refuge. Not just to hide. Su Zhaoxue placed the abacus on the table. I can manage the accounts for you. The Guiyun Tavern's business has improved, but the accounts are messy. The income from drinks, food bounties, compensation, and procurement expenses are all mixed together. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. Shen Xian's expression did not change. But he was pricked by her words. Indeed, these past few days he had just been stuffing money into the drawer. It was countable, but not organized. Su Zhaoxue continued, also you tore up Lu Sandao's IOU, which was indeed decisive, but the aftermath hasn't been resolved. The IOU being torn up doesn't mean Lu Sandao has given up. It doesn't mean the Black Tiger Gang has given up either. As long as they want to continue borrowing and causing trouble, they can present a new IOU. If you don't have the tavern's acquisition documents, records of the former shopkeeper leaving town, or a debt transfer certificate, you will still be entangled by them next time. Lu Xiaoqi felt a headache coming on. Zhao Daxiao also couldn't understand. Shen Xian understood. This girl was not just good at using an abacus. She truly understood accounting. Su Zhaoxue said, I can help you clean up this matter. How? Find the route guide of the former shopkeeper Liang Yukai, leaving town, get 2 neighbors to testify, and have the town marshal division file it. If the Black Tiger Gang brings out an IOU again, it will be considered robbery, not debt collection. Gu Pingchuan wasn't here. But Shen Xian knew that if this could indeed be filed, it would be useful. He asked, how do you know all this? Su Zhaoxue paused for a moment. My family used to run a bank. The Su family bank. She nodded. Lu Xiaoqi's gaze towards her changed. The extermination of the Su family and the Lu family village both happened 3 years ago. He suddenly felt a strange sensation. It was as if everyone in this tavern had been left behind since that year. Shen Xian asked, does the Qingyi Tower know you're here? No. Does the black market know? They will know. Then do you think I should keep you? Su Zhaoxue fell silent for a moment. Logically I shouldn't. Then why are you here? Because I have nowhere else to go. She said this with a steady voice. But Lu Xiaoqi felt a tightening in his heart. He was all too familiar with such words. Having nowhere to go wasn't about seeking sympathy. It was genuinely turning around and facing a dead end on all sides. Shen Xian looked at her. He disliked trouble. Su Zhaoxue was a big trouble indeed. But the Qingyi Tower had already set their sights on the Guiyun Tavern. Even if he didn't take her in, the trouble wouldn't lessen. Moreover, the tavern truly needed someone to manage the accounts. Shen Xian thought to himself, recruitment successful. Employee Su Zhaoxue. Position accountant. Affiliation Guiyun Tavern. Exclusive employee task initiated, investigate the truth behind the Su family extermination. Su Zhaoxue saw that Shen Xian hadn't said anything for a long time and thought he was going to refuse. She reached for the abacus. Sorry for the disturbance. Shen Xian said, eat something. She paused. Lu Shaoqi immediately said, the shopkeeper means you can stay. Zhao Daxiao quickly brought a bowl of porridge. Have some first. We have plenty of porridge here. Su Zhaoxue looked at the bowl of porridge. She hadn't heard the words plenty in a long while. She sat down and ate very slowly. Unlike Lu Shaoqi, who devoured his meal, each bite she took seemed like a confirmation that this porridge wasn't poisoned and the people at this table wouldn't suddenly show a different face. Zhao Daxiao felt uncomfortable watching her. Would you like some meat sauce? Su Zhaoxue shook her head. No need. Shen Xian said, add some. Zhao Daxiao immediately added a spoonful. Su Zhaoxue looked at the meat sauce in the bowl and quietly said thank you. After finishing her meal, she didn't rest and directly asked Shen Xian to bring out all the money and account books. Shen Xian placed the money bag from under the counter on the table. Su Zhaoxue opened it and frowned immediately. These are all mixed together. Shen Xian replied, it's convenient. Convenient to throw away. Lu Shaoqi chuckled to himself. Shen Xian glanced at him. Lu Shaoqi immediately pretended to wipe the table. Su Zhaoxue separated the copper coins, broken silver notes, bounty money, and compensation money one by one. The tavern's income should be recorded separately. The procurement expenses should also be recorded separately. Bounty money is unexpected income and cannot be counted in the daily flow. Employee wages must be recorded. Lu Shaoqi perked up at the mention of wages. Su Zhaoxue glanced at him. Do you have wages? Lu Shaoqi looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian replied, it's in the accounts. Su Zhaoxue asked how much. Shen Xian thought for a moment. 1 tael a month. Lu Shaoqi almost jumped up. 1 tael? Zhao Daxiao was also stunned. Su Zhaoxue remained calm. Running errands and guarding the courtyard, the price isn't high. Lu Shaoqi suddenly found Su Zhaoxue much more agreeable. Zhao Daxiao quietly asked, what about me? Shen Xian replied the same. Zhao Daxiao became even more anxious. I eat a lot and still get 1 tael. Su Zhaoxue said, the chef is the core of the tavern and it's not high either. Zhao Daxiao's gaze towards her also changed. This accountant seemed to understand things well. Shen Xian asked, what about you? Su Zhaoxue paused. I don't want any. Shen Xian said the same. Su Zhaoxue looked up. I will bring trouble to the tavern. You've already brought trouble. She was momentarily speechless. Shen Xian said, since trouble has already been brought, we should calculate the wages normally. Su Zhaoxue lowered her head and wrote her name in the account book. Her handwriting was steady, but for a moment the hand holding the pen was tense. In the afternoon, Su Zhaoxue recalculated all the accounts since the Guiyun Tavern opened. The result revealed 3 problems. First, Shen Xian's pricing was chaotic. Second, Lu Shaoqi easily forgot small change when collecting money. Third, Zhao Daxiao was reluctant to use ingredients when cooking, which would affect the reputation over time. Zhao Daxiao felt nervous after hearing all this. I didn't mean to save. Su Zhaoxue said, I know. But this tavern is not a dilapidated temple. The food must be consistent. Use as much as needed, and I will calculate the cost. Zhao Daxiao nodded. He held great respect for those who could calculate costs. Lu Shaoqi felt indignant. When did I forget the small change? Su Zhaoxue pushed the account book towards him. Yesterday afternoon at the third table, 2 bowls of wine and 1 bowl of noodles should have totaled 70 coins. You collected 68 coins. Lu Shaoqi opened his mouth. He couldn't remember it all. Su Zhaoxue added the broken silver from the man with the missing ear the day before yesterday. You didn't weigh it, and you undercounted by about 11 coins. Lu Shaoqi was completely silenced. Shen Xian suddenly felt that recruiting her was very worthwhile. In the evening, Gu Pingchuan returned. Seeing a girl behind the counter, he paused. Su Zhaoxue also looked at him. Neither of them spoke. After a moment, Gu Pingchuan said, a member of the Su family. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Gu Pingchuan sighed. Indeed you came. Shen Xian asked, can the filing be done? Gu Pingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Su Zhaoxue briefly explained the situation. Gu Pingchuan listened and then looked at Shen Xian. She just arrived, and she's already fixing loopholes for you. Shen Xian replied, what else would an accountant do? Gu Pingchuan looked at Su Zhaoxue. You have quite a bit of courage. Su Zhaoxue replied, those without courage don't make it this far. Gu Pingchuan nodded. The filing can be done, but if you stay, the Qingyi Tower will definitely come back. Su Zhaoxue looked at Shen Xian. If the shopkeeper regrets it now, it's not too late. Shen Xian hadn't spoken yet, but Lu Shaoqi spoke first. No one at Guiyun Tavern gets kicked out the moment they step in. Zhao Daxiao also nodded. Once you've eaten, you're one of us. Su Zhaoxue was taken aback. She wasn't used to such words. Too easily offered kindness could easily lead one to believe. But she no longer dared to trust easily. Shin Xian said the accounts aren't sorted out yet. If you want to leave, it has to be tomorrow. Su Zhaoxue lowered her head. All right. Her loyalty jumped from 10 to 25. Shin Xian saw the system notification but didn't reveal it. At night, Su Zhaoxue continued sorting the accounts behind the counter. Shin Xian sat nearby several times on the verge of falling asleep, only to be awakened by the sound of her abacus. Shopkeeper, what should I write for the source of this compensation money? Failed shop wrecking. What about this one? Killer's accommodation fee. Su Zhaoxue paused her pen and glanced at him. Do killers also pay money? No, it was given by Constable Gu. Then write it as temporary accommodation by the Town Marshal Division. Shin Xian felt that the accountant was getting the hang of things. Just before midnight, heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, not the light steps of a killer. It was deliberately loud enough for people to hear. Lu Shaoqi drew his blade. Zhao Daxiao grabbed a kitchen knife. Gu Pingchuan placed a hand on his waist knife. Su Zhaoxue closed the account book and placed her hand on the abacus. Outside, someone laughed. The Guiyun Tavern is really lively. Shin Xian looked up. The door was pushed open. A man in black brocade entered, followed by 2 guards. He didn't look like a mountain. He looked more like a businessman. He scanned everyone briefly before finally looking at Su Zhaoxue. Miss Su, it's easy to find you. Su Zhaox's expression turned cold. Manager Zhou from the black market. The man smiled. You owe us a debt, and it's time to repay it. When Manager Zhou entered, a smile adorned his face. It was not a polite smile, but one of certainty. He was certain that Su Zhaoxue would not escape. He was also certain that the Guiyun Tavern would not offend the black market of Qingshi Town for the sake of a newly arrived accountant. Shin Xian looked at him and asked, drinking or eating? Manager Zhou's smile paused. Manager Shun, I did not come to eat. Then what for? To take someone. Lu Shaoqi immediately tightened his grip on the knife. Zhao Daxiao also stepped forward. However, Su Zhaoxue remained calm. She stood behind the counter picking up an abacus. What do I owe you? Manager Zhou took a promissory note from his sleeve and placed it on the table. In black and white, Su Zhaoxue owes the Qingshi black market 200 taels of silver. If not repaid by the due date, she must sell herself to repay the debt. Upon hearing 200 taels, Lu Shaoqi's eyes widened. His monthly wage was 1 tael. 200 taels meant he would have to work for over a decade. Zhao Daxiao whispered, so much. Su Zhaoxue did not look at the note, but stared at Manager Zhou. When did I borrow this? Last September. Where was I last September? Manager Zhou smiled. That is something Miss Su must answer herself. Su Zhaoxue picked up the promissory note and glanced at it. The seal is fresh. Manager Zhou's smile faded slightly. Su Zhaoxue continued. This paper is cloud pattern paper that was only available in Linjiang City last winter. You wrote September of last year, which does not match the timeline. Manager Zhou fell silent. Su Zhaoxue glanced at the signature. This Su character resembles mine by 70%. But when I write Su, the last stroke never curls back. She set the promissory note down. Fake account. Manager Zhou sneered. Just because you say it's fake, it is. Su Zhaoxue replied. If you want to escalate this to the town marshal office, I can accompany you. Manager Zhou stared at her. Miss Su, do not be too naive. The town marshal office handles cases of the Jianghu, not black market debts. Your Su family's money shop is long gone, and who will vouch for you now? Su Zhaoxue lightly pressed her finger on the abacus beads. I will. You. Manager Zhou seemed to hear a joke. What do you have to offer as collateral? Su Zhaoxue did not look at him again, but turned to Shin Xian. Manager, may I borrow the counter for a moment? Shin Xian nodded. Go ahead. She spread the account book open and reached for Manager Zhou again. You say I owe 200 taels, please bring out the total loan account of the Qingshi black market. Manager Zhou's smile completely vanished. What are you to be able to check the black market's total account? Su Zhaoxue replied. If you cannot produce it, then it is without proof. I have the promissory note. Fake promissory note. Manager Zhou slammed the table. Su Zhaoxue, do not forget you are now a stray dog. The atmosphere in the hall turned cold. Lu Shaoqi's expression changed. He detested those 3 words. Stray dog. The people from the Black Tiger stronghold had called him that before. Before Shin Xian could speak, Su Zhaoxue said first, even a stray dog can count. She tapped the abacus. The sound was crisp. You lent out a total of no more than 130 taels in September last year at the Qingshi black market. Because that month the Black Tiger stronghold robbed the silver transport from the west route, tightening the cash flow in town, the black market was short of cash itself. Manager Zhou's expression changed slightly. Su Zhaoxue continued, at the beginning of October you withdrew 30 taels from Wang's rice shop and 50 taels from the East Street gambling house to cover the shortfall from the Black Tiger stronghold. In November, Lu Sandao collected money from 7 shops under the pretext of debt collection, of which 20% went into your hands. The expression of Manager Zhou's guards also changed. Lu Shaoqi did not fully understand but grasped a little. She was revealing the black market's accounts in front of manager Zhou. Shen Xian was also somewhat surprised. Su Zhaoshui had just arrived in Qingshi town not long ago, yet she was able to know all this. This accountant was more useful and dangerous than he had thought. Manager Zhou said in a deep voice, "Where did you learn this?" Su Zhaoshui replied, "Accounts can speak. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Your left thumb has ink stains, your sleeve has rice flour, and the bottom of your shoes has red mud. You went to Wang's rice shop before coming here, took a look at the accounts, and then came from the back alley of the East Street gambling house." Manager Zhou instinctively glanced at his sleeve. Su Zhaoshui said, "The black market's accountant usually splits the money into 3 categories: clear accounts, hidden accounts, and personal accounts. You can bring a fake promissory note to me which indicates that you do not have the true account in your hands. But your reluctance to escalate this to the town marshal office indicates that there are others behind this fake promissory note trying to test me." Manager Zhou finally stopped smiling. "The Su family has fallen, yet you are still so clever. Are you not afraid of dying faster?" Su Zhaoshui's finger paused. Afraid. She was indeed afraid. She had been afraid for 3 years. Afraid of waking up after falling asleep, afraid that her chopsticks would be poisoned during meals, afraid that any passerby on the street might suddenly draw a blade. But what use is fear? Dozens of people from the Su family had already died. If she merely hid, she would eventually die as well. She looked up at Manager Zhou. "Who is behind you?" Manager Zhou sneered. "You are not worthy to ask." He reached out to grab Su Zhaoshui. Lu Shaoqi moved. His injuries were not yet healed, but his footwork was swift. The short knife was horizontally positioned in front of Manager Zhou's hand. "Do not touch her." Manager Zhou's eyes turned cold. The guards drew their blades. Zhao Deshao also raised his kitchen knife. The scene was about to escalate, and Shen Xian tapped the counter. "Did you ask me before drawing blades in my tavern?" The guards froze. They were not mountain bandits. They had heard of what happened outside the Guiyun Tavern yesterday afternoon. Shen Xian had taken down Lu Sandao and his group single-handedly, and Lu Sandao was still in the town marshal office jail. Manager Zhou's expression turned grim. He dared to come because the black market was different from the Qingshi gambling house. The black market was about business and involved many people behind the scenes. He thought Shen Xian would not easily get involved. But now it seemed that Shen Xian was already involved. Manager Zhou slowly said, "Manager Shen, you offend the Qingshi black market for the sake of a remnant of the Su family. It is not worth it." Shen Xian replied, "She is my accountant. She just arrived today. Once she is here, she is part of it." Manager Zhou stared at him. "Do you know how much trouble she will bring?" Shen Xian nodded. "I do. Then why do you still keep her?" Shen Xian glanced at Su Zhaoshui. "The accounts are not finished yet." Su Zhaoshui, who had been tense, suddenly relaxed a bit. She knew Shen Xian was not doing it for any noble cause. But this phrase, "the accounts are not finished yet," was more substantial than any flattering words. At least tonight, she would not have to face these people alone. Manager Zhou sneered. "Good." He put away the fake promissory note. "Manager Shen, if you protect her today, do not regret it in the future." Shen Xian said, "Leave the promissory note." Manager Zhou's footsteps stopped. "What? You brought a fake account to stir trouble in my tavern. This is evidence of the fake account. It must be kept." Manager Zhou laughed in anger. "Manager Shen, do not go too far." Shen Xian stepped out from behind the counter. Manager Zhou retreated half a step. Shen Xian now possessed 30 years of cultivation. His aura was heavy, and ordinary people could clearly feel the pressure. He extended his hand. "Hand it over." Manager Zhou's expression changed several times before finally slapping the promissory note onto the table. "Leave." 2 guards followed him out. Outside, it quickly fell silent. Lu Shaoqi let out a breath of relief. Zhao Deshao also put down his kitchen knife and said quietly, "I almost hacked someone just now." Lu Shaoqi glanced at him. "Would you dare to hack?" Zhao Deshao thought for a moment. "If they were to capture Su, I should be able to." Hearing the words Su accountant, Su Zhaoshui's fingers paused for a moment. She whispered, "Thank you." Zhao Deshao waved his hand. "We are all tavern people." He said this very naturally. So naturally that Su Zhaoshui did not know how to respond for a moment. She looked at Shen Xian. Manager Zhou will not give up." The Qingshi black market is backed by the Black Tiger stronghold, gambling houses, rice shops, and even people from the county office. You should not have torn your face with them so quickly." Shen Xian replied. "He has already come to rob people. Has the face not been torn?" Su Zhaoshui fell silent. This reasoning was indeed sound. But she was used to enduring. It was not because she was weak, but because no one had stood by her side before. She could only bear until she had the opportunity to bite back. Shen Xian pushed the fake promissory note toward her. "Keep it well." Su Zhaoshui accepted it. "I will find out who is behind this." Shen Xian said, "First find out if we can make him pay." Su Zhaoshui raised her head. "Pay? He brought a fake account that affected the tavern's operations and frightened the staff, or should he not compensate?" Lu Shaoqi immediately nodded. He should. Zhao Deshao also nodded. Just now the porridge in the pot almost burnt. Su Zhaoshui looked at them and suddenly felt it was absurd. She wanted to investigate the truth behind her family's extermination while they wanted manager Zhou to pay for the porridge. But because it was absurd, the tension that had been taut in her heart for a long time loosened a bit. She lowered her head and flipped through the promissory note. Soon she felt a very shallow indentation on the edge of the paper. Wait a minute. Shinxian looked at her. Su Zhaoshui brought the promissory note close to the light and examined it carefully for a long time. This paper was not written by manager Zhou. How can you tell? He was only responsible for bringing it here. The person who actually wrote the promissory note is accustomed to pressing a fine mark in the bottom right corner of the page for distinguishing different tasks. Lu Shaoqi asked, what does that mean? Su Zhaoshui softly replied, this is a habit of the Qingshi gambling house. The hall fell silent again. The Qingshi gambling house, the black market, and the Black Tiger stronghold. The three lines intersected. Shinxian asked, can we trace it? Su Zhaoshui nodded. We can, but we need the black market's account books. Lu Shaoqi said, steal them. Su Zhaoshui looked at him. Can you? Lu Shaoqi puffed up his chest. I can run fast. Shinxian tapped the table. No. Lu Shaoqi immediately shrank back. Su Zhaoshui said, no need to steal. Manager Zhou lost face tonight and would definitely remedy it. He would go to meet the people behind the scenes and would also move the black market's hidden accounts. As long as we keep an eye on him, we can touch the clues. Shinxian looked at Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi's eyes lit up. I will keep an eye on him. No. Manager, I can run. You are still injured. Lu Shaoqi wanted to argue further. Su Zhaoshui said he is indeed not suitable to go. Manager Zhou has already seen him. Zhao Deshao asked, then who will go? A few of them fell silent at the same time. Shinxian did not want to go. Zhao Deshao would not be good at tailing. It was more dangerous for Su Zhaoshui to go alone. At that moment, a familiar coughing sound came from the door. Wang Laozue holding a yellow dog peeked in. Cough, manager, is there still wine? Shinxian looked at him. Wang Laozue felt somewhat uncomfortable under his gaze. What's wrong? Shinxian asked, do you want a drink? Wang Laozue immediately nodded. I do. Help me keep an eye on someone. Wang Laozue turned and left. Shinxian said, a jar. 2 jars. Shinxian said, half a jar. Wang Laozue lamented, manager, your bargaining is harsher than the black market. Shinxian replied, if you don't want to do it, then forget it. Wang Laozue returned with the dog. I'll do it. Su Zhaoshui looked at the drunkard and frowned. Is he reliable? Shinxian replied, not reliable. Wang Laozue was unhappy. I have sharp ears and bright eyes, so I know which family in Qingshi town is arguing at midnight. Shinxian nodded. So you are suitable for tailing. Wang Laozue sighed. Who am I watching? Su Zhaoshui told him about manager Zhou's whereabouts. After hearing this, Wang Laozue's expression became unexpectedly serious. The black market, huh? Are you afraid? Not particularly afraid. Then what is it? I need more wine. Shinxian looked at him. Wang Laozue immediately said, half a jar will do. He walked away with the dog. Shinxian watched his back, feeling that this old man was not simple. But there were already enough complicated people in Qingshi town, one more was not surprising. That night, Su Zhaoshui finally sorted out the accounts. She wrote 4 characters on the first page of the account book. Guiyin Tavern. The writing was clear and steady. After finishing, she looked at it for a long time. Shinxian asked, what's wrong? Su Zhaoshui shook her head. Nothing. She simply had not written a complete family name in the account book for a long time. The Su family's money shop was gone. Now she was writing Guiyin Tavern. In the second half of the night, Wang Laozue returned. He did not enter through the front door, but climbed in from the back courtyard, almost getting hacked by Lu Shaoqi as a thief. Shinxian sat behind the counter. Speak. Wang Laozue first drank half a bowl of water before whispering, Manager Zhou went to see his secretary in the back alley of the county office. The secretary then sent someone to an abandoned temple outside the city. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Abandoned temple. Zhao Deshao also looked up. He had lived in an abandoned temple before. Wang Laozue looked at Su Zhaoshui. There is someone waiting in the abandoned temple wearing a green outfit. Su Zhaoshui's face slowly turned pale. Shinxian asked, what else? Wang Laozue took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. I was too far away and only picked this up. Su Zhaoshui took the piece of paper. There was only half a character on it. Tian. She stared at that character, her fingers gradually tightening. I have seen this character in the Su family's old accounts. Shinxian asked, what does it mean? Su Zhaoshui raised her head, her voice very soft. Before my family was exterminated, the last sum of silver flowed to a place with the character Tian. The piece of paper with the character for heaven lay on the table. No one spoke. Lu Shaoqi stared at the character, his heart heavy like a stone. He barely recognized a few characters. However, he recognized this character for heaven. It was taught to him by his father when he was young. In a world as vast as this, living was of the utmost importance. Yet now this character felt like an invisible hand pulling together Lu family village and Su family bank. Zhao Deshao whispered, could it just be a coincidence? Su Zhaoshui shook her head. No. Her voice was, every large sum of silver in Su family bank has a hidden account. My father once said for truly dangerous accounts one cannot just look at the ledger. One must see where the money comes from, where it goes, and ultimately, who dares not write their name. So this heaven is the name that dares not be written. It could be. Su Zhaoshui pressed her. I currently lack sufficient evidence. She didn't want to speak too definitively. In the past, the Su family was annihilated overnight due to an unclear account. She understood better than anyone how dangerous unfounded speculation could be. Shen Xian pushed the piece of paper back to her. Then hold on to it for now. Su Zhaoshui nodded carefully, tucking the paper into the ledger. Gu Pingchuan was absent. After Lu Sandao and the mountain bandit were taken to the town's martial bureau, he went overnight to interrogate. Now only Shen Xian, Lu Shaoqi, Zhao Deshao, Su Zhaoshui, and an old drunkard named Wang Laozue, who had drunk half a jar of wine and refused to leave, remained in the Guiyin Tavern. Wang Laozue hugged a yellow dog and sat in the corner. Boss, where's the wine? Shen Xian replied, you've already drunk half a jar. I'm helping you investigate such an important matter. Half a jar isn't enough, is it? Do you want payment? Wang Laozue immediately waved his hand. Just wine is fine. Talking about money hurts feelings. Shen Xian looked at him. Who exactly are you? Wang Laozue was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Just a drunkard. Would an ordinary drunkard dare to keep an eye on the black market? An old man gets drunk and his courage grows. Could an ordinary drunkard pick up a piece of paper from under someone in the Green Robe Tower? Just lucky. An old man gets drunk and his courage grows. Could an ordinary drunkard pick up a piece of paper from under someone in the Green Robe Tower? Wang Laozue did not linger. Finishing his last sip of wine, he wobbled out with the yellow dog. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Shen boss. That character, for heaven, don't investigate too quickly. Su Zhaoshui immediately looked at him. Wang Laozue sighed. Some things knowing too early isn't necessarily a good thing. Shen Xian asked, what do you know? Wang Laozue, as a drunkard, I know where the cheap wine is. After saying this, he left. Su Zhaoshui wanted to chase after him, but Shen Xian stopped her. Let him go. He knows the clues. He won't say them now. Su Zhaoshui bit her lip. She certainly understood. But the weight of 3 years of unresolved issues pressed heavily on her heart. Any hint could make her lose control. Shen Xian said, investigating a case is like practicing with a sword. Haste can lead to death. Lu Shaoqi glanced at him. He knew these words were also meant for himself. Su Zhaoshui took a deep breath. I know. Just before dawn, the system's voice rang out. Guiyin Tavern's 7-day operational task completed. Current employees Lu Shao, Qi Zhao Deshao, Su Zhaoshui. Current reputation somewhat well known in Qingshi Town. Reward 30 years of cultivation. Reward recipe for Ling Jiu 100-year daughter red. Reward blueprint for a wine cellar. Shen Xian had originally been dozing off behind the counter. Upon hearing about the 30 years of cultivation, he instantly awoke. A surge of inner strength thicker than before flowed into his body. 30 years stacked upon 30 years. He now had a total of 60 years of cultivation. Shen Xian did not feel proud. He only felt that this lying flat mode of the system was becoming less and less like lying flat. The recipe for 100-year daughter red he had not risked his life to seize secret manuals. He had simply run a tavern for a few days, hired a few employees, and endured a few waves of trouble. And then he had gained a level of cultivation that many in the martial world would never reach in their lifetime. Shen Xian did not feel proud. He only felt that this lying flat mode of the system was becoming less and less like lying flat. The recipe for 100-year daughter red has been issued. A brewing method appeared in his mind. Selecting grains, making chu, sealing the vat, guiding the qi. The first part was normal brewing, but the latter part was not. This wine needs to be nurtured with inner strength. Ordinary winemakers could not brew it. After reading the recipe, Shen Xian fell silent for a moment. It seemed the system's suggestion to open a tavern was not just to sell ordinary wine. Zhao Deshao woke up the earliest. When he entered the kitchen, he found several new wine vats in the corner along with a bag of high-quality glutinous rice. Boss. Shen Xian walked in. Today we're not making porridge, we're brewing wine. Zhao Deshao was taken aback. I can't brew wine. They'll teach you. Zhao Deshao immediately became anxious. Learn now? Yes. Won't waste rice. Shen Xian said, any waste is on me. Zhao Deshao wanted to say that the tavern's money was technically the boss, but he didn't dare. Shen Xian broke the recipe down into terms he could understand. Zhao Deshao learned quickly, especially when it came to things related to food and drink. He didn't understand the part about nurturing with inner strength, but he immediately grasped the earlier steps of steaming rice, mixing chu, and sealing the vat. Lu Shaoqi came in after washing his face and saw the two busy at work. Not practicing the sword today. Shen Xian said, first move the vats. Lu Shaoqi. He realized that in Guiyun Tavern the waitstaff had to do everything. Su Zhaoshui sat behind the counter managing accounts. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, she asked what's the cost of brewing wine. Shen Xian reported the materials. Su Zhaoshui calculated for a moment. If it's just ordinary yellow wine, the price cannot be lower than 30 a bowl. If there are special effects, it's another calculation. There are special effects. Shen Xian replied. Su Zhaoshui looked up. What kind of effects? It's beneficial for practicing martial arts. Lu Shaoqi paused while holding the wine vat. How beneficial? Shen Xian thought for a moment. The system said 100-year daughter red could nurture the meridians and slightly increase the efficiency of inner strength circulation with noticeable effects for low-tier martial artists. He simplified it further. It makes practicing martial arts more comfortable. After hearing this, Lu Shaoqi felt that the explanation was very much like a boss's. Su Zhaoshui, however, immediately recognized its value. Then it cannot be sold at the price of ordinary wine. How much will it sell for? 1 tael of silver a bowl. Lu Shaoqi almost dropped the vat. How much? 1 tael. Who would buy it? Su Zhaoshui calmly stated those who can use martial arts will buy it. If the effects are real, 1 tael isn't expensive. Xiao Dexiao was also shocked. 1 bowl of wine for 1 tael of silver, isn't that too much? Shen Xian looked at Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhaoshui said in the black market an ordinary nurturing pill costs 3 taels of silver, and it might not even be genuine. If this wine is effective, 1 tael is the opening price. Lu Shaoqi swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that the accountant was even bolder than the boss when it came to pricing. Shen Xian made the decision. Listen to the accountant. 100-year daughter red didn't actually take 100 years to brew. The blueprint for the wine cellar given by the system had a special function. After sealing the vat, Shen Xian nurtured it with inner strength, and the wine's aroma quickly changed. By evening, the first vat of wine was opened. The fragrance was not strong, but it was very clean. Xiao Dexiao sniffed it, and his eyes lit up. Good wine. Lu Shaoqi, who didn't understand wine, also found it pleasant. Su Zhaoshui poured a small cup, holding it to her nose to sniff. This cannot be sold casually. Shen Xian asked why. It will attract robbers. Just as she finished speaking, someone outside asked, Boss, what wine smells so good? A young swordsman came in. In his 20s, his clothes embroidered with a green bamboo, clearly a disciple of a sect. He had originally just passed by, but entered upon smelling the wine's fragrance. Lu Shaoqi immediately approached. Are you here for wine or food? The young swordsman's gaze fell upon the wine vat. What kind of wine is that? Su Zhaoshui looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said 100-year daughter red. The young swordsman was taken aback. 100 years. Lu Shaoqi remained unfazed. When our tavern says 100 years, it means 100 years. Su Zhaoshui glanced at him. Lu Shaoqi felt a bit guilty, but did not change his words. The young swordsman laughed. How much? Su Zhaoshui replied, 1 tael of silver a bowl. The young swordsman's smile froze on his face. 1 tael? Are you robbing people? Lu Shaoqi said robbing is illegal, drinking is voluntary. The young swordsman looked at him. You, a waiter, have quite a sharp tongue. Lu Shaoqi did not respond. He had learned to be smart now. If he could get the customers to pay, it was better not to argue. The young swordsman took out a tael of silver. Alright, I want to see what kind of wine costs 1 tael. Su Zhaoshui accepted the money first. Xiao Dexiao poured the wine. The young swordsman raised the bowl, and after just 1 sip, his expression changed. The wine was not harsh going down. But once it reached the stomach, a warm sensation slowly spread. After traveling for days, his internal energy had become somewhat stagnant. At this moment, that stagnation was surprisingly eased by the wine's aroma. The young swordsman immediately sat cross-legged. Lu Shaoqi was startled. What's wrong with him? Shen Xian said, don't disturb him. The young swordsman closed his eyes to cultivate. Half an incense stick later, he opened his eyes filled with surprise. I've been stuck with stagnation for half a year, and it's cleared up. 2 ordinary customers in the hall stopped eating upon hearing this. The young swordsman looked at the wine vat. Give me another bowl. Su Zhaoshui said today, it's limited to 1 bowl. He'll pay more. 1 bowl only. The young swordsman became anxious. Do you know who I am? I'm Lin Yuan, an inner disciple of the Qingzhou sect. Shen Xian did not even lift his head upon hearing this. Knowing doesn't change the limit to 1 bowl. Lin Yuan looked at Shen Xian. He originally wanted to get angry, but recalled that bowl of wine and quelled his anger. A tavern that could brew such wine must have an impressive background. He cupped his hands and said, Shen boss, I was rude earlier. If this wine can be supplied long-term, our Qingzhou sect is willing to make a reservation. How much will you reserve? Su Zhaoshui immediately asked. Shen Xian looked at her. Su Zhaoshui had already picked up a pen. Lin Yuan said 10 vats each month. Su Zhaoshui put down her pen. Not accepting. Lin Yuan was stunned. Is it too little? Too much. Su Zhaoshui said the production of this wine is limited. Yun Tavern is currently not offering bulk supply. If you want to drink, come to the tavern yourself, 1 bowl per person per day. Lin Yuan looked at her. This accountant was even tougher than the boss. Yet he truly did not dare to cause a scene. Because that bowl of wine was worth it. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and took out a name card. Then I will come again tomorrow. He left quickly. It seemed he was afraid others would find out there was good wine here, or perhaps he was in a hurry to report back. Lu Xiaoqi watched his receding figure. Boss, he won't bring many people, will he? Shen Xian sighed. Most likely he will. Su Zhaoshui said this is a good thing. If the tavern wants to make money, it needs to have a reputation. Reputation brings trouble. No reputation brings trouble too. At least after gaining a reputation, the trouble will pay to enter. Shen Xian felt her reasoning was sound. The system's voice rang out at this moment. 100-year daughter red sold for the first time. The tavern's reputation increased. Reward, 50 management points. Tip disciples from 6 sects will gradually pay attention to Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian looked at the last line, feeling no joy in his heart. He looked toward the door. It was just getting dark and several young men with swords were already gathering at the street corner. Lu Xiaoqi also saw them. Boss, more customers are coming again. Shen Xian rubbed his temples. It seems there are more than just customers. The group of young men at the street corner walked quickly. There were 6 of them dressed differently and wielding various weapons, hardly exchanging words with one another. However, they shared a common trait. When they looked at others, their eyes were always raised. Lu Xiaoqi immediately recognized that these individuals were not ordinary wanderers. Ordinary wanderers would first check the door, the tables, and the counter to assess the safety of the establishment. But these men, upon entering, first scanned for wine, and only then did they look at the people. At the forefront was a young man in white attire with a sword hanging at his waist. Upon entering, he directly asked, "Where is the 100-year-old daughter red?" Lu Xiaoqi stood by the door. "Sit down first if you're drinking." The young man in white glanced at him. "Are you the one serving here?" "Yes." "Tell your manager to come out." Lu Xiaoqi frowned. "The manager is over there." Shen Xian sat behind the counter holding a ledger while listening to Su Zhaoshui report the accounts. Su Zhaoshui said, "Today we only sold 1 bowl of the 100-year-old daughter red, earning 1 tael. The regular food and drink brought in 237 won. The procurement cost was 610 won. Overall, we are at a loss." Shen Xian felt a headache coming on. "Didn't we sell 1 tael? But the materials for brewing are expensive. So will we raise the prices tomorrow?" Su Zhaoshui looked up. "That works." The young man in white was left standing aside, his expression somewhat. This statement sounded far more pleasant than what the young man in white had said. Shen Xian closed the ledger. "We sold out for today." The young man in white frowned. "And we came." This statement sounded far more pleasant than what the young man in white had said. Shen Xian closed the ledger. "We sold out for today." The young man in white frowned. "You sold out right after opening. Limited supply. What about tomorrow?" "We'll talk about tomorrow then." The young man's expression darkened. "Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi felt a sense of foreboding. Such customers were the most troublesome. Shen Xian replied, "I don't know. I am He Qing from the Baiyun Sword sect." Shen Xian nodded. "Oh." He Qing waited for a moment, but did not receive a further response. His expression grew even more displeased. "Haven't you heard of the Baiyun Sword sect?" Shen Xian was quite honest. "No." The expressions of the disciples nearby varied. Some wanted to laugh, but held it back. He Qing felt embarrassed, his fingers pressing against the hilt of his sword. Manager Shen, in the martial world, one cannot only recognize silver, one must also recognize people. Su Zhaoshui looked up. This establishment only recognizes silver. Lu Xiaoqi immediately chimed in, "Pay first." He Qing glanced at them and sneered. "A fine establishment this Guiyun Tavern is." At that moment, a burly youth among the 6 spoke, "Since the wine is sold out, let's have a meal instead." His voice was not loud, but very sincere. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. The youth wore gray clothing, carried an iron rod on his back, and bore no signs of arrogance on his face. "What would you like to eat?" "What do you have?" Zhao Dashao peeked from the kitchen. "Meat noodles, stewed tofu, and sauce pancakes." The gray-clothed youth's eyes lit up. "I'll have one of each." Lu Xiaoqi's impression of him improved significantly. A customer who can order is a good customer. He Qing coldly remarked, "Meng Shan, are you really here to eat?" The gray-clothed youth Meng Shan glanced at him. "I've traveled all day, oh, I'm hungry." He Qing was momentarily speechless. The others gradually took their seats. The young woman in green ordered a bowl of noodles. Another disciple in blue requested wine. Although they had come for the 100-year-old daughter red, they could not seize it if it was not sold. At least not for now. Zhao Dashao quickly brought out the food. Meng Shan took his first bite of noodles and fell silent. He finished 3 bowls in quick succession. Zhao Dashao watched with delight. "Would you like more?" Meng Shan nodded. "Yes." Lu Xiaoqi secretly admired him. This person can really eat. However, Shen Xian noticed someone at the door. A tall youth stood outside wearing worn clothes with the cuffs of his pants a bit short, holding 2 large bags of rice. He did not enter, just standing outside to watch the kitchen. Zhao Dashao also saw him. "Manager, that seems to be the helper from Aunt Sun's rice shop." The tall youth placed the rice at the entrance and quietly said, "Aunt Sun asked me to deliver the rice." Lu Xiaoqi went over to help, but when he lifted it, he couldn't move it. His face flushed. The tall youth reached out effortlessly, lifting the 2 bags of rice. and placing them inside the door as easily as if he were carrying 2 bundles of clothes. The gaze of the 6 disciples all landed on him. Mengshan also paused his noodle eating. He trained in strength and could immediately tell that something was off about this youth. He possessed innate strength. He Qing squinted slightly. What is your name? The tall youth did not answer, keeping his head down as if afraid of being stared at. Lu Xiaoqi asked, did you pay for the rice? The tall youth nodded. Aunt Sun said to charge it to Su's account. Su Zhaoxue glanced at the ledger. Yes, the rice payment has already been made for today. The tall youth turned to leave, but He Qing suddenly raised his hand to stop him. Stop. The tall youth halted. Is there something you need? He Qing scrutinized him from head to toe. Which sect are you a disciple of? The tall youth shook his head. I'm not a disciple. Have you practiced martial arts? No. He Qing didn't believe him. He reached out to press on the shoulder of the tall youth. The tall youth instinctively stepped back. But He Qing was faster, pinning him down. In the next moment, He Qing's expression changed slightly. It felt like pressing on a piece of iron. The tall youth frowned and gently shook his shoulder. He Qing's hand was jolted away. The hall fell silent. Mengshan put down his bowl and said earnestly, good bone structure. The young woman in green added, he has innate muscle and bone. If he enters training, he will at least become a local expert in the future. He Qing felt a bit embarrassed. He stared at the tall youth and softened his tone. Would you like to join the Baiyun Sword sect? I can recommend you. The tall youth shook his head. I still have to deliver rice. He Qing. Lu Xiaoqi nearly laughed out loud, while Zhao Daxiao understood completely. Delivering rice is important. He Qing patiently said, if you join the sect you won't have to deliver rice anymore. The tall youth thought for a moment. But Aunt Sun has no one to help her. He Qing finally became a bit annoyed. Do you know what the Baiyun Sword sect represents? The tall youth shook his head again. He really didn't know? The disciples from the 6 sects looked at him with increasingly eager eyes. Such innate strength is rare in the martial world. If they could bring him back to the sect, it would be an achievement. Shen Xian sat behind the counter watching the system notifications. Detected recruitable employee. Name a man. Age 16. Identity, a vagrant temporary helper at the rice shop. Talent extremely high in mixed martial arts, extremely high in strength, pure nature. Current loyalty 15. Would you like to recruit? Shen Xian did not rush to select. He already had servers, cooks, and an accountant. Adding another helper would indeed be suitable. The problem is this child was being eyed by the 6 sects as soon as he entered. Keeping him would mean adding trouble. Shen Xian looked at He Qing's hand that was blocking the way and sighed. Trouble like this comes whether you accept it or not. He said Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi immediately responded, manager. Ask him if he has eaten. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback for a moment, then walked up to a man. Have you eaten? A man shook his head. Lu Xiaoqi said, then come in and eat a bowl of noodles. A man hesitated. I don't have money. Zhao Daxiao immediately said, I'll treat you. Su Zhaoxue looked up. Charged the employee's trial meal to the account. Zhao Daxiao didn't understand, but felt that what the accountant said was fine. A man looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said, come in. A man then entered the tavern. He Qing's expression turned ugly. Manager Shen, what do you mean by this? Shen Xian replied, he worked hard delivering rice. Let him eat a bowl of noodles. I'm asking him to join my sect. He's eating. He Qing tightened his grip on the sword. The young woman in green softly reminded brother, this is Guoyun Tavern. He Qing recalled what Lin Yuan had reported back. A bowl of wine could aid in internal circulation. A manager who is unfathomable. He held back his temper. But that doesn't mean he would give up. A man sat in a corner, and when a bowl of noodles was placed in front of him, he softly said thank you, and quickly finished it. Zhao Daxiao watched with joy and added another bowl for him. A man looked up at him. I eat a lot. Zhao Daxiao laughed, so do I. A man felt as if he had found someone who understood him, and his gaze relaxed considerably. Shen Xian internally decided to recruit him. Recruitment successful. Employee a man. Position helper. Affiliation Guoyun Tavern. Employee exclusive task initiated escorting beverages across 300 miles of bandit territory. Shen Xian looked at the task and felt too lazy to scold the system. None of these employees were easy to deal with. A man only paused after finishing his third bowl. I have to return to the rice shop. Shen Xian said, come work here from now on. A man was taken aback. Me, I'm not very smart. You don't need to be too smart to move things. Lu Xiaoqi added, our tavern needs help. Zhao Daxiao also said, we provide meals. A man clearly hesitated upon hearing the provision of meals. He looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue said the salary is 1 tael a month with meals calculated separately. A man lowered his head. He hadn't heard such formal talk in a long time. In the past, whenever others asked him to work, it was always just for 1 meal. If he ate too much, they would complain about him. He softly said, I'll ask Aunt Sun first. Shen Xian nodded. That's appropriate. He Qing finally couldn't hold back. Manager Shen, with such a bone structure, don't you think it's a waste to have him working here as a helper? Shen Xian replied, where he chooses to eat is his business. He Qing sneered. Can you teach him martial arts? Shen Xian looked at him. Have you finished eating? He Qing was taken aback. Shen Xian said after eating settle the bill. If you haven't finished, just shut up and eat. The hall fell silent again. He Qing's face flushed red. As a disciple of the Baiyun sword sect, he had never been treated like this by a tavern manager. He stood up, drawing his sword half an inch. Lu Xiaoqi immediately drew his own blade. Meng Shan frowned. The young woman in green also changed her expression. Just then a man suddenly pressed down on the table. Crack. A fissure appeared at the corner of the table. He lowered his head and softly said, "Don't fight here." He Qing looked at the crack and his expression changed. This was not inner strength. It was pure physical strength. He wanted him even more. Shen Xian also stared at the table corner, feeling heartbroken. He truly felt heartbroken. A man looked up. "Manager, the cost of the table will be deducted from your salary." A man was stunned. Zhao Daxiao grew anxious for him. "Manager, he hasn't officially started working yet." Su Zhaoxua calmly said, "Trial work loss can also be recorded." Lu Xiaoqi patted a man's shoulder. "You'll get used to it." A man lowered his head. "I will compensate." He Qing watched this scene, suddenly feeling it absurd. Such a good prospect, worrying about the cost of a table here. He was about to speak again when a sound of hooves suddenly echoed from outside. Gu Pingchuan dismounted and hurried into the room, his expression grave. "Shopkeeper Shen, the third leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhou Hong, has come down the mountain." Shen Xian raised his eyes. Gu Pingchuan looked at Lu Xiaoqi and continued, "He specifically asked for you to go to Black Wind Ridge." Lu Xiaoqi tightened his grip on the knife. A man raised his head. The disciples of the 6 sects fell silent. Shen Xian asked, "What will happen if we don't go?" Gu Pingchuan glanced at the crowd in the hall. He said if we don't go, he will take action against Qingshi Town. This statement from Gu Pingchuan changed the atmosphere in the tavern. He Qing stopped mentioning apprenticeship. The disciples of the 6 sects also ceased their eagerness for wine. The name Black Tiger Gang was not unfamiliar to them. The disciples of the sects looked down on mountain bandits, but that didn't mean they were unaware of the trouble these bandits could cause. Especially Zhou Hong. The third leader of the Black Tiger Gang, with 30 years of cultivation, was ruthless in his knife techniques and ruthless in his actions. Such a person might not necessarily defeat the disciples of the righteous sects, but he did not play by the rules. The disciples of the righteous sects had their identities to uphold when they ventured out. The mountain bandits did not. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Gu Pingchuan. "Where is he?" "At the pavilion 10 miles outside the town." Gu Pingchuan said he didn't enter the town, only sent someone with a message. "He wants shopkeeper Shen to take you there." Lu Zioqi's face turned pale. "Take him there." Indeed, it was directed at him. Shen Xian asked what else. Gu Pingchuan replied, "There's also a jar of 100-year-old daughter red." Su Zhaoxua said coldly, "They seem to want everything." Zhao Daxiao whispered that wine is very expensive. Lu Zioqi's heart was already tense, and hearing this almost caused him to lose his composure. Shen Xian looked at Gu Pingchuan. "What does the town marshal officer say?" Gu Pingchuan paused for a moment. "I can take people there, but Qingshi Town's town marshal officer does not have enough manpower. Zhou Hong didn't enter the town and didn't make a move. We cannot directly surround and kill him. So I'm here to ask you how you plan to proceed." Shen Xian did not like this kind of questioning. It felt as though the choice was in his hands. But in reality, Zhou Hong had already narrowed down the options. If they didn't go, he would threaten Qingshi Town. If they went, he would demand people wine and even possibly lives. He Qing suddenly spoke up. "If shopkeeper Shun is willing to hand over the recipe for the spiritual wine, my Baiyun sword sect can intervene." Su Zhaoxua immediately looked at him. "Young master, there's no need to dress up your robbery in such fine words." He Qing's expression darkened. "You, an accountant, have the right to speak." Lu Xiaoqi raised the tip of his knife. "She is our tavern's accountant." Zhao Daxiao also picked up a kitchen knife. A man looked at one person, then at another, and finally stood up silently. He Qing's face grew even darker. He realized that the people from Guiyun Tavern seemed to be a bit strange. One server dared to confront him. One cook dared to wield a kitchen knife. Even a newcomer dared to stand up. Shen Xian looked at He Qing. "The recipe for the spiritual wine is not for sale. You will regret this. First, settle the meal costs." He Qing's face turned green with anger. The woman in green paid the bill for him and whispered, "Young master, don't complicate matters at this time." Meng Shan also stood up. "Shopkeeper Shen Zhou Hong is not easy to deal with. If you need help, I can take a look." Shen Xian had a decent impression of this gluttonous boy. "No need." Meng Shan nodded, not insisting. The disciples of the 6 sects gradually left. They did not go far. It was clear to everyone that the conflict between Guiyun Tavern and the Black Tiger Gang was about to come to a head. He Qing certainly would not leave. He wanted to see just how capable Shen Xian really was. Only Gu Pingchuan and their own people remained in the tavern. Su Zhaoxua spread out the account books. "Zhou Hong wants you to take Xiaoqi, and he also wants the spiritual wine. There are 3 purposes." Shen Xian looked at her. "Speak. First, to test your strength. Second, to use Xiaoqi as leverage regarding the old matters of Lu family village to see how much we know. Third, with the spiritual wine about to be released, the Black Tiger Gang wants to seize the advantage before the sects do. That's about right. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. Shopkeeper'll go. Xiao Daxiao became anxious. Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xian. Zhou Heng is looking for me. I also want to clarify the matters of Lu family village. Shen Xian asked, can you defeat him? No, I can't. Then why are you going? To ask questions. Will he answer you properly? Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. He of course knew he wouldn't. But he still wanted to go. Shen Xian looked at him as, if you want revenge, that's fine. But if you want to throw your life away, that's not acceptable. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned red. What should I do? He is right outside the town, and I won't do anything. Who said you won't do anything? Shen Xian looked at a man. A man was still standing, his tall frame blocking half, but his expression was dazed as if he hadn't fully understood why he stood up. Shen Xian asked, are you willing to stay and work? A man was stunned. Now you're asking this. A man glanced at Lu Xiaoqi, then looked at Zhao Daxiao and Su Xiaoxue. Finally, he stared at the empty bowl on the table. Will there be meals? Zhao Daxiao immediately replied yes. Su Xiaoxue added, but no waste allowed. A man nodded seriously. I am willing. Good. Shen Xian said, and a man's employee status in the system interface stabilized completely. A man's loyalty increased to 35. New employee stable in the tavern. The number of tavern employees reached 4. Reward 30 business points. Shen Xian opened the shop. Now there were quite a few points. He looked around and selected 3 items. Basic horizontal training method, iron cloth shirt fragment. Dragon elephant power introduction. A bottle of strength pills. He exchanged all of it for a man. A man suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. He instinctively covered his head. Zhao Daxiao was startled. What happened? A man said blankly, it seems I know how to exert force now. Shen Xian said that's normal. Lu Xiaoqi glanced at him. Again, it's normal. Back then he suddenly understood footwork, and the shopkeeper also said it was normal. Zhao Daxiao suddenly understood culinary skills, and the shopkeeper also said it was normal. Now a man was normal too. In this tavern, nothing truly normal happened. Shen Xian said to a man, move that water jar a bit. The water jar in the backyard was very large, and usually took 2 people to lift it. A man walked over, hugged the rim of the jar with both hands, and gently lifted it. The water jar left the ground. Zhao Daxiao gaped. Could you do this before? A man shook his head. I could move it, but I couldn't lift it up. Gu Pingchuan's gaze towards Shen Xian deepened. What exactly did the shopkeeper do? A man put down the water jar, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. He had only known before that he was strong. But being strong didn't mean he knew how to use it. In that brief moment, he understood how to stand, how to breathe, and how to transfer the strength from his waist and legs to his hands. It was as if someone had turned on a light in his mind. Shen Xian said, today you'll accompany us to the 10-mile pavilion. A man nodded. Okay. Lu Xiaoqi immediately asked, what about me? You'll go too. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Shen Xian said, if you want to ask, do it yourself. But remember, stand behind me. Lu Xiaoqi nodded vigorously. Zhao Daxiao quietly asked, should I go too? You stay to watch the store. Zhao Daxiao sighed in relief, but felt a bit disappointed. Oh. Su Xiaoxue said, I'll also stay. The black market and the Qingyi building might come to probe while you're out. Gu Pingchuan nodded. I'll bring 2 town marshal officers to guard the tavern. Shen Xian looked at him. Accommodation fees. Gu Pingchuan said coldly, not this time. Shen Xian felt a bit regretful. In the afternoon, Shen Xian took Lu Xiaoqi and a man out. A man carried a jar of 100-year-old daughter red. Lu Xiaoqi hung a knife at his waist. Shen Xian's hands were empty, as if he was just visiting. Zhao Daxiao stuffed a bag of cakes into Lu Xiaoqi's hands, then handed another bag to a man. A man whispered, thank you. Zhao Daxiao patted his arm. If you can't win, run. A man replied seriously, I run slow. Lu Xiaoqi said, then you carry the shopkeeper and run. Shen Xian shot him a glance. Lu Xiaoqi immediately fell silent. The 10-mile pavilion was not far away. Outside the pavilion stood a dozen mountain bandits. Zhou Heng sat in the pavilion, tall and robust, with a scar running from his brow to his chin. Lu Sandao was also there. He stood behind Zhou Heng, a bandage wrapped around his ribs, and upon seeing Lu Xiaoqi, his eyes turned venomous. Zhou Heng looked at Shen Xian and smiled. Shopkeeper Shen, we finally meet. Shen Xian said, the wine has been brought. A man placed the wine jar down. Zhou Heng glanced at a man. Good strength. A man did not speak. Zhou Heng looked at Lu Xiaoqi again. The little brat who ran out of Lu family village. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned red in an instant. Shen Xian pressed down on his shoulder. Ask. Lu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. 3 years ago, who ordered you to burn down Lu family village? Zhou Heng laughed. He seemed to hear something trivial. Want to know? Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. I do. Kneel, and I'll tell you. Lu Xiaoqi's body stiffened. Lu Sandao laughed aloud. The mountain bandits also laughed. A man frowned. Shen Xian looked at Zhou Heng. You call me here just to say this. Zhou Heng raised his wine bowl. Shopkeeper Shen, don't be anxious. I invited you here to make a friend. The matter of this little brat is just a bonus. Shin Xian said, how do we make friends? Give me the recipe for the 100-year-old daughter red. Leave the little brat behind. In the future on East Street of Qingshi Town, my Black Tiger gang will not interfere. Lu Xiaoqi whispered shopkeeper. Shin Xian did not look at him. What if I don't agree? Zhou Heng took a sip of wine, and his eyes instantly brightened. Good wine. Truly good wine. His gaze towards the wine jar changed. Then he'll let you see why the Black Tiger gang has survived in Black Wind Ridge for so many years. As his voice fell, the surrounding mountain bandits simultaneously drew their knives. A man stepped forward. Lu Xiaoqi gripped his knife. But Shin Xian did not move. He simply asked Zhou Heng 3 years ago, who gave you the silver? Zhou Heng's expression turned cold. You know too much. It seems there really is one. Zhou Heng stood up, his 30 years of cultivation surging, causing the table in the pavilion to tremble slightly. Shin Xian, you can scare Lu Sandao in Qingshi Town. But in front of me, don't pretend. Shin Xian looked at him. 30 years of cultivation. It was the same as before. But he had just crossed 60 years. Shin Xian suddenly realized something. The feeling of oppression in the martial world often comes from being too weak in the past. When you stand taller than your opponent, seeing them draw their sword feels like watching someone raise a hand to slap the table. It's quite noisy, but not deadly. Zhou Heng slashed with his knife. Lu Xiaoqi's face went pale. A man wanted to block, but was stopped by Shin Xian. Shin Xian raised his hand. 2 fingers pinched the blade. Zhou Heng's knife froze in midair. All laughter came to an abrupt halt. Zhou Heng's pupils shrank sharply. You. Shin Xian flicked his fingers. The blade vibrated. Zhou Heng's entire arm went numb, and he stumbled back 3 steps, nearly losing his grip on the knife. Shin Xian said, can we talk properly now? Zhou Heng took 3 steps back. With those 3 steps, the mountain bandits outside the pavilion fell silent. They had witnessed the 3rd master kill before. With one stroke, even a stone could be cleaved in 2. But just now Shin Xian had pinched that blade with only 2 fingers. Lu Sandao's face turned pale. He had always felt that his defeat was unjust. Now he understood that Shin Xian hadn't taken him seriously that day at the tavern's entrance. Zhou Heng fixed his gaze on Shin Xian, his arms still numb. He no longer smiled. 60 years? Shin Xian did not answer. Zhou Heng gritted his teeth. With your skill, why are you running a tavern in Qingshi Town? Because I enjoy it, Shin Xian replied. Zhou Heng did not believe him. In the Jianghu, those who had cultivated for 60 years were all vying for fame and profit, establishing sects and schools. Running a tavern? That's a joke. He glanced at the jar of 100-year daughters red and suddenly had another suspicion. There might be a greater secret behind this tavern. Zhou Heng said in a deep voice, Shopkeeper Shun, I misjudged you earlier. We can negotiate again. Shin Xian replied, let's discuss Lujia village. Zhou Heng's expression darkened. That matter happened 3 years ago. Lu Qi finally couldn't hold back. It may have passed for you, but not for me. Zhou Heng looked at him. People die every day in Jianghu. Your village was neither the first nor the last. Lu Qi's eyes reddened, and his hand trembled around the knife. Shin Xian did not stop him from speaking. Some things had to be said by him alone. Lu Qi stared at Zhou Heng. Did you kill because someone paid you? Zhou Heng sneered. What else? Do you think Jianghu is about chivalry and justice? That's just a story told to fool children. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and asked, who paid you? Zhou Heng did not answer. Shin Xian raised his hand and picked up the wine bowl on the table. I don't like to ask a 3rd time. Zhou Heng's expression changed. He knew Shin Xian was strong, but he did not believe he had no chance. What did 60 years of skill matter? He had a dozen men by his side plus hidden crossbows. This was surely Pavilion, not Guiyun Tavern. Suddenly he raised his hand. Attack! Arrows shot out from both sides of the forest. The target was not Shin Xian, but Lu Qi. Zhou Heng was well aware that someone like Shin Xian was hard to kill, but the kid he was protecting was easier to take down. As long as Lu Qi was dead, Shin Xian would be thrown into chaos, and he would have a chance. Lu Qi froze when he saw the crossbow arrows. It was too fast. He couldn't dodge. A man roared and charged in front of him. He didn't know lightness skills, but he was close enough. Several crossbow arrows struck him, making a dull sound. A man staggered back half a step, his clothes torn, and his skin only grazed with shallow wounds. The remnants of iron cloth shirt combined with his innate toughness surprisingly allowed him to endure. Lu Qi was stunned. A man touched his chest. It hurts. Shin Xian looked at the bloodstains, and his expression turned completely cold. He disliked trouble. He didn't like fighting either. But he disliked even more seeing someone take action against his people right in front of him. Zhou Heng was also momentarily stunned. Horizontal practice. Shin Xian said nothing. The wine bowl in his hand flew out. It wasn't fast, at least it didn't seem fast. But when Zhou Heng tried to dodge, it was already too late. The wine bowl smashed into his chest with a crack. Zhou Heng felt a tightness in his chest and slammed against the pavilion pillar. The pavilion pillar shook and dust fell. The mountain bandits were shocked. Kill! They rushed in unison. A man stood in front of Lu Qi like a wall. This was his first real fight. There were no techniques. He only remembered the way Shin Xian had just taught him to exert force. A mountain bandit charged in, and he pushed his hand. The man flew out to Zhang. A man was also startled. Lu Qi didn't dawdle for long. He circled out from behind. A man activated his wind-chasing steps and targeted the crossbowmen. These men were dangerous from a distance, but not as strong as knife-wielding bandits up close. Lu Qi slashed a man's wrist, seizing the crossbow. He did not become bloodthirsty. Shin Xian had said that only those who lived could ask questions. He stood in the pavilion, not making any moves. He watched Lu Qi and Ah Man. This was their battle. He only watched Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng stood up, clutching his chest, fear already in his eyes. Just a bowl. Just a single bowl. His 30 years of cultivation had been stirred by a wine bowl. This Shin Xian was not as simple as 60 years. Zhou Heng turned to leave. Shin Xian's voice rang out. Take one step, and it'll break your leg. Zhou Heng stopped. He believed him. He had no choice but to believe him. Before long, the mountain bandits lay scattered on the ground. A man had a few more wounds, but they were not serious. Lu Qi was panting heavily, blood smudged on his face. He dragged a crossbowman over. Shopkeeper, he said he was there that night in Lujia village. The crossbowman trembled in fear. I only set the fire, I didn't kill anyone. It was the third master who ordered us to burn it. Lu Qi kicked him in the knee. Who paid you? The crossbowman looked at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng kept his mouth shut. Shin Xian walked in front of Zhou Heng. Speak. Zhou Heng gritted his teeth. If I say it, I won't live. Shin Xian nodded. Then you can choose to die painfully or lightly. Zhou Heng's expression changed. He had seen ruthless people. But Shin Xian's calm ruthlessness was even more chilling. Because he was not bluffing. He spoke as if asking whether to warm the wine today. Zhou Heng gasped a few times. 3 years ago, someone came with a box of silver to Black Tiger Village, asking me to burn Lujia Village and find a jade token. Lu Qi's eyes tightened. What jade token? Black, half a palm-sized, with the character Tian engraved on it. The character Tian from Su Zayok's paper suddenly surfaced in Shin Xian's mind. Again Tian. Lu Qi asked urgently, did you find it? Zhou Heng shook his head. No. After the village was burned down, we only found a pile of useless broken things. The person was very angry and also asked us to investigate the people who ran away. Lu Qi's face turned pale. So these years Black Tiger Village had not forgotten him. They just hadn't found him. Who was that person? Zhou Heng looked at Shin Xian. Someone from Qingyi Tower. Shin Xian frowned. What was their name? I don't know. I only know their surname is Qin. Shin Xian asked, what did they look like? Zhou Heng thought for a moment. Wearing green, missing a little finger on the left hand with a black wooden token hanging from their waist. Lu Qi memorized these details firmly. Shin Xian asked again, what about Su family bank? Zhou Heng was taken aback. How do you know about Su family? Shin Xian did not explain. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Heng said, I didn't get involved in the Su family's affairs. But that year Black Tiger Village helped transport a few boxes from Linjiang City. The boxes were heavy. They could contain silver or account books. Where were they sent? To the back mountain of Haifeng Ridge. Are they still there? Zhou Heng shook his head. They were taken away long ago. Who took them? Still someone from Qingyi Tower. Lu Qi suddenly asked, what about my family? Zhou Heng fell silent. Lu Qi's voice turned very soft. Is there anyone who survived, eh? Zhou Heng looked at him. I don't know. Lu Qi pressed the blade tip against his shoulder. Tell me the truth. Zhou Heng said, a few children ran away that night. Later Qingyi Tower asked us to find them, but we didn't find them all. How many? 7. Lu Qi's mind exploded. 7. Besides him, there were others still alive. His voice trembled. Where are they? Zhou Heng shook his head. 2 were found and dead. The rest I don't know. Lu Qi's eyes turned. He wanted to kill Zhou Heng with one stroke. The knife was already raised. Shin Xian did not stop him. Lu Qi's knife halted in midair. He was breathing heavily. In the end, he struck the wooden pillar beside Zhou Heng. I won't kill you. Zhou Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Qi stared at him. I want you to go to the town military division alive and repeat these words. Shin Xian glanced at him. The child had grown a little. It was not easy to hold back a blade against an enemy right before him. Gu Pingchuan quickly arrived with people. Outside Shirley Pavilion, chaos reigned. He looked at the bound Zhou Heng and did not speak for a long time. You captured Zhou Heng. Shin Xian said he acted first. Gu Pingchuan glanced at the mountain bandits scattered on the ground and then at the injured Ah Man. You 3 went to see Zhou Heng and captured more than a dozen people. Shin Xian replied, mainly them 2. Ah Man bowed his head. Lu Qi also lowered his head. Gu Pingchuan felt complicated. One was a server and the other was just recruited as a helper. What kind of place was Guiyun Tavern? Before Zhou Heng was taken away, he suddenly looked at Shin Xian. Shopkeeper Shun, if I go to the town military division, I won't survive the night. Gu Pingchuan frowned. Shin Xian asked, who will kill you? Zhou Heng whispered, Qingyi Tower or people from the county office. Gu Pingchuan's expression turned even worse. Shen Xian thought for a moment. Gu Constable. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Take him back to the tavern. What? The town military division is not safe, so take him back to the tavern first. Gu Pingchuan was dumbfounded. Are you treating Guiyun Tavern like a jail? Shen Xian said, we can charge a lodging fee. Gu Pingchuan. Zhou Heng was also stunned. He was a mountain bandit, the third master of Black Tiger Village. And now he was to be taken to a tavern while having to pay a lodging fee. Lu Qi suddenly said, shopkeeper let him stay in the woodshed. Zhao Daxiao wasn't here. But if he were, he would definitely say that the woodshed needed to be cleaned as well. Shen Xian nodded. All right. Gu Pingchuan looked at them, suddenly feeling a sense of absurdity. But after careful thought, Zhou Heng was right. The town military division might not be clean internally. Taking him back to Guiyun Tavern might indeed be safer. At least the assassins from Qingyi Tower had just fallen here last night. Gu Pingchuan finally nodded. All right, but I want to send someone to guard him. Shen Xian said the lodging fee is extra. Gu Pingchuan took a deep breath. We'll talk about it later. Everyone took Zhou Heng back to the town. The news spread faster than they did. When Zhou Heng's figure appeared at the entrance of Guiyun Tavern, the entire East Street fell silent. The third master of Black Tiger Village was brought back to Guiyun Tavern. He Qing stood in the crowd looking pale. Meng Shan, however, was filled with respect. A man carried the wine jar still stained with blood. Zhao Daxiao rushed out, his face white. Is a man injured? A man replied earnestly. Not serious, just painful. Zhao Daxiao immediately pulled him into the kitchen to tend to his wounds. Su Zhaoxue looked at Zhou Heng, who was being taken into the woodshed, and asked Shen Xian, did you get anything out of him? Shen Xian nodded. Both Lujia village and the Su family have a character Tian. Su Zayok's fingers tightened. Just then the system's voice rang out. Side quest completed, third master of Black Tiger Village. Reward 20 years of cultivation. Employee Lu Qi's emotional bond deepens. Employee Ah Man's combat experience begins. Shen Xian's total cultivation reached 80 years. Before he could even process it, Zhou Heng's voice suddenly came from the woodshed. Shopkeeper, Shen, I have one more. Zhou Heng's voice was very low through the door. The big master of Black Tiger Village already knows you have spirit. He won't issue a notice like I did. He will come directly to seize it. After Zhou Heng was locked in the woodshed, the Guiyun Tavern was busier than usual. It wasn't because there were more customers, but because there were more onlookers. People from East Street came in waves pretending to pass by, yet their eyes darted toward the tavern. Is it really Zhou Heng? I've seen him, bits him. Did the tavern keeper capture the third master of the Black Tiger gang? I heard it wasn't a capture, but an invitation to stay in the woodshed. Staying in the woodshed still costs money. Once this was said, the implications changed. Within half a day, there was already a new rumor circulating in Qingstone Town. The Guiyun Tavern not only sold spiritual wine, but also charged mountain bandits for lodging. When Shen Xian heard this, his expression turned sour. However, Su Zhaoxue remained calm. The rumors are advantageous for the tavern. Shen Xian asked, how is it advantageous? The Black Tiger gang won't dare to send ordinary people to test the waters for a while. The disciples from the sixth sects will also be more restrained. Ordinary customers will feel it's safe here. Shen Xian pondered. So how much will the lodging fee for the woodshed be? For someone of Zhou Heng's level, at least 10 taels a night. Lu Xiaoqi gasped. He can't afford that, can he? The Black Tiger gang will pay for it, Su Zhaoxue replied. Zhao Daxiao, listening nearby, was left dumbfounded. He used to think that 31 for a bowl of noodles was already very expensive. Now he realized that the accounting office was the one truly daring to set prices. Gu Pingchuan sat at the door feeling a bit of a headache. Zhou Heng is a criminal, not a customer. Once he stays, he is, Shen Xian said. Gu Pingchuan didn't want to argue further. He had already dispatched 2 constables from the town guard to guard the backyard. Zhou Heng must not die. At least not before he wrote down the testimonies regarding the Lu family village and the Su family. Su Zhaoxue had already asked once. The information Zhou Heng provided matched what Lu Sandao had said. 3 years ago, someone from the Qingyi Tower had paid the Black Tiger gang to burn Lu family village in search of a black jade tablet inscribed with the character Tian. In the same year, the Su family's bank was wiped out and some boxes were transported through the Black Tiger gang. There were connections between the 2 cases, but they still lacked a key piece. Who was the Qingyi Tower assassin named Qin who was missing his left pinky? What did the character Tian represent? Where did the boxes transported from the back mountain of Haifeng Ridge go? Su Zhaoxue wrote these down on paper, listing them one by one. Lu Xiaoqi stood beside her watching intently, though he didn't know many characters. Su Zhaoxue read them aloud to him. When she reached the part about Lu family village, she paused. If you don't want to hear it, I can stop. Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. I want to hear it. He had only known hatred before. Now he realized that hatred also needed direction. Zhao Daxiao was applying medicine to a man. A man sat in the back kitchen, head down, as if she had done something wrong. Zhao Daxiao said, don't move. A man replied, I ruined my clothes. Clothes can be repaired. Will the tavern keeper deduct my wages? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. Probably not. You did it to block arrows. A man sighed in relief. Zhao Daxiao looked at her slight injuries, touched the few broken crossbow bolts, and couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid? A man nodded. I am. Then why block? A man thought for a long time, and replied, Xiaoqi will die. Zhao Daxiao paused. A man continued, I was standing close. I could block. Zhao Daxiao felt his eyes heat up. Don't be so foolish next time. A man earnestly said, next time I will stand closer. Zhao Daxiao didn't know what to say. He could only sprinkle the medicine powder on. A man winced in pain, but didn't cry out. In the main hall, the disciples from the 6 sects had arrived again. This time they didn't immediately ask for spiritual wine upon entering. Even He Qing had restrained himself a lot. Meng Shan ordered food, paid the bill, and then looked at a man. Have you been practicing hard? A man didn't know how to respond. Xin Xian spoke for her. She practices strength by doing chores. Meng Shan fell silent. Practicing strength through chores, can that really block crossbow bolts? He suddenly felt that after training for more than 10 years in the sect, he didn't seem that impressive. He Qing couldn't help but ask, Master Shen, did you really capture Zhou Hong? Xin Xian replied, he came to drink and got drunk. He Qing's face stiffened. Who would believe such nonsense? But he didn't dare to say he didn't believe it. The Qingyi woman spoke up, Master Shen, do you have the 100-year-old daughter read for sale today? We do, Su Zhaoxue said. The 6 sect disciples' eyes lit up simultaneously. Su Zhaoxue continued, limited to 1 bowl per person, 2 taels of silver per bowl. Wasn't it 1 tael yesterday? He Qing frowned. Su Zhaoxue replied calmly, the price has gone up today. On what basis? Yesterday, young Master Lin of the Qingzhou sect broke through his internal energy after drinking. Today, the Guiyun Tavern has captured Zhou Hong. Naturally, the price of the wine is different. He Qing laughed in anger. You really know how to calculate. Su Zhaoxue replied, it's part of the job. Meng Shan had already taken out money. They'll have 1 bowl. The others also paid in succession. He Qing hesitated for a moment, but still paid. The spiritual wine once tasted elicited various reactions from the 6 of them. After finishing, Meng Shan closed his eyes for a moment, and his energy and blood clearly improved. The Qingyi woman gently exhaled, her eyes brightening. He Qing didn't speak, but his fingers tightened around the wine bowl. This wine was real. 2 taels were worth it. Su Zhaoxue watched this and quietly said to Xin Xian, tomorrow we can raise it to 3 taels. Xin Xian looked at her. Isn't that too expensive? No, they will prove it's worth it for us. Lu Xiaoqi, listening nearby, felt more and more that the accounting office was terrifying. In the evening, Gu Pingchuan went to the backyard to interrogate Zhou Hong. Xin Xian sat behind the counter, just preparing to take a nap, when hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. A constable rushed in. Chief Gu, it's bad. Gu Pingchuan came out from the backyard. What happened? Lu Sandao is dead. What? Lu Xiaoqi stood up abruptly. Gu Pingchuan's expression darkened. Where did he die? In the town guard's prison. The guard said he was just about to confess about the Qingyi Tower, but suddenly bled from all 7 orifices. Silencing him, Su Zhaox's face changed. Gu Pingchuan turned to leave. Xin Xian spoke up, what about Zhou Hong? Gu Pingchuan paused in his tracks. Everyone turned to look at the backyard. The backyard was silent for a moment. The next second, there was a muffled sound from the woodshed. Gu Pingchuan drew his sword and rushed over. Lu Xiaoqi followed suit. The woodshed door opened, revealing Zhou Hong collapsed on the ground, his face pale, and blood at the corner of his mouth. A panicking constable from the town guard said, we didn't touch him. Another constable held a bowl of water, his face pale. He just said he was thirsty, so I poured him some water. Su Zhaoxue quickly walked over and sniffed the water bowl. It's poisoned. Gu Pingchuan angrily said, who told you to give him water? The constable was so scared he knelt down. It was the lad who brought water from the backyard. Xin Xian looked toward the back door. The back door was open. The person had already left. Zhao Daxiao also ran over, and upon seeing Zhou Hong's condition, quickly knelt down. He still has breath. Xin Xian checked the system store. Detoxification. Was there any? The store quickly popped up a few items. Purification pill 30 points. Bai Jiedan remnant 100 points. Xin Xian had enough points now. He didn't hesitate in exchange for the purification pill. A pill appeared in his sleeve. Xin Xian handed it to Zhao Daxiao. Feed it to him. Zhao Daxiao didn't ask further. Pride opened Zhou Heng's mouth and stuffed the pill in. Gu Pingchuan watched this scene, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Not long after the pill was taken, Zhou Heng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Though his face still looked terrible, his breath stabilized. Gu Pingchuan sighed in relief. This medicine, Xin Xian said, it's for emergency use at the tavern. Gu Pingchuan realized he no longer wanted to ask. The Guiyun Tavern had spiritual wine employees capable of sudden breakthroughs and medicine to detoxify. There might not even be answers if he asked. Su Zhaoxue looked at the water bowl. The Qingyi Tower acts quickly. Lu Sandao just died and Zhou Heng here was poisoned immediately. They don't want us to investigate further. Lu Xiaoqi said looking towards the back door. He heard footsteps. Very light. But they weren't far yet. Shen Xian said to Lu Xiaoqi, watch Zhou Heng. Lu Xiaoqi anxiously asked, Master, are you going? Gu Pingchuan said, I'll go with you. No need. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Xian had already exited through the back door. This was the first time Lu Xiaoqi saw Shen Xian truly move. There was no sound of wind. No major movements. It was as if he stepped into the shadows of the alley, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Xiaoqi stared blankly. He suddenly realized that the wind chase step he practiced was truly just a delivery technique compared to the tavern keeper. Shen Xian chased out along the alley. That person was quick. But under the hearing of 80 years of training, the footsteps could not be concealed. Turning around 2 alleys, a figure in green clothes tried to escape over the wall. Shen Xian raised his hand, and a copper coin flew out. The coin struck the person's knee. The green-clad figure fell to the ground and shot out 3 poison needles in retaliation. Shen Xian rolled his sleeve, and the poison needles flew back, embedding themselves in the wall. The green-clad figure's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Shen Xian to arrive so quickly. Who exactly are you? Shen Xian walked up to him. Guiyun Tavern Keeper, the green-clad figure scoffed coldly. A mere tavern keeper dares to meddle in the affairs of the Qingyi Tower. Shen Xian looked at him. The left hand had all 5 fingers intact. He was not the person named Qin that Zhou Heng had mentioned. Shen Xian felt somewhat disappointed. Who sent you? The green-clad figure bit down on a poison pouch hidden in his teeth. Shen Xian had anticipated this move. He jabbed a finger under his chin. There was a cracking sound. The green-clad figure's jaw dislocated, and he couldn't bite down on the poison pouch. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. Shen Xian said, I ask you answer. The green-clad figure chuckled ambiguously. Shen Xian thought for a moment. Forget it, let's take you back for the accounting office to question you. The green-clad figure looked even more frightened. He didn't know who the accounting office of the Guiyun Tavern was. But this sounded like a bad omen. When Shen Xian brought the person back to the tavern, everyone was waiting. Lu Xiaoqi saw the person and immediately asked, is it the one named Qin? No, Shen Xian shook his head. It's not him. Su Zhaoxue walked over and examined the hidden patterns on the green-clad figure's sleeve. Someone from the Qingyi Tower's branch. Can he be interrogated? Gu Pingchuan asked. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Yes. The green-clad figure cursed indistinctly. Su Zhaoxue placed an abacus in front of him. From the Qingyi Tower's Qingstone branch, a typical silencing mission pays 30 taels for an outer building assassin, while someone like you responsible for delivering poison gets a maximum of 5 taels. The green-clad figure was stunned. Su Zhaoxue continued, if you don't speak, Constable Gu will lock you up in the town guard. If you do speak, the Guiyun Tavern can let you leave Qingstone Town alive. Gu Pingchuan frowned. I didn't say. Shen Xian interjected. Let her interrogate. You listen first. Su Zhaoxue looked at the green-clad figure. You are not a death warrior. Real death warriors wouldn't be sent to deliver poison water. You are merely on the fringes of the Qingyi Tower. You fear the tower and fear death as well. Now that the tower wants to silence you and has failed, if you go back you won't survive either. The green-clad figure's expression changed. Every word from Su Zhaoxue pierced his heart. He indeed wasn't a death warrior. He was just doing a job for money. He thought delivering poison would be simple, but he hadn't expected to run into Shen Xian. Su Zhaoxue asked, is the person who sent you missing a left pinky? The green-clad figure's pupils contracted. Lu Xiaoqi immediately stepped forward. Is it a? The green-clad figure closed his eyes. Su Zhaoxue continued, if you don't speak, I will know regardless. The one named Qin, an inner building assassin of the Qingyi Tower, is related to the events of the Su family and Lu family village 3 years ago. The green-clad figure's voice was muffled. If you investigate this, you will die. You will die even if you don't investigate. The green-clad figure remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Su Zhaoxue asked, where is he? The green-clad figure shook his head. I don't know. I only know that in 3 days there will be a batch of account books sent to Linjiang City from the Qingstone Black Market. Master Qin will send someone to pick them up. Master Qin. Lu Xiaoqi memorized this name. Su Zhaoxue also noted it down. Shen Xian asked, where are the account books? The green-clad figure looked at him. In the hands of the Black Market's Master Zhou. Su Zhaox's gaze turned cold. It indeed circled back to Master Zhou. Shen Xian looked at Gu Pingchuan. Can we capture him? Gu Pingchuan said solemnly, with this witness we can investigate. But the Black Market may not hand over the account books. Shen Xian asked, what if they refuse? Before Gu Pingchuan could answer, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. The tavern's front door was kicked open. A bearded man stood at the door, followed by dozens of bandits from the Black Tiger gang. He carried a large knife in his hand. Who is Shen Xian? Zhou Heng, hearing this voice from the woodshed, changed his expression drastically. Big Chief. Shen Xian looked toward the broken door. Very well. Another door. The bearded man coldly said, "Hand over Zhou Heng and hand over the recipe for the spiritual wine. Otherwise today the Guiyun Tavern will be wiped out." Shen Xian stood behind the counter looking at the fallen doorboard, slowly raising his eyes. Who kicked the door? The leader of the Black Tiger Gang is named Han Kuei. This name holds significant weight in Qingstone Town. When children cry at night, the elderly would simply say Han Kuei has come, and the crying would cease instantly. Han Kuei is not like Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng is ruthless, calculating, and knows who can be provoked and who should be avoided. Han Kuei is different. He is the leader by virtue of his strength and audacity. With 60 years of cultivation, he has become a towering presence over the heads of those in and around Qingstone Town. Thus, when he entered, there were no formalities, no tests, and no pleasantries. He simply kicked the door open and brought his men inside. He then waited for Shen Xian to bow his head. But Shen Xian asked who kicked the door. Han Kuei looked at him as if he had heard something foolish. "I kicked it," Shen Xian nodded. "You'll pay for it." The hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the members of the Black Tiger Gang were taken aback. Han Kuei laughed. His laugh was like a knife scraping against stone. "Shen Xian, do you know who I am?" Shen Xian replied, "Yes, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang." "Knowing that, do you still dare to ask me for money? You broke the door." Han Kuei's smile slowly faded. It seems Zhou Heng's downfall was not unwarranted. "You do indeed have some guts." Lu Shaoqi, a man, and Zhao Deshao all stood behind Shen Xian. Su Zhaoshui had already put away the account book and retreated to the side of the counter. Gu Pingchuan drew his sword and stood in front of the town's martial enforcement officials. Disciples from the 6 sects were also present. They had come to drink spirit wine, but found themselves facing the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. He Qing's expression changed several times. To intervene now would mean aiding the Guiyun Tavern while offending the Black Tiger Gang. He hesitated. Meng Shan, however, stood up, directly gripping an iron rod. The woman in green also gripped her sword. Han Kuei glanced at them. "Little brats from the 6 sects, get out. Today's matter concerns the Black Tiger Gang and Guiyun Tavern." He Qing's face was grim, yet he remained still. Meng Shan said, "It's not right to eat in the tavern and watch people smash it." Han Kuei sneered. "Did your master not teach you to stay out of other people's business in the Jianghu?" Meng Shan thought seriously for a moment. "He did." "Then why are you still standing?" "But I haven't finished my meal yet." Lu Shaoqi nearly burst out laughing. Meng Shan spoke similarly to a man. Han Kuei lost interest in them. His only target was Shen Xian. "Hand over Zhou Heng." Shen Xian replied, "I won't. He is one of my Black Tiger Gang. He is currently a guest at my tavern." Gu Pingchuan wanted to argue that Zhou Heng was a criminal, not a guest. But he held back. At this moment, disputing titles was meaningless. A fierce light flashed in Han Kuei's eyes. "Then we'll die together." As soon as he spoke, the mountain bandits behind him charged into the hall. Lu Shaoqi was the first to move. Knowing he couldn't defeat Han Kuei, he ignored him and rushed toward the nearest bandit. Zhao Deshao swung his knife, forcing back those who charged toward the kitchen. A man stood before the counter like a wall, pushing back anyone who approached with a punch. Meng Shan also joined the fray. He and a man stood side by side, effectively blocking the front of the hall. The disciples of the 6 sects saw Meng Shan take action and could no longer stay seated. He Qing gritted his teeth and drew his sword. "Disciples of the Baiyun Sword Sect, follow me to clear out the bandits." His voice was loud, as if he had not been the one hesitating earlier. Su Zhaoshui did not take action. She stood behind the counter, quickly assessing each person's position and speaking up. "Shaoqi, the person on the left has an unhealed leg injury. Pressure him back." "Zhao Deshao, don't leave the kitchen door. Guard the narrow space." "A man, don't chase. Stand still." Young Master Meng, to the right side. She did not know martial arts, but she could read the situation. She could calculate accounts and also people. Shen Xian glanced at her. This steward was indeed quite useful. Han Kuei ignored the small skirmishes. He moved forward, each step heavy. Gu Pingchuan stood in front of him. Han Kuei attacking the town's martial enforcement officials in broad daylight. "Do you wish to rebel?" Han Kuei swept his sword out. Gu Pingchuan blocked with his sword, but was forced back 3 steps, his arm numb. Han Kuei sneered. "Town's martial enforcement. If you were capable, the Black Tiger Gang would have been gone long ago." His words were harsh, yet Gu Pingchuan had no rebuttal. Han Kuei continued forward. His target was the woodshed. As long as Zhou Heng was alive, he might reveal more information. He came today half for the spirit wine and half to silence him. Shen Xian blocked his way. "You still owe for the door." Han Kuei's gaze turned fierce. "Seeking death." He swung his heavy-backed knife down. This strike was far stronger than Zhou Heng's. Before the blade reached him, the wine bowls on the table were already trembling. Lu Shaoqi glanced back, his heart racing. He knew the tavern keeper was strong, but Han Kuei was strong as well. Many people in Qingstone Town had feared him for years, and it was not without reason. Shen Xian raised his hand. This time it wasn't just 2 fingers. He pressed down on the back of the blade with one hand. The knife came to a halt. Han Kuei's expression changed drastically. His knife was not being pinched, it was being pressed down. It was like a bull crashing into a mountain wall. No matter how much he exerted himself, he could not budge an inch. Sun Xian frowned. Quite strong. Han Kuei roared, unleashing all 60 years of his strength. The tables and chairs shook. Yet the counter behind Sun Xian remained unmoved, for he stood there. Han Kuei's face turned from red to ashen. Sun Xian pressed down harder. Crack. The heavy-backed knife cracked. Han Kuei's pupils dilated sharply. In the next moment, the knife shattered. Sun Xian's palm pressed against his chest. There was no loud sound. Yet Han Kuei was sent flying as if struck by an invisible carriage landing outside on the street. The onlookers on the street all took a step back. All the mountain bandits halted. He Qing also stopped. Gu Pingchuan looked at Sun Xian, his mind filled with a single thought. This was definitely not the result of 60 years of cultivation. Han Kuei struggled to stand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with disbelief. You, how many years of cultivation do you have? Sun Xian did not answer. The system had just granted him 20 years, raising him from 60 to 80. But to Han Kuei, the difference between 60 and 80 was not just 20. It was suppression. Han Kuei wanted to move again. Sun Xian had already walked up to him. Still want to fight? Han Kuei stared at him intently. Fight? With what to fight? His knife was broken. His inner energy had been shattered by a single palm. If he continued fighting, he would die on this street today. Han Kuei gritted his teeth, saying, Sun Xian, don't think you can suppress the Black Tiger Gang like this. Sun Xian replied, I never intended to suppress the Black Tiger Gang. Han Kuei sneered. Afraid? I just find it troublesome. Sun Xian turned to Gu Pingchuan. Can you arrest him? Gu Pingchuan returned to his senses. Yes. Sun Xian said, then arrest him. Han Kuei's expression changed drastically. You dare? Sun Xian looked at him. You kicked the door in, and what do I have to fear? Gu Pingchuan immediately led his men forward. The mountain bandits of the Black Tiger Gang wanted to block them, but with their leader defeated, they no longer had the courage. Lu Shaoqi gripped his knife, staring at Han Kuei. Han Kuei is different from Zhou Hong. He may not have personally participated in the matters of Lu family village, but he is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. He cannot escape the blood debts that the Black Tiger Gang has incurred over the years. As Han Kuei was shackled, he continued to stare at Sun Xian. You will regret this. Sun Xian replied, first pay for the door. Han Kuei nearly spat out blood again. Su Zhaoshui had already taken out the account book. For the door repairs and reinforcement, 2 taels. For the damage to tables and chairs, 3 taels. For disturbing the guests and affecting business, 10 taels. Using the woodshed during the town's martial enforcement period will be charged separately. Gu Pingchuan's eyes twitched at this. Han Kuei angrily said, do you dare to ask me for money? Su Zhaoshui calmly replied, charge it to the Black Tiger Gang's account. Sun Xian nodded. Interest will be calculated according to the black market rules. Su Zhaoshui glanced at him. That will be very high. They like this. Lu Shaoqi could not help but laugh. Zhao Deshao also breathed a sigh of relief. A man touched the damaged table and quietly asked, will this also deduct my wages? Su Zhaoshui replied, no deduction, charge it to the Black Tiger Gang. A man felt relieved. This farce, or rather this great battle, would soon come to an end. The leader and the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang were both detained at the Guiyun Tavern. The remaining bandits were taken away by the town's martial enforcement. The townspeople's gaze toward Sun Xian had completely changed. Previously it was curiosity. Now it was reverence. Someone murmured, Guiyun's tavern keeper, could he be a master? Even masters don't make it look so easy, right? The Black Tiger Gang has really kicked a metal plate this time. Sun Xian heard clearly, his expression darkening further, feeling as if the idea of lying low was slipping further away. He walked back into the hall, surveying the mess around him. The door was broken. The tables were damaged. The bowls were shattered. 2 jars of ordinary yellow wine had also been knocked over. This was not a victory, this was a great loss. Su Zhaoshui seemed to sense what he was thinking. Don't worry, it's all on the account. Sun Xian felt slightly better. Gu Pingchuan temporarily locked Han Kuei in the storeroom beside the woodshed. Zhou Hong, seeing Han Kuei being brought in, was completely stunned. Leader. Han Kuei's face was ashen. Shut up. Zhou Hong fell silent. For the first time the storeroom was so quiet. That night the tavern closed. To be precise, the door was broken and could only be temporarily covered with boards. Zhao Deshao made a large pot of noodles. Everyone ate in silence. This battle had truly changed the Guiyun Tavern. Previously it was harassed by the Black Tiger Gang. Now both the leader and the third in command of the Black Tiger Gang had fallen here. What would happen next was unknown to anyone. After finishing his noodles, Lu Shaoqi suddenly asked, Tavern keeper, will Han Kuei talk? Sun Xian replied, he will. He doesn't seem like the type to talk. Su Zhaoshui said, if he doesn't talk, Zhou Hong will. If Zhou Hong doesn't talk, the account books of the Black Tiger Gang will. With both the leader and the third in command here, the people below the Black Tiger Gang would not be united. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Tomorrow I will take the martial enforcement officials to investigate the outskirts of the Black Tiger gang. Can we raid their house? Shin Xian asked. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Shin Xian said, they owe me money. Gu Pingchuan fell silent for a moment. If the evidence is sufficient, we can seal it off. Shin Xian was satisfied. The system's voice sounded. Mission complete. Protect the Guiyun Tavern. Reward 20 years of cultivation. Current host's total cultivation 100 years. Shin Xian paused with his chopsticks. 100 years. He felt his internal strength changing again. It was not just a simple increase in quantity. It was deeper and more stable. The breathing, footsteps, and heartbeats of those around him seemed to become clearer. In the Jianghu, what level is 100 years of cultivation? Shin Xian did not know. But seeing that Han Kuei could dominate Qingstone Town with 60 years, he roughly understood that he was no longer suitable to be seen as an ordinary tavern keeper. This was troublesome. Very troublesome. The next morning the news indeed spread. The leader of the Black Tiger gang, Han Kuei, was defeated at the Guiyun Tavern. The third-in-command Zhou Hong was locked in the woodshed of the Guiyun Tavern. Tavern keeper Shin Xian was suspected to be a century-old master. Even more outrageous versions circulated. Some claimed Shin Xian had severed Han Kuei's knife with a single glare. Others said he had sprayed wine that sent dozens of mountain bandits flying. There were even rumors that an old immortal was buried underground at the Guiyun Tavern, and Shin Xian was merely the immortal's disciple. Lu Shaoqi listened with great interest. Zhao Dexiao listened half-believing. A man asked, is there really an old immortal underground? Shin Xian looked at them. Who spread that? Lu Shaoqi immediately bowed his head to wipe the table. Zhao Dexiao turned to go into the kitchen. A man shook his head earnestly. I didn't say anything. Su Zhaoshui sat calmly behind the counter keeping the accounts. It can't be stopped. The more you try to suppress it, the faster it spreads. Shin Xian sighed. He walked to the door looking at a few passers-by peeking in. Don't spread rumors. The passers-by nodded immediately. Understood, Master Shan. Shin Xian's face darkened. I'm just the tavern keeper. The passers-by nodded even more vigorously. Understood, Tavern Keeper Master. Shin Xian. Just then a town martial enforcement official in black hurried over. Tavern Keeper Xingu Tu asked me to pass on a message. Last night the owner of the Qingstone Black Market, Zhou, fled. Su Zhaoshui suddenly raised her head. The official continued, before leaving he burned the black market's accounts and left behind a single sentence. Shin Xian asked, what did he say? The official swallowed hard. He said, if you want the account books, go to Linjiang City. Su Zhaoshui tightened her grip on the abacus. The shopkeeper Zhou has run away. This left Su Zhaoshui silent all morning. She sat behind the counter with an abacus at hand and an open ledger, yet not a single word was written. Lu Shaoqi glanced at her several times while wiping the table. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, Su Zhangfang, are you thinking of going to Linjiang City? Su Zhaoshui looked up. I want. Then just go. If I go, I might not come back. Lu Shaoqi fell silent for a moment. Some places cannot be reached simply by wanting to go. Before going, one must first consider whether they can return alive. Zhao Dexiao brought a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Su Zhaoshui. Drink some. Su Zhaoshui looked at the soup. I'm not hungry. It's not for filling your stomach, it's to replenish your spirit. I saw you haven't moved all morning and was worried you might faint. Thank you, Su Zhaoshui said softly. She picked up the soup and took a sip. The taste was light and warm. Seeing her drink, Zhao Dexiao felt relieved and returned to the kitchen. Lu Shaoqi whispered, Dexiao is quite a good person. Su Zhaoshui nodded. But sometimes he's too honest. Honesty is good too. Su Zhaoshui lowered her eyes. I have seen too many dishonest people before. Lu Shaoqi didn't know how to respond. He looked towards Shin Xian. Shin Xian sat on the other side of the counter looking through the accounts that Su Zhaoshui had organized yesterday. After a long time, he understood only one thing: the Black Tiger gang owed the tavern more and more money. This put him in a good mood. Gu Pingchuan arrived in the afternoon. His eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he hadn't slept all night. Han Kuei has spoken. What did he say? Shin Xian raised his head. The Black Tiger gang has indeed done a few things for the Qing building in recent years. Lujia village, Su Jia transporting boxes, and several instances of silencing witnesses. Are there still survivors from my village? Lu Shaoqi clenched the cloth in his hand. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Han Kuei doesn't know. He only knows that 3 years ago the Qing building acquired a list detailing the children who escaped from Lujia village. The Black Tiger gang looked for it, but the list is not in their possession. Is it at the Qing building? Lu Shaoqi's voice tightened. It might be with shopkeeper Zhou, or it has already been sent to Linjiang City. Shopkeeper Zhou wouldn't burn the accounts for no reason. He burned the accounts that could be traced by the Zhanwu division. The truly dangerous ledgers must have been taken away. Gu Pingchuan nodded. He fled in a hurry, but the route was clear. First he went to the back alley of the county office, then left through the south gate. Someone is there to assist. What about the people in the county office? Shin Xian asked. Gu Pingchuan's expression turned colder. The legal advisor is missing. Su Zhaoshui let out a cold laugh. Cutting off the tail. Lu Shaoqi asked, what does that mean? Su Zhaoshui replied, when a line is discovered, the end of the line is cut off. With shopkeeper Zhou on the run, the legal advisor, missing Lu Sandao poisoned, and Zhou Heng silenced, all those who could speak have either fled or died. Lu Shaoqi looked towards the direction of the woodshed. What about Han Kuei and Zhou Heng? Gu Pingchuan said, I have already changed the guard, and Zhao Deshao personally delivers water and meals. Zhao Deshao peeked out from the kitchen. They'll taste it before sending it. Gu Pingchuan gave him a glance. You don't need to taste every single bite. Zhao Deshao was very serious. I need to. If there's poison in the soup, I can taste it. Shen Xian remembered his exceptional culinary talent, as well as the medicinal potential given by the system. This chubby kid might really be able to identify poison by taste in the future. Gu Pingchuan placed a stack of testimonies on the table. These were written by Han Kuei and Zhou Heng last night. They can bind the Black Tiger gang for their crimes, and can also freeze part of the gang's assets. However, the evidence against the Qing Yi building and the black market is still insufficient. Shen Xian flipped through them. Freeze the gang's assets. Yes. Who does the money belong to? Gu Pingchuan fell silent. Shen Xian looked at him. Gu Pingchuan said, according to the law, it belongs to the government. They owe me money for the door, the table, the alcohol, lost work, and accommodation. Gu Pingchuan rubbed his I will report your losses. Su Zhaoshui immediately pushed the ledger forward. A total of 372 taels and 6 qian interest calculated separately. How much? Gu Pingchuan paused. Su Zhaoshui replied calmly. This is calculated according to the black market lending rules. If it's based on normal compensation, we can negotiate. We can negotiate, but it can't be none. Gu Pingchuan found himself increasingly resembling a middleman for the financial dealings of the Gue Yun Tavern. He sighed and accepted the ledger. I'll give it a try. Lu Shaoqi suddenly asked, Gu Catcher, will you go to Linjiang City? I will, but not now. Why? Qingshi town is not yet settled. The Black Tiger gang has lost its big boss and third boss, but that doesn't mean the mountain bandits are all scattered. There are still insiders in the county office, outstanding debts in the black market, and branches of the Qing Yi building that need to be investigated. Lu Shaoqi lowered his head. He wanted to go to Linjiang City. He wanted to find the list. He wanted to know who among those who escaped back then is still alive. But he also knew that if he went now, he would likely only be delivering his own death. Shen Xian glanced at him. Do you want to go? Lu Shaoqi nodded. I do. Then first capture all the fugitives around Qingshi town. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Shen Xian said, don't you want to become stronger? Just wanting it won't help. Lu Shaoqi understood. The shopkeeper was telling him to train himself first, or rather assigning him a task. Catch fugitives, practice his sword, refine his footwork, and accumulate experience. Once he can truly survive in the martial world, he can go to Linjiang City. Lu Shaoqi nodded. I will go. Zhao Deshao hurriedly said, are you going now? Not now. Shen Xian rapped the counter. First eat, sleep, and recover from your injuries. Starting tomorrow, take Gu Catcher's bounty list. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. You sure know how to use the Zhanwu division. Shen Xian replied, mutual assistance. Shaoqi captures people, and you all will have less trouble. Gu Pingchuan thought for a moment. This statement actually made sense. Okay, I will give him a list of low-level bounties around Qingshi town, but there is one condition. What is it? Lu Shaoqi asked. Don't be overconfident. If you encounter someone beyond your capability, report to the Zhanwu division first. Lu Shaoqi looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said, did you hear that? I heard. Su Zhaoshui opened a new ledger. During Lu Shaoqi's period of capturing fugitives, will the tavern continue to pay his wages? Yes. Lu Shaoqi immediately perked up. Shen Xian said yes. Su Zhaoshui noted it down. How should the bounty for captured fugitives be divided? Give it to the tavern, Lu Shaoqi hurriedly said. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Shaoqi explained, I eat at the tavern, stay at the tavern, and the sword is also provided by the shopkeeper. I suggest a split of 37. 70% goes to Lu Shaoqi and 30% to the tavern. Otherwise, he will face difficulties without cash while out. Lu Shaoqi was stunned. I get 70%. Shen Xian said, listen to the accounts. Lu Shaoqi's lips moved, and in the end he simply said, okay. He felt a warmth inside. Previously he had to hide even a single coin in the soles of his shoes. Now he was actually going to receive bounty money. That evening the Gue Yun Tavern closed early, which was rare. It wasn't that no one came. It was that Shen Xian was annoyed. The door was still not repaired, and people outside were still spreading rumors that he was a century-old master. He sat behind the counter and listened all day, giving him a headache. After closing, Su Zhaoshui placed a list in front of Lu Shaoqi. These 3 people are suitable for you. Lu Shaoqi looked down. Tai Guai Lu, bounty of 5 taels. Specializes in robbing women and children during markets, has an injury on his leg, and his sword skills are average. Hua Shu Qin, bounty of 8 taels. Skilled in lightness skills, primarily a thief rarely injures others. One-eyed song bounty of 12 tails. Operates on the outskirts of the Black Tiger gang, has blood on his hands, choose carefully. Su Zhao Shui said, the first two can be practiced and the third should be assessed based on the situation. Lu Shaoqi nodded. I'll find Tai Guai Lu first. Zhao Deshao immediately said, I'll make you pancakes tomorrow morning. A man sat beside asking earnestly, can I go? No, Xinxian said. A man lowered his head. Oh. Lu Shaoqi patted his arm. Wait until you recover from your injuries, and we'll go together next time. A man nodded. The system's voice echoed in Shun Xian's mind. New main storyline phase initiated. Task: cultivate the first tavern employee to gain fame in the martial world. Current candidates: Lu Shaoqi, Zhao Deshao, Su Zhao Shui. Man. Phase reward calculated based on employee reputation growth. Shun Xian stared at this task silent for a long time. He originally thought running a tavern was a business task. Now the system was no longer pretending. This was about sending each employee out to stir up the martial world. He looked at Lu Shaoqi, who was seriously organizing his short blade, his eyes filled with both fear and light. Shun Xian sighed. Come find me before you leave tomorrow. Lu Shaoqi looked up. Shopkeeper, do you have something? Yes. What? Rules. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Shun Xian said, people from Guiyun Tavern can go out, they can't win, they can escape, they can admit defeat. But they cannot hold on stubbornly. Lu Shaoqi lowered his head and softly replied, Outside the night deepened. Someone watched the Guiyun Tavern from a distance at the street corner. After watching for a while, the person turned and left, walking hurriedly. They needed to send the message out. The little runner from Guiyun Tavern would be leaving the town tomorrow. But tonight he tossed and turned, feeling as if something was pressing down on his chest. It wasn't fear of stepping outside. It was the fear that upon leaving he might revert to the rootless. But tonight he tossed and turned, feeling as if something was pressing down on his chest. It wasn't fear of stepping outside. It was the fear that upon leaving he might revert to the rootless person he once was. He touched the short knife beside his pillow. The knife was still there. The food package given by Zhao Deshao was also there. The Guiyun wooden token given by the shopkeeper was still there. He suddenly felt a bit more at ease. After dawn, Zhao Deshao was busy in the back kitchen. A large bag of pancakes, a small jar of meat sauce, 2 packs of hemostatic powder, and a bamboo tube of hot soup. Lu Shaoqi looked at the items on the table. Deshao, I'm just going to catch Tai Guai Lu not moving house. Zhao Deshao replied, when you're out it's not a bad idea to bring a bit more with you. I can't carry that much. Then bring less meat sauce. Lu Shaoqi immediately said, I'll bring the meat sauce. Zhao Deshao smiled. Amon also arrived. He handed Lu Shaoqi a polished wooden stick. For use on the road. Lu Shaoqi took the stick and tested it. It wasn't heavy, just right to use as a cane, and it could also block a knife. Did you make this? Amon nodded. I carved it last night. Not bad craftsmanship. Amon thought for a moment. When there was no food before, I carved wood in exchange for buns. Lu Shaoqi's smile faded a bit. It seemed everyone in the tavern had a past they didn't want to mention. But they were all here now. That was enough. Su Zhao Shui handed him a folded piece of paper. This is the recent locations where Tai Guai Lu has appeared, as well as the paths he might take. Lu Shaoqi unfolded it and glanced at it, his scalp tingling. It was written in great detail. The days he appeared, in which market, the people he robbed, the directions he fled, and where he might next show up. How did you find this out? I asked the customers, checked the old cases with the town marshal office, and calculated his habits of action. Lu Shaoqi didn't quite understand. Calculated. People can deceive, but habits cannot. Lu Shaoqi felt that Su Zhongfang was even more like a detective than Gubu Kuai. Xinxian took out a small cloth bag from behind the counter. Lu Shaoqi immediately stood up straight. Shopkeeper. Xinxian placed the cloth bag on the table. There are 10 taels of silver inside, don't skimp on what you need to spend. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. That's too much. Having no money when you go out is more troublesome than a dull knife. But, keep a record. It was only then that Lu Shaoqi accepted it. Keeping a record was fine. Keeping a record meant he had to come back to pay it back. Shun Xian handed him a copper coin. The copper coin looked ordinary, but there was a faint scratch on it. If you encounter danger, crush it. Lu Shaoqi, how do you crush a copper coin? Shun Xian replied, you just crush it when it's really dangerous. Lu Shaoqi carefully tucked it away. He didn't ask what it was for. The things given by the shopkeeper generally shouldn't be thought of in a conventional way. Shun Xian looked at him. There are 3 more rules. Lu Shaoqi immediately listened attentively. First, don't trust people who take the initiative to get close to you on the road. MHM. Second, don't eat anything given by strangers. Lu Shaoqi glanced at the package given by Zhao Deshao. What about what Deshao gave me? Zhao Deshao was anxious. I'm not a stranger. Shun Xian said, what he gives is fine. Lu Shaoqi nodded. What's the third? Shun Xian paused for a moment. If you feel something is off, just run. Coming back isn't shameful. Lu Shaoqi felt a bit emotional. Shopkeeper, I will come back. Of course the table isn't finished wiping yet. Lu Shaoqi smiled. He shouldered his bag and walked to the door, glancing back once. Zhao Deshao was wiping his hands. Amon stood by the door. Su Zhaoshui sat behind the counter. Shen Xian leaned against a chair looking like he hadn't fully woken up. Lu Shaoqi suddenly felt that this time he wasn't escaping but stepping out from home. He took a deep breath. I'm leaving. Shen Xian waved his hand. Come back early. Lu Shaoqi left the town. The first stop was Nanji. Su Zhaoshui calculated it very accurately. Tai Guai-Lu had appeared near the market on the last 3 occasions, targeting those who were with children, had money bags, and were without men accompanying them. When Lu Shaoqi arrived at Nanji, the market had not yet dispersed. He didn't wear the tavern's serving clothes, but changed into an old cloth outfit resembling a regular traveling youth. He sat down at a tea stall and ordered the cheapest tea. The tea stall owner glanced at him. Are you a traveler from out of town? Lu Shaoqi remembered Shen Xian's first rule. Don't trust people who take the initiative to get close. He lowered his head to drink tea. Just passing by. The owner smiled. Recently it hasn't been peaceful. Keep an eye on your money bag. Lu Shaoqi's heart stirred. Is there a thief? Indeed. A limping man surprisingly fast specializes in robbing women and children. The authorities have posted a reward, but he's very slippery. Lu Shaoqi asked, did he come today? The owner looked at him. Why do you ask that? Lu Shaoqi took out 2 coins and placed them on the table. I was robbed by him. The owner took the money, his voice lowered. He seemed to have shown up near the fabric stall just now. Lu Shaoqi stood up. He hadn't finished his tea. He thought for a moment and returned to finish it. Having spent the money, he couldn't waste it. The area by the fabric stall was crowded. Lu Shaoqi didn't look around. Su Zhaoshui had said that when watching someone, don't let yourself appear as if you're looking for someone. He pretended to shop for fabric and walked slowly. Soon he spotted a limping man. Gray clothes, a cane, and a face with several pockmarks. Tai Guai-Lu. Tai Guai-Lu was watching a woman holding a child. After the woman finished buying fabric, she revealed a glimpse of silver when reaching for her money bag. Tai Guai-Lu's expression changed. Lu Shaoqi's also changed. He didn't move immediately. Tai Guai-Lu followed the woman out of the crowd, and when they reached a secluded alley, he suddenly struck the woman's wrist with his cane. The woman screamed. The money bag dropped. Tai Guai-Lu snatched the bag and ran. His limp seemed fake. He ran astonishingly fast. Lu Shaoqi chased after him. Utilizing the wind-chasing step, he gradually closed the distance. Tai Guai-Lu looked back and scolded. Where did this little brat come from? Lu Shaoqi didn't answer. Tai Guai-Lu darted into an alley and threw 3 iron spikes back. Lu Shaoqi had already been prepared. He swept the wooden stick and knocked the spikes away. He felt a bit surprised. The stick Amon gave him was indeed useful. Seeing that he couldn't shake him off, Tai Guai-Lu turned and struck with his cane. Lu Shaoqi drew his short knife. The knife clashed with the iron cane, sending a tingle down his wrist. Tai Guai-Lu was stronger than him. With your little skills you dare to pursue a bounty. Tai Guai-Lu sneered. Lu Shaoqi took half a step back. He didn't engage directly. The shopkeeper had said that if he couldn't win he could run. But he wasn't trying to escape, he wanted to change his approach. Tai Guai-Lu's left leg was faked as being lame, but his right shoulder had an old injury. Su Zhaoshui had written about it on the paper. Lu Shaoqi suddenly circled to the left. Tai Guai-Lu instinctively turned, making his right shoulder action a bit slower. That little bit was enough. Lu Shaoqi slid his short knife along the cane and struck hard against Tai Guai-Lu's right wrist. The iron cane fell to the ground. Tai Guai-Lu's expression changed as he tried to pull out a concealed weapon. Oh, Lu Shaoqi kicked his knee. The man knelt down. The knife pressed against his neck. Lu Shaoqi was out of breath. Don't move. Tai Guai-Lu's eyes were sinister. Little brother, let's talk. I'll give you silver. Lu Shaoqi recalled Shen Xian's first rule and remembered the bounty mentioned by Su Zhaoshui. You're worth 5 taels. Tai Guai-Lu said, I'll give you 10 taels. Lu Shaoqi felt a moment of temptation. It was truly just a moment. 10 taels. However, he quickly recalled the woman who had been injured on her wrist. He also remembered the half-bun that was stolen from him in the past. Not happening. Why not? Lu Shaoqi thought for a moment. You're not a guest. Tai Guai-Lu didn't understand. Lu Shaoqi bound him and took him back to Nanji. The woman holding the child thanked him tearfully. Lu Shaoqi didn't know how to handle such situations and only said, go to the authorities to collect your money back. The town marshal office in Nanji verified her identity and gave her the reward silver. 5 taels. When the silver was in his hand, Lu Shaoqi felt a bit dazed. This was the first time he earned so much money on his own. Not by stealing, not by begging, not by picking it up. It was earned by capturing a villain. He found a corner, opened the pancakes given by Zhao Deshao, and spread on the meat sauce. As he took the first bite, he suddenly felt a strong desire to return to the tavern. He wanted to tell the shopkeeper that he had caught him. He wanted to give the silver to Su Zhangfang to keep account. He wanted to tell Amon that the stick had saved him once. But he didn't return immediately. The second target given by Su Zhao Shui Hua Shuchun was not far from here. Lu Shaoqi tucked the silver away and touched the Guiyun wooden token in his pocket. Catch one more, he said to himself. After catching that I'll go home. Hua Shuchun is harder to catch than Tai Guailu. When Lu Shaoqi found him, it was already the afternoon of the second day. This person did not look like a fugitive. He was dressed neatly, smiling, sitting at the entrance of a gambling house chatting with others. If it weren't for the detailed portrait given by Su Zhao Shui, Lu Shaoqi might not have recognized him. Hua Shuchun knew lightness skill. He didn't kill people, but he was good at stealing, cheating, and taking advantage. The Jinwu division had a bounty of 8 taels not because he was the worst, but because he was the fastest to escape. Lu Shaoqi did not act immediately. He had learned to be smarter. Capturing Tai Guailu was straightforward since he was in the act of kidnapping. Lu Shaoqi had a reason to act on the spot. Hua Shuchun was different. He was now sitting there drinking tea. If Lu Shaoqi rushed in recklessly, a simple mistake in identity could bring a heap of troubles. He sat down at the wonton stall across the street. The owner asked, "What would you like to eat?" Lu Shaoqi touched his money pouch. "Wontons. How many bowls?" Lu Shaoqi wanted to say 1 bowl. But after a whole day of travel and practicing his footwork, his stomach was already empty. 2 bowls. As the wontons were served, he ate, while keeping an eye on Hua Shuchun. When he finished the first bowl, Hua Shuchun got up. Lu Shaoqi did not rush after him, but finished the second bowl first. The owner had said that being hungry while fighting was disadvantageous. Hua Shuchun entered the back alley of the gambling house. Lu Shaoqi followed. Just as he turned the corner of the alley, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and patted his shoulder. "Little brother, have you been following me?" Lu Shaoqi was startled. Hua Shuchun stood by the wall smiling as he looked at him. "From the Jinwu division." "No, from the Guiyun Tavern." Hua Shuchun paused for a moment. "Does the tavern catch thieves?" "I am a waiter." "What does a waiter want with me?" "You have a bounty on you." Hua Shuchun laughed. "You are quite straightforward for a little waiter." As he spoke, he was already climbing over the wall. Lu Shaoqi had anticipated his escape, and with a burst of wind-chasing steps, he leaped up to follow him on the wall. Hua Shuchun's lightness skill was indeed impressive. He did not run straight, but rather chose roofs, low walls, and the ends of alleys. Lu Shaoqi found it quite difficult to keep up. His wind-chasing steps were fast, but he lacked experience and almost stumbled several times. Hua Shuchun turned back and said with a smile, "Little brother, don't chase me. You can't catch up." Lu Shaoqi did not respond. He gritted his teeth and continued to follow. Even if he couldn't catch up, he had to pursue. Hua Shuchun noticed he couldn't shake him off, and his expression gradually changed. "Who is your master?" Lu Shaoqi replied, "My tavern owner." "Which tavern owner?" "Guiyun Tavern owner." Hua Shuchun slipped, nearly falling off the roof. He had heard that name before. There were not many people around Qingshi town who did not know the Guiyun Tavern owner. With the 2 heads of the Black Tiger village taken down, who wouldn't be wary? Hua Shuchun cursed, "Damn it." His speed increased again. Lu Shaoqi chased until his chest ached. He reached into his pocket for his coins. Was it dangerous? Yes, but it was not yet time to crush them. He suddenly remembered a line written by Su Zhao Shui. Hua Shuchun loved to gamble, but was afraid of water. At the time, he hadn't understood the significance of being afraid of water. Now he did. Ahead was the Qinglu River. Hua Shuchun clearly did not want to go near the river. He would always take a detour when approaching the riverbank. Lu Shaoqi no longer followed behind him, but rather went ahead to the side, forcing him towards the riverbank. Once, twice. The third time, Hua Shuchun finally noticed. "Little brat, are you setting me up?" Lu Shaoqi panted. "The accountant taught me." Hua Shuchun's face darkened. Ahead was the river, behind was Lu Shaoqi. He gritted his teeth and suddenly flicked a handful of coins from his sleeve. The coins flew towards Lu Shaoqi's eyes. Lu Shaoqi raised his stick to block, and Hua Shuchun took the chance to dash towards the alley entrance. Lu Shaoqi did not chase after him. Instead, he swung his knife towards the money pouch at Hua Shuchun's waist. The pouch split open. A pile of items fell out: silver jade pendants, hairpins, and even a few IOUs. Hua Shuchun's steps halted. For a thief like him, the money pouch was more important than his face. He turned back to pick it up. Just this moment, Lu Shaoqi caught up. A short knife pressed against his lower back. "Don't move." Hua Shuchun froze. "You little brat, why do you act like an accountant?" "I am the accountant." Hua Shuchun sighed. "I'm done for." On the way back with the captured person, Hua Shuchun kept trying to get friendly. "Little brother, does Guiyun Tavern still hire?" Lu Shaoqi looked at him. "What do you want?" "I am good at lightness skill. Ooh, I can run errands." "We already have waiters. You can't handle it alone, right?" Lu Shaoqi thought seriously. "You are not trustworthy. The owner won't hire you." Hua Shuchun replied, "I can change." "You talk to the Jinwu division." Hua Shuchun sighed. "Why are kids nowadays so hard to deceive?" Lu Shaoqi said nothing. He used to be easy to trick. When he was hungry, a single bun could lead him to go with someone. After being deceived many times, he learned that some smiling faces were more dangerous than knives. Hua Shuchun was sent to the Jinwu division's outpost. The 8-teal bounty was finally in hand. Lu Shaoqi looked at the silver feeling less nervous than the first time. He divided the silver into 2 portions. He kept 70% for himself and 30% for the tavern. With Su Zhaoxuan not present, he divided it, as she said. News of him catching 2 fugitives quickly spread. People in the southern gathering began to call him Guillen's little waiter. When Lu Shaoqi heard it, his ears turned a little red. He thought the name was a bit silly. Yet he couldn't help but want to hear it a second time. That night, he did not stay at the inn. It was too expensive. He found a broken temple sitting in a corner eating pancakes. Just halfway through, 3 people entered from outside. All 3 had a bloody smell. One of them had a single eye. Lu Shaoqi slowly put away his pancake. The one-eyed song. A bounty of 12 taels. Su Zhaoxue had said to be cautious. Lu Shaoqi's heart raced. He was already very tired. After chasing 2 people, his legs were sore. Logically, he should hide. But the one-eyed song was dragging a sack behind him. The sack was moving. There was someone inside. The one-eyed song cursed, "This little girl can sell for a good price. We'll send her out of town tomorrow." The person beside him laughed. "With the Black Tiger village gone, we'll need to find a new backing." Lu Shaoqi's hand found the short knife. He remembered the 3rd line from Shen Xian. Feeling something was off, he wanted to run. But now if he ran, what would happen to the person in the sack? He cursed himself inwardly. "Lu Shaoqi, are you sick?" He slowly stood up. The one-eyed song saw him and frowned. "Kid, who are you?" Lu Shaoqi did not answer. He stuffed the Guiyun wooden badge into his pocket and drew his knife. The one-eyed song recognized his face and suddenly laughed. "Oh, it's the little waiter from Guiyun Tavern." Lu Shaoqi's heart sank. The other party recognized him. The one-eyed song licked his teeth. "How convenient. Word has it that whoever can catch you will be rewarded 20 taels." Lu Shaoqi tightened his grip on the knife. No wonder someone had been following him all the way. It turned out he had also become a bounty. He did not waste words and turned to run. The one-eyed song and his 2 companions immediately chased after him. Lu Shaoqi was not afraid of fighting. The broken temple was too narrow, and there were still people in the sack. He could not fight there. He led the 3 out. The one-eyed song was not strong in lightness skill, but he was experienced and could not be shaken off. The other 2 flanked him from the sides. Lu Shaoqi ran to the riverbank and suddenly stopped. The one-eyed song sneered. "Not running anymore." Lu Shaoqi gasped for breath. He truly could not run anymore. But he had led the 3 to an open space. There were no hostages here. No passers-by. No tavern tables. He took out the copper coins that Shen Xian had given him. He held them tightly in his palm. The one-eyed song charged at him. Lu Shaoqi crushed the coins. A surge of warm inner strength flowed from his palm into his arm. It was not much, but it was enough for his weary legs to stand firm again. Shen Xian's voice echoed in his ear. "Running back isn't shameful." Lu Shaoqi whispered, "Owner, I can't run back this time." He charged forward. The one-eyed song's knife was fierce, each strike pressing Lu Shaoqi back. Lu Shaoqi did not expend his strength. He circled around. He waited for the one-eyed song to grow anxious. Waited for the 2 beside him to come closer. Surrounding attacks were most afraid of chaos. Lu Shaoqi intentionally exposed a flaw, letting 1 person pounce from the left. He sidestepped the short knife, slicing through the person's wrist. The first person fell. The second one came from behind to grab him. Lu Shaoqi used the wooden stick to thrust backwards, hitting the other's throat. The second person knelt down coughing. The one-eyed song seized the opportunity and struck Lu Shaoqi's shoulder with his knife. Blood flowed out. Lu Shaoqi's vision darkened from the pain, but he did not retreat. He closed in on the one-eyed song and sliced upward with the short knife, cutting the tendons in the hand that held the knife. The one-eyed song screamed. Lu Shaoqi raised his knee and struck his chest, knocking him over. When the knife pressed against the one-eyed song's throat, Lu Shaoqi also knelt down. He was breathing heavily. "Don't move." The one-eyed song's eyes were filled with resentment. "You're doomed. Qing Yi Lu and the black market are both after you." Lu Shaoqi looked at him. "You go to the Jinwu division first." At dawn, Lu Shaoqi returned to the southern gathering outpost, escorting 3 people and the rescued woman. The officials looked at him with changed expressions. These 3 are all wanted criminals. The one-eyed song has a bounty of 12 taels, and the other 2 each have 6 taels. Lu Shaoqi sat on the threshold, his face pale as a ghost. "Where's the hostage?" "She has been sent home." "That's good." The officials handed him the bounty silver. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. "Lu Shaoqi, the official said someone outside is calling you by Li Juefeng, saying that you caught 3 fugitives in the past 2 days. Lu Shaoqi wanted to say that he wasn't by Li and that he wasn't that impressive, but he was too tired to say anything. He just wanted to return to the tavern. 3 days later, Lu Shaoqi limped into Qingshi town. As soon as he reached East Street, he saw Zhao Deshao standing at the door looking around. "Shaoqi." Zhao Deshao rushed over, seeing him covered in wounds, his eyes turning red. Lu Shaoqi smiled briefly. "I caught 5. Zhao Deshao urged, "Don't talk about that now, the owner is waiting for you." Lu Shaoqi entered the tavern. Shin Xian was sitting behind the counter, his expression very calm. Lu Shaoqi placed the money pouch on the table. 70% for me, 30% for the tavern. I divided it properly. Su Zhaoshui opened the pouch and took a glance softly, saying you divided it correctly. Lu Shaoqi let out a sigh of relief. The next moment Shin Xian raised his hand and tapped him on the forehead. It wasn't hard. But Lu Shaoqi immediately lowered his head. I was wrong. Shin Xian asked what was wrong. I shouldn't have fought the one-eyed song. What else? I shouldn't have returned looking like this. What else? Lu Shaoqi thought for a moment. I shouldn't have let the meat sauce remain. Zhao Dashao laughed in anger. Shin Xian looked at him and finally sighed. As long as you come back alive. Lu Shaoqi's nose felt sour. He quietly said, owner, they say I am called by Li Jue Feng. Shin Xian replied, that's quite rustic. Lu Shaoqi. But Su Zhaoshui wrote this name down on a page beside the account book. Guiyun Tavern Lu Shaoqi. Nickname, by Li Jue Feng. Lu Shaoqi's task progress, 7,100. The system voice sounded. Employee Lu Shaoqi's reputation has increased. Main storyline progress. Reward for the host, 20 years of internal strength. Shin Xian's total internal strength is 120 years. He did not show it. Because someone came outside again. A young man in a blue medicine robe stood at the door cupping his hands and saying, excuse me, is Master Zhao Dashao here? Me? Zhao Dashao looked puzzled. The young man smiled and said the Food God Conference in Linjiang City invites Master Zhao to attend. Zhao Dashao's first reaction was that the other party had mistaken him for someone else. He was still holding a spatula with flour on his apron. I am not the master. The young man in the green robe glanced at him, then looked at the invitation. Guiyun Tavern Zhao Dashao. That's correct. Zhao Dashao became even more flustered. I'm just a chef. The young man smiled. The Food God Conference is precisely for chefs. Lu Shaoqi, sitting nearby and bandaging his wounds, couldn't help but say, Dashao, you've made it big. Zhao Dashao's face turned red instantly. Don't say such things. Shin Xian took a glance at the invitation. It was written very formally. The Food God Conference in Linjiang City invites the chef Zhao Dashao from Guiyun Tavern to participate. The sign-off was from the Linjiang Food Association and Yaowang Valley. Shin Xian handed the invitation to Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhaoshui frowned slightly after reading it. Is Yaowang Valley also present? The young man in the green robe replied, I am Qin Qing, an outer disciple of Yaowang Valley. A few days ago, a disciple from the Qingzhu sect brought back a jar of your esteemed establishment's spirit wine and mentioned that your restaurant's dishes could nourish one's qi and blood. The elders in the valley, upon hearing this, specifically invited Master Zhao to attend. Zhao Dashao didn't know where to put his hands. Nourishing qi and blood. He merely cooked earnestly. Qin Qing looked at Zhao Dashao. Master Zhao, would you be willing to go to Linjiang City? Zhao Dashao instinctively looked at Shin Xian. Shin Xian asked, do you want to go? Zhao Dashao opened his mouth. Wanna? He didn't know. Previously, his greatest wish was to have a hot meal each day and a pot to cook with. Later, upon arriving at Guiyun Tavern, his wish changed to feeding everyone well and managing the kitchen. The Food God Conference in Linjiang City sounded too far away. Far enough that it didn't seem like a place someone like him from a broken temple background could go. I am afraid of embarrassing the tavern. Zhao Dashao said softly. Lu Shaoqi immediately replied, the food you make is so delicious, how could you embarrass anyone? A man nodded. It's delicious. Su Zhaoshui also said, from the accounts, your dishes are one of the reasons for the tavern's high repeat customer rate. Zhao Dashao didn't understand the term repeat customer rate, but he knew it was a compliment. Shin Xian said, then let's go. Zhao Dashao was stunned. Boss, am I really going? The system has already assigned you a task. What? Nothing. Shin Xian placed the invitation on the table. Go see the world. Zhao Dashao nervously said, but if I leave, who will cook at the tavern? Lu Shaoqi said, I can make congee. Su Zhaoshui looked at him. You burned it last time. A man raised his hand. I can boil water. Zhao Dashao became even more worried. Shin Xian said, the tavern can close for a few days, it won't starve anyone. Su Zhaoshui immediately said, we can temporarily reduce the menu. Only sell wine sauce pancakes and stewed dishes and prepare the ingredients in advance. Zhao Dashao thought for a moment and felt it might work. Qin Qing smiled. If Master Zhao is willing, you can accompany me in 3 days. There will be a Yaowang Valley convoy along the way, so it won't be too dangerous. Su Zhaoshui asked, what's the route? Starting from Qingshi Town, passing through Nanjing Baishui Post and Linjiang Ferry, it will take 7 days to reach Linjiang City. Su Zhaoshui went over it in her mind. This route wasn't the shortest, but it was relatively safe. However, the black market shopkeeper Zhou also went to Linjiang City. The clues about Lord Qin from the Qingyi building were also in Linjiang City. Zhao Dashao going to compete would definitely not be just for the competition. Shin Xian obviously thought of this as well. A system task popped up in his mind. Employee Zhao Dashao's stage task has begun. Task: participate in the Food God Conference in Linjiang City and pass the preliminary round. Stage reward fragment of the medicinal cuisine manual host management points 100. Shen Xian looked at the reward and had a clear idea. He had to go. Before Qin Qing took his leave, he bought 2 jars of century-old daughter red wine. Su Zhaoxue quoted 80 taels for 1 jar. Qin Qing didn't even frown and paid directly. Lu Xiaoqi stared wide-eyed at this. Once they left, he asked, "Is Yaowang Valley really that wealthy?" Su Zhaoxue replied, "Medicinal formulas are one of the most profitable businesses in the martial world." Zhao Daxiao felt even more nervous. Then they must have eaten many good things. Shen Xian said, "So you should go take a look." Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. "Boss, what if I lose?" "If you lose, just come back and cook. They will laugh, then let them come to the tavern and taste it." Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and felt that made sense. Guiyun Tavern was here. The boss was here. Everyone was here. He wasn't going alone. He was just stepping out for the tavern. That evening, Zhao Daxiao prepared. It was meant to welcome Lu Xiaoqi and also to bolster his own courage. Lu Xiaoqi, with bandages on his shoulder, ate 3 bowls. A man ate 5 bowls. Su Zhaoxue ate slightly more than usual. When Shen Xian took the first bite, he found the flavor steadier than before. Zhao Daxiao had something on his mind, and thus cooked even more earnestly. After the meal, Su Zhaoxue explained the situation in Linjiang City. Linjiang City is much more complicated than Qingshi Town. There are branches of Yaowang Valley, the Royal Chef family, the Black Market, the Grand Canal Gang, and also the Dark Lines of Qingyi Building. Zhao Daxiao's face turned pale upon hearing this. "What if I don't go?" Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, "Go. What are you afraid of?" Zhao Daxiao looked at him. "You went out and got hurt like this." Lu Xiaoqi was immediately at a loss for words. Su Zhaoxue continued, "So we can't be unprepared for everything. Daxiao, you don't know martial arts, so you can't leave the convoy on the road. Don't eat anything given by strangers, and don't casually enter other people's kitchens." Zhao Daxiao asked, "Why can't I even enter the kitchen?" Su Zhaoxue said, "For a chef, the kitchen is the easiest place to be framed. Ingredients, knives, cooking time, and seasonings, any one of them going wrong can be blamed on you." Zhao Daxiao listened earnestly. It was the first time he realized there were so many twists and turns beyond just cooking. Lu Xiaoqi said, "How about I accompany him?" Shen Xian shot a glance at him. "You need to heal your injuries first." Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. "Oh." A man said, "I will go." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "You?" A man nodded. "I can carry things and block arrows." Zhao Daxiao quickly shook his head. "No, your injury hasn't healed either." Su Zhaoxue said, "A man can't go. The Black Tiger Gang just fell, and the tavern needs someone to guard it." Everyone looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said, "I will go for a trip." The hall fell silent. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. "Boss, you're going personally?" Lu Xiaoqi was also stunned. Wasn't Shen Xian the one who hated going out the most? Shen Xian said, "I'm going to Linjiang City to buy some wine yeast." Su Zhaoxue looked at him. "Just buying wine yeast? By the way, I'll check on the food god conference. By the way, I'll investigate shopkeeper Zhou. If I run into him." Su Zhaoxue did not expose him. This boss, who always complained about trouble, would protect those he should protect without fail. Zhao Daxiao's eyes turned a little red. "Boss, actually I can go myself." "I know. Then why are you going?" "The wine yeast is important." Zhao Daxiao lowered his head and smiled. "Yes, the wine yeast is important." The next day, Zhao Daxiao began preparing dry rations for the journey. He was originally making them for himself and Shen Xian. As he worked, he started to leave several large jars of sauces, some pots of dried meat, and dozens of menus for the tavern. Su Zhaoxue looked at those things and said, "You're only going to compete, not to settle affairs." Zhao Daxiao scratched his head in embarrassment. "I'm afraid you won't eat well." Lu Xiaoqi said, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on a man and won't let him finish a meal in one go." A man said, "Seriously, I will divide it into 3 meals. Let's just lock it up." Just before departure, Zhao Daxiao suddenly realized he was missing something. A knife. The kitchen knife he usually used was bought from an ordinary blacksmith shop. It was fine for cutting vegetables, but if he were to go to the food god conference, it seemed shabby. He didn't care personally, but he was afraid others would look down on Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian noticed it. At night, he opened the system mall. There were quite a few items related to chefs. Introduction to the butcher's knife method priced at 80 points. Fragment of the 100 flavors poison identification technique priced at 60 points. Incomplete divine weapon nameless kitchen knife priced at 100 points. Shen Xian looked at the 4 characters incomplete divine weapon and felt that the system was sometimes quite playful. Who has a divine weapon that is a kitchen knife? Yet he still exchanged it. He also exchanged for the butcher's knife method. His points were suddenly reduced by more than half. Shen Xian felt a bit pained. But thinking of Zhao Daxiao going to Linjiang City, where there were poison sects, Yaowang Valley Qingyi Building, and the Black Market, he felt it was worth the expense. In the dead of night, Zhao Daxiao was checking the dry rations in the back kitchen. Shen Xian placed an old kitchen knife on the cutting board. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. The kitchen knife looked very old. The back of the knife had a chip, and the handle was not new. "Boss, what is this?" "It's for you." Zhao Daxiao cautiously picked it up. It felt heavy. It was not ordinary iron. Although the knife was clearly old, holding it brought him an inexplicable sense of security. Xin Xian said, "There's also a set of cutting techniques." Zhao Daxiao's eyes brightened. "Cutting techniques?" "Yes." Xin Xian transmitted the butcher's knife method to him. Zhao Daxiao suddenly had many images in his mind. Cutting meat, deboning, severing tendons, and dividing veins. At first it felt like culinary skills. Later it didn't seem that way anymore. He stood there dazed. "Boss, is this really a cutting technique?" Xin Xian remained expressionless. "Yes." Zhao Daxiao looked at a piece of rib on the cutting board and gently brought the knife down. The bone parted silently. The cut was smooth. He was startled and took half a step back. "Did I ruin the cutting board?" Xin Xian glanced at it. "No." Zhao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Xin Xian thought for a moment. "When you are out, avoid fighting if possible. If someone bullies you, just use this cutting technique." Zhao Daxiao held the kitchen knife and nodded seriously. "I won't stir up trouble." "I know, but what if someone bullies the tavern?" Xin Xian said, "Then just cut." Zhao Daxiao was silent for a moment and whispered, "Boss, I will definitely perform well in the Food God Conference." Xin Xian said, "It's okay if you don't get the championship." Zhao Daxiao shook his head. "It's not for the championship." "Then for what?" "I want them to know that the food from Guiyun Tavern is not inferior to anyone else's." Xin Xian looked at him for a while and nodded. "All right." Outside the door, Su Zhaoxue stood in the shadows without entering. She heard the conversation between the two. She looked down at the old account map of Linjiang City in her hands and made a decision in her heart. Zhao Daxiao is going to Linjiang City. The boss is going to Linjiang City. Then she must also go. She could not miss the account book in shopkeeper Zhou's hands. At the end of East Street, a man in black watched the light in the back kitchen of Guiyun Tavern from a distance. He saw that old kitchen knife. His expression changed slightly. That knife. He did not linger, turning and disappearing into the night. Half an hour later, a secret letter was sent out from Qingshi town. The letter contained only one sentence. Suspected lost knife of the poison sect now in the hands of the chef from Guiyun Tavern. On the day before Zhao Daxiao's departure, the Guiyun Tavern was bustling. It wasn't because there were many guests, rather everyone was busy finding something to do. Lu Xiaoqi, despite still nursing an injury, insisted on wiping all the tables and chairs. Amon filled the water tank in the backyard and neatly chopped the firewood into several stacks. Su Zhaoxue organized 3 ledgers, one of which was left for the tavern. One was to be taken to Linjiang City, and another was hidden in a place even Xin Xian was unaware of. When Xin Xian saw her packing her bag, he was not surprised. "Are you going too?" Su Zhaoxue nodded. "Zhou Zhanggue is in Linjiang City, and the Su family's old accounts are also there. I must go. It's dangerous." "I know. Then why go?" Su Zhaoxue looked up at him. "Master will be waiting in Qingshi town. The danger won't be any less there. The Qingyi Tower won't let me off just because I don't check up on it." Xin Xian did not refute this. It was a pragmatic statement. Su Zhaoxue added, "I won't hold you back. I can recognize black market illicit accounts, trace the silver routes, and calculate the favors owed in Linjiang City for you." Xin Xian asked, "Will you cover your own travel expenses?" Su Zhaoxue was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi, who was nearby, nearly laughed out loud. Su Zhaoxue quickly regained her composure. "I am going out for tavern business. I should use public funds for this." Xin Xian looked at her. Su Zhaoxue also looked at him. Finally, Xin Xian shifted his gaze away. "Fine." The corners of Su Zhaox's mouth twitched slightly. She had won this round. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, "Master, I want to go too." "No way. Why can Su's accountant go?" She want to confront the one-eyed Song directly. Lu Xiaoqi was stumped. "But I won, didn't I? Your injury is real." Lu Xiaoqi wanted to say more, but Xin Xian said, "You stay here to guard the tavern." Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Guarding the tavern. Those 2 words weighed heavily on his heart. He stopped his fussing. "He'll guard it." Xin Xian nodded. "Bailey Zhuifeng is guarding the Guiyun Tavern. That's enough." Lu Zioqi's ears turned slightly red. "Master, didn't you say that name sounds rustic?" "Rustic can still be useful." Zhao Daxiao emerged from the kitchen holding several bags of dry rations. "I've left you some sauce pancakes. Just heat them up every morning to eat. The jerky can't be kept for too long. Finish it within 5 days. Amon can eat a maximum of 3 pieces at a time, no more than that." Amon lowered her head. "He'll remember." Su Zhaoxue said, "He'll keep the accounts." Amon became even more obedient. Gu Pingchuan also arrived. He brought a travel permit. "You'll need this when you go to Linjiang City." Xin Xian took it. "How much?" Gu Pingchuan said irritably, "It's free." "That's rare." Gu Pingchuan was too lazy to respond to that. He looked at Su Zhaoxue. "Linjiang City is different from Qingshi town. The local martial supervisor branch has many people and many rules. They'll give you a letter. If you encounter any unsolvable issues, go find Deputy Martial Supervisor Su Huai in Linjiang." Su Zhaoxue nodded. "Thank you." Gu Pingchuan then looked at Zhao Daxiao. The Yaowang Valley's caravan is relatively safe, but don't trust them completely. Zhao Daxiao took this seriously. The master said the same thing. Gu Pingchuan looked at Shen Xian. If you go in person, I'm not worried about the journey. The master said the same thing. Gu Pingchuan looked at Shen Xian. If you go in person, I'm not worried about the journey. Shen Xian asked, then what are you worried about? After you leave here in Qingshi town. Gu Pingchuan lowered his voice. Han Kuei and Zhou Hong are transferring prisoners from the martial supervisor's secret prison today. The remnants of the Black Tiger camp might move, and the Qingyi Tower might also take action. Shen Xian looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, I can hold the fort. Gu Pingchuan looked at him, all bandaged up. First you need to look after yourself. Amon added, he'll be here too. Gu Pingchuan glanced at Amon's physique, and felt a bit more reassured. And then there's Meng Shan. In recent days Meng Shan often came to the tavern for meals. When he heard that Shen Xian was going to Linjiang City, he proactively said he would stay in Qingshi town for a few days. On the surface, he was waiting for the next batch of 100-year-old daughter red wine. In reality, he wanted to spar with Amon. Amon didn't know what sparring was, as she just knew that Meng Shan paid for his meals, so she thought he was a good person. On the night before leaving, Shen Xian called Lu Xiaoqi to the backyard. Lu Xiaoqi thought the master was going to give him something again. Instead, Shen Xian handed him a ledger. Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. What do you want me to do with this ledger? These are the tavern rules. Lu Xiaoqi opened it. Inside it wasn't a ledger for money but a few rules for guarding the tavern written by Su Zhaoxue upon Shen Xian's request. First, do not rob others in the tavern. Second, do not draw weapons in the tavern. Third, do not default on debts in the tavern. Fourth, employees must return after going out. Fifth, if you encounter something you can't handle, first close the door then call for help. Lu Xiaoqi read them very carefully. Call who? Gu Pingchuan, Meng Shan, Wang Laozue, anyone will do. Wang Laozue too. Shen Xian said he's not that simple. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. He actually felt that Wang Laozue didn't seem like an ordinary drunkard. Ordinary drunkards wouldn't know the news every time. Shen Xian then took out 3 copper coins. 1 each for you, Amon, and Zhao Daxiao. Su Zhaoxue has some too. Lu Xiaoqi took them. Just like last time. A bit better than last time. Can it save lives, eh? It can buy time. Lu Xiaoqi carefully stored them away. Shen Xian looked at him. When I'm not around, don't try to act like the master. How dare I? Lu Xiaoqi whispered. You dare. Lu Xiaoqi shut his mouth. Shen Xian said, you have a name now, there's a bounty on your head, you have a nickname, and you have enemies. Don't let others flatter you, and make you think you're a hero. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. I know. However, you've done well enough already. Lu Xiaoqi abruptly looked up. Shen Xian had already turned to walk inside. Get to bed early. Lu Xiaoqi stood there, his eyes a bit misty. The master rarely praises people. This one compliment would be enough for him to remember for a long time. The next day, the Yaowang Valley caravan arrived. Qingqing brought 2 carts, one for medicinal materials and one for people to ride. Zhao Daxiao refused to ride, saying that as a chef, it was inappropriate to sit in a cart. Su Zhaoxue boarded the cart directly. If you can save effort, save it. You'll have the energy to do things once you reach Linjiang City. Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and also got on. Shen Xian couldn't ride a horse. To be precise, he could ride, but he was too lazy to. In the end, he also sat in the cart. Qingqing looked a bit surprised. He thought that a master like the tavern keeper would ride out with a sword and have an extraordinary demeanor. Yet after Shen Xian got into the cart, he only asked one question. How many days until we arrive? 7 days. Can I sleep? Qingqing was taken aback. Yes. Then that's fine. The caravan set out. Lu Xiaoqi, Amon, and Zhao Daxiao stood at the door to see them off. No, Zhao Daxiao was already inside the cart. He poked his head out again. Xiaoqi, don't forget to heat the sauce pancakes. Lu Xiaoqi waved his hand. Got it. Amon said seriously, he'll keep track of how many I eat. Su Zhaoxue lifted the curtain of the cart and took a glance at the Guiyun Tavern. She had left many places before, each time escaping. This time was different. She knew she would come back. The caravan left Qingshi town. Shen Xian leaned against the cart, just about to catch some sleep, when the system's voice sounded. Linjiang branch line activated. Mission 1, escort Zhao Daxiao to Linjiang City. Mission 2, assist Su Zhaoxue in obtaining clues about the black market's true accounts. Mission 3, ensure the safe return of the Guiyun Tavern employees. Stage reward, 50 years of cultivation progress towards unlocking the 2nd level of the marketplace. Shen Xian opened his eyes. 50 years. The system was quite generous this time. Generally, the greater the reward, the bigger the trouble. He looked outside the cart. Qingshi town had been left behind. The road ahead led to Linjiang City. Zhao Daxiao, holding the old kitchen knife, sat upright. Su Zhaoxue looked down at the ledger. Qingqing was outside talking to the disciples of the Yaowang Valley. Everything seemed normal until the caravan reached the front of the Baishui post, where an old woman selling tea blocked the roadside. She looked very old and her voice was hoarse. Dear guests, why not have a bowl of tea before you leave? Just as Qin Qing was about to refuse, Zhao Daxiao suddenly wrinkled his nose. Don't drink it. Qin Qing turned back. Why, oi? Zhao Daxiao stared at the tea stand. The tea has a bitter apricot taste. The old woman's hand froze. Xin Xian lifted the curtain of the cart. Su Zhaoxue also raised her head. Zhao Daxiao gripped the kitchen knife, his voice tense. That isn't tea. It's poison. As soon as Zhao Daxiao spoke, everyone in the convoy came to a halt. The old tea seller's expression remained unchanged, but her hand paused over the teaspoon. Qin Qing was the first to react, whispering, Are you sure? Zhao Daxiao fixed his gaze on the pot of tea. The bitter apricot flavor is too strong. It contains broken heart grass powder. It smells like tea, but drinking it will numb the throat first, then harm the qi and blood. Qin Qing's face immediately changed. Get back. The people from Yaowang Valley reacted quickly, immediately pulling the convoy back. The old woman, seeing her plan exposed, instantly turned fierce. She flipped over the teapot, and a cold glint flashed from her sleeve, revealing 3 short needles. The target was none other than Su Zhaoxue, who was sitting in the second carriage. Xin Xian pressed a hand down, rolling up the carriage curtain and deflecting the 3 short needles. The needles struck the carriage board, making a faint sound. Su Zhaoxue remained still, staring intently at the old woman. You are not a tea seller. The old woman sneered. You are not here to drink tea either. Zhao Daxiao had already gotten out of the carriage, gripping a kitchen knife, his face pale, but his eyes bright. You want to poison us? The old woman glanced at him. I didn't expect the one to mess things up first would be a chef. Zhao Daxiao was infuriated by her words. Even if you insult me, I can still tell that there is something wrong with this pot of tea. The old woman stopped talking, turning to flee. Qin Qing immediately wanted to chase, but Xin Xian said, Don't chase the one outside the carriage. Why not? She is just a decoy. Just as he finished speaking, 2 figures surged out from the grass beside the post road. One lunged at Zhao Daxiao while the other rushed towards Su Zhaoxue. Qin Qing, who was originally behind another carriage, sprang into action. With a swift motion, he blocked the person charging towards Su Zhaoxue. The assailant held a short dagger, clearly aiming to capture rather than kill. Qin Qing recognized the method used. People from Qingyi Tower. The person did not answer, attempting to evade him. Meanwhile, Zhao Daxiao was forced to retreat 2 steps. The attacker wasn't strong, but was cunning, tossing a handful of white powder at him. Zhao Daxiao instinctively closed his eyes, but his grip on the kitchen knife remained steady. He had never learned lightness skills, but remembered Xin Xian saying that chefs must understand their own knives. He took a step back, slicing horizontally with the kitchen knife, directly opening a wound on the opponent's wrist. The assailant let out a muffled groan. Zhao Daxiao was stunned himself. Did I really hit? Xin Xian, standing beside the carriage, observed the scene without intervening. He was not indifferent. He wanted them to realize that along the way he was not the only one who could hold his ground. Leave one alive. Xin Xian glanced over and finally spoke. Be gentle, don't kill them. Both Qin Qing and Zhao Daxiao were momentarily taken aback. This sounded like a joke, but they both knew that the shopkeeper was genuinely warning them. The 2 attackers were quickly subdued. However, the old woman had already run a distance. Xin Xian finally moved. He did not chase too fast. With a slight push of his foot, he was already behind the old woman. The old woman turned back, and seeing him, her pupils contracted as she raised her hand to throw 3 more poison needles. Xin Xian flicked with 2 fingers, and all the needles were deflected in midair. The old woman's expression finally changed. Who exactly are you? Xin Xian replied, just a passerby. The old woman gritted her teeth and drew a thin blade from her sleeve, stabbing it towards his lower abdomen. Xin Xian did not dodge. He pressed down on her wrist bone and twisted gently. Crack! The old woman contorted in pain, and the thin blade fell to the ground. Xin Xian looked at her. Who sent you here? The old woman stared at him fiercely, refusing to speak. Su Zhaoxue stepped down from the carriage and glanced at the old woman's technique. This is not from the black market's loadier, but from the external line of Qingyi Tower. Qin Qing asked how. Su Zhaoxue replied. Before she strikes, she tests the position of the target. The poison needle lands 3 inches to the left. This is to avoid harming the employer, indicating she is not a simple assassin, but part of the support line. Xin Xian glanced at her. You can tell even this now. Su Zhaoxue replied nonchalantly. You learn to recognize it after seeing enough of it. The old woman finally muttered a curse under her breath. You people are truly troublesome. Zhao Daxiao, who was dragging the subdued assailant over, couldn't help but retort. You are here to kill us and still find us troublesome. The old woman sneered. I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to buy time. Xin Xian's gaze shifted. Buy? The old woman fell silent. Xin Xian raised his hand and pressed it on her shoulder. Speak. The old woman's face turned pale, clearly gritting her teeth. In the end, she still spat out a sentence. Outside Linjiang City, someone is waiting for you. Who? I don't know the name. What do they look like? Wearing green clothes, missing a finger on the left hand. Su Zhaoxue. and Zhao Daxiao both looked up simultaneously. It was him. That Qin Wuya. Shen Xian did not react much, only asking, "What are they waiting for us to do?" The old woman chuckled softly. "Waiting for you to enter the city. What happens after we enter the city? Someone will come to pick up Zhao Daxiao." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "Pick me up?" The old woman glanced at him. "Yes. To take you to the God of Food conference." Zhao Daxiao's face turned pale. "Who will pick me up?" "You'll know once you go." Shen Xian frowned. "You already knew that Zhao Daxiao would participate." The old woman did not answer. Shen Xian looked at her, slowly coming to understand. This was not a coincidence. The tea poison and ambush along the way were all tests. They did not necessarily want to kill, they might just want to know who was the most important in the convoy, and who was the easiest to take down. Zhao Daxiao also reacted, his voice trembling slightly. "They were targeting me." Su Xiaoxue looked at him. "Not you personally, but your dishes." Shen Qing understood. Yaoang Valley invited Master Zhao, the news leaked. Shen Xian said, "So what if it leaked? Since they have come, let's see how they plan to proceed." The old woman was pinned to the ground, her arm dislocated, and her earlier calmness had vanished. She knew she couldn't escape today. "Don't celebrate too soon." Shen Xian said, "I'm not celebrating. Linjiang City is more troublesome than Qingshi Town." "I know. Do you think you can protect them?" Shen Xian looked at her, his tone very calm. "I don't know." "Then do you still dare to go?" "Since we are here," the old woman was taken aback for a moment. This sounded like a casual remark, yet it made her feel even more uncomfortable. Shen Xian did not want to waste more words with her, turning to Qin Qing and saying, "Will you take this person to Yaoang Valley?" Qin Qing replied, "Sure. The poison needles on her are useful. I need to examine them first." Shen Xian nodded. "You can check." After saying this, he looked toward Zhao Daxiao. Zhao Daxiao still held the knife, his face pale. "Shopkeeper, did I almost mess things up just now?" "No. I almost got powdered on me." "You weren't hit. But I'm still a bit scared." Shen Xian looked at him. "It's normal to be scared. Then was I very useless just now?" "No." Zhao Daxiao did not expect him to say that. Shen Xian said, "You sensed it. You took action. You did not retreat. That was enough." Zhao Daxiao froze, his eyes turning red. He did not expect the shopkeeper to say these things. In the broken temple before, anyone who showed fear would be scolded for being useless. Anyone who did not escape, well, would face punishment. But Shen Xian simply told him that being scared was normal, and standing firm was all that mattered. The convoy set off again. Yet everyone was more vigilant than before. The old woman, bound, continued to curse. But as she cursed, she suddenly said, "Even when you reach Linjiang City, don't think you can be at ease. Someone has already prepared a seat for you." Su Xiaoxue looked up. "What kind of seat?" The old woman looked at her, revealing a hint of a cold smile. "A seat prepared for chefs." Zhao Daxiao felt a chill run down his back. Shen Xian lifted the carriage curtain, looking ahead. "How far is it to Linjiang City?" "At this speed, we can enter the city by tomorrow evening." "All right." Shen Xian lowered the curtain and turned to Zhao. "Don't cook tonight." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because I'm afraid they will poison again." Zhao Daxiao immediately became nervous. "What should we eat then?" Shen Xian replied, "Eat dry rations." Zhao Daxiao grew even more anxious. "But dry rations have no taste." Shen Xian said, "Life is more important than taste." Zhao Daxiao opened his mouth, but ultimately did not argue. He lowered his head, clutching the kitchen knife, as if it were his last bit of confidence. Qin Qing, after handling the old woman, came over and whispered, "Shopkeeper Shen, what that person said earlier may not be a lie." The God of Food conference in Linjiang City has indeed attracted many eyes on Master Zhao. "I know. Are you still going to take him?" "If we don't go, he will forever be that fat chef in the back kitchen of Qingshi Town." Qin Qing was momentarily stunned. Shen Xian continued, "If he wants to stand out, he must first step forward." Qin Qing looked at Zhao Daxiao and did not persuade him further. He actually felt a bit envious. There were many talents in Yaoang Valley, but few could encounter such a shopkeeper. A shopkeeper who would help a chef stand out on his own. The next evening, Linjiang City was right before them. No one made a move on the road anymore. It wasn't because they had given up. It was because they knew that if they acted again, the people in the convoy were already on guard. Qin Qing lifted the curtain and pointed ahead. Up ahead is the outer district of Linjiang City. Zhao Daxiao leaned against the window and took a glance, growing even more anxious. So many people. It was his first time seeing such a large city. There were crowds, numerous carts, and many flags. It was far more bustling than Qingshi Town. However, Su Xiaoxue didn't look at the city first. Instead, she scanned the area near the city gate. She was looking for Manager Zhou. She was also searching for people from the Qingyi Tower. Shen Xian asked, "What are you looking for?" "Looking for someone to meet us." "Did you find them?" Su Xiaoxue shook her head. "Not yet, but someone is watching us." Shen Xian followed her gaze. At the city gate, there was a stall selling candy run by a middle-aged man dressed plainly, who was focused on arranging the candy. However, his hands did not look like those of a mere vendor. Shen Xian took a glance and immediately knew. He had practiced. Moreover, he was staring right at them. He wasn't the only one. To the left of the city gate, there was someone carrying a sedan chair. To the right, there was a cloth vendor. Even among the guards at the gate, two of them had unusual gazes. Chen Qing noticed too. Linjiang City is truly lively. Su Zhaoxue whispered lively means news travels fast. Zhao Daxiao was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. So are we going in now? Shen Xian replied, let's go in. What if we get targeted as soon as we enter? We're already being targeted. Zhao Daxiao couldn't help but ask then why go in. Shen Xian glanced at him. If you don't go in, how will you know what they intend to do? Indeed. Now that they were already being watched, there was no way to avoid it. The convoy slowly entered the city. Just past the city gate, a young man dressed in the outer sect robes of the Yaowang Valley was already waiting. Upon seeing Chen Qing, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. Senior brother, the medicinal materials have been stored. Master Zhao's accommodation has also been arranged. Chen Qing nodded. The young man then looked at Zhao Daxiao and smiled. Master Zhao, the elders in the valley are waiting to taste your skills. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daxiao's hands began to tremble. Shen Xian cast him a glance. Don't shake. I can't control it. Then just keep your kitchen knife safe. Zhao Daxiao quickly held the knife tightly. The young man then turned to Shen Xian and Su Zhaoxue. Who are these two? Chen Qing replied, they are friends of Master Zhao here to assist. The young man did not ask further, but handed over a few guest tokens. Linjiang City is a place where fish and dragons mingle. You must be cautious about your accommodations. If you wish to move around, remember to carry these tokens to avoid being stopped by the patrolling guards. Su Zhaoxue took one token and looked at the back. A temporary token from the Yaowang Valley. Yes. It allows you to move around the inner district of Linjiang for 3 days. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Thank you. After the young man departed, the convoy split up. The medicinal materials went to the outer storage of the valley. Zhao Daxiao was taken to the registration area for the Food God Conference. Shen Xian originally intended to part ways with Su Zhaoxue to find a place to settle. However, Su Zhaoxue spoke up, manager, you come with me. Shen Xian looked at her. Where to? To the black market's accounting office to find accommodations. Shen Xian replied. Su Zhaoxue continued, participating in the competition is just a facade. First we settle down, then check the accounts, and finally observe the competition. Zhao Daxiao had already been taken away, but he turned back before leaving and shouted, manager, don't eat anything unusual tonight. Shen Xian waved at him. Got it. Zhao Daxiao shouted again, and don't go into the kitchen randomly. Su Zhaoxue calmly said, he's right. Shen Xian remained silent. The group first went to the inn where they would temporarily stay. The inn wasn't large, but it was affordable. As soon as Su Zhaoxue entered, she first checked the account book, then inspected the window's back door and staircase. The innkeeper glanced at her and smiled. Miss, you seem to know your stuff. Su Zhaoxue replied, we are 4 people and we need 2 rooms. All right. I want the floor next to the kitchen. The innkeeper was taken aback. Miss, the smell next to the kitchen is quite strong. Su Zhaoxue replied, I know. Shen Xian couldn't help but ask, why do you want to be next to the kitchen? Su Zhaoxue glanced at him. Because it's easy to keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on whom? On Manager Zhou. Shen Xian instantly understood. Manager Zhou had come to Linjiang City. Moreover, the black market's accounts were also on this side. Staying near the kitchen would allow them to see who comes and goes, as well as detect any unusual medicinal or food smells. He nodded. You are more like a manager than I am. Su Zhaoxue calmly replied, I am the accountant. Shen Xian said nothing more. After settling in, Su Zhaoxue had the innkeeper bring 2 pots of hot water, and she sat at the table to begin organizing the situation in Linjiang City. She divided the situation into 3 points. First, Manager Zhou had entered the city, and there would certainly be someone to meet him. Second, the external line of Qingyi Tower had already made an appearance at the city gate. Third, before the Food God Conference, someone would definitely target Zhao Daxiao. After listening, Shen Xian only asked one question. What should we do first? Su Zhaoxue replied, first we need to meet Zhao Daxiao. Where? At the registration area? Could something happen? It might have already happened. After Su Zhaoxue finished speaking, she stood up. Let's go. When they arrived at the registration area, Zhao Daxiao was already surrounded. The ones surrounding him were not people from the Yaowang Valley. They were several chefs dressed in brocade. The leader held a folding fan and smiled lightly. Is this the chef from Guiyun Tavern? Zhao Daxiao stood there, his palms sweaty. The other party opened with a strong tone. I heard that the food you make can help regulate one's qi and blood. Is that true? Zhao Daxiao glanced at Shen Xian. Shen Xian did not rush forward. Su Zhaoxue asked, first, who are you? The man closed his fan. I am Li Chengfeng from the Linjiang Imperial Chef family. Upon hearing the words Imperial Chef family, Zhao Daxiao's shoulders visibly stiffened. Shen Xian noticed. This was the other party's objective. First they would pressure him, then negotiate. Li Chengfeng looked at Zhao Daxiao. I heard you are just a fat chef who came out of a dilapidated temple. You dare to come to the Food God Conference. Zhao Daxiao's face reddened. He disliked it when others mentioned the dilapidated temple. but he managed to hold back. Shen Xian watched from behind, remaining silent. He wanted to see how Zhao Daxiao would respond. Zhao Daxiao gripped the kitchen knife, took a deep breath. I am here to cook. Li Qingfeng laughed. Just you? Yes, just me. The Food God Conference is not a fair, a wild chef like you will be eliminated in the first round. Zhao Daxiao swallowed hard, but did not respond. He was indeed very afraid. However, the more afraid he was, the more he remembered Shen Xian's words. If he wanted to step out, he had to walk forward first. Li Qingfeng continued, if you know what's good for you, retreat now, and I can still leave some face for Guiyun Tavern. Zhao Daxiao finally raised his eyes. Why should I retreat? Li Qingfeng was taken aback. What did you just say? Zhao Daxiao's voice was still tense, but it was steadier than before. I said, why should I retreat? The food I make is for people to eat, not for you to look down on. Li Qingfeng's gaze. Do you really think you have the qualifications to stand here? Zhao Daxiao gripped the knife even tighter. He looked at the other party and suddenly recalled the pots of noodles and bowls of soup in the tavern. He also remembered what the innkeeper had said. Working in my tavern is valuable. He slowly spoke. I don't know if I have the qualifications, but I know that the food I make makes others want to come back. Li Qingfeng's smile faded. You have quite a mouth on you. Then give it a try. Right next to the registration area was a temporary small stove set up for chefs to test their skills. Li Qingfeng seemed to have been waiting for this moment. All right. He pointed at the stove. Use this stove to make the simplest dish. If you can get me to nod, I will acknowledge you as the chef from Guiyun Tavern. Zhao Daxiao looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian nodded. Do it. Zhao Daxiao's hands trembled at first. This was not the back kitchen of a tavern. This was Linjiang City. Standing across from him were members of the imperial chef family with a crowd gathered around to watch. He feared that he might mess up. He was worried about losing face for Guiyun Tavern. He also worried about embarrassing the shopkeeper. Shen Xian stood aside, noticing his thoughts, but did not offer words of comfort. Sometimes the more you try to comfort someone, the more they become flustered. He only said one thing. Just cook your food, don't worry about whether they can understand it or not. Zhao Daxiao took a breath and began washing the vegetables. There were ready ingredients on the temporary stove. A handful of greens, a block of tofu, 2 scallions, and a small bowl of minced meat. Very ordinary. Li Qingfeng looked at these and his lips almost curled into a slight smile. Is this it? Zhao Daxiao did not reply. He was now fully focused on the stove. Washing vegetables, chopping, heating the pot, seasoning. His movements were simple but steady. Su Zhaoxua watched from the side and quietly said to Shen Xian, he's in the zone. Shen Xian nodded. Aren't you worried? Is worrying useful? Su Zhaoxua glanced at him. Sometimes it's not, but it can save a few words. Shen Xian. Zhao Daxiao cut the tofu into pieces, sautéed the minced meat, and when the scallions were fried, the aroma wafted up. Li Qingfeng's expression remained unchanged. He had seen plenty of such ordinary dishes. He had even thought about how to pick faults later. However, when Zhao Daxiao served the dish, Li Qingfeng's brows slightly furrowed. The dish looked truly ordinary. The tofu was white, the greens were green, the minced meat was evenly distributed, and the scallion aroma masked any fishy smell. There were no fancy embellishments, nor was there any plating. It was simply a plate of edible food. Zhao Daxiao handed over the chopsticks, his hands still trembling. Please. Li Qingfeng took the chopsticks and picked up a bite. When he took the first bite, he said nothing. By the second bite, his expression changed. It was not shock from being stunned, but rather like suddenly tasting a very stable flavor. The greens were not overcooked. The tofu did not crumble. The minced meat was not greasy. The cooking was just right, and the seasoning did not overpower. This was not an exceptionally high-end dish, but it was pleasant to eat. Very pleasant. Li Qingfeng took another bite. The onlookers began to whisper. Is he really that good? It seems to have some substance. Can such ordinary food be made this way? Zhao Daxiao stood there, his heart in his throat. He did not know how the other party would evaluate him. Li Qingfeng put down his chopsticks and looked at him. Who did you learn from? Zhao Daxiao instinctively wanted to say no one, but in the end he honestly replied, Guiyun's shopkeeper. Li Qingfeng paused for a moment. Shen Xian. Li Qingfeng looked towards Shen Xian. You taught him? Shen Xian replied, he learned it himself. Li Qingfeng did not believe it. No formal training could achieve this level of a home-cooked dish. Then you should ask him. Li Qingfeng looked back at Zhao Daxiao. Zhao Daxiao scratched his head. I used to go hungry, so I've cooked everything. Later, when I entered the tavern, the shopkeeper told me not to skimp on ingredients and said I could manage the kitchen myself. I slowly learned that the timing and stability of my heart are related. This statement was not refined. It was even somewhat crude, but it was very sincere. After listening, Li Qingfeng did not rush to mock him, but instead examined the dish closely. Do you know that the imperial chef family values not just taste, but also rules? Zhao Daxiao nodded. I don't know. Li Qingfeng. Zhao Daxiao added. But I know that when the food is well made, someone will always come back for another bowl. This remark made Li Qingfeng pause. He could not continue what he was originally going to say. Shin Xian listened from the side, but in his heart he thought that this chubby guy was quite interesting. Not in the sense of having an astonishing talent, but he would say something very practical in the most straightforward way. Li Qingfeng remained silent for a moment, and said, "The dish is good." Zhao Daxiao relaxed, almost losing his balance. Li Qingfeng added, "But just being able to make this is not enough." Zhao Daxiao's heart, which had just dropped, rose again. "What do you mean? The food god competition is not just about making a bowl of home cooking that gets nods from people. You have to outshine others." Li Qingfeng looked around. "Do you know how many people have come this time?" Yaowang Valley, the Imperial Chef family private chefs invited by the Jiangnan River Transport Guild, high-priced chefs bought from the black market, and some who call themselves wild chefs. He paused. "With your level of cooking you might not even get through the preliminaries." Zhao Daxiao's face turned a bit pale. He had thought he had some connections. Now hearing this, he realized how far he still had to go. Shin Xian asked, "Are you trying to scare him with this?" Li Qingfeng replied, "It's a reminder." "Is the reminder done?" "Not yet." Li Qingfeng looked at Zhao Daxiao. "This dish of yours is stable, but it lacks strength." "What strength?" "The strength that makes people remember you." Zhao Daxiao was stunned. Li Qingfeng continued, "No matter how well you make ordinary dishes, they are still just ordinary dishes. The food god competition ultimately looks at who people will remember after having eaten their meal." As this was said, many chefs around fell silent. They actually understood this principle, but no one had ever stated it so directly. Zhao Daxiao looked down at the dish. For the first time he felt a bit confused. He knew how to cook, but knowing how to cook and being able to stand on the stage of the food god competition were truly two different things. Shin Xian noticed his emotions and spoke up. "He is already better than many people." Li Qingfeng looked at Shin Xian. "Better in what way?" "At least he truly wants to cook, not just seeking fame." Li Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. This statement was very blunt, but it hit the nail on the head. After hearing this, Zhao Daxiao suddenly felt less anxious. He raised his head and asked, "What should I do then?" Li Qingfeng looked at him and said slowly, "Don't think about winning first. First think about why you want to cook this dish for others." Zhao Daxiao was stunned. "Why? Because the food god competition is not about who can show off their skills more. It's about who can make others remember this meal after they have eaten it." Zhao Daxiao lowered his head and thought for a long time. Remembering this meal. Previously in the dilapidated temple, he only had one thought: to survive. When he arrived at the tavern, he thought about not letting everyone go hungry. Now that he was in Linjiang City, he suddenly realized that food was not just for filling the stomach. There was something else. He slowly raised his head. "Then how can I make people remember?" Li Qingfeng looked at him, but did not answer directly. "First get through the preliminaries, and then we can talk." "Are the preliminaries difficult?" "Difficult? How difficult?" "If you're still asking such questions now, it's even more difficult." Zhao Daxiao. Li Qingfeng said no more and turned to leave. Before he left, he glanced at Shin Xian. "Shopkeeper Shin, I remember the chef from Guiyun Tavern. Just remember, but don't remember too expensively." Li Qingfeng snorted and finally couldn't help but laugh. "You really don't know how to talk." Likewise. After Li Qingfeng left, Zhao Daxiao stood in place for a long time without moving. Shin Xian pushed the dish back to him. "Eat." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "You made this for me." "I made it myself, I eat it myself." Zhao Daxiao carefully took a bite. It was still the familiar taste. But after this trip to Linjiang City, he suddenly felt that this dish was different from before. Previously it was just to fill people up. Now it seemed to be able to keep people around a little longer. He raised his head and looked at Shin Xian. "Shopkeeper, am I still far from it?" "Yes," Shin Xian nodded. Zhao Daxiao's heart sank. Shin Xian added, "But it's not shameful to be far." Zhao Daxiao was a bit stunned. "Really? Really? Then do I still have hope?" Shin Xian looked at him with a calm tone. "If you had no hope, why would I bring you here?" Zhao Daxiao's nose suddenly felt sour, and he quickly lowered his head to eat. Su Zhaoxue, who was beside him, suddenly said, "The people from the Imperial Chef family won't let this slide easily." Shin Xian replied, "I know." Li Qingfeng's last words were not a compliment, it was to put him on the list. Zhao Daxiao asked, "What does the list mean?" Su Zhaoxue replied, "It means competitors." "Will Daxiao be in danger?" "Yes." Zhao Daxiao became anxious. "What should I do?" Shin Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. "Don't be afraid for now." Zhao Daxiao looked up. "I am already afraid." Shin Xian replied, "Even if you are afraid, you must still act." Zhao Daxiao nodded. He knew the shopkeeper was right. At that moment, a bell suddenly rang from a distance. Someone was shouting loudly, "Registration for the food god competition preliminaries tomorrow at the hour of Chun will close." Shin Xian squinted. "Is it starting tomorrow?" Su Zhaoxue said, faster than expected. Shin Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. "Don't sleep tonight." Zhao Daxiao was startled. "Why? Practice cooking." "What dish to practice?" Shin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Practice a dish that will make others remember you after they eat it." Zhao Daxiao looked down at the kitchen knife in his hand and softly replied, "Okay." But just then someone suddenly knocked on the table beside the temporary stove. A tall thin man in black stood there. He did not look at Zhao Daxiao or Shen Xian, only at that plate of food. Who made this dish? Zhao Daxiao instinctively stepped forward. I did. The man in black nodded. Very good. Tomorrow's preliminaries you will draw the poison banquet question. Shen Xian's gaze turned cold. Su Zhaoxue also raised her head. But Zhao Daxiao did not understand. Poison banquet. The man in black glanced at him and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he left another sentence. Whether or not you can complete it alive depends on yourself. The man in black walked quickly as if afraid of being recognized. Zhao Daxiao stood frozen in place, unable to respond for a long time. What is the poison feast? However, Su Zhaox's expression had already darkened. It's the most troublesome question in the culinary god competition. Zhao Daxiao looked at her. What makes it troublesome? They will give you poisonous ingredients and make you create edible dishes. Zhao Daxiao opened his mouth. Isn't that harming people? Su Zhaoxue said, for a chef the poison feast is not about culinary skills, but about detoxification, fire control, flavor discernment, and courage. Zhao Daxiao could cook, could discern flavors, and had learned the remnants of medicinal cuisine from the shopkeeper, but handling detoxification and poisonous materials on the spot required more than just talent. Shen Xian looked in the direction the man in black had left, speaking softly. He was deliberately reminding you. Su Zhaoxue nodded. It's not a kindness, it's a test. Testing who? Testing Daxiao, and also us. Zhao Daxiao felt a bit stiff. Does that mean I'm done? Shen Xian looked at him. It hasn't started yet, don't rush to die. Zhao Daxiao almost choked on those words. Shen Xian asked Su Zhaoxue, can we find out who leaked the information? Su Zhaoxue replied, no need to investigate, the people from the Jiangling Food Festival will spread the question themselves. The real problem is who sent us this information in advance. Zhao Daxiao didn't understand. Isn't it good to know the question in advance? Su Zhaoxue shook her head. It's good but also not. Knowing in advance means someone wants to see how we respond. Is it a trap? It seems so. Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. Stop cooking for now, come back to the inn with me. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. Now, yes. But I haven't practiced yet. Practice when we get back. Practice what? Practice for the poison feast. Zhao Daxiao's face went pale. On the way back to the inn he hardly spoke. He held the kitchen knife in his hand, as if it were the last bit of confidence he had. Shen Xian walked in front, while Su Zhaoxue followed beside, glancing back occasionally. Is someone following us? Su Zhaoxue replied. Yes, but they haven't gotten close. Could it be that man in black from earlier? No, that one was just a messenger. Then who is following us? It looks like the Qingyi Tower. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. It's them again. That's Shen Xian listened to their conversation, calculating in his mind. Jiangling City appeared to be about the culinary god competition on the surface, but secretly several lines were already closing in on Zhao Daxiao. The Qingyi Tower, the Black Market, the Imperial Chef family, and the Medicine King Valley were all watching him. This chubby chef was no longer just here to compete. Once he revealed any strength, he would be targeted. After returning to the inn, Su Zhaoxue closed the door first. No one goes out tonight. Zhao Daxiao said. Then how am I supposed to practice cooking? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Practice right here. But there's no stove here. There's a pot. They borrowed a small stove from the inn's kitchen. Shen Xian laid out the ordinary ingredients he had brought back from the road. First, make the simplest dish. Zhao Daxiao asked, what is the simplest? The one you are best at. Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. Braised tofu with minced meat. That works. Then why practice for the poison feast? Shen Xian replied. Because you need to know how stable you are when normal to understand how skewed you will be when poisoned. Zhao Daxiao nodded, half understanding. Su Zhaoxue spoke from the side. Follow the regular method for now. They'll keep track of the time, heat, and quantities. Later we will add a bit of unpredictability. What unpredictability? Su Zhaoxue took out a small bag of herbal powder from her pocket. Zhao Daxiao's eyelids twitched. What is this? A heat-clearing powder from the Medicine King Valley team. I don't know if it can be used in the dish, but at least it won't truly poison anyone. Zhao Daxiao looked at the bag of powder, feeling uneasy. Do we really need to add it? Shen Xian said, just a small amount for now. Zhao Daxiao took a deep breath and began cooking. This time, he was even more focused than during the day. Su Zhaoxue was in charge of measuring. Shen Xian watched the heat and was responsible for tasting the first bite. If a man were here, he would definitely be watching the pot intently. When the first pot was finished, Zhao Daxiao was already sweating. He was making the most ordinary braised tofu with minced meat. But this time the taste was noticeably different. It wasn't just simply more delicious, it had an added depth. Shen Xian took a bite and nodded slightly. It's better than that last dish. Zhao Daxiao sighed in relief. Does that mean it can be used? Su Zhaoxue shook her head. Not enough yet. What's lacking? You haven't left a mark on it. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. Su Zhaoxue said seriously, your dish has flavor now, but it doesn't let people know it's yours with just one bite. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. This statement was even more accurate than what Li Qingfeng had said. He had always focused on stability, making it tasty and avoiding mistakes in cooking. But he had never thought about making it memorable. Shinxian looked at him and suddenly asked, "When you cook, who do you think about?" Xiao Daxiao couldn't come up with an answer. "What do you mean? When you cook a pot of food, are you thinking about not making mistakes or about making someone happy when they eat it?" Xiao Daxiao was stunned. He had thought a lot in the past. He thought about not letting anyone go hungry, not wasting ingredients, and not disappointing the shopkeeper. But he had never carefully considered the question of who would be happy. Xiao Daxiao pondered and remembered Zhao Xiaoqi. When he used to make porridge for Zhao Xiaoqi, he would add a bit more oil, because she was so thin back then. He also thought of Su Xiaoxue. When making noodles for her later, he would chop the scallions finely, because she didn't like strong flavors. And Xin Xian, when cooking for the shopkeeper, he would always reduce the salt, because the shopkeeper preferred bland food. Xiao Daxiao thought about this, feeling a bit stunned himself. He had unconsciously remembered these things. Xin Xian looked at Xiao Daxiao, as if he had seen through something, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "So you're not incapable of leaving a mark." Xiao Daxiao fell silent. He finally understood something. His cooking wasn't lacking in character. It was just that his character was hidden in habits embedded in every bite that everyone had tasted. Su Xiaoxue repackaged the herbal powder. "What you need to do now is not to learn fancy techniques." "Then what is it?" "Put what you want to give to others into your dishes." Xiao Daxiao lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. After a while, he relit the stove. This time he did not follow the daytime procedure. He first stir-fried the minced meat until fragrant, then adjusted the heat to make the tofu softer, and only then added the vegetables and a tiny bit of herbal powder. He worked slowly. But this time, once he finished, no one in the room spoke immediately, because everyone could smell it. This dish was different from the previous one. It wasn't just that it tasted better. It was more like Xiao Daxiao. "Let me try." Xin Xian took a bite. This time he didn't say anything, just nodded. Su Xiaoxue looked at Xiao Daxiao. "There's direction now." Xiao Daxiao raised his head, his eyes slightly red. "I think I understand a bit now." Xin Xian said, "Understanding a bit is enough. What about the poison feast? Practice more." That night they practiced 3 pots. The first 2 pots were unsatisfactory. By the time the 3rd pot was finished, the sky was almost bright. Xiao Daxiao's eyes were bloodshot and his hands were slightly shaking. But this time he had finally found that line. When the poison powder was added, the taste did not dissipate. Instead, it was gradually subdued by the broth. The herbal flavor emerged, the poisonous taste remained, but it was not overpowering. It was like softening something hard, hiding the danger within a palatable range. Su Xiaoxue took a bite, her eyes brightening. "This can pass." Xiao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. "Can it really pass?" Su Xiaoxue nodded. "The premise is that you can remain stable during the competition and not be thrown off by others." Xin Xian looked at the pot of soup and suddenly asked the system, "Is Xiao Daxiao's stage task considered advanced?" The system quickly replied, "Poison feast response direction identified. Stage task progress increased. Reward being prepared." Xin Xian felt a bit relieved in his heart. But just then a knock sounded from outside the door. 3 taps. Very light. It didn't sound like an in-worker, nor like an ordinary guest. Su Xiaoxue instantly stood up. "Don't open it." Xiao Daxiao tightened his grip on the knife. Xin Xian looked at the door. A familiar voice came from outside. "The people from Guiyun Tavern have good skills. Can I borrow a pot of soup to taste?" Xiao Daxiao's face turned pale. He recognized that voice. It was the man in black who had said earlier at the registration desk, "You will have a poison feast question." As the words came out from outside the door, everyone in the inn fell silent. Xiao Daxiao stood by the stove holding a ladle in his hand, his face pale. Xin Xian did not respond, merely gazing at the door. He recognized that voice. It was the one who had reminded Xiao Daxiao at the registration desk during the day. He had arrived sooner than expected. Su Xiaoxue had already closed the account book, her expression turning cold. "It's not a question of directions, it's a test of the soup." Xin Xian asked, "Can you tell who it is?" Su Xiaoxue moved to the door, not opening it immediately, just peering through the crack. One person dressed in black, the left sleeve tightly buttoned, as if to cover an injury. "Qingyi Tower. Looks like an outsider, but they could also be from Linjiang City." Xiao Daxiao's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Is he here to steal ingredients?" No one answered, because that question sounded too much like a joke. Yet behind the joke often lay the truth. The person outside knocked on the door again. "Master Zhao, no need to be nervous. I'm just here to taste a bit, and to remind you that tomorrow's preliminary round will not be easy." Xiao Daxiao was puzzled. "What does he want?" Xin Xian replied, "Let's first see if he comes in." Su Xiaoxue shook her head. "We can't open the door." "Why not?" "If he is truly alone, it means he is testing us. If there are others behind him, opening the door could lead to trouble tonight." Xin Xian nodded. He did not rush to take action, but first let Su Xiaoxue take a look at the soup on the table. "How long can this pot of soup last?" Su Xiaoxue was taken aback, then understood. "You want him to think we are hesitating?" "Yes." Should we delay? That's right. Zhao Daxiao was somewhat anxious. But what if he breaks down the door directly? He will. Shinxian looked at him. So this pot of soup must not go to waste. Zhao Daxiao nodded immediately. Although he didn't understand exactly how to delay, he knew the innkeeper wouldn't let him work for nothing. Shinxian handed over a bowl. First serve a bowl, and put it on the table. Zhao Daxiao complied. Shinxian added, you all sit down. Su Zhaoxue immediately understood. He wanted the person outside to think that they were just a group of ordinary people in and busy with their late-night tasting and not paying attention to the outside. She immediately sat at the table, picked up the account book, and began to flip through the pages. Zhao Daxiao also sat down quickly. Lu Xiaoqi and a man were not present, otherwise it would look even more convincing. Shun Xian himself picked up the bowl of soup and took a sip, frowning slightly. The timing is still a bit off. Zhao Daxiao almost didn't catch those words. At such a moment, the innkeeper was actually evaluating the soup. The person outside seemed to pause as well. He probably didn't expect that those inside were completely unflustered. Master Zhao, why bother putting on a facade? Shinxian said through the door, you've mistaken the person. The person outside chuckled lightly. Mistaken? I'm a fabric merchant. I don't know who Master Zhao is. Su Zhaoxue almost lifted her head. This lie was told too smoothly. Zhao Daxiao's palms were sweaty, yet he didn't move. The person outside paused for a moment. The innkeeper of Guiyun Tavern is indeed interesting. If you truly are a fabric merchant, you wouldn't come at midnight to inquire about soup. Nothing to do at night, just taking a walk. Shinxian said, then you've taken the wrong path. The person outside finally stopped beating around the bush. My name is Qin Zhao. I'm in charge of external affairs for the Food God Conference. Master Zhao, if you want to survive tomorrow's preliminary round of the poison feast, it's best to revise this pot of soup tonight. Su Zhao's gaze turned cold. Qin Zhao, she repeated softly. Shinxian asked, do you know him? I haven't seen him, but I've looked into this name. Looked into? There's a shadow of this name in the fake accounts sent from the black market. Shinxian looked at her. Continue. Su Zhaoxue whispered, he is not merely handling external affairs for the food conference. In the black market accounts, money had been sent to a person with the surname Qin. The amounts were not large, but it was sent every month. Someone used it to pass on lines, and someone used it to test people. Shinxian understood. This Qin Zhao was likely the liaison between Qingyi Tower or the black market and the Food God Conference. Another voice came from outside. Master Shin, no need to pretend so much. Your account keeper has already guessed who I am. Su Zhaoxue remained silent. Qin Zhao continued, just because I'm not entering doesn't mean I haven't seen anything. Your pot of soup has already taken shape. But the poison feast is not an antidote, it allows the chef to choose for themselves. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the ladle. Choose what? The voice of Qin Zhao outside was light. Choose to save yourself or save others. After saying this, he turned and left. The footsteps outside quickly faded away. Yet the room fell even quieter. Zhao Daxiao was the first to speak, his voice tense. What does he mean? Su Zhaoxue frowned. The poison feast is probably not just about making a dish. Shinxian looked at the pot of soup. He is giving a test. A test? To save oneself, or to save others? Zhao Daxiao was stunned. How does this relate to cooking? Su Zhaoxue said, the questions at the Food God Conference not only look at the dish, but also on how the chef chooses the ingredients. If the ingredients are mixed with poison, if you clean it all out, the flavor might not be enough. If you leave a bit, it might save someone, but it could also harm others. Zhao Daxiao's face turned even paler. Then how should I choose? No one answered immediately, because this was not merely a question about a dish. It was a question of whether one should take risks. Shinxian put the bowl back down and slowly said, you need to remember one thing first. Zhao Daxiao looked up. What? When you go on stage tomorrow, do not think about winning everything. First think about who you want to save. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. Who to save? Shinxian nodded. Exactly. The food you prepare will ultimately be eaten by whom? Is it by the judges, by the audience, or by yourself? Zhao Daxiao lowered his head and thought for a long time. I want everyone to be able to eat. Su Zhaoxue said, that's the hardest part. Why? Because the Food God Conference never allows you to take care of both sides. Su Zhaoxue looked towards the door. Qin Zhao coming here at midnight is not a warning, it's to let us know in advance that tomorrow someone will force Zhao Daxiao to make a choice in the test. Shinxian asked, can you guess how they will force it? Su Zhaoxue was silent for a moment. The poison materials might not be enough, the timing might interfere, and someone might set another trap on site, leaving him with no choice but to protect one side. Zhao Daxiao clenched his fists. So should we go? Yes. Shinxian answered quickly. Since they are all here, why not go? Zhao Daxiao looked at him, feeling both anxious and steady. Anxious about tomorrow's events. Steady because since the innkeeper said they would go, he would indeed take him there. Shinxian placed the pot of soup back on the fire. Continue practicing. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. Now, yes. But Qin Zhao just left. He left just in time to practice. Zhao Daxiao felt numb all over. Su Zhaoxue had already spread out the account book. I'll keep time, you redo it. Preserve the best flavor from just now and try the timing again. Zhao Daxiao started the pot anew. This time he was slower than before, because he kept thinking about Qin Zhao's words. To save oneself or to save others. He didn't know how to answer, but he knew that he didn't want to let anyone in Guiyun Tavern down. When the soup was boiling again, he deliberately lowered the fire a bit to elongate the flavor. Su Zhaoxue sniffed and nodded slightly. This time it's steadier than before. Zhao Daxiao asked, can it pass? First let yourself pass. What do you mean? Tomorrow isn't just about your own dish. When she finished this sentence, she glanced at Shen Xian. Shen Xian stood by silently. But Zhao Daxiao suddenly understood. Tomorrow at the Food God Conference the innkeeper might be there too. Not to cook on stage, but to sit in the audience. As long as he was there, Zhao Daxiao would not be alone. That night they practiced until dawn. When the last pot of soup came out, Zhao Daxiao was already so tired that his hands trembled. This one is a bit bitter. Zhao Daxiao panicked. Where is it bitter? At the very front of the tongue. Su Zhaoxue glanced. There's too much medicine powder. What should we do? Shen Xian said, cut it in half. Zhao Daxiao nodded and immediately started over. By the time the sky was slightly bright, the room finally had that feeling of preparing for a competition. It was not excitement. It was steadiness. Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao and asked, do you remember what was said tonight? Zhao Daxiao nodded. I remember. Then say it out loud. Don't think about winning everything. What's the second half? Zhao Daxiao looked at the pot of soup and slowly said, first think about who you want to save. Shen Xian nodded. Correct. The crowing of roosters came from outside. Linjiang City gradually woke up. Zhao Daxiao's preliminary round was about to begin. But at that moment, a very light knock came from outside the inn door. It was not Qin Zhao, nor was it anyone from Yaowang Valley. Someone outside whispered, is Master Shun of Guiyun Tavern in? Shen Xian looked up. He did not recognize that voice. But Su Zhaoxue suddenly stood up. She looked at the door, her face turning very ugly for the first time. It's Master Zhou. The person outside the door was indeed Manager Zhou. Su Zhaoxue had heard his voice before. That night at the Guiyun Tavern, he had come with a promissory note claiming she owed 200 taels to the Qingstone black market. Now this man had run all the way to Linjiang City and knocked on the door before dawn. He would definitely not be here to apologize. Zhao Daxiao held the knife tightly and whispered, should we open it? Su Zhaoxue looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said, open it. It could be a trap. If we don't open it, it will still be a trap. Su Zhaoxue stopped trying to persuade him. Zhao Daxiao moved to the door and peeked through the crack. There was only Manager Zhou outside. He was wearing a gray long robe, his face thinner than when he was in Qingstone Town with dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several days. Zhao Daxiao opened the door without stepping aside. Say what you have to say at the door. Manager Zhou glanced at him and forced a smile. He nodded and looked inside the room. Manager Shen, Miss Su, I am here to discuss the accounts. Su Zhaoxue stood by the table, her fingers pressing on the abacus. Where's the account book? I can give it to you. You're so kind. Manager Zhou did not refute. I am not kind, I am just unable. At this statement the room fell silent for a moment. Shen Xian looked at him. Who wants to kill you? The Qingyi Tower, the black market, and some people in Linjiang City who don't want the account book to be exposed. Manager Zhou spoke quickly. I escaped from Qingstone Town because of Qin Zhao's arrangement. But when I got to Linjiang City, I realized he wasn't saving me. He wanted me to bring the account book and then silence me. Su Zhaoxue said coldly, someone like you is afraid of being silenced. Manager Zhou looked at her, his face showing no anger, only fatigue. I am afraid. Miss Su, I am just a black market manager, not a death warrior. When you came to capture me that night, you didn't look afraid of death. At that time I thought I had someone backing me. Manager Zhou lowered his head and smiled slightly. Now I understand, having someone behind you means that someone can push you forward at any moment. Su Zhaoxue felt no sympathy for him. She would always remember how Manager Zhou had forced her with a fake promissory note that night. But she also knew that people like him often spoke the truth. She asked, why not just give the account book to the Qingyi Tower? Manager Zhou shook his head. If I give it away, I will die. If I keep it, I can exchange it for my life. Exchange whose life? Mine. Shen Xian said, come in. Zhao Daxiao asked Manager. If he is to die, let it not be at the door. Manager Zhou's expression stiffened for a moment, but he dared not refute. After he entered the room, he first glanced at the soup pot on the table. Master Zhao is practicing poison dishes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. How do you know? Manager Zhou replied, in Linjiang City, those who want to know already know. Su Zhaox's gaze turned colder. Who spread the word? Qin Zhao. After taking a seat, Manager Zhou kept his hands on the table. He understood the rules well. Hiding his hands in front of Shen Xian was not smart, it was seeking death. He came by tonight, didn't he? Shen Xian did not deny. Manager Zhou continued, he mentioned the poison banquet not to help you, but to make Master Zhao follow the path. What does that mean? Zhao Daxiao's heart tightened. Manager Zhou looked at him. At tomorrow's poison banquet, the topic is not just about toxic ingredients. There will be 2 sets of ingredients on the stage, one heavily toxic, but flavorful, the other lightly toxic, but bland. The judges will give you a choice, either create a winning dish or a safe dish. So they're forcing me to choose. Yes. Manager Zhou nodded. If you choose the flavorful one, even a small mistake could poison the judges. You would be expelled from the culinary event and even held accountable by the Apothecary Valley. If you choose the lightly toxic one, it's hard to win. Su Zhaoxue interjected, but Qin Zhao reminded us at midnight, which means there's a 3rd layer. Manager Zhou looked at her with a complicated expression. Miss Su still knows how to calculate. Speak. The 3rd layer is that the lightly toxic ingredient will also be tampered with. Zhao Deshao's face turned completely pale. It's also toxic. Yes, just more hidden. Shen Xian couldn't help but curse. Are they trying to harm him no matter which side he chooses? Manager Zhou nodded. Yes. Zhao Dashao sat in the chair silent for a long time. He had spent a night gaining some confidence. Now, after a few words from Manager Zhou, that little confidence was shattered. Shen Xian asked who wants to harm him. Manager Zhou replied, on the surface it's the poison sect, but secretly it's Qin Zhao pulling the strings. There are also people from the Imperial Chef family who turn a blind eye. Su Zhaoxue asked, does Li Chengfeng know? Not necessarily. He is one of the few young people from the Imperial Chef family who still values culinary ethics. Some are afraid he will disrupt their plans, so they won't inform him. Shen Xian said, what about the account book? Manager Zhou took a copper key from his pocket and placed it on the table. In the south of Linjiang City at the Fuan Bank, in the 3rd cabinet. Su Zhaoxue did not reach for it. Is it just a key? The account book is not with me. If I had it on me, I wouldn't have made it this far. What's an account of the Qingstone black market, an old silver route copy from the Su family bank, and a list from Lujia village. Su Zhaox's pupils constricted. A list? Manager Zhou looked at her. Yes. 3 years ago, the children who escaped from Lujia village, Qingyi Tower, has investigated a list. Su Zhaox's voice tightened. Who else is alive? I didn't see the whole thing. You're lying. Manager Zhou was silent for a moment. I only remember a few names. One of them is called Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu. Could it be Xiao Qi's older brother? Zhao Dashao rushed forward and grabbed Manager Zhou by the collar. Where is he? Manager Zhou did not struggle. I don't know. The list says suspected survivors last seen in the poor alley north of Linjiang City. Zhao Deshao's breathing became heavy. Su Zhaoxue immediately said, Dashao, let go. Zhao Dashao did not move. Shen Xian spoke. Dashao. Manager, we need to tell Xiao Qi this news. Shen Xian said, I know, but first we need to get the account book. But I have already called Xiao Qi over. He should be arriving soon. And the list is in the account book. Zhao Deshao's eyes widened. Xiao Qi is coming. Su Zhaoxue also stared at Shen Xian. This news was unexpected for her. Now that the situation has become complicated, having Xiao Qi come over is a good thing. What about the tavern? I have already informed a man if there are difficulties, he can find Wang Laozue. If it really can't be handled, we will close for a few days. Su Zhaoxue remained silent. The current situation was indeed a bit beyond her expectation. Having multiple helpers would make things much smoother. She picked up the key. What do you want to exchange these for? Manager Zhou said, let me leave Linjiang City alive. Su Zhaoxue sneered. How many people have you harmed? Now you want to live? I do want to. On what basis? Manager Zhou looked at her. Because I still know another thing about Qin Zhao. Su Zhaoxue fell silent. Manager Zhou lowered his voice. Qin Zhao is not Qin Wuye. The real Qin Wuye will be at the Culinary God Conference tomorrow. Shen Xian's eyes flickered. Zhao Dashao also raised his head. Su Zhaoxue asked, have you seen Qin Wuye? I have never seen him face to face. But I know his mark. The little finger on his left hand, a black wooden plate. Correct. Manager Zhou nodded. At tomorrow's poison banquet, Qin Wuye will be sitting in the audience. He will be watching Master Zhao and Miss Su. Zhao Dashao swallowed hard. What does he want to see me for? Manager Zhou glanced at the old kitchen knife. Because of the knife in your hand. Zhao Dashao looked down. My kitchen knife. The lost, nameless knife of the poison sect. It went missing along with a scroll of toxic cuisine during the internal conflict of the poison sect. No one expected it to end up in the hands of a tavern cook. Zhao Dashao felt uneasy. Manager, why didn't you say earlier that this knife was so troublesome? Shen Xian remained calm. I just found out too. Zhao Dashao said nothing. Su Zhaoxue couldn't help but remark the things the manager provides are certainly not ordinary. Shen Xian looked at her. Su Zhaoxue put away the key. Manager Zhou, we can temporarily spare your life. But you must go with us to the Fuan Bank. Manager Zhou's expression changed. I can't show my face. If you don't show your face, the cabinet can't be opened. I have the key. The bank recognizes people and seals too. The cabinet you open must be done by you. Manager Zhou gritted his teeth. You're asking me to die? Su Zhaoxue looked at him, her voice very cold. If you don't go, you might not live much longer. Manager Zhou looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said she is right. Manager Zhou remained silent for a long time and finally nodded. All right. The sky was already bright. The preliminary round of the Culinary God Conference was at the hour of Chun. The Fuan Bank also opened at the hour of Chun. The timings coincided. Su Zhaoxue looked at Shen Xian. We need to split up. Zhao Daxiao immediately became anxious. Split up. Su Zhaoxue said the manager will accompany you to the Culinary God Conference. When Shaoqi arrives I will go with him to the bank. Shen Xian looked at her. It's dangerous. Su Zhaoxue replied I know. Qin Wuye might also be keeping an eye on the account book. So we need to get it. Shen Xian thought for a moment and handed her a copper coin. It's good that I called Shaoqi over. If there's danger crush it. Su Zhaoxue took it. Alright. Zhao Daxiao suddenly said what if I don't compete and go get the account book first? Su Zhaoxue shook her head. No. If you don't compete the other side will know we are afraid. The poison banquet must be competed in and the account book must be retrieved. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. He suddenly felt that today's event was not a competition. It was a situation where several people were pushed onto different stoves at the same time. No one could afford to mess up. Shen Xian stood up. Let's go. Where to? First let's have breakfast and wait for Shaoqi. Everyone was stunned. Shen Xian said besides doing things on an empty stomach is prone to mistakes. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head and chuckled. At times like this only the manager could still mention food first. But he was right. One must eat well to have the strength to face troubles. Breakfast was simple. During this time Lu Shaoqi arrived with a sense of urgency rather than pleasantries. The inn provided congee steamed buns and a bit of meat sauce left over from Zhao Daxiao's dinner last night. No one ate comfortably, yet everyone finished their meal. After finishing Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. Remember today you are not here to prove how capable you are. I am here to cook. Right. What if someone tries to harm me? First focus on the ingredients then on your life. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. Lu Shaoqi also looked up. Shen Xian added, but life is more important than ingredients. Zhao Daxiao let out a sigh of relief. Innkeeper next time say the second half first. Shen Xian replied, let's see if you're scared. Zhao Daxiao wore a bitter expression. I've always been scared. Su Zhaoxue finished organizing the keys and the accounting papers. It's fine to be scared but don't act rashly. Zhao Daxiao nodded. I understand. Before the hour of Chun everyone parted outside the inn. Shen Xian took Zhao Daxiao to the Food God Conference. Shen Qing was already waiting at the street corner, and upon seeing them his expression visibly relaxed. It's good that you're all right. There was a bit of commotion at the conference last night, and I was worried that Master Zhao would be intercepted. Shen Xian asked what commotion. Someone changed the preliminary competition questions. Zhao Daxiao's heart tightened. Changed it to a poison feast. Shen Qing was taken aback. You all know about it. Shen Xian nodded. Shen Qing's face looked grim. Is the news leaking this badly? Shen Xian replied, it's not leaking, someone is intentionally spreading it. Shen Qing paused for a moment. Master Zhao, the poison feast is not an ordinary question. If you feel unstable you can withdraw from the competition. Yaowang Valley can secure your spot for the next time. Zhao Daxiao looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian did not answer for him. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head staring at the old kitchen knife in his hand. He wanted to say he would withdraw from the competition. The word spun around on his tongue several times. But he remembered the kitchen of the Guiyun Tavern, the look in Lu Zioqi's eyes when he first tasted his noodles, and the seriousness in a man's expression when she said it was delicious. He gritted his teeth. I won't withdraw. Shen Qing looked at him. Have you made up your mind? I have made up my mind. It might lead to trouble. Zhao Daxiao nodded. I know, but I've come this far. This was something he learned from Shen Xian. After saying it he felt a little more assured within himself. Meanwhile Su Zhaoxue and Lu Shaoqi led Manager Zhou towards the Fuan Bank. Manager Zhou walked in the middle, his face even more troubled than before. Lu Shaoqi kept staring at him. Don't even think about running away. Manager Zhou forced a smile. Where can I run to now? Who knows what secret paths you have in the black market? Su Zhaoxue said he won't run. Lu Shaoqi asked why not. Because Lord Qin Wuye also wants the account book. Being close to us is actually safer. Manager Zhou glanced at her. If Miss Su were born a few years earlier the Su family bank might not have collapsed. Su Zayok's expression turned cold. Shut up. Manager Zhou immediately fell silent. Lu Shaoqi looked at Su Zhaoxue. It was rare to see her emotions so clear. The Su family was her Achilles heel. Just as the Lu family village was his Achilles heel. Fuan Bank was located on the southern street of Linjiang City. The facade was not large, but the people coming and going were all well dressed. Manager Zhou lowered his hat brim and walked to the counter. The bank manager's gaze changed slightly upon seeing him. Manager Zhou. Manager Zhou whispered Bingzi counter. The bank manager did not ask further and took out the account plate, leading them to the back hall. Lu Shaoqi walked very cautiously. There were 2 guards in the back hall. Their hands were calloused and their steps steady, unlike ordinary doormen. Su Zhaoxue scanned them with her peripheral vision and whispered Shaoqi. The one on the left has green mud on his shoe's sole. Lu Shaoqi didn't understand. Su Zhaoxue said it hasn't rained today, and there is no green mud on the southern street. Only in the Poor People's Alley in the north of the city. Lu Zioqi's heart skipped a beat. The Poor People's Alley in the north of the city. A place where Lu Xiaowu might have appeared. He immediately glanced at that guard. The guard seemed not to have heard, standing with his head down. Manager Zhou also heard it, and his face turned even paler. He whispered, "Don't make a move here." Su Zhaoxue said, "Let's see how it goes." After the Bingzi counter was opened, there was a wooden box inside. Manager Zhou reached out to take it, but was stopped by Su Zhaoxue. "He'll do it." She didn't open it directly, but first examined the keyhole, the wood edges, and the sealing wax. Lu Xiaoqi said nervously, "Is there a problem?" "The sealing wax has been tampered with." Manager Zhou's face changed dramatically. "Impossible. Only I can open this cabinet." Su Zhaoxue coldly said, "You can open it, so can others." She carefully lifted the wooden box. Inside there was no account book. Only a piece of paper. On the paper were written 4 words, "One step too late." Lu Xiaoqi instantly drew his knife. Manager Zhou's face turned pale. "Impossible. The account book was clearly here." Su Zhaoxue remained calm. She picked up the paper and sniffed it. "The ink is still wet." Lu Xiaoqi asked, "Did someone just leave?" "Yes." "Should we chase?" Su Zhaoxue looked at the 2 guards at the door. "Ask them." As soon as her words fell, the left guard moved. He drew his knife, aiming straight for Manager Zhou's back. Lu Xiaoqi had been on guard and deflected the short blade. "Just as I thought, it's you." The right guard also moved, but his target was Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue stepped back, striking the opponent's wrist with her abacus. Her strength was not great, but her angle was accurate. The guard's movement faltered, and Lu Xiaoqi rushed back. The wind-chasing steps were hard to execute in the narrow back hall, so he fought on the ground. The knife was not aimed to kill, but to sever tendons. The 2 guards did not expect him to be so difficult, and for a moment they were forced back. The bank manager was so scared that he hid behind the counter. Manager Zhou also crouched down, hugging his head. Su Zhaoxue looked at the wooden box and suddenly reached to feel the bottom board. Lu Xiaoqi urged, "What are you looking for?" Manager Zhou wouldn't put the real account book on top. Hearing this, Manager Zhou raised his head. Su Zhaoxue quickly lifted the hidden layer. Inside there was indeed a very thin piece of silver note paper. It was not the account book. It contained several locations and names. She quickly scanned it, and her expression changed. "Let's go." Lu Xiaoqi pushed the guard away with a knife. "Where's the account book?" "The account book has been taken, but this paper is a backup clue." "What about the list?" "It mentions the Northern Poor People's Alley." Lu Zioqi's eyes brightened. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside. Not just one person. Manager Zhou trembled and said, "It's Lord Qin, wise people." Su Zhaoxue immediately took out the copper coins given by Shen Xian. She didn't crush them. It wasn't time yet. "Xiaoqi, take Manager Zhou out through the back window." Lu Xiaoqi said, "What about you?" "He'll hold them off." "No way." Su Zhaoxue looked at him. "You can run faster with him on your back. I can't catch up with you." Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. "What will you do?" Su Zhaoxue gripped the copper coins in her hand. "I have something given by the manager." Lu Xiaoqi wanted to say more, but someone outside already kicked the door. Su Zhaoxue coldly said, "Go." Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth, grabbed Manager Zhou, and dashed towards the back window. Before he climbed through, he looked back. Su Zhaoxue stood in the center of the back hall, the abacus in hand, her face pale, but her gaze steady. He suddenly realized that Su Zhaoxue was never just good at counting accounts. She was also willing to gamble her life. The preliminary round of the Culinary God Conference was held at the venue east of Linjiang City. By the time Zhao Daxiao arrived, there were already many people gathered. Chefs, pharmacists, disciples from various sects, wealthy merchants, and curious wanderers filled the area outside. Seeing such a crowd, Zhao Daxiao felt his legs weaken. He quietly asked, "Shopkeeper, is it too late for me to back?" "Not too late," Shen Xian replied. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "Really? Then you'll just have to spend the journey home regretting it," Shen Xian added. Zhao Daxiao pondered for a moment, his expression drooping. "Then I will compete." Chen Qing took him to register. Li Chengfeng was also present. Upon seeing Zhao Daxiao, he raised an eyebrow. "You didn't run away last night." Zhao Daxiao replied honestly, "I didn't run." "Are you afraid?" "Yes." Li Chengfeng didn't expect such a straightforward answer. "Afraid yet still here." Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. "The shopkeeper is here." Li Chengfeng looked at Shen Xian. "You actually believe him?" "Of course he cooks, I eat, but it's quite reasonable," Shen Xian said. Li Chengfeng let out a chuckle. "Today's topic is anything but reasonable." "I know." Knowing yet still letting him compete. Shen Xian glanced at the 2 ingredient stations set up in the arena. He insisted on participating himself. Li Chengfeng was silent for a moment. "Someone tampered with the poison banquet." Zhao Daxiao was startled. "You know about it too?" Li Chengfeng's expression turned grim. "I don't like this method of competition." Shen Xian asked, "Who did it?" "I don't know. But there are connections between the imperial chefs and the poison sect, and the Medicine King Valley might not be clean either." Chen Qing's expression changed. "Young Master Li, be cautious with your words." Li Chengfeng looked at him. Do you dare say that no one in the Medicine King Valley wants to use this conference to test poison? Chen Qing fell silent. The Medicine King Valley saves people, but also studies poisons. This is no secret in the martial world, it's just that no one would say it openly. Zhao Daxiao felt increasingly anxious. Then who should I trust once I go up? Li Chengfeng replied. Trust your nose, trust your tongue, trust your knife. Shen Xian added, trust yourself. Zhao Daxiao nodded. Soon after the sound of a bell rang. The preliminary round began. The host was an elder from the Linjiang Food Association, surnamed Xue. Elder Xue stood on stage speaking slowly, but clearly. The theme for this round is Poison Banquet. Instantly, there was an uproar in the crowd with some excited and others frowning. Elder Xue continued. Each chef must choose one of the two ingredients and create an edible dish. The judging criteria are threefold: detoxification, flavor, and harmony of vitality and blood. Two disciples brought up the ingredients. On the left was a black-scaled fish, its belly slightly bulging with greenish scales. On the right was a basket of white mushrooms, pristine in color, exuding a faint fragrance. Zhao Daxiao looked at the two ingredients, his palms sweaty. The shopkeeper was right. One ingredient was heavily poisonous, but flavorful, while the other was lightly poisonous and bland. However, the lightly poisonous one might also have issues. Elder Xue announced. Each person has the time of one incense stick. Zhao Daxiao stood on stage, his mind somewhat blank. Other chefs had already started to choose. Some picked the black-scaled fish, while others chose the white mushrooms. Zhao Daxiao remained still, first inhaling the aroma. The black-scaled fish had a strong, fishy smell, and the poison was also potent, but there was a hint of freshness in the flesh. If handled well, the taste would surely be good. The white mushrooms appeared safe and mild, but there was a trace of a very subtle astringency in the aroma. This astringency was deeply concealed. Zhao Daxiao's heart sank. There was indeed a problem. The white mushrooms had been tampered with. He glanced down at the crowd. Shen Xian sat there silent. Lu Xiaoqi was not present. Su Zhaoxue was also absent. Zhao Daxiao suddenly wanted to ask them which one to choose. But he knew that this decision had to be made by him. Li Chengfeng stood at another stove, also examining the ingredients. He chose the black-scaled fish quickly. With a display of the skills of an imperial chef, cheers immediately erupted from the surrounding crowd. Zhao Daxiao decided not to look anymore. Looking would only confuse him. He closed his eyes and recalled the words from last night. Who do you want to save? He picked up the white mushrooms. Some people below laughed softly. This chef from the Guiyun Tavern is timid. He chose the lightly poisonous one. The white mushrooms lack flavor. It will be hard to win with that dish. A wild chef is just a wild chef. Zhao Daxiao heard them. His face turned slightly red, but his hands did not stop. He washed the mushrooms with clean water, but did not remove all the roots. Because that slight astringency was hidden in the roots. The poison was in the roots, but so was the flavor. If he cut it all off, the dish would be ruined. Leaving it behind might harm others. He took an old kitchen knife. The blade fell, cutting only the outermost layer of the roots. An adjacent chef saw this and sneered. You're not going to clean out the poisonous roots. Zhao Daxiao ignored him. He sliced the mushroom roots into fine shreds, soaking them separately in hot water, then using a small amount of herbs to mask the astringency. This was a method he had practiced last night. Not fully discarded, yet not fully retained. Grinding down the danger to a level that could be ingested. Qin Zhao stood at a distance watching Zhao Daxiao's movements, his eyes subtly shifting. Beside him, a man in green clothing with gloves on his left hand whispered, He didn't choose as we expected. Qin Zhao asked, Did Shen Xian teach him? Not necessarily. If a chef comes to his own understanding, it's even more troublesome, the man in green replied. Qin Zhao glanced at Shen Xian below. Shen Xian seemed to sense his gaze and looked up. Qin Zhao immediately lowered his head. The man in green, however, did not avert his eyes. Their glances collided in midair. Shen Xian saw his left hand. He was missing a pinky finger. Master Qin Wu. Shen Xian did not stand up. He knew Zhao Daxiao was on stage. If he acted now, it would disrupt Zhao Daxiao. But he was unsure about Lu Xiaoqi and Su Zhaoxue's situation. Shen Xian touched another copper coin in his sleeve. He had given Su Zhaoxue one and kept one for sensing. If she crushed it, he would feel it. At this moment, the copper coin remained still, indicating that it was still holding up. On stage, Zhao Daxiao's dish was already in the pot. The clean flavor of the white mushrooms was lifted by the broth, transforming the originally bland taste into something mellow. He added a bit of minced meat and some vegetable roots, then incorporated the water used to soak the mushroom roots in 3 separate additions. Each time he added just a little. Too much would lead to bitterness. Too little would lack flavor. His forehead was drenched in sweat. This was more difficult than last night's practice. The poison in the white mushrooms was not something a simple heat-clearing herb could handle. Yet the more he cooked, the steadier his heart became. He suddenly understood the shopkeeper's words. Who do you want to save? He wanted to save those who would eat this dish. He did not seek for them to remember how remarkable he was. At the very least, he wanted them to eat it without harming their bodies. In the final moments, he gathered the broth and plated it. It was not a flamboyant dish, just a bowl of white mushroom meat soup. Light and subtle. A nearby chef glanced over and laughed. Just this? Xiao Daxiao said nothing. He spooned a serving for himself and tasted it. This was the rule of the poison banquet. The chef must taste first. The soup entered his mouth, causing a slight tingling on his tongue, but it quickly dissipated. There was no problem. Xiao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. He presented his dish to the judging table. The first judge was an elder from the Medicine King Valley. After tasting a spoonful, he frowned slightly. After the second spoon, his expression changed. You didn't remove the poisonous roots. Xiao Daxiao nodded. I didn't remove them all. Why not? Removing all would leave no flavor. Are you not afraid it could harm people? Xiao Daxiao quietly replied. That's why I ground it 3 times. The elder from the Medicine King Valley looked at him. Who taught you this? Xiao Daxiao wanted to say the shopkeeper. But this time he hesitated. I thought of it myself. Below, Shen Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Daxiao finally dared to say this. The second judge nodded after tasting as well. The flavor is not strong, but it is stable. The third judge was from the Imperial Chef family. He had intended to find fault, but after tasting the soup, he too fell silent. This dish was not stunning. However, in the first round of the poison banquet, stability was the greatest skill. Elder Shui announced Xiao Daxiao passed. Xiao Daxiao stood on stage, his entire being relaxing. He almost sat down on the ground. Li Chengfeng also passed. He presented his dish made from the black-scaled fish, which had a noticeably stronger flavor, and received considerable applause. But when he looked at Xiao Daxiao, his expression became much more serious. This plump chef had not been led astray by the topic. It was not easy. Just as Xiao Daxiao was preparing to leave the stage, someone suddenly spoke from below. Hold on. Qin Zhao stepped forward. Elder Shui, since the poison banquet is judged by detoxification, we must verify whether Master Zhao's dish truly poses no future harm. The elder from the Medicine King Valley frowned. I've already examined it. Qin Zhao smiled. The elder certainly wouldn't make a mistake. But the poison hidden in the white mushroom roots is deep. It doesn't show upon entry, and it will only manifest half an incense stick later. Master Zhao tasted it himself, but did not wait for half an incense stick to pass. Xiao Daxiao's face turned pale. Instantly murmurs arose from the crowd. Elder Shui also looked toward Xiao Daxiao. According to the rules, it indeed requires waiting for half an incense stick. Xiao Daxiao stood on stage, his palms cold. He understood now. This was the real trap. It wasn't about cooking. It was about stalling for time. Within half an incense stick, as long as someone did something to him, they could claim the dish was poisonous. Shen Xian finally stood up. Qin Zhao looked at him, his smile deepening. Shopkeeper Shen, you wouldn't want to manage the rules of the Culinary God Conference as well, would you? Before Shen Xian could respond, Xiao Daxiao suddenly spoke. No need for the shopkeeper to manage it. Everyone turned to look at him. Xiao Daxiao's face was pale, but his voice was steadier than before. I will wait. Half an incense stick's time is short, but for Xiao Daxiao it feels long. He stood on the stage holding his dish, his stomach feeling like it was pressed down by a stone. Qin Zhao stood not far away, wearing a smile on his face. That smile was small, yet it made people uncomfortable. Xiao Daxiao knew that this person must have something up his sleeve, but he didn't know what the backup plan was. He could only stand there. Shen Xian stood below the stage, not stepping forward. He could see that Xiao Daxiao was afraid. He could also see that Xiao Daxiao was holding on. If he stepped onto the stage at this moment, even if Xiao Daxiao passed, he would still be said to be relying on the master for protection. Xiao Daxiao knew this himself, so he said no need for the master to worry. When he said this, he was already stronger than when he first left Qingshi town. Li Chengfeng, standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Qin Zhao, you are the judge of the food fair, not a judge. When did it become your place to question the elder of Yaowang Valley? Qin Zhao smiled. Why should young master be angry? I am merely reminding you according to the rules. Rules? Li Chengfeng scoffed. If you really abide by the rules, why did you meet the participating chefs privately last night? Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly. The audience erupted in an uproar. Elder Shui frowned. Qin, is there such a thing? Qin Zhao quickly regained his composure. I was just checking on the participants' accommodations to ensure no outsiders were cheating. Li Chengfeng said, checking until midnight and knocking on doors for soup. Xiao Daxiao was taken aback. He did not expect Li Chengfeng to speak up for him. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. Young masterly words need evidence. Evidence? Li Chengfeng looked at Shen Xian. Master Shen can testify. Everyone turned to Shen Xian. Shen Xian said he came last night. Qin Zhao laughed. Master Shen and Master Zhao left together from Guiyun Tavern. The testimony may not be credible. Shen Xian thought for a moment. Then I want testify. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Zhao was also stunned. Shen Xian said, anyway you know in your heart. Li Chengfeng nearly laughed out loud. The smile on Qin Zhao's face faded. He found Shen Xian to be quite troublesome. He did not speak according to the rules of the martial world, nor did he follow the logic of case investigations. It seemed he did not care whether others believed him as long as he could say what he wanted. This in turn made Qin Zhao quite uncomfortable. Half an instant Stick's time had not yet passed. A young servant carrying water approached Zhao Daxiao. Master Zhao, rinse your mouth. Zhao Daxiao was about to take it, but suddenly stopped. He remembered what Xin Xian had said. Never eat anything given by strangers. Water was no exception. I don't need it. The young servant lowered his head and said this is the rule. Zhao Daxiao looked at Elder Shui. Elder Shui frowned. During the waiting period for the poison feast, there is indeed mouthwash. Zhao Daxiao's heart tightened. The things in the rules are the hardest to refuse. Qin Zhao smiled and said, is Master Zhao afraid to drink? Zhao Daxiao looked at the bowl of water. He couldn't smell any obvious poison, but he felt uneasy. Suddenly, he looked at Li Qingfeng. Do you chefs also have to drink it? Li Qingfeng glanced at the bowl of water and immediately understood. He stepped forward, picked up his own water, and took a sip. He'll drink. Can I have your water? Zhao Daxiao asked. Li Qingfeng was taken aback, then smiled. Sure. He handed his bowl of water to Zhao Daxiao. Qin Zhao's expression finally changed. The young servant trembled slightly while holding the bowl of water. Zhao Daxiao did not take the young servant's water, but instead took Li Qingfeng's bowl and rinsed his mouth. Qin Zhao said coldly, Master Zhao, are you distrusting the food fare? Zhao Daxiao honestly replied, I trust young Master Li. Li Qingfeng was taken aback. These words were very simple, but made him feel quite pleased. Elder Shui's expression had already turned grim. He looked at the water in the young servant's hand. Hand it over. The young servant's legs weakened, and he knelt down. The bowl of water fell to the ground. The water splashed on the stone slab, quickly bubbling up a little white foam. The audience erupted in chaos. It's poisonous. Someone really tampered with it. Is this still the god of food competition? Qin Zhao immediately took a step back. Elder Shui, this has nothing to do with me. Xin Xian looked at him. Why are you retreating? Qin Zhao froze. Elder Shui angrily said, seize that young servant. The people from Yaowang Valley immediately moved forward. But the young servant suddenly spat out black blood and collapsed without moving. Another silencing. Zhao Daxiao's face turned pale. This was the first time he saw someone die so closely. And it was because of him. Li Qingfeng whispered, don't look. But Zhao Daxiao did not avert his gaze. He was extremely frightened. But he knew that he would encounter such things again in the future. He couldn't close his eyes every time. Finally, half an instant Stick's time was up. Zhao Daxiao did not show signs of poisoning. The judgment results took effect. Elder Shui announced in a deep voice, Zhao Daxiao has passed the preliminary round. This time there was no ridicule from the audience. Many people's gazes toward him changed. This plump chef made a bowl of seemingly ordinary soup, yet he survived and stood until the end of the poison feast, even exposing the poison in the mouthwash. Even if some people did not like him, they had to admit that he had some skill. When Zhao Daxiao stepped down, his legs nearly gave way. Xin Xian supported him. Steady yourself. Zhao Daxiao whispered, Master, I passed. I didn't bring shame to the tavern, did I? No. Zhao Daxiao's eyes turned red. Just those two words were more effective than all the applause in the arena. Qin Zhao had already disappeared. Xin Xian looked at the position where he had stood. He ran away very quickly, but it didn't matter. Someone was even more anxious than him. On the other side, Fuan Beig. Su Zhaoxue held a copper coin standing alone in the back hall. The people outside had already broken in. Leading them was a man in green robes. It was not Qin Wuya. All 5 fingers of his left hand were intact, but he wore the outer hall badge of the Qingyi building at his waist. He looked at Su Zhaoxue and smiled. Miss Su, the accounts are not here. What use is it for you to guard a piece of scrap paper? Su Zhaoxue replied calmly, how do you know they are not here? The green-robed man's expression changed slightly. Su Zhaoxue continued, what you took was merely the clear accounts. A person like Master Zhou would never hide just one copy. The green-robed man's eyes turned cold. Are you trying to deceive me? You may also bet that I am deceiving you. The green-robed man drew his sword. Seize her. Su Zhaoxue finally crushed the copper coin. A warm breath spread from her palm. It was not an infusion of internal power, but rather a temporary enhancement of her hearing and reflexes. She heard footsteps outside the window. Lu Xiaoqi was back. Just as the people from Qingyi building charged and the back windows suddenly shattered. Lu Xiaoqi returned with Master Zhou and immediately flipped back. Su Zhongfang. Su Zhaoxue felt for the first time that this guy had really returned very quickly. Lu Xiaoqi landed his short blade, unsheathed. Who dares to touch her? The green-robed man sneered. Bai Li chasing wind. Just write your name is also on the list. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned cold. Where's the list? The green-robed man did not answer, but instead slashed at him. Lu Xiaoqi confronted him. He was very tired right now. Just now he had taken Master Zhou around in a circle and shook off 2 pursuers. His breath had not fully stabilized yet. But he could not retreat. Su Zhaoxue was behind him. Master Zhou could not die. The short blade and the long blade clashed several times, and Lu Xiaoqi's wrist went numb. The opponent was stronger than him. At least 30 years of cultivation. Lu Xiaoqi knew that hard fighting wouldn't work, so he immediately switched to the chasing wind step. The back hall was narrow, so he used the tables and chairs to maneuver. The green-robed man sneered. Do you only know how to run? Lu Xiaoqi said, if I don't run, should I stand there to take the blade? The green-robed man was momentarily speechless. Su Zhaoxue took the opportunity to completely dismantle the bottom layer of the wooden box. Inside was another layer of very thin oil paper. Master Zhou's expression changed. How do you know? Su Zhaoxue said, because you are too afraid of dying. People who are afraid of death must hide things in layers. The oil paper opened, revealing a string of numbers and place names. It was not a complete account book, but enough to point to the real location of the account book. Su Zhaoxue glanced at it, her expression suddenly changing. The account book is at the God of Food competition. Su Zhaoxue finally understood why Qin Zhao wanted to lure everyone to the competition. The poison feast was not just to harm Zhao Daxiao. It was also to focus all attention there. The real account book was hidden at the competition site, and Qin Wuye was also there. She immediately shouted to Lu Xiaoqi, go to the God of Food competition. Lu Xiaoqi pushed the green-robed man back with one sword. Now. Zhao Daxiao felt as if he had fallen apart after the preliminary round. He sat in a corner backstage, still holding a kitchen knife. Li Chengfeng stood beside him, arms crossed, watching him. That bowl of soup you made earlier was quite interesting. Zhao Daxiao looked up. Really? Indeed. What do you think needs improvement? Li Chengfeng didn't expect his first reaction to be this question. After pondering for a moment, he replied, the flavor could be a bit richer. You're too cautious with the poison. Oh, it's too controlled. Zhao Daxiao nodded earnestly. I'll remember that. But in a poison banquet, being cautious isn't necessarily wrong. Li Chengfeng glanced outside. Today someone wants you dead, and you still dare to finish cooking? That's not easy. Zhao Daxiao whispered. I'm actually quite scared. I can see that. Is it that obvious? Quite obvious. Zhao Daxiao's face turned red. Li Chengfeng said, being scared isn't shameful. If you can remain composed despite your fears, that shows real skill. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. This sounded a bit like something Shen Xian had said. Suddenly he felt that although Li Chengfeng was sharp-tongued, he wasn't a bad person. Shen Xian was sitting not far away, but his ears were tuned to the commotion outside. Qin Zhao had run away. Old Master Qin was also missing. The turmoil of the poison banquet was quite significant. Old Shui was currently investigating the origins of the little boy and the mouthwash. The people from the Medicine King Valley were busy testing for poison. The imperial chefs were busy distancing themselves from the incident. On the surface, the venue was chaotic, but beneath it things were even more disordered. The more chaotic it became, the better it was for concealing things. Shen Xian had a nagging feeling that something was off. The account book. If he were Old Master Qin, where would he hide the account book? In a place where no one would look, and that would be easy to move. In a place like the Food God Conference, where people came and went with countless ingredients, utensils, medicinal materials, and boxes, it was indeed suitable. Just as he thought of this, another copper coin in his sleeve gently warmed up. Su Zhaoxue had crushed the copper coin before. Shen Xian stood up. Zhao Daxiao immediately looked over. Shopkeeper, you stay with Li Chengfeng for now. Li Chengfeng frowned. Is something wrong? Yes. Do you need help? Shen Xian glanced at him. Just keep an eye on him, and don't let him eat anything strange. Zhao Daxiao quickly said, I won't eat anything strange. Li Chengfeng replied, all right. Shen Xian walked out. Just as he reached the side door of the venue, he saw Lu Xiaoqi and Su Zhaoxue squeezing through the crowd. Shopkeeper Zhou was not present. Lu Xiaoqi had sweat on his forehead and a knife wound on his arm. Su Zhaoxue's face was pale, but her eyes were bright. When she saw Shen Xian, her first words were, the account book is in the venue. Shen Xian nodded. I guessed that. Su Zhaoxue was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi gasped, Shopkeeper, how do you guess everything? Shen Xian said, I guess slowly. Su Zhaoxue handed him the oil paper. The real account book should be hidden in the boxes of ingredients for the conference. The markers are Bingsan black wood and river fish. Shen Xian asked, what about Shopkeeper Zhou? I sent him to find Gu Pingchuan's contact in Linjiang City. If he dares to run, Xiao Qi left a mark on him. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. I cut a mark on the sole of his shoe. He can't run fast. Shen Xian glanced at him. This kid had indeed learned a bit of mischief during his outing. But it's quite useful. Su Zhaoxue continued, Old Master Qin should also be looking for the account book or preparing to move it. Shen Xian asked, the left hand's little finger. Yes. I saw him earlier. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed instantly. Where? In the observation seats. What about now? He's gone. Su Zhaoxue immediately said, then he has already made a move. The three of them said no more and headed directly to the storage area for the ingredients. The ingredient storage for the Food God Conference was at the back of the venue. The entrance was guarded by people from the Medicine King Valley and the Food Conference. Just as Shen Xian reached the entrance, he was stopped. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Su Zhaoxue took out the temporary badge from the Medicine King Valley. Zhao Daxiao's accompanying accountant checking the ingredient accounts. The guard frowned. It's not convenient right now. Shen Xian asked why. Old Shui is currently investigating the materials for the poison banquet. No one is allowed to enter. Su Zhao Shui immediately sensed something was wrong. Old Shui is inside. Yes. How long has he been in? 15 minutes. Shen Xian didn't ask further and walked straight in. The guard was about to stop him. Shen Xian merely glanced at him. The guard stiffened and unconsciously stepped aside. As Lu Shaoqi followed him in, he whispered, "Shopkeeper, you look like a bad person this way." Shen Xian replied, "It's a time saver." The storage room was stacked with all sorts of boxes. Fish meat, medicinal materials, spices, and grains were all neatly categorized. Old Shui was not present. Su Zhao Shui's expression changed. "We've been deceived." Lu Shaoqi had already drawn his knife. "Look for Bingsan black wood and river fish." The three quickly dispersed. Shen Xian didn't need to search for long. His hearing and chi perception were far beyond that of ordinary people. Soon, he heard an unusual sound from a box in the corner. It sounded like there was a hidden compartment. He walked over. The box was labeled river fish. The wooden tag beside it indicated Bingsan. A small piece of black wood was embedded in the corner of the box. Shen Xian opened the box. Inside was ice-cold fish. The fish's belly had been cut open, stuffed with an oil paper package. Su Zhao Shui hurried over, took out the oil paper package, and opened it, her fingers trembling slightly. The account book. The real account book. The names of the Qing Stone Black Market, Su Family Silver Road, and Lu Family Village were all inside. She flipped to the page of the list. Lu Shaoqi stood beside her, breathing quietly. Su Zhao Shui quickly found the name of Lu Xiaowu. It was written that he was suspected to be alive in the north alley of Linjiang, later transferred to the miscellaneous work line of the Qing building, status unknown. Lu Shaoqi's face turned pale. What does the miscellaneous work line mean? Su Zhao Shui's voice was very low. He might have been taken away by the Qing building. Lu Shaoqi's eyes turned red. Is he still alive? Uncertain. Shen Xian said, uncertain means there is still a chance. Lu Shaoqi nodded forcefully. He firmly remembered this sentence. Just then applause sounded at the door of the storage room. Clap, clap, clap. A man in green clothes stood there. He wore a black glove on his left hand, and his little finger was missing. A black wooden tag hung from his waist. It was Old Master Qin. He looked at Shen Xian and the others, smiling. Shopkeeper Shen Miss Su, by Li Chasing Wind. The people from the Guiyun Tavern are indeed harder to deal with than I expected. Lu Shaoqi raised the tip of his knife. Where's my fifth brother? Old Master Qin looked at him. You mean Lu Xiaowu? Lu Shaoqi's eyes turned red. Is he still alive? Old Master Qin smiled. Alive. Just as Lu Shaoqi was about to step forward, Shen Xian held him back by the shoulder. Old Master Qin continued, but if you want to see him, put down the account book. Su Zhao Shui clutched the account book tightly. You're dreaming. Old Master Qin sighed. Miss Su, your Su family has lost so many people because you don't know when to let go. Su Zhao Shui's face turned pale, but her gaze grew colder. Shen Xian looked at Old Master Qin. Where is he? Is Shopkeeper Shen also concerned? He is my brother who works for me. Old Master Qin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Just a brother? Yes. Then what if I say that Lu Xiaowu is already one of the people from Qing building? Lu Shaoqi's body stiffened. Old Master Qin seemed quite pleased with his reaction. He's alive, but he may not want to see you. Impossible. Lu Shaoqi's voice trembled. Impossible. Old Master Qin smiled. You aren't the only one whose family was burned down by fire 3 years ago. Some want revenge, some want to survive, and some will do anything to stay alive. Lu Shaoqi's hands began to tremble. Shen Xian kept his hand on his shoulder, not loosening his grip. Don't let him get to you. Lu Shaoqi whispered, Shopkeeper, I. First steady yourself. Lu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the knife. Old Master Qin's gaze shifted slightly. He had originally intended for Lu Shaoqi to get flustered. He didn't expect Shen Xian's words to hold him back. Su Zhao Shui stuffed the account book into her bosom. Old Master Qin, you can't leave. Old Master Qin chuckled lightly. Who says I want to leave? Just as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the storage room. Someone shouted, the ingredients for the poisoned banquet have been tampered with. Guiyun Tavern stole the account book. Catch them. Lu Shaoqi's expression changed. Old Master Qin smiled. This is Linjiang City, not your Guiyun Tavern. Shopkeeper Shen, no matter how strong you are, you can't take down everyone at the Food God Conference, can you? Shen Xian looked at him, thinking for a moment. It's not impossible. Old Master Qin's smile froze momentarily. He suddenly felt that he probably shouldn't threaten Shen Xian like this. It's not impossible. Qin Wei's smile momentarily stiffened. He had encountered many masters. Some cherished their reputation, hence they would not kill indiscriminately. Some loved rules, making them easily ensnared by those very rules. Some prided themselves on righteousness, always clarifying the reasons and consequences before acting. But Shen Xian was a person he could not see through. When he said it's not impossible, his tone was too calm. It did not sound like a threat. It felt as if he was genuinely contemplating. Qin Wuye took half a step back. This slight retreat was easily noticed by Shen Xian. Lu Shaoqi saw it as well. His previously tense heart suddenly relaxed a little. Qin Wuye feared the shopkeeper. This fact was more effective than any comfort. The footsteps outside the food storage were drawing nearer. People were shouting, cursing, and there were disciples from Yaowang Valley along with attendees of the food conference. Su Zhaoshui held the account book and whispered, "We cannot be surrounded here. If the account book is claimed to be stolen, it will lead to trouble later on." Shen Xian asked, "How do we prove it?" "Let Shui Lao and the elders of Yaowang Valley witness the accounts on the spot." "Can they be trusted?" "Not necessarily completely, but with many eyes watching, Qin Wuye wouldn't dare silence everyone." Shen Xian nodded. "Then let's go out." Qin Wuye's smile returned. "Can you all get out?" Shen Xian looked. "Are you going to stop us?" Qin Wuye did not answer. With a flick of his wrist, a fine thread shot out from his sleeve, directly entangling the account book in Su Zhaoshui's arms. His target was never a person. It was the account. Lu Shaoqi had been on guard, and with a swift slash of his short knife, the fine thread snapped. At the same time, Qin Wuye released 3 flying needles from his other hand. The target was Lu Shaoqi's eyes. Lu Shaoqi wanted to dodge, but found the angle of the flying needles too tricky. Shen Xian waved his sleeve, causing the needles to reverse and pin into a nearby wooden box. Qin Wuye's expression darkened. "Shopkeeper Shen, always protecting them, aren't you tired?" Shen Xian replied, "It's manageable." Lu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and said, "Shopkeeper, let me handle this." Shen Xian looked at him. "You can't win." Lu Shaoqi's face flushed. "I know. Then why come? I want to give it a try." Shen Xian did not immediately refuse. Lu Shaoqi stared at Qin Wuye. This man knew Lu Xiaowu. He had been involved in the old cases of Lu family village and Su family. If he always hid behind the shopkeeper, even knowing his brother was alive, he would have no right to seek him. Shen Xian released his hand from Lu Shaoqi's shoulder. 10 moves. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Shen Xian said, "Survive 10 moves if you can't withdraw." Lu Shaoqi nodded vigorously. Qin Wuye smiled. "Shopkeeper Shen, are you sending him to his death?" Shen Xian replied, "I will watch." Just 3 words, and Lu Shaoqi felt steadied in his heart. Qin Wuye's gaze turned cold. He did not like this feeling. Clearly he was the one who set the trap, yet now the rhythm was taken by Shen Xian. Lu Shaoqi charged out. The wind chase step unfolded in the food storage. The space was limited, so he circled closely around the boxes. Qin Wuye truly was a person of Qingyi, building his movements more elusive than Lu Shaoqi's, and his short blade almost silent. In the first move, Lu Shaoqi blocked. In the second, he was pushed back half a step. In the third, Qin Wuye's knife grazed his shoulder, drawing a line of blood. Su Zhaoshui tightened her grip. Shen Xian did not move. Lu Shaoqi did not shout. Gritting his teeth, he countered with his short knife. Qin Wuye did not engage, but instead evaded with his movements. In the 4th, 5th, and 6th moves, Lu Shaoqi grew increasingly strained. He knew he was no match. Qin Wuye was far stronger than One-Eyed Song. Every strike seemed to anticipate his retreat. In the 7th move, Lu Shaoqi received a palm strike to his chest. He collided with a wooden box and nearly stumbled. Qin Wuye softly said, "Barely chasing wind." "Just this." Lu Shaoqi wiped the corner of his mouth. Not yet 10 moves. He charged forward again. In the 8th move, his knife was deflected. In the 9th, Qin Wuye's foot kicked his knee. Lu Shaoqi knelt on the ground. Qin Wuye's eyes flashed with killing intent as his short blade lunged towards Lu Shaoqi's throat. In the 10th move, Lu Shaoqi did not dodge. Suddenly, he looked up, grabbing a broken fish line beside him with his left hand, pulling it fiercely. A basket of crushed ice fell from above. Qin Wuye's movement stalled for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shaoqi's short knife skated along the ground towards his boot. It did not injure him, but merely severed a small black tag from the edge of his shoe. The black tag fell to the ground. Qin Wuye's expression changed drastically. At that moment, Shen Xian also moved. He stepped on the black tag. Qin Wuye attempted to seize it, but it was already too late. Shen Xian pulled Lu Shaoqi back. 10 moves are over. Lu Shaoqi gasped heavily, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. "I managed to cut it." Is it useful?" Shen Xian picked up the black tag and looked at Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhaoshui took it, glanced, and her eyes brightened. "This is a line tag from Qingyi Building. It can prove his identity." Qin Wuye's expression turned completely cold. He had not expected Lu Shaoqi to endure 10 moves not to injure him, but to obtain evidence. This kid has become clever. No, something was off with everyone from Guiyin Tavern. People from outside had already rushed in. Leading the way were Shui Lao and the elders of Yaowang Valley. Chen Qing was also present. Zhao Dashao followed behind, his face drenched in sweat. "Shopkeeper." "Xiao Qi." "Su accountant." He saw Lu Shaoqi injured, and his eyes turned red. "Who did this?" Lu Shaoqi pointed at Qin Wuye. "Him." Zhao Dashao immediately gripped his kitchen knife tightly. But Qin Wuye took a step back, retreating to the edge of the crowd. Shui Lao, these people trespassed into the food storage, stole the conference accounts, and injured people. Shouldn't they be captured? Shui Lao frowned. Shopkeeper Shen, what is going on? Su Zhao Shui stepped forward, raising the account book. This is not the food conference account. It contains the dark accounts of the Qing Stone Black Market, the old accounts of the Su Family Bank, the list of Lu Family Village, and the internal records of Qingyi Building. Shui Lao's expression changed slightly. The elder from Yaowang Valley also frowned. How do you prove this? Su Zhao Shui placed the black tag on the table. This is the internal line tag from Qingyi Building, just taken from him. Everyone looked toward Qin Wuya. His expression remained unchanged. Ridiculous. You think a random tag can frame me? Lu Shaoqi shouted, I personally cut it from you. Qin Wuya laughed, you are from Guiyun Tavern, naturally you will speak for them. Su Zhao Shui remained calm. Then let's check the accounts. She opened the account book on the spot. Shopkeeper Zhou from Qing Stone Black Market sent 7 taels of silver to Qin Zhao for external affairs of the Linjiang Food Conference every month for 2 consecutive years. The crowd saw Qin Zhao's expression change, and he turned to leave. Shen Qing was quick to react and immediately shouted for someone to stop him. Su Zhao Shui continued. After receiving the silver, Qin Zhao forwarded the materials, contestant lists, and itinerary of Yaowang Valley to Qin Wuya of Qingyi Building. Qin Yu's smile faded. Shui Lao looked at Qin Zhao angrily, saying, Qin Zhao? Qin Zhao's face went pale. Shui Lao, I didn't. This is fake. Su Zhao Shui said the authenticity is simple. The accounts record that Qin Zhao has another shaped cabinet at Fuan Bank containing 26 black market silver notes. Send someone to retrieve them, and it will be clear. Shui Lao immediately said go. Qin Wuya knew he could no longer delay. He suddenly raised his hand, smashing a smoke pellet to the ground. Thick smoke erupted. The crowd panicked. Qin Wuya lunged at Su Zhao Shui. Shen Xian had been waiting. He pressed down with a palm. A muffled grunt came from the smoke. Qin Wuya was sent flying, knocking over 2 food boxes. His left glove tore open, exposing a missing pinky finger. Someone in the crowd gasped. He really is from Qingyi Building. Qin Wuya coughed up blood, fear finally appearing in his eyes. He understood Shen Xian's strength, but he never expected that he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike. Shen Xian approached him. Where is Lu Xiaowu? Qin Wuya gritted his teeth. I don't know. Shen Xian looked at him. You just said he was alive. Qin Wuya fell silent. Lu Shaoqi charged forward, the tip of his knife pressed against him. Where's my 5th brother? Qin Wuya suddenly laughed. Wanna know? Go find him at Qingyi Building. Lu Shaoqi's knife trembled. Shen Xian held his hand down. Don't kill him. Lu Shaoqi's eyes turned red, but he still stopped. Qin Wuya was pinned down by people from Yaowang Valley and the food conference. Qin Zhao was also captured. The account book was sealed on the spot. Shui Lao's face was ashen as he cupped his hands to Shen Xian. Today's events, the food conference, will provide an explanation to Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian looked at Su Zhao Shui and asked, can an explanation be exchanged for money? Shui Lao was stunned. Su Zhao Shui calmly replied yes. This time Zhao Daxiao was framed, Guiyun Tavern's reputation was damaged, and employees were injured. Compensation is required. Shui Lao. Zhao Daxiao supported Lu Shaoqi, whispering, Su accountant is really impressive. Lu Shaoqi grimaced in pain. When she does the accounts, she is scarier than Qin Wuya. This storm temporarily settled. Zhao Daxiao passed the preliminary round. Su Zhao Shui took the account book. Lu Shaoqi learned that Lu Xiaowu might still be alive. But Shen Xian knew this was just the beginning. Because when Qin Wuya was pinned down, he glanced at him with a smile. That smile held no despair. Instead, it felt like he was waiting for something. After Qin Wuya and Qin Zhao were taken away, the God of Cooking Conference did not immediately come to a halt. This surprised Zhao Daxiao, as he expected that with such a major incident, everyone would take a moment to disperse. However, Old Shui only had the venue cleaned and the ingredients resealed, then continued to announce the results of the first round. Zhao Daxiao quietly asked Li Qingfeng. Even after all this, we're still competing. Li Qingfeng glanced at him. Every year at the God of Cooking Conference, there are those who play tricks. It's just that this year it's particularly ugly. Zhao Daxiao opened his mouth in surprise. Are the chefs from Linjiang City having such a hard time? Good chefs are inherently rare, Li Qingfeng replied. If you don't perform well, no one remembers you. If you perform too well, others will steal your thunder. If you perform just right, you can easily be suppressed. Zhao Daxiao nodded seriously after hearing this. Then the Guiyun Tavern is the best choice. Li Qingfeng paused. What makes it so good? The shopkeeper only cares about the taste. Su Zhangfeng only cares about profit. Shaoqi only asks if he can have another bowl, and a man says everything is delicious. Li Qingfeng fell silent. He suddenly felt a bit envious. At the dining table of the royal chef's family, no one ever eats like that. Every dish is first scrutinized for rules, then for knife skills, then for lineage, and only then is taste considered. He looked at Zhao Daxiao. If you make it to the next round, you might encounter me. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. Then what should we do? We each do our own thing. I'm afraid I won't be able to win against you. Li Qingfeng laughed. You're being honest now. Zhao Daxiao smiled shyly. I originally couldn't win against many people. But today you defeated many. Li Qingfeng pointed outside. Didn't you notice? Those people's gazes towards you have changed. Zhao Daxiao looked up and indeed saw many people looking this way. Some were curious, some were vigilant, and some were unconvinced. He used to fear such gazes the most. But now he suddenly realized that he wasn't as afraid as he was in the morning, because he had already completed a deadly feast on stage. Moreover, he hadn't died. Shen Xian and Su Zhaoxue were speaking on the other side. The account books had already been handed over to old Shui the Elder from Yaowang Valley and the people from Linjiang Town's Martial Division for joint sealing. Gu Pingchuan's letter also came in handy. The deputy envoy from Linjiang Town's Martial Division, Su Huai, came in person. Su Huai was in his 40s, had a square face, and spoke directly. Shopkeeper Shen, I have long heard of your great name. Shen Xian asked, did Gu Pingchuan mention it? He said that the Guiyun Tavern is quite troublesome. Shen Xian looked towards Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue remained unfazed. He isn't wrong. Su Huai said, I will take Qin Wu and Qin Zhao away, but Qingyi building won't acknowledge it. This account involves too much, I need time to investigate. Su Zhaoxue said, that's fine, but I must have a copy of the account book. Su Huai frowned. That's against the rules. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. The old accounts of the Su family bank are in there, and the list from Lu village is also included. Do you think we traveled thousands of miles to obtain the accounts, but aren't even worthy of seeing a copy? Su Huai did not answer immediately. Shen Xian said, she is right. Su Huai looked at him. Shen Xian added, if you don't give it, that's fine. Oh well, go get it ourselves. Su Huai was silent for a moment. He suddenly understood why Gu Pingchuan said this tavern was troublesome. You can reason, but not too much. If you don't reason, they will reason even less. Su Huai finally nodded. I can provide a copy for you, but it cannot be shared outside. Su Zhaoxue said, I am only investigating a case. Su Huai then looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi, whose shoulder was just bandaged, was staring intently in the direction where Qin Wu was taken away. Is he from Lu village? Shen Xian said yes. The Lu Xiao Wu on the list, do you need to investigate? Yes. Su, I will send someone to ask in Beiping town. But if it really involves internal connections in Qingyi building, the person may not still be there. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, I'll go myself. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Zioqi's voice lowered. Shopkeeper, I want to go. If you go now, you can only come up empty-handed. But, Shen Xian said, wait for the copy. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and nodded. He knew he was being too impatient. But the three words Lu Xiao Wu were like a needle, making him unable to sit still. On Zhao Daxiao's side, the results of the first round had already been posted. He passed. His ranking wasn't high, but it was enough to advance to the next round. More importantly, many people remembered Zhao Daxiao from Guiyun Tavern. Not because he defeated Li Chengfeng, but because he made dishes that did not harm others during the deadly feast. This reputation was quite special. Some felt he was timid. Others thought he was steady. But in any case, he had gained a reputation. The system's voice echoed in Shen Xian's mind. Employee Zhao Daxiao passed the preliminary round of the God of Cooking Conference. Stage task completed. Reward fragment of the Medicine Cuisine Classic. Host gains 100 management points. Employee Zhao Daxiao's reputation increased. Mainline cultivate the first employee to gain fame in the Jianghu progress made. Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. Zhao Daxiao was currently speaking with Li Chengfeng tightly holding onto a kitchen knife. He still did not know that his reputation had been elevated by the system. But he could feel it. The gazes looking at him were already different from those in the morning. Shen Xian transmitted the fragment of the Medicine Cuisine Classic to Zhao Daxiao. Suddenly Zhao Daxiao's mind filled with a lot of new knowledge. The properties of medicinal ingredients. The conflicts of ingredients. How to use soup to guide qi and how to use heat to mitigate poison. He stiffened all over. Li Qingfeng frowned. What happened to you? Zhao Daxiao murmured. I feel like I understand a bit more now. Li Qingfeng's expression turned strange. What do you mean by a bit more? Zhao Daxiao quickly shook his head. It's nothing. He looked towards Shen Xian. Shen Xian nodded at him. Zhao Daxiao felt a warmth in his heart. It was the shopkeeper again. Every time he thought he couldn't continue, the shopkeeper would give him a little push. Not to walk for him directly, but to allow him to take a few more steps on his own. That evening the group returned to the inn. Lu Xiaoqi was badly injured and was forced by Zhao Daxiao to drink a large bowl of medicinal soup. He frowned as he drank. It's so bitter. Zhao Daxiao said, the Medicine Cuisine Classic says bitterness can clear fire. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Did you just learn that? Zhao Daxiao nodded. Yes. Lu Xiaoqi sighed. Why do I feel like you're becoming more and more like a person from Yaowang Valley? Zhao Daxiao replied earnestly. I am a chef from Guiyun Tavern. Su Zhaoxue was organizing the copied ledger pages when she heard this and paused for a moment. Well said. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shen Xian sat by the window listening to the sounds from the street. Linjiang City was quite chaotic today. Qin Wu was captured, Qin Zhao was caught, the deadly feast of the God of Cooking Conference was investigated, and a corner of the black market ledger was exposed. But despite the chaos, Qingyi building did not take further action. This was rather abnormal. Su Xiaoxue also sensed it. It's too quiet. Shen Xian replied, Lu Xiaoqi asked, isn't Qingyi building coming to rescue Qin Wu? Su Xiaoxue shook her head. They may have already given up on Qin Wu. Why? Because Qin Wu was not in despair when he was captured. Shen Xian continued, he must have a backup plan. Zhao Daxiao grew anxious. What backup plan? No one knew. That was the problem. In the middle of the night, Su Huai sent someone with news. Clues about Lu Xiaowu had been found in Beiping town. Lu Xiaoqi immediately stood up. The messenger then said, but the person is not in the poor alley. Lu Xiaoqi's voice tightened. Where is he? Someone said that 3 years ago there was indeed a boy named Lu Xiaowu who stayed in the north alley. He was later taken away by a man in green and sent to. The messenger glanced at Shen Xian and continued, outside Linjiang City to the dead man's village. Zhao Daxiao's expression changed. What kind of place is that? Su Xiaoxue whispered. It's one of the places where Qingyi building trains assassins. Lu Xiaoqi's face turned pale in an instant. Shen Xian looked out the window. Qin Wu's backup plan might have been found. The name Dead Man's Village did not sound like a pleasant place. Zhao Daxiao felt a chill run down his spine just from hearing it once. Lu Xiaoqi, however, seemed oblivious to the word fear. He stood by the table, his hand resting on his blade. He'll go. Shen Xian looked at him. Now. Your wounds haven't healed yet. I know. Then why go? Lu Xiaoqi's eyes reddened. Boss, that's my fifth brother. The room fell silent. No one could dissuade him from that resolve. If it were Zhao Daxiao, knowing that a loved one was still alive in such a place, he too would want to go. Su Xiaoxue stared at the ledger, her voice barely a whisper. Dead Man's Village might not even be there anymore. Lu Xiaoqi looked at her. What do you mean? A place like the Azure Tower wouldn't stay fixed for long. The clue in the ledger could be 3 years old, or it could be a deliberate lure from Qin Wu. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. Even if it's false, I have to go see. Shen Xian did not answer immediately. He knew that Lu Xiaoqi would go today, no matter what. To stop him would snap the thread of hope within him. Shen Xian said, you can go. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. But you must not go alone. I know. And you must not charge at anyone you see. Above all, don't turn your back to someone just because they look like your fifth brother. Lu Xiaoqi's face stiffened. Shen Xian had hit the mark. He probably would have done exactly that. Shen Xian continued, a person taken by the Azure Tower for 3 years could be your fifth brother, or he could no longer be the brother you remember. You must be prepared. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. The words were painful, but he knew the boss wasn't trying to scare him. Su Xiaoxue said, I'll go too. Shen Xian looked at her. What for? Dead Man's Village might hold the Azure Tower's ledgers. If Qin Wu placed Lu Xiaowu there, it means it's more than just a training ground for assassins. Zhao Daxiao gritted his teeth. He'll go too. Shen Xian said, you have a match tomorrow. I can forfeit. Zhao Daxiao grew anxious. But Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi cut him off. Daxiao, you focus on your match. Zhao Daxiao looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi forced a faint smile. If my fifth brother is truly alive, I want him to taste your noodles. Zhao Daxiao's eyes suddenly reddened. Then you have to bring him back. Li Chengfeng arrived as well. Upon hearing about Dead Man's Village, his expression darkened. You're really going? Shen Xian said yes. I know the way. Everyone turned to him. Li Chengfeng said the imperial culinary family once cooked for those who couldn't be seen in the light. I heard about places like Dead Man's Village when I was a child, and I even went once with an elder. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. You've been? Li Chengfeng's face was grim. It's not a good place. Then why did you go? I didn't have a choice when I was young. At those words, Zhao Daxiao suddenly realized that Li Chengfeng hadn't always stood so firmly. Everyone has things they'd rather not speak of. Shen Xian asked, will you lead the way? Li Chengfeng nodded. But only to the outskirts. I'm not one of your Cloud Return Tavern people. Shen Xian said, I'll pay for the guidance. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, then smiled. Fine, at the market rate. Su Xiaoxue asked how much. Li Chengfeng. He suddenly felt that the people from Cloud Return Tavern left no room for atmosphere. In the end, Li Chengfeng accepted 1 tael of silver. He called it a guide's fee, not a favor. At the hour of the ox, they left the city. Zhao Daxiao stayed behind. Chen Qing and the Herb King Valley members guarded the inn. Zhao Daxiao stood at the door to see them off, clutching his cleaver. Xiaoqi, come back alive. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. I still want to eat your championship dish. Zhao Daxiao nodded vigorously. Dead Man's Village was 20 li outside Linjiang City. Li Chengfeng said little along the way. When they neared the place, he stopped. It's just ahead. Lu Xiaoqi looked. It didn't resemble a village. It looked more like an abandoned, dilapidated courtyard. No lights shone around, only a half-collapsed gate. Su Xiaoxue murmured, too quiet. Shen Xian said, there are people. Lu Xiaoqi immediately gripped his blade. Shen Xian heard the sounds of breathing. Not many, but all deeply concealed. Li Chengfeng said, I can only go this far. Shen Xian nodded. Go back. Li Chengfeng hesitated. Zhao Daxiao's second-round match tomorrow might be about medicinal cuisine. Shen Xian looked at him. Why tell me now? Just remembered. Su Zhaoxue said coolly, 1 tael of silver for this information is quite a bargain. Li Qingfeng's face stiffened. Him leaving. After he left, Shen Xian led Lu Xiaoqi and Su Zhaoxue into the village. The moment they entered, arrows flew. Not crossbow bolts. Tiny sleeve arrows. Shen Xian raised his hand and knocked them all down. Lu Xiaoqi wasn't startled. He was used to it by now. With the boss leading the way, many dangers seemed as trivial as pebbles. But he also knew he couldn't rely entirely on the boss. A voice came from the courtyard. Cloud Return Tavern's boss, you've arrived sooner than I expected. Shen Xian looked toward the main hall. 5th Master Qin sat there. But this Qin Wu was not the one captured during the day. Lu Zioqi's face changed. How is this possible? Su Zhaoxue frowned too. The Qin Wu taken away by Su Huai during the day. How could he be here? The Qin Wu in the main hall smiled. Surprised. Shen Xian stared at him. A body double. Qin Wu nodded. Excellent perception, boss Shen. The one during the day was merely a shadow I cultivated. Lu Zioqi's eyes burned red. Where is Lu Xiaowu? Qin Wu did not answer immediately. He clapped his hands. From behind the main hall a man emerged. In his 20s, clad in gray with an old scar on his face. Lu Xiaoqi froze entirely. That face was more mature than in his memory, colder too. But he recognized it. 5th brother. The gray-clad youth looked at him, his gaze flat. No joy. No tears. As if looking at a stranger. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward. Xiaoqi. The gray-clad youth nodded. I know. Tears streamed down Lu Zioqi's face. You're alive, you're really alive. But the gray-clad youth did not step forward. He just looked at Lu Xiaoqi and said, you shouldn't have come. Lu Xiaoqi stopped. 5th brother. A short blade suddenly slid into the gray-clad youth's hand. The blade's tip pointed at Lu Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, go back. Lu Zioqi's face turned pale. You want to kill me? A flicker of emotion finally stirred in the gray-clad youth's eyes. I don't want to kill you. Qin Wu laughed. But if you don't act, you will die. Lu Xiaoqi turned to Qin Wu. What have you done to my 5th brother? Qin Wu said, I saved him. 3 years ago, he was on the verge of death. The Azure Tower gave him food, gave him a blade, gave him a path to survive. Lu Xiaowu said coldly, shut up. Qin Wu laughed, even more gleefully. See, he doesn't like hearing the truth. Lu Zioqi's hand on his blade began to tremble. Su Zhaoxue said softly, Xiaoqi, don't let him lead you by the nose. Shen Xian also spoke. Lu Xiaowu, do you want him to leave because you fear he'll die, or because you fear you'll have to strike? Lu Xiaowu looked at Shen Xian. Boss Shen. Yes. Thank you for taking him in. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't stop his tears. 5th brother, come back with me. Cloud Return Tavern is wonderful. The boss is kind. Da Xiao cooks delicious food, and accountant Su is also. I can't go back. Lu Xiaowu cut him off. Xiaoqi, I have the Azure Tower's blood on my hands. So what? Too much. Lu Xiaoqi clenched his teeth. As long as you're alive. A tremor passed through Lu Xiaowu's eyes. Qin Wu sighed. Truly touching. But your brotherly reunion must end here. He raised his hand. From the shadows of the courtyard, a dozen Azure Tower assassins emerged. Qin Wu looked at Shen Xian. Boss Shen, it would have been better if you hadn't taken the ledger during the day. Now that you have the ledger and have found the man, you can only die here. Shen Xian surveyed the assassins. Is that all? Qin Wu's smile faded. He detested this reaction from Shen Xian. As if all his schemes were merely an inconvenience, not a true threat. Of course not. Qin Wu snapped his fingers. Lu Xiaowu suddenly groaned, dropping to one knee, his face turning blue. Lu Xiaoqi was horrified. 5th brother. Qin Wu said slowly, he's poisoned. Without the antidote, he'll die within an hour. Where is the antidote? On me. Qin Wu looked at Shen Xian. Boss Shen, you're skilled in combat. You can protect your people. You can seize the ledger. So now choose. Kill me and Lu Xiaowu dies. Spare me and you all might die. Lu Xiaoqi's mind was a mess. He finally saw 5th brother, but 5th brother was pointing a knife at him. 5th brother was alive, yet he was poisoned. Qin Wu stood there smiling as if everything was under his control. Lu Xiaoqi hated this feeling the most. 3 years ago when the mountain bandits invaded the village, he felt the same way. He could only hide, only watch, only wait for others to decide if he could live. He gripped the short knife, his voice trembling. Give me the antidote. Qin Wu smiled and said, Xiaoqi, what makes you think you can ask me for it? Lu Xiaoqi took a step forward. Shen Xian did not stop him. Su Zhaoxue wanted to say something, but was halted by Shen Xian's raised hand. Lu Xiaoqi approached Lu Xiaowu and crouched down. 5th brother. Lu Xiaowu gritted his teeth. Leave. I want leave. Do you not understand? I told you to leave. Tears fell from Lu Xiaoqi's eyes, yet he smiled for a moment. I used to listen to you and ran away. Lu Xiaowu froze. Lu Xiaoqi continued, that time I ran away and survived. But this time I won't run. Lu Xiaowu's eyes finally turned red. You will die? Then let's find a way together. There is no way. There is. Lu Xiaoqi glanced back at Shen. My boss is here. Lu Xiaowu also looked at Shen Xian. He didn't know how strong this Guiyun boss was, but he could tell from Qin Wu's attitude that Qin Wu was wary of him. Qin Wu looked at the two brothers and sighed softly. It seems we've talked enough. He raised his hand. The assassins in green moved simultaneously. Shen Xian moved as well. He did not draw his sword, nor did he make any grand gestures. He merely took a step forward. The wind in the courtyard seemed to pause for a moment. Then those rushing assassins flew back one by one. Some crashed into walls, some fell into the corridor, and some had their knives broken in half. Qin Wu's expression changed. He knew Shen Xian was strong. But the people ambushed by the dead man's manor were the true assassins of the Qingyi Tower. Could he not even get close? Shen Xian looked at him. Antidote. Qin Wu retreated. If you dare to move against me, he will die. Shen Xian replied, you've miscalculated your chips. Qin Wu was taken aback. Shen Xian looked at Su Zhao Shui. The ledger. Su Zhao Shui already understood. She opened the ledger she brought back from the Culinary God Conference and loudly proclaimed Qin Wu insider of the Qingyi Tower and Linjiang involved in the extermination of the Su family 3 years ago, the burning of Lu family village, and the box case of the Black Tiger stronghold. The ledger records your 7 cash collections and 3 instances of silencing. Qin Wu's expression darkened. Su Zhao Shui continued, if this ledger is handed over to the Town Marshal Division and the Medicine King Valley, Qingyi Tower can abandon you once, and they can abandon you a second time. What do you have to exchange with us now? Qin Wu sneered. The ledger is in your hands, but you may not get out tonight. Shen Xian replied, if you can't get out, that's enough. Qin Wu's expression turned sinister. Suddenly he pulled out a black pill from his pocket, pretending to crush it. The antidote is here, but if I destroy it. Before he could finish, a coin struck his wrist. The pill flew up. Lu Shaoqi moved. He used the wind chase step to its limits. He did not chase Qin Wu. He chased the pill. In the moment his fingertip brushed against the pill, Qin Wu's other hand shot out a flying needle. Lu Xiaowu pounced over, blocking in front of Lu Shaoqi. The flying needle pierced Lu Xiaowu's shoulder. Lu Shaoqi caught the pill, and also caught the collapsing Lu Xiaowu. Fifth brother. Lu Xiaowu coughed once. Still alive. Lu Shaoqi's hands trembled. The medicine. Su Zhao Shui immediately stepped forward to check. Can't take it directly, oh, it might have issues. Lu Shaoqi panicked. Then what should we do? Shen Xian looked towards outside the courtyard. Zhao Deshao is coming. A few of them were stunned. Indeed, hurried footsteps approached from not far away. Zhao Deshao rushed in, panting, carrying a medicine box and a kitchen knife. Behind him were Chen Qing and 2 disciples from the Medicine King Valley. As soon as Zhao Deshao entered, he shouted, Xiao Qi. Lu Shaoqi said urgently to Xiao, save my 5th brother. Zhao Deshao's face turned pale, but he remained composed. He took the pill, sniffed it, and then looked at the flying needle in Lu Xiaowu's shoulder. The antidote is correct, but it needs to draw out the poison first. Taking it directly will shock the heart. Chen Qing looked at him in surprise. Can you tell? Zhao Deshao had no time to respond. He opened the medicine box, took out several herbs, and said to Lu Shaoqi, hold him steady. Lu Shaoqi complied. Zhao Deshao's hands trembled. He was scared, but he knew no one could replace him now. He scraped a bit off the pill, brewed it with herbs into a thick paste, and then used a silver needle to draw blood. Chen Qing helped beside him. Lu Xiao's complexion fluctuated between blue and white. Lu Shaoqi knelt beside him, his eyes unblinking. 5th brother, hold on. Lu Xiaowu looked at him, and suddenly said softly, Shaoqi, you've grown taller. Lu Shaoqi's tears fell immediately. Shut up and save your strength. Lu Xiaowu smiled slightly. You always cried before. I'm crying now too. I see. Lu Shaoqi wanted to cry and curse at the same time. Zhao Deshao whispered, don't let him talk too much. Lu Shaoqi immediately covered Lu Xiaowu's mouth. Lu Xiaowu. On the other side, Qin Wu was already pinned to the ground by Shen Xian. One of his arms was broken, his inner strength sealed, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Shen Xian, you've ruined the Qingyi Tower's affairs. There is nowhere for you to hide in the world. Shen Xian replied, I have an inn. Qin Wu sneered. An inn? Do you think the Qingyi Tower dares not go? Shen Xian looked at him. They dare. Qin Wu was about to laugh when Shen Xian added, but if they go, they won't leave. Qin Wu's smile faded. Su Zhao Shui searched through several rooms in the dead man's manor and found some rosters and medicine bottles. Inside were indeed records of the Qingyi Tower's trained assassins. Lu Xiaowu's name was also there. In the past 3 years, he had been assigned to the miscellaneous line and later transferred to the outer lines reserve. He had killed people and saved people. The records were cold, only stating tasks, not reasons. Su Zhao Shui finished reading and did not give it to Lu Shaoqi immediately. Now was not the time. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaowu's complexion finally improved. Zhao Deshao was drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground. He lived. Lu Shaoqi looked at him. Deshao. Zhao Deshao waved his hand. Don't thank me. When your 5th brother wakes up, let him come to the inn for noodles. Lu Shaoqi nodded vigorously. Shen Xian walked to Lu Xiaowu's side. Can you walk? Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Are you taking me back? Otherwise, do you want to stay here? My hands are not clean. Shen Xian said, first live, we can figure it out later. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. These words sounded too much like a forgiveness he had never heard before. It was not saying he was wrong, nor was it saying it was all in the past. It simply meant live first. Lu Xiaowu closed his eyes. I will go with you. Lu Shaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before everyone could leave, a horn suddenly sounded outside the dead man's manor. Chen Qing's face changed. This is the signal of the patrol camp in Linjiang City. Su Zhaoshui's expression also shifted. Did someone report to the authorities? Shen Xian looked at the pin Qin Wu. Qin Wu, covered in blood, smiled. Shen boss, do you think the dead man's manor is just a place for the Qingyi Tower? Wrong. It is also a place for certain people in Linjiang City. You all barged in tonight, injured people, and privately judged the Qingyi Tower. The patrol camp is coming. Guess who they will arrest? Lu Shaoqi shouted. Are you colluding with the officials? Qin Wu smiled without speaking. Shen Xian looked towards outside the manor. Torches had already been lit, and there were quite a few people coming. Su Zhaoshui whispered, we can't confront the patrol camp hidden. If we do, we will lose control of the ledger. Shen Xian nodded. Then we won't fight. How do we leave? Shen Xian looked towards Zhao Dashao. Zhao Dashao was stunned. What are you looking at me for? You brought the people from the Medicine King Valley, and do you have a cart? Shen Qing immediately said yes, on the west side of the manor. Shen Xian said, let's go from the west. Qin Wu sneered. Can you escape? Shen Xian looked at him. You can't escape. Qin Wu's expression changed. Shen Xian lifted him up. Take him. Qin Wu finally panicked. What are you taking me for? Shen Xian replied, witness. Lu Shaoqi helped Lu Xiaowu up. Zhao Dashao carried the medicine box. Su Zhaoshui put away the rosters. Everyone retreated towards the west. The shouts of the patrol camp were already approaching. People inside, listen. Put down your weapons. Shen Xian ignored them. Just as they climbed over the west wall, a group of patrol camp soldiers arrived. The leading officer saw them and immediately drew his sword. Stop. Shen Xian halted and glanced at him. Just as the officer was about to give an order, another voice suddenly came from afar. Everyone stop. Su Huai arrived with the people from the Linjiang Town Martial Division. He looked at Qin Wu and Shen Xian's hands with a very complicated expression. Shen boss, you're causing me trouble again. Shen Xian stated, witness alive. Su Huai looked at Qin Wu, his expression darkening. Take him away. The patrol camp officer immediately said, Su Vice Envoy, this person is involved in the city defense case and should be handled by the patrol camp. Su Huai sneered. He is involved in the old case of the Su family, the Qingyi Tower case, the black market case, and the poisoning case of the Culinary God Conference. You say you can just take him? The officer's face turned ugly. Both sides were at a standstill. Shen Xian looked at them and suddenly understood. The waters of Linjiang City were much deeper than Qingshi Town. A single Qin Wu was not just a person from the Qingyi Tower. He was also tied to the official powers in the city. Lu Shaoqi supported Lu Xiaowu, looking at Shen Xian. Boss, where do we go back to? Shen Xian glanced at Zhao Dashao. First, back to the inn. Zhao Dashao hurriedly said, I have the second round tomorrow. Everyone. After such a commotion, he still remembered the competition. Shen Xian nodded. Then let's sleep first. Before Qin Wu was taken away, he suddenly turned around and looked at Shen Xian. Shen boss, do you think capturing me will end this? Shen Xian replied, no. Qin Wu was stunned. Shen Xian continued, I know there are others behind this. Qin Wu smiled. Then do you dare to continue? Shen Xian glanced at Lu Shaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, Su Zhaoshui, and Zhao Dashao behind him. We have come this far. If we don't continue, it would be a loss. When they returned to the inn, dawn was approaching. Zhao Dashao's first action was not to sleep, but to head to the kitchen. Shen Xian stood at the door watching him. What are you doing? Zhao Dashao held a kitchen knife, his face pale, but his gaze serious. I need to prepare for the second round. Lu Shaoqi helped Lu Xiaowu sit down and nearly stumbled upon hearing this. Dashao, you just saved someone. Zhao Dashao nodded. That's why I need to prepare even more. Lu Shaoqi didn't understand. Zhao Dashao glanced at the medicine box, then at his kitchen knife. I used to think cooking was just cooking and saving lives was the doctor's job. But just now I realized that the food can also save lives. Chen Qing, who was nearby, slightly changed his expression upon hearing this. If these words came from a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, it would be unremarkable. But coming from a tavern cook, it was different. Shen Xian asked, do you know what the second round's topic is? Li Chengfeng mentioned last night that it might be medicinal cuisine. Zhao Dashao nodded. Medicinal cuisine. Are you sure? Sure. Zhao Dashao pointed at the medicine box. When I saved Brother Wu just now, I gained a lot of knowledge about medicinal properties. I think if the second round is really medicinal cuisine, I can give it a try. Lu Xiaowu looked up at him. He had just been rescued and still looked quite pale. Lu Xiaowu paused. Brother Wu. Zhao Dashao was momentarily taken aback by the address. Sorry, I heard Shaoqi calling you that earlier, and it slipped out. Just call me Dashao. It's fine. Zhao Dashao waved his hand. No worries. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Thank you. Zhao Dashao lowered his head. If you want to thank me, just live well. Shaoqi is going crazy looking for you. Shaoqi is tough. I didn't. Lu Xiaowu glanced at him. You've always been like this since you were young. Even when you cried, you said you didn't. Shaoqi's face turned red. Who cried? Su Zhaoshui sat at the table organizing the roster taken from the dead village. She did not participate in the conversation between the two brothers. But seeing Xiao Qi's expression, she felt a bit relieved. At least he had found a living relative, even if that relative had many issues. Being alive means they can slowly sort things out. Shen Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao. If you want to practice medicinal cuisine you can, but only for an hour at most. Zhao Daxiao asked why. To sleep. I'm not tired. You are tired. Zhao Daxiao wanted to say he wasn't tired, but as soon as he opened his mouth he yawned. Shen Xian said look. Zhao Daxiao fell silent. Shen Qing voluntarily stayed to help Zhao Daxiao pick herbs. If the medicinal cuisine topic really appears, the ingredients and medicinal herbs may be mismatched. You need to learn not to be led by the topic. Zhao Daxiao listened attentively. What do you mean? Shen Qing took out several herbs. For example, ginseng tonifies qi, but not everyone can take it. Huanglian is bitter and cold, and it doesn't just harm the stomach. Medicinal cuisine is not about throwing expensive herbs into soup, but about considering who eats, why they eat, and what effect it should achieve. Zhao Daxiao nodded. This was somewhat similar to what Shen Xian said earlier about, who do you want to save? Before cooking, think about the person who will eat it. Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment, and said, then should I make a portion for Brother Wu? Lu Xiaowu was stunned. Me, you just detoxified and your qi and blood are weak, but you can't have too much nutrition. You won't be able to drink something too strong. He'll try to make you a bowl of soup. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. He hadn't heard anyone ask him what he wanted to eat in Qingyi Tower. Meals were just about survival. As long as it could be swallowed, that was enough. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, make it. My brother Wu used to be picky, he didn't like drinking bitter medicine. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Do you remember? Lu Xiaoqi said, you used to let me taste the medicine first before you drank it. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. He certainly remembered. Back then he had lied to Xiaoqi, saying his brother needed to test the medicine for poison before drinking. In truth, he was just afraid of the bitterness. Zhao Daxiao quickly got to work. He used a small amount of chicken, a few slices of ginger, a bit of astragalus, and several warming herbs picked by Qin Qing. The fire couldn't be too fierce. The flavor couldn't be too strong. When the soup was ready, Lu Xiaowu sniffed it, and his expression changed slightly. It wasn't bitter. It even had a familiar home-cooked flavor. He took a sip and his throat moved. Lu Xiaoqi watched him nervously. How is it? Lu Xiaowu murmured, it's delicious. Lu Xiaoqi immediately smiled. Of course it's delicious when made by Daxiao. Zhao Daxiao smiled too. However, as he smiled, he suddenly froze. He understood how to approach the second round. Medicinal cuisine is not about showcasing herbs. It's not about using expensive herbs. It's about making sure those in need can truly eat and use it. The system's voice echoed in Shen Xian's mind. Employee Zhao Daxiao comprehended the direction of medicinal cuisine. The proficiency of the medicinal cuisine manual increased. Shen Xian glanced at Zhao Daxiao. This chubby guy was realizing things faster and faster. An hour later, Shen Xian forcefully made everyone sleep. Lu Xiaoqi was unwilling. He wanted to stay with Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu said, I want leave. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Really? Really? Qingyi Tower. I can't go back anymore. When these words were spoken, Lu Xiaowu seemed to finally admit something. He was no longer a person from Qingyi Tower, but he still didn't know whether he could be a person from Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian said from the side, sleep first, think about it, when you wake up. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Shopkeeper Shen, can someone like me go to Guiyun Tavern? Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, of course you can. Lu Xiaowu didn't look at him, only at Shen Xian. He knew that Lu Xiaoqi's words didn't count. What counted was Shen Xian's words. Shen Xian thought for a moment. Can you work? Lu Xiaowu was stunned. I can. Can you kill people? I can. Besides killing people, Lu Xiaowu fell silent. He suddenly realized that this question was harder to answer than whether he could kill. After a long pause, he said, I can repair roofs, sharpen knives, wash horses, and recognize some secret signals. Shen Xian nodded. Then you can be a temporary worker? Lu Xiaowu was stunned. Lu Xiaoqi was also stunned. Su Zhaoxue turned over beside them, eyes closed, saying, the pay for temporary workers is calculated separately, not according to Xiaoqi standards. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, why not? Su Zhaoxue replied, because he is still in the observation period. Lu Xiaowu looked at these people and suddenly smiled. It was a faint smile, but it was a real smile. Okay, he'll be a temporary worker. That afternoon, Zhao Daxiao went to the second round of the Food God Conference. He had slept for less than 2 hours, and there were still bloodshot veins under his eyes. But he was steadier than in the morning. The second round was indeed medicinal cuisine. When Xue Lao announced the topic, Zhao Daxiao was not surprised at all. The topic of this round is food for the sick. Each chef would draw a condition and create a medicinal dish based on it. Zhao Daxiao drew weakness and loss of appetite after poisoning. He stared at the slip of paper and his entire being froze. Wasn't this Lu Xiaowu? Li Chengfeng, who was beside him, noticed his expression and whispered, you're quite lucky. Zhao Daxiao shook his head. It's not luck. Then what is it? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. It's just that someone needs it. Li Chengfeng didn't understand. Zhao Daxiao didn't explain. He began to make soup. It was very similar to the soup he made for Lu Xiaowu in the morning, but this time it was more refined. He reduced one herb, made the ginger slices thinner, and parboiled the chicken to remove the odor before simmering it over low heat. Nearby a chef was using precious herbs, ginseng reishi deer antler, and the aroma was strong. Xiao Daxiao didn't look. He knew he couldn't compare to the expensive. He didn't want to compare to the expensive either. During the judging, many medicinal dishes had a strong aroma and powerful flavor. When it was Xiao Daxiao's turn, his bowl contained only a small bowl of warm soup. The elder from the Medicine King Valley took the first sip. He said nothing after the first sip. After the second sip, he closed his eyes. This soup of yours lacks strong medicinal properties. Xiao Daxiao's heart tightened. It does. Why not use better herbs? The patient just detoxified and can't take too much nourishment. If the medicinal properties are too strong, it will upset the stomach. The elder looked up at him. Who taught you that? Xiao Daxiao did not hesitate this time. The patient taught me. The venue fell silent for a moment. The patient? I saved someone last night. He couldn't drink bitter medicine and couldn't have too much nourishment. I just thought that the medicinal dish should first be something he can drink. The elder from the Medicine King Valley looked at him for a long time. Finally he nodded. Good. The judge from the Imperial Chef family also took a sip. He initially didn't think much of this light soup, but after tasting it he found it unpretentious, yet very comforting to the stomach. Food for the sick. It wasn't a dish for banquets. It wasn't a show-off dish. It was a dish that a patient would be willing to drink another sip of. Shuelao looked at the opinions of several judges and announced, Xiao Daxiao has passed the second round. Xiao Daxiao stood there, his eyes slightly red. He had passed. Not by relying on the shopkeeper's help. Not by relying on others to shield him. It was soup he made himself. Below the stage, Lu Xiaoqi was so excited he nearly jumped up only to pull at his injury and wince in pain. Lu Xiaowu looked at Xiao Daxiao on stage and quietly said, he's amazing. Lu Xiaoqi said proudly, of course he's our tavern's chef. Su Zhaoxua noted down Xiao Daxiao's success in the second round. Shen Xian heard the system's prompt. Employee Xiao Daxiao has passed the second round of medicinal cuisine. Reputation increased. Reward host's power increases by 30 years. Current host's total power 150 years. Shen Xian's finger paused slightly. 150 years. He remembered the system once said that the public limit in the martial world was about 150 years. This meant that from now on he was already standing at the pinnacle of this martial world's understanding. However, he did not feel much joy, because right after the system prompt another line of new text appeared. Warning, edge of limit breach detected. Unknown forces have begun to take notice. Shen Xian looked up. On the second floor of the venue, a person wearing a conical hat was staring at him. That person did not make a move, nor did he approach. He simply wrote a character on the table with his finger. When Shen Xian saw that character, his first reaction was not surprise, but annoyance. Again, it was Tian. The Lu family village had a jade token marked with Tian. The old accounts of the Su family bank had transactions involving Tian. Before the black market burned the accounts, remnants of the character Tian were left behind. Now, having just reached a cultivation level of 150 years, someone on the second floor had written this character. This was no coincidence. Someone had been watching all along. Shen Xian looked up at the second floor. The person wearing the hat did not hide. It seemed he knew Shen Xian had already seen him. Through the crowd and the noise, he raised his hand and gently brushed the tea on the table aside. The character Tian scattered. Su Zhaoxua noticed Shen Xian's gaze. What's wrong? Shen Xian said, second floor. Su Zhaoxua looked up. The person with the hat was still sitting there, his face unclear, only his hand could be seen. That hand was very steady. It did not seem like that of an ordinary onlooker. Su Zhaoxua whispered, what did he write? Tian. Her expression changed slightly. Lu Xiaoqi also heard this and suddenly looked up. Again, it's Tian. Lu Xiaowu sitting beside him still looked a bit weak. Hearing this character, his eyes also changed. Shen Xian looked at him. You know? Lu Xiaowu was silent for a moment. In Qingyi Tower, no one dares to mention this character. Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously, why? I don't know. Lu Zaiwa's voice was very low. I only heard it once. 3 years ago I was taken to Qingyi Tower, and someone came to pick children. That person glanced at us and said that among those who had run away from Lu family village there might be something the Tian men was looking for. Su Zayok's fingers tightened. Tian men. Lu Xiaowu nodded. I don't know what that is. Later a steward from Qingyi Tower heard these two words and had his tongue cut off immediately. Lu Xiaoqi felt a chill in his heart. So, fifth brother, do you know that I might still be alive? Lu Xiaowu looked at him, a hint of pain in his eyes. I know. Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. Then why didn't you look for me? As soon as he said this, Lu Zaiwa's face turned a shade paler. He looked at Lu Xiaoqi, his lips moving. There were many things to say. To say he was being watched by Qingyi Tower. To say he didn't know where Xiaoqi was. To say that he was poisoned and couldn't leave the city. But none of these words came out. In the end he only said, I didn't dare. Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. Lu Xiaowu lowered his head. I was afraid that by the time I found you I would no longer be your brother. Lu Zioki's eyes reddened. He wanted to say that wasn't true. Wanted to say you will always be. But seeing the old scar on Lu Zio's hand, seeing his instinctive grip on the knife, seeing him avoid his gaze, he suddenly couldn't say anything. 3 years. He had been wandering outside while Lu Xiaowu lived in Qingyi Tower. They were no longer the children they once were. Su Zhaoxue said softly, "Now is not the time to discuss this." Lu Xiaoqi sniffed and nodded. He knew, but knowing did not lessen the pain in his heart. On the stage, the second round of the competition continued. After Zhao Daxiao passed, he did not immediately leave the stage, but waited for the final list nearby. He saw Xin Xian looking up and followed his gaze. The person in the hat on the second floor made him very uncomfortable. It was as if someone stood outside the stove watching every slice, but did not tell him what they wanted to eat. Li Chengfeng walked over to Zhao Daxiao. "Do you know that person on the second floor?" Zhao Daxiao shook his head. "I don't know." "Then why are you looking at him?" "The shopkeeper is watching." Li Chengfeng glanced over, his expression slightly changing. "Don't look too long." Zhao Daxiao became anxious. "Do you know him?" "I don't know." "Then why do you say that?" Li Chengfeng was silent for a moment. "I saw a similar person when I was a child." "Where?" "In the kitchen of the imperial chef's family." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. "Did he go to eat?" Li Chengfeng shook his head. "He went to pick chefs." This sentence made Zhao Daxiao's heart tighten. What did he pick chefs for? No one knows. The 2 chefs who were taken away that year never came back. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. "Didn't you look for them?" Li Chengfeng looked at him. Someone didn't allow searching. Zhao Daxiao suddenly felt that this Linjiang city was far more frightening than Qingshi town. In Qingshi town, bad people were bandits, assassins, and black market bosses. Badness was clear and obvious. But here some people sat high up, writing a single character, making everyone shut up. Xin Xian had already stood up. Su Zhaoxue immediately said, "We can't act now. I know. There are too many people here. The god of food competition hasn't ended yet, and Zhao Daxiao is still on stage." Xin Xian did not walk toward the second floor. He merely looked at the person in the hat through the crowd. The person in the hat seemed to smile slightly. Then he picked up a teacup from the table and gently tapped it. Under the teacup, a small black token was revealed. Half of the character Tian was engraved on the token. Su Zhaoxue gasped when she saw it. "It's very similar to the jade token marked with Tian mentioned in the account books." Lu Xiaoqi whispered, "He intentionally showed it to us." Lu Xiaowu said, "It's not for us, it's for shopkeeper Shan." Xin Xian said nothing. The person in the hat put away the small token and stood up to leave. Xin Xian moved a step. Su Zhaoxue immediately grabbed his sleeve. "Shopkeeper." Xin Xian looked at her. Su Zhaox's voice was steady, but her fingers were tight. "He just wants you to chase after him." Xin Xian certainly knew. But he also knew that if he didn't chase now, this lead. At this moment, Zhao Daxiao ran down from the stage. He ran hurriedly, sweat on his forehead. "Shopkeeper, I passed the second round." Xin Xian looked at him. Zhao Daxiao, panting, continued, "The third round is tomorrow." Old Shui said, "Today is over." Xin Xian paused, looking at his tired but somewhat radiant face. Zhao Daxiao was still waiting for him to speak. Like a chef just finishing a dish, waiting for a customer to ask if it was good. Xin Xian said, "Well done." Zhao Daxiao smiled suddenly. He smiled foolishly, but very sincerely. The person in the hat had already reached the exit of the second floor. Su Zhaoxue whispered, "If you don't chase, he will be gone." Xin Xian glanced at Zhao Daxiao. "You guys go back to the inn first." Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, "I'll go with you." "No need." "Shopkeeper." Xin Xian said, "You stay and keep an eye on fifth brother and the accounts." Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. Lu Xiaowu also looked up. Xin Xian looked at Zhao Daxiao again. "And the chefs?" Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. "Shopkeeper, I don't need to watch." Su Zhaoxue said, "You need to watch the most." Zhao Daxiao. Xin Xian said no more, turning to walk toward the second floor. He did not walk quickly, but no one could stop him. Old Shui wanted to speak, but Xin Xian had already passed through the crowd. Li Chengfeng watched his back, whispering, "Who exactly is he?" Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and said, Li Chengfeng fell silent. This answer was as good as not answering, but it seemed quite accurate. When Xin Xian chased out of the venue, the person in the hat had already reached the back alley. The alley was empty. There was only a very ordinary carriage. The person in the hat stood beside the carriage as if waiting specifically for him. "Shopkeeper Shun." The voice was neither old nor young. It was very flat. Xin Xian asked, "Tianmin." The person in the hat smiled slightly. "You think more directly than I expected. You all find it more troublesome than I do." "We mean no harm." Xin Xian looked at him. Usually those who say this have considerable malice. The person in the hat was not angry. "Tianmin only wants to confirm one thing." "What thing?" "Whether you have broken the limits." Xin Xian did not answer. The person in the hat looked at him. "A cultivation level of 150 years is the peak visible in this world. Beyond that is a door. So it's called Tianmin." "You could say that." Xin Xian asked, "Was what happened in Lu family village done by you?" The person in the hat shook his head. No. What about the Su family? Not them either. Then what about the jade token marked with Tian? The person in the hat was silent for a moment. It is our property. Shen Xian's gaze turned cold. So many people died to find one thing. The person in the hat said, I told you it wasn't Tian Min who acted. But the thing is yours. It is. Then there is a debt. The person in the hat finally went silent for a moment. It was as if he was seeing Shen Xian seriously for the first time. Shopkeeper Shen Tian Min does not owe anyone anything. Shen Xian said, it didn't before. The person in the hat laughed. This time the smile seemed more genuine. You are indeed on the edge of breaking the limits. Shen Xian did not correct him. He was currently at 150 years. He had not crossed over yet. But the system spoke of the edge of breaking the limits. The person in the hat took out the black small token. This token is not complete. The real jade token marked with Tian went missing around Lu family village back then. Qingyi Tower, in order to please certain people, privately investigated, which led to subsequent events. Shen Xian asked, who are those certain people? You shouldn't know that now? Then why are you here? The person in the hat placed the small token on the carriage yoke. To deliver you a message. Speak. Don't be in a hurry to break the limits. Shen Xian frowned. The person in the hat continued. Your cultivation is increasing too quickly now. If you take another step forward, Tian Min will officially see you. At that time it won't be me who comes. Shen Xian asked, who are you? A messenger from Tianmin Xiaowuji. A messenger? Someone who guards the door for Tian Min in the world. Shen Xian looked at him. You have many doors. Xiaowuji smiled. Shopkeeper Shen, you run a tavern, you should know that some doors can be opened while others cannot. Shen Xian said, I only know that if a door is broken, compensation is required. Xiaowuji paused. It seemed he did not expect the conversation to take such a turn. Interesting. He boarded the carriage. If the jade token marked with Tian is near you, sooner or later someone will come and take it. You can investigate, but don't touch it lightly. What about Lu Xiaowu? Xiaowuji looked at him. He is just a child picked up by Qingyi Tower, not the person Tian Min is looking for. What about Lu Xiaoqi? Not him either. Then who else from Lu family village? Xiaowuji did not answer. The carriage began to move. Shopkeeper Shen, when you truly cross that limit we will meet again. Shen Xian did not chase after him. Because he knew that if Xiaowuji wanted to leave he might not be able to stop him. But if he stopped him now it would trigger the events to unfold earlier. He had not yet brought Zhao Daxiao back to the tavern. Nor had he finished looking into Su Zayok's accounts. He had not even allowed Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Xiaowu to sit down and enjoy a good meal. Shen Xian watched the carriage disappear, bending down to pick up a piece of paper left on the yoke. The paper only had an address. Linjiang Old Ferry 3 days later. When Shen Xian returned to the inn, the room was empty. Zhao Daxiao was practicing cooking in the kitchen. Lu Xiaoqi sat at the door polishing his knife. Leaning against the wall, Lu Xiaowu had a pale face, but his hand never left the knife handle. Su Zhaoxue was organizing the accounts at the table. As soon as she heard footsteps she looked up. Did you catch up? Shen Xian nodded. Lu Xiaoqi immediately stood up. Who is that person, shopkeeper? A messenger from the heavenly gate. The room fell silent. Lu Xiaowu was the first to speak. Is there really a heavenly gate? Lu Xiao's fingers tightened. During his years at the Qingyi Tower he had heard too many rumors. Some said the heavenly gate was a place left by immortals. Some said the heavenly gate held the key to breaking the limits of martial arts. Others claimed that the Qingyi Tower, the black market, and some sects and court officials were merely shadows outside the heavenly gate. But no one dared to ask. Asking would lead to death. Su Zhaoxue asked, what did he say? Shen Xian briefly recounted the events. There were no embellishments. Nor was there any concealment. When he mentioned the jade token with the character Tian, Lu Xiaoqi immediately looked at Lu Xiaowu. Elder brother, have you seen it? Lu Xiaowu shook his head. No. If it really is in Lujia village, I don't know where. Lu Xiaoqi, but why do they think it's in our village? Lu Xiaowu fell silent. This was something he couldn't understand either. Lujia village was just an ordinary village, nothing special. The people there farmed, collected firewood, and went to the market. The most valuable possession in the village was merely the cow of the village chief. How could it be related to the heavenly gate? Su Zhaoxue said, it may not be that Lujia village itself has a problem. It's possible that someone brought something to Lujia village. Who? No one could answer. Shen Xian handed her the paper left by Xiao Wujiao. Old crossing by the river 3 days later. Su Zhaoxue glanced at it. Are you inviting the shopkeeper? Su Zhaoxue immediately said, you can't go. Lu Xiaoqi nodded immediately. I also think we shouldn't go. Zhao Daxiao came out holding a bowl of soup and upon hearing this added, shopkeeper, you must not go. Why, oi? Shen Xian looked at them. Zhao Daxiao said, it doesn't sound like a good place. Lu Xiaoqi said, this is obviously a trap. Su Zhaoxue said, it's not just a trap. 3 days later is also the final day of the food god competition. The room fell silent again. Zhao Daxiao's hand trembled. Final day. Su Zhaoxue nodded. If you can make it to the finals, the shopkeeper will either accompany you or go to the— I can choose not to enter the finals, Zhao Daxiao said immediately. Shen Xian replied, that's not for you to decide. Zhao Daxiao opened his mouth, then finally said quietly, then I'll try my best not to lose too badly. Su Zhaoxue looked at the note. This is a separation. Lu Xiaoqi asked, what does that mean? It means letting the shopkeeper leave us. Lu Zioqi's gaze turned cold. Then we won't separate. Su Zhaoxue shook her head. Since they dare to invite us, they definitely have a backup plan. If we don't go, they will come knocking on our door. Suddenly Lu Xiaowu said, I'll go. Everyone looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi panicked. Elder brother. Lu Xiaowu looked at Shen Xian. The line of the Tian character is drawn from me and Xiaoqi. If I go to the old crossing, perhaps I can find out something. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, you just detoxified, you can barely stand, what are you going for? Lu Xiaowu whispered, I can't always rely on you to protect me. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. He was too familiar with this statement. He used to think the same way. He didn't want to be protected by Shen Xian all the time. Now that it was Lu Xiaowu saying it, he suddenly didn't know how to refute. Shen Xian spoke, no one should rush. He looked at Zhao Daxiao. You need to get through tomorrow's third round first. Zhao Daxiao looked anxious. What will the third round be? Su Zhaoxue said, today's second round is about food for the sick. Tomorrow it's likely to be about banquet dishes. Just then Li Chengfeng walked in and happened to overhear. It's not likely but certain. Everyone turned to him. Li Chengfeng set down a bag he was holding on the table. Tomorrow's third round will be about Jianghu banquet. What's Jianghu banquet? Zhao Daxiao asked. Li Chengfeng replied, you prepare a banquet for people from different Jianghu backgrounds. Some practice knife techniques, some use poison, some have weak blood, and some cannot eat meat. You have to accommodate everyone with a single table of dishes, and you also need to prioritize them. Zhao Daxiao felt a headache coming on. Isn't this intentionally making it difficult for people, eh? The food god competition is inherently about testing skills. Li Chengfeng looked at him. But you have a chance. Zhao Daxiao felt a bit unsure. Me? Your biggest problem is that you can't handle large-scale events, but you're best at taking care of people. This statement stunned Zhao Daxiao. Li Chengfeng continued, the Jianghu banquet isn't like a palace banquet. Palace banquets emphasize status, while Jianghu banquets emphasize needs. You understand this better than many chefs. Zhao Daxiao looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian said he's right. Li Chengfeng seemed somewhat surprised. Shopkeeper Shun can praise others. If it's right, I'll praise it. Then what I said before was wrong. Li Chengfeng was left speechless for a long. He opened the package. Inside were several ingredients. Practice with these. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. You brought me ingredients. Li Chengfeng replied, not for you but to sell to you. 5 taels of silver. Su Zhaoxue immediately looked up. That's too expensive. Li Chengfeng. He suddenly understood why Shen Xian liked to have the accountant nearby. In the end, the ingredients were sold for 3 taels. Li Chengfeng's expression darkened. Su Zhaoxue noted it down and said lightly, friendship prices must also be reasonable. Li Chengfeng looked at Zhao Daxiao. You people in the tavern are really hard to cheat. Zhao Daxiao smiled off. Su the accountant said went out, and about one must not spend money recklessly. Li Chengfeng sighed. Now practice cooking. That night Zhao Daxiao practiced the Jianghu banquet. He first listed the guests. The knife wielders, the bodyguards, those who used poison, those with internal injuries, those who had traveled too long, and the ordinary people. Su Zhaoxue helped him write down their needs. Lu Xiaoqi suggested that the knife wielders loved to eat meat. Lu Xiaowu said assassins usually ate quickly and couldn't handle complicated dishes. Chun Qing added that certain medicinal ingredients counteracted each other. Li Chengfeng chose the knife skills and the banquet layout. Shen Xian was only responsible for eating. By the third round, Zhao Daxiao could not help but ask, shopkeeper, can't you give me some advice? It's too salty, Shen Xian said. Zhao Daxiao immediately noted it down. What else? This dish can be given to Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Why? It has too much oil. Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and realized it was true. He then asked, what about this soup? Shen Xian said, give it to Su the accountant. Su Zhaoxue looked up. Shen Xian said, it's not oily, it warms the stomach. Su Zhaoxue paused her writing. Note that down. Zhao Daxiao suddenly started to understand. The Jianghu banquet is not made for a group of vague people. It is made for specific individuals. Each person has their own tastes, injuries, fatigue, and worries. A table must allow them all to eat properly. This is harder than showing off skills. But it seems like he has a— During the opening of the third round, Zhao Daxiao was not as flustered as in the previous days. He was still afraid, but he had already figured out what he needed to do. At the venue, old Shui announced the topic. Jianghu banquet. Just as Li Chengfeng had said. The participating chefs needed to draw a group of Jianghu guest portraits and prepare a 6-dish, 1-soup banquet based on their identities, physical conditions, and taste preferences. The group that Zhao Daxiao drew was quite mixed. One was a swordsman with an old injury on his shoulder. Another was a female bodyguard who had traveled a long distance and had a weak stomach. One was a herbalist who avoided spicy foods. There was also a young swordsman, vigorous yet impulsive, an old storyteller with poor teeth, and an ordinary child who had gone hungry for 3 days. Looking at the paper, Zhao Dashao's heart calmed down. The child had been hungry for 3 days. He understood this very well. Li Chengfeng also drew his topic. He glanced at his own topic and frowned. His requirements leaned toward palace banquets with many esteemed guests and numerous rules. It wasn't difficult for him. However, his expression changed when he looked at Zhao Dashao's paper. You have quite the luck. Zhao Dashao asked, is that bad? Not necessarily. Li Chengfeng replied, but this topic is easy to fall apart. If you cater to everyone, you will lack a main dish. If you focus on the main dish, you might neglect the child and the elderly. Zhao Dashao nodded. I understand. How do you plan to proceed? Zhao Dashao thought for a moment. First, let the child eat enough. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Zhao Dashao had already begun to take action. The first dish he prepared was not a grand dish. It was porridge. A pot of soft porridge with minced meat, chopped greens, and a pinch of salt. Some people laughed from the audience. Starting a Jianghu banquet with porridge. Isn't this Guiyun chef incapable of preparing a banquet? He relied on luck in the previous 2 rounds, but this round exposed him. Zhao Dashao heard them, but he didn't stop. While cooking the porridge, he remembered his days in the dilapidated temple. A person who had gone hungry for 3 days shouldn't start with big meat. It would hurt the stomach. Start with porridge. Hot, soft, easy to swallow. Next, he prepared braised meat for the swordsman. The meat was cut thick, but the sinew was removed, making it convenient for someone with an old shoulder injury to use one hand. For the female bodyguard, he made ginger soup, stewed chicken, nourishing without being greasy. For the herbalist, he prepared steamed fish without any spice. For the young swordsman, he made a cold dish of bitter greens to cool him down. He made a tofu soup for the old storyteller. Finally, he tied all the flavors together with a plate of ordinary sauce pancakes. The pancakes were cut into small pieces. Anyone could eat them. Shen Xian observed from below, his gaze more serious than usual. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask shopkeeper, can Dashao make it? Shen Xian replied yes. How do you know? He didn't mess up. Su Zhaoxue nodded. This banquet looks simple, but the logic is correct. First solve the urgent needs, then care for the injured, and finally balance the flavors. Lu Xiaowu also looked at the stage. When he saw that bowl of tofu soup, he suddenly remembered the soup Zhao Dashao had made for him last night. This plump chef truly considers who is eating when he cooks. This is rare. When he used to eat at Qingyi Building, no one cared who was eating. If you can eat, eat. If you can't, then go hungry. The judges on stage began. The first judge was from the Linjiang Food Association. He first tasted the braised meat and nodded. The flavor isn't spectacular, but the knife skills consider the injured not bad. The elder from Yaowang Valley tasted the ginger soup, stewed chicken. The medicinal properties are mild, suitable for consumption after a long journey. The imperial chef judge tasted the porridge and raised an eyebrow slightly. Starting a Jianghu banquet with porridge weakens the momentum. Zhao Dashao instantly became anxious. But another older judge said, however, there is a child who has gone hungry for 3 days in the topic. The imperial chef judge fell silent. The old judge took a sip of porridge and continued, if this banquet were truly set out, the first to survive would be that child. There was a moment of silence in the audience. Zhao Dashao lowered his head, his fingers gripping his apron. This statement struck a chord within him. He didn't prepare this bowl of porridge for appearance's sake. He simply wanted that child to survive first. Finally, old Shui tasted the sauce pancakes. He chewed very slowly. Why use pancakes to conclude? Zhao Dashao replied, Jianghu people hurry on the road and need to leave after finishing the dishes. Pancakes are portable. Having pancakes on the table is not elegant. A Jianghu banquet is not a palace banquet. Once this was said, Li Chengfeng chuckled beside him. This plump fellow finally dared to speak up. Old Shui also laughed. Well said. The final results were announced. Zhao Dashao advanced through the 3rd round. This time the discussions from the audience had changed. They no longer mocked him as a wild chef. Instead, they spoke of the chef from Guiyun Tavern being thoughtful. This evaluation may not sound imposing, but it was solid. As Zhao Dashao stepped down, he still felt dazed. Shopkeeper, I made it again. Shen Xian replied him. Am I advancing to the semifinals? Su Zhaoxue. According to the competition rules, the semifinals are tomorrow. If you pass again, then it's the finals in 3 days. 3 days later. At the old ferry of Linjiang, Shen Xian and Su Zhaoxue exchanged glances. Zhao Dashao also thought of this. His joy diminished slightly. Shopkeeper, what if I lose in the semifinals? Shen Xian looked at him. You want to lose? Zhao Dashao shook his head. I don't want to. Then don't say that. But the old ferry. You don't need to worry about the old ferry. You are not holding me back. Shen Xian said you were doing your own thing. Then what about the shopkeeper's matters? Just make sure you don't get killed. They all fell silent for a moment. This statement was quite blunt, but it weighed heavily in the heart. Li Chengfeng approached. Zhao Dashao, I will probably meet you in the semifinals tomorrow. Zhao Dashao immediately tensed up. So soon? Are you scared? Yes. Being scared is useless. Li Chengfeng looked at him. Tomorrow's topic won't cater to your strengths. If you truly want to reach the finals, you need to bring out something that can overwhelm others. Xiao Daxiao asked, what does it mean to overwhelm? Li Chengfeng pondered. Make it so the judges cannot just say you have heart, but must acknowledge your skill. Xiao Daxiao fell silent. Heart. Skill. He had only had heart before the skill was given to him a little by the shopkeeper and practiced a little by himself. But to overwhelm it wasn't enough. Li Chengfeng said, I want help you tonight. Xiao Daxiao nodded. I understand. But let me remind you. The semifinals topic will likely involve knife skills. Xiao Daxiao looked down at his kitchen knife. Knife skills. He had learned the chopping technique, but he had never dared to use it seriously. Because that set of knife skills resembled martial arts too much, not like culinary skills. Shen Xian noticed his hesitation. Practice your knife skills tonight. Xiao Daxiao swallowed hard. What should I cut? Lu Xiaoqi immediately took a step back. Don't look at me. Lu Xiaowu glanced at him. Lu Xiaoqi said I was just joking. Su Zhaoxue said indifferently, buy some meat. Shen Xian nodded. Buy more. Su Zhaoxue asked on the shop account. Shen Xian replied yes. Xiao Daxiao listened to their back and forth, gradually calming down. Semifinals. Knife skills. Then let's practice. That night the kitchen of the inn remained lit. Xiao Daxiao repeatedly chopped meat, removed bones, and separated sinews. He messed up a lot, but he also got the hang of it. By the late hours, he could finally slice down and cleanly separate an entire piece of meat with bones. Li Chengfeng did not help, but he stood outside the door watching for a long time. In the end, he softly said, this doesn't look like a chef's knife. Shen Xian sat beside. What does it look like? Like a killing knife. Xiao Daxiao paused. Shen Xian said, a knife is a knife. How it's used depends on the person. Li Chengfeng did not refute him, because when Xiao Daxiao made his next cut, he wasn't separating a person. He was cutting meat. The blade was clean, and the cutting board was also clean. He suddenly understood that if Xiao Daxiao's knife truly became refined, it would be very special. It could save lives. And it could also take lives. On the day of the semifinals, the topic was indeed knife skills. When Elder Shui announced it, Xiao Daxiao glanced at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng stood on the other side, his expression calm. He had been prepared for a long time. Xiao Daxiao was also ready. But preparation was one thing, standing on stage was another. Only 8 chefs remained in the semifinals. Everyone had their own skills. No one truly regarded Xiao Daxiao as a joke anymore. However, because of this, the pressure was even greater. Elder Shui had people bring up 8 portions of ingredients. Each portion consisted of a whole bonian lamb leg, a river fish, and a handful of fine silver needle vegetables. The task was simple. Within the incense sticks burning time, bone must be separated, fish filleted, and vegetables chopped. In the end, these 3 items would be used to create a dish. Knife skills were not just about speed. It was also about precision, about being able to cook the ingredients. Xiao Daxiao gripped the kitchen knife, sweat forming in his palm. He looked down at the crowd. Shen Xian was sitting there. Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Xiaowu were also present. Su Zhaoxue was keeping account. Chen Xing was examining the medicinal herbs. Li Chengfeng said lightly beside him, watching them is useless. The knife is in your hand. Xiao Daxiao nodded. The bell rang. Everyone moved their knives at the same time. Li Chengfeng's knife skills were beautiful. They were not just for show, but a discipline honed since childhood. When he cut the lamb leg, the separation of bone and meat was distinct, and his movements were smooth, each cut as if measured. Cheers quickly erupted from the audience. Xiao Daxiao did not hear them. He first felt the bone. Where were the joints in the lamb leg? Where were the tendons? And where was the thickest meat? He had cut meat all night last night, and his hands were still sore. But precisely because of the soreness, he knew where his strength should land. When the first cut went down, he did not sever it. Someone beside him had already separated a large piece of meat. Xiao Daxiao was not in a hurry. For the second cut, he gently pried along the bone seam. The bone and meat separated. With the third cut, the tendons were severed. With the fourth cut, the entire bone was extracted. No bits of meat were left behind. No random cuts were made. The elder from the Medicine King's Valley watched with bright eyes. Is this the way of the butcher? The judge from the royal chef family furrowed his brow. This cutting technique does not resemble that of an ordinary chef. Li Chengfeng heard this. He did not look at Xiao Daxiao, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This chubby guy finally dared to wield that knife. Next was the river fish. The river fish had fine bones, and if one was not careful, the meat would break. Xiao Daxiao laid the fish flat and pressed down on its back. His knife descended very lightly. It did not feel like cutting. It felt as if he was gliding along the fish's bones. One cut opened the back, another cut pried out the bones, and a third cut took the meat. A chef beside him was getting anxious, and a piece of fish meat was cut into shreds. But Xiao Daxiao became increasingly steady. He suddenly realized that he was not incapable of speed. It was that he did not dare to be fast in the past. He was afraid of making mistakes, afraid of wasting, afraid of being scolded. But now he knew where each of his cuts would land. That meant he could be fast. When cutting the silver needle vegetables, his knife finally sped up. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was dense. Lu Zioqi's eyes widened as he watched. If Da Xiao used this knife to chop someone, Su Zhaoxue shot him a cold glance. Lu Xiaoqi immediately corrected himself. His vegetable cutting is truly excellent. Lu Xiaowu said softly, his hands are very steady. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. He isn't actually that bold, but his hands are steady. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Zhao Daxiao on stage and suddenly felt that everyone in the tavern was changing. He himself had changed. Zhao Daxiao had changed too. Even fifth brother sitting here now seemed like a new beginning. After half an incense sticks time, Zhao Daxiao began to cook. He did not prepare an elaborate dish. He made a short soup from lamb bones, sliced fish meat into the soup, and added the silver needle vegetables last. It still looked like soup, but this time the soup contained knife skills. The fish slices were thin, the lamb meat delicate, and the silver needle vegetables were plentiful, creating distinct layers when tasted. The judges tasted the dish. Elder Shui did not speak after his first bite. After his second bite, he looked at Zhao Daxiao. Why make soup again? Zhao Daxiao was taken aback for a moment. This question had crossed his mind as well. It seemed like he was always making soup. Perhaps it was because during the times he had gone hungry he longed for a bowl of hot soup the most. Or perhaps it was because in the tavern when everyone was hurt traveling or staying up late a bowl of hot soup was most needed. He said because it's easy to eat. Elder Shui asked, is that all? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. Also because the soup contains everything. Meat, fish, vegetables, and the flavors of bones are all in one bowl. Travelers are weary from the journey, and after a fight they're exhausted. Drinking soup is convenient. Laughter erupted from the audience. But Elder Shui did not laugh. He took another sip. The knife skills are hidden in the soup, not obvious. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. Yes. Aren't you afraid the judges won't notice? Zhao Daxiao honestly replied, I'm afraid. Then why not make a dish that can showcase your knife skills? Zhao Daxiao was silent for a moment. Because it wouldn't taste good. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng burst out laughing. The judge from the royal chef family displayed a somewhat complex expression. This chubby guy wasn't incapable of showcasing his skills. He simply did not want to sacrifice taste for the sake of showing off. Elder Shui also laughed. As long as a chef remembers that good food is important, he isn't doing badly. The final results were announced. Li Chengfeng came in first. Zhao Daxiao was second. Both entered the finals simultaneously. When Zhao Daxiao heard he had made it to the finals, he stood on stage frozen. Had he really made it to the finals? This chubby chef from a dilapidated temple, a mere cook from the Guiyun Tavern, had actually reached the finals of the Food God Tournament in Linjiang City. He looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian nodded at him. Zhao Daxiao felt a lump in his throat and quickly lowered his head. He must not cry. There were so many people on stage. Li Chengfeng walked to his side. Rest tomorrow. The finals are the day after. Zhao Daxiao nodded. Don't be too happy too soon. I won't let you win in the finals. I won't let you either. Li Chengfeng glanced at him. You finally look like a rival now. Zhao Daxiao smiled shyly. In the audience, Su Zhaoxue opened the account book. With Zhao Daxiao entering the finals, the reputation of the Guiyun Tavern has skyrocketed. The 100-year daughter's red can be priced higher tomorrow. Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaowu. Shen Xian nodded. By how much? 30 taels per jar. Isn't that too high? It's not high after Zhao Daxiao enters the finals. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, Su's accounting is darker than the black market. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. You haven't finished recording your debts. Lu Xiaoqi immediately shut his mouth. That night Su Huai brought the interrogation results of Qin Wu. Qin Wu did not spill too much information. But he confirmed one thing. On the old ferry in Linjiang 3 days later someone would indeed appear. Not just Xie Wujiu. There was also the true upper-level contact from the Green Road building. The target could be the Heavenly Jade Tablet or Shen Xian. Su Huai said, Shopkeeper Shen, I advise you not to go. Shen Xian asked, are you going? Su Huai was silent. I will have people on the periphery. Then I will go. Su Huai frowned. Aren't you afraid? Shen Xian thought for a moment. I'm afraid of trouble. Su Huai found it easy to feel stifled while talking to this person. Su Zhaoxue asked, the finals and the old ferry are on the same day, what about the timing? Su Huai said the finals are at noon, and the old ferry is at the hour of the monkey. Lu Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Then there's still time. But Su Zhaoxue did not relax. If there's time it means it was arranged intentionally. Shen Xian nodded. First, let Zhao Daxiao compete in the finals. Then let him go to the old ferry. Or conversely, let the matters of the old ferry affect Zhao Daxiao's finals. The other side was not just sending people. They were also distracting him. Zhao Daxiao stood by softly saying, Shopkeeper, I can handle the finals myself. Shen Xian looked at him. Zhao Daxiao said earnestly, you don't need to keep watching me. I've come this far. For the final match, I want to stand on my own. Shen Xian did not reply immediately. Zhao Daxiao's hands were still shaking. But his gaze had indeed steadied. After a moment, Shen Xian nodded. Good. Zhao Daxiao smiled. He was still afraid. But this time he wanted to take the stage by himself. On the eve of the finals, light rain fell in Linjiang City. Zhao Daxiao did not practice cooking. This was requested by Shen Xian. Why can't I practice? Zhao Daxiao asked. Your hands will get tired. But I feel anxious if I don't practice. Then be anxious. Zhao Daxiao sat at the kitchen door, a pained expression on his face. He would rather chop meat all night than sit here doing nothing. Lu Xiaoqi sat beside him sharpening a knife. I understand. Zhao Daxiao looked at him. What do you understand? Before my first mission to catch a fugitive, I felt the same. The shopkeeper wouldn't let me practice, and I couldn't sleep. And then, later I secretly practiced, and my wound split open, and I had to pay for the medicine. Zhao Daxiao immediately pulled his hand away from the kitchen knife. He didn't want to lose money. Su Zhaoxue was tidying up the arrangements for the next day at the table. The finals start at noon. We need to arrive at the venue before the Qin hour. Chen Qing will bring the ingredients and the poison testing results from Yaowang Valley. You don't need to worry about Li Chengfeng. He will win, and he will win openly. Lu Xiaowu sat by the window. The poison in his body had been resolved, but his injuries had not yet healed. He'll guard the back door tomorrow. Lu Xiaoqi frowned. Fifth brother, don't move around. Lu Xiaowu replied, I can move. You can't. I'm your brother. Listen to the shopkeeper in the tavern. Lu Xiaowu was taken aback by this statement. Shen Xian observed the two brothers, finding it a bit noisy, but it was better than the lifeless atmosphere when they first met. Su Zhaoxue continued, after the finals we will meet at the old ferry. We need to split into 2 teams. They'll go with the shopkeeper, Lu Xiaoqi immediately said. Su Zhaoxue shook her head. You stay behind. Why? Zhao Daxiao may attract attention after the finals. You and Lu Xiaowu will guard him. Lu Xiaoqi was reluctant. I also want to know about Tianmen. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Your fifth brother may also be a target for the other side. Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. Lu Xiaowu whispered, I don't need you to guard me. Lu Xiaoqi turned to him. I want to guard you. Lu Xiaowu was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi averted his gaze. Before you let me run this time, it's my turn to guard you. The room fell silent for a moment. Lu Xiaowu lowered his eyes and said softly, all right. Zhao Daxiao watched them, feeling a bit sour yet warm inside. He had no brothers. He had no family before. Now seeing Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Xiaowu, he realized that finding family wasn't just about hugging and crying. There were awkwardness, guilt, fear, and many unspoken words. But at least the people were back. As long as they were present, they could slowly talk. Shen Xian spoke. I will go with Su Zhaoxue to the old ferry. Su Zhaoxue was taken aback. Me, you can handle accounts, people, and the situation. Su Zhaoxue looked at him, surprised that Shen Xian would take the initiative to bring her. The old ferry would surely be dangerous. But it was also the line she had been pursuing. Tianmen, the Su family's past accounts, Qingyi Tower, and the black market. All these elements might converge there. She nodded. All right. Zhao Daxiao became anxious. Then who will accompany me in the finals? Shen Xian replied. Xiaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, Chen Qing, and Li Chengfeng will be there. Li Chengfeng is my opponent. Your opponent can also keep an eye on you so you don't die. Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and felt it made sense. After midnight, everyone gradually went to rest. Zhao Daxiao still couldn't sleep. He sneaked into the kitchen without taking a kitchen knife, just sitting by the stove. Soon Shen Xian came in as well. Aren't you supposed to be not allowed to practice? Zhao Daxiao was startled. I didn't practice. Then what are you doing sitting here? I can't sleep. Shen Xian sat down beside him. Afraid of losing tomorrow? Zhao Daxiao nodded. Yes, I'm afraid. Afraid of losing to Li Chengfeng. Also afraid. What else are you afraid of? Zhao Daxiao fell silent for a moment. I'm afraid of winning. Shen Xian looked at him. Zhao Daxiao said softly, Shopkeeper, if I really win, won't I no longer be that chef from before? This question had been on his mind for a long time. Previously he was afraid he wasn't worthy. Now he was afraid of changing. Afraid that after winning others would no longer see him as Zhao Daxiao from Guiyun Tavern, but as the champion of the culinary god competition. Afraid that he would slowly forget that he initially just wanted to make a warm meal for everyone. Shen Xian asked, Do you like cooking? Yes, I do. Do you like Guiyun Tavern? Yes. Then what does winning or losing matter? Zhao Daxiao wanted to argue, but found he couldn't. Shen Xian added, Reputation is what others call you. Who you are is what you create every day. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. Then what if I become arrogant later? Su Zhangfang will deduct your wages. Zhao Daxiao was stunned and then burst into laughter. After laughing, he felt much lighter. Indeed. Even if he really became arrogant, there would be someone in the tavern to pull him back down. Su Zhangfang would keep the accounts. Xiao Qi would tease him. Amon would seriously ask if he still wanted to cook. The shopkeeper would say it was too salty. Zhao Daxiao suddenly felt unafraid of winning. He wasn't so afraid of losing either. Shen Xian stood up. Go to sleep. Shopkeeper. Moi. Tomorrow I will cook well. Not to win. Then for what? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment and said seriously, to let them know that the food at Guiyun Tavern is truly delicious. Shen Xian nodded. All right. The next day, the day of the finals. Linjiang City was even more bustling than the previous days. There were only 2 competitors left in the culinary god competition, Li Chengfeng from the imperial chef family. Zhao Daxiao, from Guiyun Tavern. This matchup was already intriguing enough. One hailed from a prestigious background, excelling in knife skills, etiquette, and banquet presentations. The other was a tavern chef who had fought his way up from poisoning banquets, medicinal dishes, and jianghu feasts. Some people favored Li Chengfeng. Others wanted to see Zhao Daxiao pull off another upset. Before stepping onto the stage, Zhao Daxiao's hands were still a bit shaky. Li Chengfeng stood beside him. Still afraid? Yes. I'm afraid too. Zhao Daxiao looked at him in surprise. Li Chengfeng said calmly, I'm afraid of losing to you. Zhao Daxiao didn't know whether to be pleased or not. Li Chengfeng added, so I will give it my all. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. So will I. Elder Shui stepped onto the stage. The entire venue fell silent. The final topic. He paused for a moment. The way home. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. The way home. Li Chengfeng frowned as well. Elder Shui continued, both of you will make one dish. No restrictions on ingredients or form. Interpret the topic as you see fit. No restrictions. That was the most challenging. Zhao Daxiao stood at the stove, his mind blank for a moment. The way home. The road back home. The road back to the tavern. Or after eating alone, where does one wish to return? He suddenly looked down at the audience. Lu Xiaoqi sat next to Lu Xiaowu. Su Zhaoxue stood behind Shen Xian. Chen Qing was at the Yaowang Valley seat. Li Qingfeng's family elders sat on the other side, their expressions serious. Everyone had a way there. And a way back. Zhao Daxiao closed his eyes. He knew what he had to do. It was not the most expensive dish. It was not the dish that showcased his knife skills the most. It was a bowl of noodles. The meat soup noodles from Guiyun Tavern. But this time he would incorporate everything he had learned along the way. On the other side, Li Chengfeng also began to prepare. His dish was very complex. Like a royal banquet condensed into a single dish. The knife skills were exquisite and the aroma layered and progressive. Everyone could tell he was putting everything on the line. Zhao Daxiao didn't look at it. He kneaded the dough, simmered the soup, cut the meat. The harmony from the medicinal cuisine, the techniques from the butcher's knife methods, and the care learned from jianghu feasts, all of it gradually went into the pot. He remembered the time he couldn't get broth in the dilapidated temple. Remembered the first time he entered Guiyun Tavern when the shopkeeper asked if he could cook. Remembered the sparkle in Lu Xiaoqi's eyes when he ate noodles. Remembered Su Zhao's relaxed brow when she drank the soup. Remembered a man's simple praise of delicious. Also remembered what the shopkeeper said last night: reputation is what others call you. Who you are is what you create every day. When the noodles were ready, the aroma was not overpowering, but it was stable. Stable enough that just smelling it made one want to sit down. Elder Shui tasted Li Chengfeng's dish first. After tasting, he remained silent for a long time. Excellent. The imperial chef family finally let out a sigh of relief. Li Chengfeng relaxed a little too. This dish was his best yet. It was Zhao Daxiao's turn. Elder Shui looked at the bowl of noodles and asked, for the finals you made noodles? Zhao Daxiao nodded. The way home is to eat a bowl of noodles upon returning. Where to return? Zhao Daxiao looked at the audience. Back to the tavern. Elder Shui did not ask further and lowered his head to taste a bite. With the first bite he was stunned. With the second bite he closed his eyes. This bowl of noodles was not luxurious enough. It didn't even seem like a final dish. But it held a peculiar power. It didn't astonish people. It made one remember the times they had been hungry, tired, and walked a long way yearning for the place they most wanted to sit down. After tasting, the elder from Yaowang Valley whispered, warming the stomach, replenishing qi, the medicinal properties are well concealed. The judges from the imperial chef family finished tasting, their expressions complicated. The knife skills may not be evident, but they are all present within. Finally, Elder Shui put down his chopsticks. He looked at Zhao Daxiao. Do you think this bowl of noodles can win against Li Chengfeng? Zhao Daxiao fell silent. He looked at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng looked back at him. Zhao Daxiao honestly said, I don't know. Then why did you make it? Because The entire venue fell silent. Zhao Daxiao clenched his hands, his voice low. I didn't come from a big restaurant, nor have I eaten many good things. What I wanted most was a warm bowl of noodles. Later, when the shopkeeper took me into the tavern, I realized that food was not just for survival. It could also make one long to return home. So for me, the way home is this bowl of noodles. Elder Shui looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled. The result was not announced immediately. The judges began to discuss. The audience murmured. Lu Xiaoqi was more anxious than when he fought himself. Su Zhangfeng, does Daxiao have a chance to win? Su Zhaoxue looked at the stage. It's difficult. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. Su Zhaoxue added, but he has already made his stand. Shen Xian also looked at Zhao Daxiao. The system's voice did not sound immediately. This indicated that the result was still undecided. But Shen Xian was not anxious. Because Zhao Daxiao had already created this dish. That was enough. Just as the judges were about to announce, a bell suddenly rang outside the venue. It was not the bell of the culinary god competition. It was the alarm from the direction of Linjiang Ferry. People sent by Su Huai rushed into the venue, heading straight for Shen Xian. Shopkeeper Shin, something happened at the old ferry. Shin Xian looked up. The person panting said Xia Wu Jiao was ambushed, leaving behind a blood letter. The words Heavenly Jade Token at the Guiyun Tavern echoed through the venue, causing an uproar. Some were unaware of what the Heavenly Jade Token was, but they sensed that the intrusion by the Jinwu division was no trivial matter. Those who knew a bit turned pale instantly. Su Zayok's first reaction was to look at Shin Xian. Shin Xian remained still, sitting there with a calm expression. But Lu Xiaoqi understood. The more composed the tavern keeper was, the more troublesome the situation must be. Zhao Daxiao was still on stage, his dish just evaluated by the judges, yet the results had not been announced. Hearing the words Guiyun Tavern, his fingers clenched tight. An incident had occurred at the old crossing. The Heavenly Jade Token. The Guiyun Tavern. These matters felt both far and near. What was distant was that he was merely a chef. What was near was that it was his tavern. His pots, his stove, the place where he cooked daily, and a man was guarding it. Li Chengfeng stood on the other side, his expression also changing. He looked towards Elder Shui. Are the results going to be announced? Elder Shui did not respond immediately. He had heard the news from outside. No matter how important the Culinary God Conference was, it could not compare to the undercurrent rising in Linjiang City. But if the results were not announced, this final would feel like an unfinished dish. Suddenly Zhao Daxiao spoke up. Elder Shui. Everyone turned to him. Zhao Daxiao's voice was tense, but this time he did not lower his head. Can we announce it first? As soon as he said this, some in the audience frowned. At a time like this, still thinking about the competition, Zhao Daxiao himself knew that his words sounded out of place. Yet he still spoke. He had been anxious all the way, worried all the way, and finally presented his bowl of noodles to the judges. He did not seek any fame. He merely wanted a result. Otherwise, he would constantly be preoccupied. Like soup left in a pot, the longer it sat, the more uncomfortable it became. Shin Xian watched him, not stopping him. Elder Shui looked at Zhao Daxiao for a long time. Do you want to hear it now? Zhao Daxiao nodded. Yes. What if you lose? Zhao Daxiao cast a glance at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng looked back at him. Neither of them flinched. Zhao Daxiao said, even if I lose, I must know. Elder Shui suddenly smiled. Good. He turned to the judges. They exchanged opinions, and the judge from the royal chef family spoke first. Li Chengfeng's dish is superior. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng did not show joy on his face. Zhao Daxiao, however, did not appear too disheartened. This result was one he could accept. Li Chengfeng's knife skills, control of heat, and presentation were indeed above his own. The elder from Yaowang Valley then spoke. Zhao Daxiao's noodles have stable medicinal properties, heat, and taste. More impressively, he did not turn the medicinal dish into medicine, but made it into a meal. Elder Shui finally looked at the two. The Culinary God Conference evaluates not only skills, but also the food. Li Chengfeng's dish can enter the Grand Hall. Zhao Daxiao's noodles can enter the heart. The venue gradually quieted down. Elder Shui paused before announcing the champion of this Culinary God Conference is Zhao Daxiao from the Guiyun Tavern. Zhao Daxiao was stunned. His first reaction was not joy, but doubt that he had misheard. He looked at Li Chengfeng, who had a complicated expression, but no anger. Zhao Daxiao whispered, is it me? Li Chengfeng looked at him. It is you. Did I win? Yes. You're not. Li Chengfeng paused for a moment. I am angry. Zhao Daxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Li Chengfeng added, but I acknowledge you. Zhao Daxiao's eyes turned red all at once. This statement affected him more than Elder Shui's announcement of the result. He had always feared that these prestigious chefs would look down on him. Now hearing Li Chengfeng say he acknowledged him, it weighed more than a medal. Lu Xiaoqi in the audience stood up directly. Daxiao won. His shoulder injury had not yet healed, and in his excitement, he grimaced in pain. Lu Xiaowu supported him. Don't move around. Yet Lu Xiaoqi smiled with red eyes. Fifth brother Daxiao won. Lu Xiaowu nodded. I heard it. Su Zhaoxue bowed her head, writing in her ledger Zhao Daxiao champion of the Linjiang Culinary God Conference. After finishing her pen, paused, adding another line, chef of the Guiyun Tavern. Shin Xian looked at the plump chef on stage. Zhao Daxiao held his kitchen knife, looking uncertain of where to stand. When congratulated, he first said thank you, then added that anyone coming to the tavern for noodles in the future would have to pay. Hearing this, Shin Xian felt that this chef was worth raising. The system voice finally rang out. Employee Zhao Daxiao has completed the stage task, won the Linjiang Culinary God Conference champion. Reward 100 flavors, true fire. Reward layer of medicinal cuisine, compendium completed. Host gains 50 years of cultivation. Main storyline significantly advanced. Current total cultivation of the host 200 years. 200 years. Shin Xian's fingers moved gently. As a deeper inner power surged into his body, he did not feel merely stronger like before. This time he sensed a strange boundary, like a layer of paper. He could not see what lay beyond it, but if he wished, it seemed he could reach out and break through. A system prompt soon appeared. Warning: the host has broken through the current public cultivation limit of the martial world. The breaking limit aura has been detected by an unknown force. Shin Xian looked up. In the venue, several people who had been watching the competition had quietly left their seats. They were not ordinary spectators. Upon hearing the news from the old crossing, instead of joining the excitement, they departed in different directions. Su Zhaoxue noticed as well. The news has spread. Shun Xian nodded. Zhao Daxiao came down from the stage holding the culinary god token awarded by the conference. Before he could warm it up, he looked towards Shin Xian. Tavern keeper, are we going back to the tavern? This question silenced everyone. Guiyin Tavern. Heavenly G. These few words were now tied together. If the news reached Qingshi town with a man alone guarding the tavern, it might not hold up. Shin Xian asked the person sent by Su Huai what's going on at the old crossing. Xia Wujiao has disappeared, leaving only a blood letter. There are signs of a struggle on the ground. 6 people died, but they do not appear to be from the Jinwu division, nor do they resemble ordinary martial artists. Who discovered the blood letter first? Su Zhaoxue asked. People from Vice Envoy Su. Is the blood letter still there? It's at the old crossing. Shin Xian stood up. Let's go to the old crossing first. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, I'm going too. Shin Xian glanced at him. This time Lu Xiaoqi did not back down. Tavern keeper, the token is tied to the Lu family village. I must go. Lu Xiaowu stood beside him. I'm going too. Zhao Daxiao tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. I'm going too. Su Zhaoxue added, we should all go. It's more dangerous to split up now. Shin Xian did not refuse. Since the news had already involved everyone, splitting up would only make it easier for them to be picked off one by one. Li Chengfeng suddenly spoke. I'll bring people to escort you to the old crossing. Zhao Daxiao looked at him. You don't have to do this. Li Chengfeng replied, you just beat me. If you die today, people will say I lost to a dead man. Zhao Daxiao did not know how to respond. Li Chengfeng continued, moreover, I want to see what kind of thing can silence the royal chef family. Shin Xian looked at him. Is there a fee for the escort? Li Chengfeng's face darkened. This time there's no charge. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Let's keep a record of the favor. Li Chengfeng sent someone to escort Shin Xian and the others to the old ferry of Linjiang. The old ferry had already been surrounded by the Jinwu division. Su Huai stood at the ferris edge, his expression grim. He saw Shin Xian and the group approaching, and without any pleasantries, he directly took them to see the blood letter. The blood letter was written on an old shipboard. There were not many words. The heavenly token is at the Guiyin Tavern. There was also half a character that was not finished. It looked like Shun, yet also like Xian. Lu Xiaoqi felt a chill in his heart. Was this written by Xia Wujiao? Su Huai replied, the handwriting is uncertain, but the blood is fresh. Su Zhaoxue squatted down and stared for a long time. It wasn't written by him. Su Huai frowned. Why not? Since Xia Wujiao is an envoy from the Tianmin, he wouldn't leave a message so straightforward. She pointed at the line of words. This doesn't seem like a notification, or it seems like framing someone. Shun Xian nodded. Let everyone go to Guiyun Tavern to look for the token. Zhao Daxiao grew anxious. What about a man? No one answered immediately. A man was still in Qingshi town. Guiyun Tavern was also in Qingshi town. If the people of the Jianghu heard that the heavenly token was in the tavern, someone would definitely try to snatch it. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said return. Su Zhaoxue looked at Su Huai. How long will it take to return from Linjiang to Qingshi? Su Huai said a fast horse will take a day and a half. What about the convoy? More than 2 days. Lu Xiaoqi said I'll go first. Lu Xiao held him back. You're not healed yet. I can run. If you collapse halfway, who will save you? Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. He knew Lu Xiao was right. But every time he thought of a man standing alone at the tavern door, he felt a surge of anxiety. Zhao Daxiao was also anxious. Boss, let's leave now. Shin Xian didn't move. He stared at the old shipboard and suddenly asked, was Xia Wujiao really ambushed? Su Huai said there was blood at the scene, there were corpses, and there were signs of a struggle. What about the corpses? Su Huai led them over. There were 6 corpses dressed plainly with no obvious sect markings. Shin Xian glanced at them. They died too neatly. Su Huai frowned. What do you mean? Lu Xiaowu squatted down to examine. Having spent time in the Qingshi Tower, he was more familiar with the dead than others. These people weren't killed in a frenzy, they were arranged here. Lu Zioki's expression changed. Fifth brother, are you sure? Lu Xiaowu nodded. The wounds are too clean, and the positions they fell in are too orderly. It's like someone killed them and then rearranged them. Su Zhaoxue said, then this isn't an ambush scene, it's a staged scene. Su Huai's expression darkened further. Was it to lure Master Shin here? Also to make the old ferry incident seem credible? Su Zhaoxue looked at the shipboard. The blood letter, the corpses, Xia Wujiao's disappearance, everything is pointing to one thing: the heavenly token is at Guiyun Tavern. But the more it looks like this, the more it seems someone is deliberately pushing everyone towards Qingshi town. Zhao Daxiao couldn't help but ask, why would they do this? Because they can't find the token. Shun Xian replied. Su Zhaoxue added, or they know the token isn't in the tavern, but want to force the real person who knows its whereabouts to appear. Then we still have to go back. We must return. Shun Xian finally spoke. But we can't go back empty-handed. Su Huai looked at him. You still want to investigate? The person who staged the scene hasn't gone far. Su Huai was taken aback. Shen Xian looked towards the other side of the ferry. There were a few old boats docked there. The boatmen were all separated by the Jinwu division, leaving only a small child squatting by the boat, holding a bamboo pole. He looked to be about 10 years old, skinny with his head lowered. Lu Xiaoqi followed Shen Xian's gaze. Him. Shen Xian said yes, but he's not a child. Su Huai immediately signaled his subordinates. The small child seemed to sense something and ran away. Lu Xiaoqi dashed out first. This time Lu Xiaowu did not stop him. The two brothers moved almost simultaneously. Lu Xiaoqi was fast. Lu Xiaowu was even fiercer. The child jumped onto the boat, his figure suddenly shot upwards, and as he tore off his outer clothing, he revealed tight-fitting garments underneath. Indeed, he was not a child. He was a short-statured adult man. He jumped onto the boat canopy, trying to escape by water. Lu Xiaoqi chased to the shore, but halted his steps. He was not good at swimming. Lu Xiaowu had already grabbed a bamboo pole from the side and swept it across. The man was forced to turn back, and a short knife flew out from his sleeve. Lu Xiaowu dodged to the side, his face turning pale. His body hadn't fully recovered yet. Lu Xiaoqi noticed, and feeling anxious rushed forward along the boat rope. As his foot slipped, he almost fell into the water. Just then Shen Xian raised his hand. A stone hit the man's ankle. The man fell off the boat canopy. Lu Xiaoqi pounced on him and pinned him down. The short knife pressed against his throat. Don't move. The man sneered. The people from Guiyun Tavern really know how to meddle in others' business. Lu Xiaoqi felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Who sent you? The man didn't answer. Su Xiaoshua walked over and looked at his hands. The people from the black market water route. The man's expression changed. Su Xiaoshua said, you have calluses from ropes on your left hand and ink stains from an abacus on your right index finger. You run goods through the water route and also keep accounts. The Qingshi Tower wouldn't use someone like you as an assassin. You are from the Linjiang black market. The man finally showed signs of panic. Shen Xian asked who instructed you to stage the scene. The man clamped his mouth shut. Su Xiaoshua said, Zhou Zhonggui. The man didn't react. Qin Wu. Still no reaction. Su Xiaoshua stared into his eyes. Tianmen. The man's eyes twitched slightly. Su Xiaoshua immediately said, it's not Tianmen, someone is using Tianmen's name. Shen Xian looked at the man. Where is Xia Wujiao? The man gritted his teeth. I don't know. Shen Xian raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder. The man's face turned pale instantly. I truly don't know. I was just paid to stage the scene. The blood letter was given by someone else, and the murders were committed by someone else. Who paid you? The black market owner. Name. Wu Sanqing, the chief steward of the Linjiang water market. Su Huai's expression changed. The water market is involved too. Su Xiaoshua whispered, this indicates that the other side is not just Qingshi Tower. At least one black market water route in Linjiang City is pushing the news. Has the news been sent to Qingshi Town yet? The man clenched his teeth and said nothing. Lu Xiaoqi pressed closer with the knife. The man immediately said it has been sent. It was sent before noon. Both fast horses and carrier pigeons were used. Zhao Deshao's face turned pale. Then a man has already. Shen Xian turned around. Return to Qingshi. Su Huai said, I'll send someone to escort you. Su Xiaoshua shook her head. Too many people will slow us down. Lu Xiaoqi said, I'll go first. Do you have fast horses? Su Huai replied, yes. Prepare 5. Zhao Dashao was stunned. You can ride with me. Zhao Dashao. Lu Xiaowu also said, I can ride. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Is your body all right? Stronger than your shoulder. Lu Xiaoqi felt unconvinced, but didn't argue. Su Huai quickly arranged for horses. Before Su Xiaoshua mounted, she took one last look at the old shipboard. The words written in blood were glaring. She understood very well. This was not the end. It was pushing the entire situation in Linjiang towards Guiyun Tavern. And inside Guiyun Tavern, there were only a man, the drunken old Wang, and those guests who didn't know whether they would stand up or not. In Qingshi Town at the Guiyun Tavern, a man stood at the entrance holding a black iron staff. The staff was exchanged with points given to him by Shen Xian before he left. He wasn't very skilled in using it, but it was heavy. He liked heavy things. Holding something heavy felt solid in his hands. Wang Laozue sat by the threshold cradling a yellow dog with half a bowl of wine before him. He looked up at the street corner. A man, there are quite a few customers today. A man nodded. Are you? A man thought for a moment. A little. That's right to be afraid. Those who aren't afraid die quickly. A man took note seriously. Being afraid means living longer. Wang Laozue smiled. You child are quite good at grasping the key points when it comes to remembering things. 3 groups of people had already arrived at the street corner. The first group consisted of wandering martial artists. The second group comprised those probing for information from the black market. The third group wore sect uniforms, but they were not the regular disciples from the 6 major sects. They all asked the same question. Is the Tianzi Jade token in the Guiyun Tavern? A man responded the same way each time. I don't know. Someone asked, what about Shen Xian? Not here. What about Su Xiaoshua? Not here. What about Lu Xiaoqi? Not here. What about Zhao Daxiao? Not here. By the last question their expressions changed. The people in charge at the Guiyun Tavern were all absent. Only a large fellow who appeared somewhat dim-witted remained. This was a perfect opportunity to test the waters. A tall and skinny martial artist stepped forward and smiled. Little brother, we mean no trouble, we just want to take a look inside. A man shook his head. We're not open for business today. We won't drink any wine. Even if you don't drink, you can't come in. Can you stop us? A man tightened his grip on the staff. Try it. The smile faded from the tall martial artist's face. Wang Laozue took a sip of his wine beside him. Young man, I advise you not to try. The tall martial artist turned to him. Who are you? A drunkard. Can a drunkard manage things? Wang Laozue sighed. I'm not in charge. I'm worried you might damage the door. The shopkeeper will hold me accountable when he returns. The tall martial artist's expression turned cold as he raised his hand to push a man. A man did not retreat. The man's palm pressed against a man's chest, and he unleashed his internal strength. As a result, a man only staggered slightly. The tall martial artist's expression slightly changed. A man looked down at him. You pushed me. So what if I did? A man thought for a moment. It's against the tavern rules to use force. Then he'll go against the rules. The tall martial artist drew his sword. A man's black iron staff swept horizontally. There were no fancy techniques. It was simply fast, heavy, and direct. The sword broke. The man flew away. The street corner fell silent. Wang Laozue looked down at his wine bowl. I told you not to try. A man put away his staff and returned to the entrance. His heart was actually racing. He had been afraid when that person drew his sword earlier. But he remembered what Xin Xian had said. If you have strength, just stand firm. He stood firm. Thus the other person flew away. In the distance, Meng Shan was walking quickly toward him. He was holding an iron staff followed by 2 disciples from the 6 major sects. A man relaxed when he saw him. You're here. Meng Shan nodded. I came as soon as I heard. Wang Laozue glanced at him. Did your sect send you a? Meng Shan shook his head. I came on my own. Why, oi? Meng Shan said earnestly. I still have my meal money stashed here. Wang Laozue chuckled. That's a good reason. Meng Shan stood beside a man. The 2 tall young men stood on either side, blocking the tavern entrance tightly. The expressions of those martial artists turned even worse. If it were just a man, they would still dare to give it a try. With Meng Shan added in, it became more troublesome. Not to mention the reputation of the Guiyun Tavern was still looming over them. But the temptation of the Tianzi Jade token was too great. Someone shouted from the crowd. Shun Xian is not here. Now is the time to uncover the truth. If the Jade token is indeed not here, why not allow us to take a look? Wang Laozue raised his eyelids. Instigators. Meng Shan looked toward the crowd. Who said that? No one admitted it. A man frowned. No shouting. Someone in the crowd shouted again. Guiyun Tavern is secretly hoarding the Tianmen Jade token, hoping to monopolize the opportunity of breaking the limits. This statement completely altered the atmosphere. Breaking the limits. Those 4 words were more direct than the Tianzi Jade token. Greed flickered in many people's eyes. Wang Laozue slowly stood up and set the yellow dog aside. A man, if a fight really breaks out later, don't stray too far from the door. A man nodded. He'll guard the door. Meng Shan also tightened his grip on the iron staff. He'll guard the left side. Wang Laozue glanced at the sky. It'll still take a day for shopkeeper Shin to return. It's going to be tough. Just then the sound of hooves approached from afar. Everyone turned around. It wasn't Xin Xian who was coming. It was Gu Pingchuan. He arrived with the Jinwu division personnel, his expression grim. Who dares to cause trouble at the Guiyun Tavern? The crowd stirred. Someone immediately said, Gu Constable, the Guiyun Tavern is secretly hoarding the Tianzi Jade token. Isn't the Jinwu division going to investigate? Gu Pingchuan looked over coldly. Where's the evidence? The blood letter from the old ferry by the river is the evidence. Who wrote the blood letter? The person couldn't answer. Gu Pingchuan said, without evidence gathering a crowd to storm a private establishment, according to the law you will be arrested. Some were unconvinced. This is no ordinary establishment. Wang Laozue murmured. Now you know it's not an ordinary establishment. Gu Pingchuan stood with his men at the tavern entrance. The situation was temporarily suppressed, but he knew very well it couldn't be held down for long. The news had already spread. Today it was wandering warriors and spies who came. Tomorrow it might be sect elders, black market experts, or even people from Tianmen. A man looked at Gu Pingchuan. Is the shopkeeper coming back? Gu Pingchuan replied, he will come back. When? At the earliest tomorrow. A man nodded. Then he'll guard until tomorrow. He spoke very seriously. So serious that Gu Pingchuan for a moment didn't know what to say. This child didn't know what he was facing. But he knew he had to guard the door. Sometimes this was more stable than knowing too much. At night the Guiyun Tavern did not open its doors. Yet the people outside did not disperse. Wang Laozue leaned against the door and quietly said to Gu Pingchuan, you don't have enough people. Gu Pingchuan replied, Everyone the Jinwu division can dispatch is here. Then it's troublesome. Who exactly are you? Wang Laozue smiled. A drunkard. Gu Pingchuan. Can a regular drunkard tell that I don't have enough manpower? Wang Laozue sighed. I've said it before, I've been drinking for many years, I can read people well. Gu Pingchuan didn't believe him, but didn't press further. In the latter half of the night, a faint sound came from the tavern's backyard. A man suddenly opened his eyes. Someone's here. Wang Laozue also opened his eyes. They're here. Two shadows scaled the wall. Their movements were light, their target clear, heading straight for the kitchen. They weren't looking for someone. They were looking for something. A man swung his staff and charged forward. Meng Shan rushed out from the other side. Suddenly the backyard erupted into a cacophony of fighting. One of them cursed softly, "Why is this big oaf so tough?" Upon hearing the word big oaf, a man swung his staff even harder. "I'm not foolish." With a thud, that person was smashed into a pile of firewood. The other person attempted to flee, but was blocked by Meng Shan's staff. Gu Pingchuan and his men rushed in and subdued the two. While searching them, they found a map on one of the individuals. A map of the Guiyun Tavern's backyard. Although Su Zhaoxue was not present, Gu Pingchuan could understand it. This indicated that someone had already been scouting the tavern. Wang Laozue looked at the map and the drunken haze on his face faded. They haven't just set their sights on this today. Gu Pingchuan asked the two, "Who sent you?" The two fell silent. A man standing nearby suddenly said, "There's no jade token in the kitchen." Gu Pingchuan looked at him. A man said earnestly, "There are only pots in the kitchen." Wang Laozue couldn't smile. The more seriously a man spoke, the more he felt that this tavern was truly going to be caught in a storm. Before dawn, a homing pigeon landed beside Gu Pingchuan. The message was brief. Shen Xian had returned and would arrive by the afternoon. Gu Pingchuan sighed in relief. But the next moment the sound of bells rang out from outside the town. At the northern gate of Qingshi town, a large group of martial artists entered the town. Shen Xian and his companions traveled through the night. Zhao Daxiao couldn't ride, so he shared a horse with Shen Xian. He didn't dare to move about, not out of fear of falling. He was afraid of being too heavy and exhausting the horse. During a rest, he softly asked, "Boss, will the horse fare be expensive?" Shen Xian replied, "It's from the Jinwu division." Zhao Daxiao let out a sigh of relief. Su Zhaoxue interjected, "It's not free from the Jinwu division, vice envoy. Su will remember favors." Zhao Daxiao grew tense again. "What should we do then?" Shen Xian said, "Let Gu Pingchuan pay for it." Lu Xiaoqi nearly laughed out loud. Lu Xiaowu looked at them, his gaze somewhat unfamiliar yet gentle. Such conversations wouldn't occur in the Qingyi building. No one would discuss horse fare while fleeing for their lives. Nor would anyone treat danger as if it were merely a debt to be repaid slowly. But precisely because of this, he felt more like a person, and not just a blade. As they approached Qingshi town, groups of wandering heroes could be seen by the roadside. Some walked, some rode horses, and some pretended to be traveling merchants. Yet everyone's direction was the same: Qingshi town. Lu Zioki's expression grew colder. The news spreads too quickly. Su Zhaoxue said someone is deliberately amplifying it. For the jade token. And for the boss. Lu Xiaoqi looked towards Shen Xian. For the boss. Su Zhaoxue nodded. The Tianzi jade token is bait, while the breaking of limitations is the flavor of the bait. But what truly attracts the experts is the boss, who has been rumored to be a 100-year master. Zhao Daxiao interjected. It can't still be 100 years, can it? Everyone looked at him. Zhao Daxiao whispered, "I just feel that the boss must be more than 100 years old." Shen Xian remained silent. Su Zhaoxue didn't pursue the matter further. She had actually suspected for a long time that Shen Xian's power exceeded external speculations. But since he didn't speak, she wouldn't ask. The accountant must know the accounts, but also which accounts cannot be casually flipped through. As they neared the outskirts of Qingshi town, a group of people blocked the road. At the forefront was a middle-aged Taoist. Behind him followed a dozen sword-bearing disciples. The Taoist clasped his hands. "Are you the Guiyun shopkeeper, Shen Xian?" Lu Xiaoqi tightened his grip on his knife. "Make way." The Taoist did not become angry. "I am from the Qingsong Temple in Huai'an, and I heard that the Tianzi jade token is in the Guiyun Tavern, so I came to verify." Shen Xian replied, "It's not here." In the Guiyun Tavern, a moment of silence fell over the room. Zhao Daxiao was the first to react. "The wine jar." Lu Xiaoqi also looked toward the kitchen. "Those sour wines from our tavern before." Shen Xian recalled the jars he opened on the first day of his arrival. They were pungently sour. At that time he had asked the system if drinking them would be fatal. The system replied that a small amount would not. Now thinking back, those few jars of wine seemed a bit too coincidental. Xia Wujiao sat at the table, his expression calm. It was as if he was not revealing a great secret of the martial world, but merely discussing what dishes were being served today at the tavern. But after he spoke, the entire East Street changed its atmosphere. The onlookers from the martial world had altered expressions. The heavenly jade token was not at the Guiyun Tavern. Instead, it was possibly hidden within an old wine jar in the tavern. This was more dangerous than a blood letter. A blood letter could be seen as framing someone. But Xiao Wujiao was an envoy from the Heavenly Gate. When he personally stated it, the weight of his words was different. Gu Pingchuan's face darkened. Mr. Xia, such words cannot be said lightly. Xiao Wujiao looked at him. Do you think I am speaking carelessly, Officer Gu? Gu Pingchuan certainly knew it was not careless. That made it even more troublesome. Su Zhaoxue said coldly. If you knew earlier, why say it now? Xiao Wujiao looked at her. Because I have just confirmed it. How did you confirm? The old ambushers who targeted me were looking for the wrong thing. They thought the jade token was in my possession, so they killed 6 people and set a trap. But they did not know that the real clue had been cut off 3 years ago in Qingshi town. Lu Xiaoqi asked, who brought the jade token? Xiao Wujiao paused for a moment. It was someone from the Lu family village. Lu Zioqi's body stiffened. Lu Xiaowu also looked up. Xiao Wujiao continued. That person's surname is Lu, and their name is Lu Qingshan. Lu Zioqi's face turned pale instantly. Lu Xiaowu also stood up. Lu Zioqi's voice trembled. My father. Lu Xiaowu stared at Xiao Wujiao. You need to clarify this. Xiao Wujiao looked at the two brothers, and his tone softened slightly. Lu Qingshan was once a guardian outside the Heavenly Gate. Later he left the Heavenly Gate and went into hiding in the Lu family village. 3 years ago the Heavenly Jade token went missing and someone within the Heavenly Gate suspected that he had taken it. Lu Xiaoqi felt as if he had been struck with a club. His father, that man who could weave bamboo baskets, scolded him for being lazy and would give his cotton coat to his mother during winter, was a guardian of the Heavenly Gate. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Lu Xiaowu was calmer, but his fingers were already turning white from clenching. My father would never harm the villagers. Xiao Wujiao nodded. So I said the Heavenly Gate did not act against the Lu family village. The real aggressors were the Qingyi building and the black market, seeking to find the jade token first to secure an opportunity to enter the Heavenly Gate. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. What difference does that make from the Heavenly Gate? Xiao Wujiao fell silent. This question was difficult to answer, because many times the blade was not handed over by the Heavenly Gate. But those who wielded the blade did so because the Heavenly Gate existed. Shen Xian looked at Xiao Wujiao. You came here to obtain the jade token. Xiao Wujiao nodded. Yes. Aren't you afraid I won't give it? I am afraid. Xiao Wujiao spoke very directly. That is why I chose to say it in front of everyone. If Manager Shun does not give it, I cannot just take it. If others try to take it, you will block them. This is the safest way. Wang Laozue, sitting nearby, suddenly laughed. You have a good plan. Xiao Wujiao looked at him. Senior, you flatter me. That word senior made Gu Pingchuan and Lu Xiaoqi both glance at Wang Laozue. Wang Laozue's smile stiffened for a moment. You have mistaken me. Well, I am just a drunkard. Xiao Wujiao did not expose him. Shen Xian also glanced at Wang Laozue. It seemed that this old man was hiding more than he had thought. Su Zhaoxue brought the conversation back. Where are the wine jars? Zhao Daxiao immediately said, the old wine jars are all in the back cellar. Lu Xiaoqi said, no one jar was taken by me to deliver to the Heihu village and left at the foot of the mountain. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Zioqi's expression also changed. Is that the sour wine? Zhao Daxiao thought for a moment. Not necessarily. There were several jars in the beginning. A man said seriously, there are 4 jars left in the back cellar. Xiao Wujiao said, the Heavenly Jade token is hidden in the layers of the wine jars. It may not be apparent without opening the jars. Just after he said this, someone outside couldn't help but shout, then open the jars. Yes, open the jars in public. If the jade token is truly in the Guiyun Tavern, we cannot let Shen Xian have it all to himself. Lu Xiaoqi drew his sword. Who dares to say another word? The crowd fell silent for a moment. But soon someone said, if the Guiyun Tavern has no guilt, why not open it? Shen Xian looked toward the outside. That person shrank back into the crowd, not daring to show his face. Xiao Wujiao said quietly, someone is deliberately provoking you. Shen Xian replied, I know. Opening the jars is the simplest way. Su Zhaoxue shook her head. It's not that simple. As long as the jars are opened in front of everyone, whether the jade token is there or not, the tavern will become the center of everyone's attention. Xiao Wujiao said, it already is. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. You seem unconcerned. Being anxious won't change anything. Xiao Wujiao looked at Shen Xian. The person who can decide the outcome now is Manager Shun. All eyes turned to Shen Xian. Shen Xian was silent for a moment. To be honest, he was very annoyed. Very annoyed. He only wanted to run a tavern. The system told him to hire employees, so he did. When employees caused trouble, he protected them. Mountain bandits, the black market, Qingyi building, the feast of gods, the Heavenly Gate, one after another kept coming to his tavern. Now even the old wine jars might hide dangerous opportunities. He looked at the people around him. Lu Zioqi's face was pale, yet he held onto his sword. Lu Zioqi's gaze was icy, standing protectively beside his brother. Zhao Daxiao held the kitchen knife, clearly scared, yet kept looking toward the kitchen. Su Zhaoxue pressed her fingers on the account book, already contemplating the subsequent situation. A man stood by the door, not understanding much, but knowing not to let outsiders in. These people were all part of the tavern. Shen Xian stood up. Open the jars. Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly said, Manager. Shen Xian replied, It's not about opening them on the street. He looked at Gu Pingchuan. The town marshal division is present. Then he looked at Xia Wujiao. The heavenly gate is present. He turned to Su Zhaoxue. Recorded in the accounts. Lastly, he looked at the people from the martial world outside. The rest of you wait outside. Some were dissatisfied. On what grounds? Shen Xian stared at him. On the grounds that this is my tavern. That person still wanted to speak. Shen Xian raised his hand, and a chopstick shot out from the table, landing 3 inches in front of his feet. That person immediately fell silent. Shen Xian said, Whoever enters pays with their life. This time no one dared to shout. The doors of the Guiyun Tavern closed. Inside were only Shen Xian, the tavern staff, Gu Pingchuan, Xia Wujiao, Wang Lazue, Meng Shan, and several members of the town marshal division. Zhao Daxiao led a team to the back cellar to move the wine jars. 4 jars of old sour wine were brought to the main hall. When the jars hit the ground, Zhao Daxiao's hands trembled. Manager, if there really is something inside. Shen Xian said, Open it. Zhao Daxiao nodded. The first jar. Opened. A sour smell burst forth. There was nothing inside. The second jar. Still nothing. The third jar. There was a layer at the bottom of the jar. Everyone held their breath. Zhao Daxiao carefully knocked it open. Inside was a piece of torn cloth. The cloth had blood stains and a character Lu. Lu Zhaoqi's face turned white. Lu Xiaowu picked up the torn cloth, his fingers trembling. This is my father's clothing. Tears instantly fell from Lu Zhaoqi's eyes. He thought he had cried all he could. But upon seeing this piece of cloth, he couldn't help it. Shen Xian did not rush him. After Lu Xiaowu carefully stored the cloth, he turned to the 4th jar. Zhao Daxiao took a deep breath and opened it. The bottom of the jar also had a layer. Inside the layer was not the jade token. It was a letter wrapped in oiled paper. Lu Xiaowu took the letter, his hands shaking violently. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to see, but did not dare to reach out. Shen Xian said, Read it out loud. Lu Xiaowu opened the letter. The paper had turned yellow, but the writing was still clear. It began with a single sentence. Xiao Wu Xiaoqi, if you can still see this letter, it means father was unable to return. Lu Xiaoqi covered his mouth, tears streaming down his face. Lu Xiaowu gritted his teeth and continued reading. The letter was not long. Lu Qingshan had indeed been a guardian of the Heavenly Gate. He discovered that someone within the Heavenly Gate wanted to use the Heavenly Jade token for an extremely dangerous endeavor, so he fled with the Jade token. But the Jade token was not hidden in the Lu family village, nor was it hidden in the Guiyun Tavern. Lu Qingshan entrusted the real Jade token to someone he trusted most, the former manager of the Guiyun Tavern, Liang Yukai. Shen Xian frowned. Liang Yukai, the former manager who had left Qingshi town after accumulating false debts. Lu Zhaowi's voice had grown hoarse by the end of the letter. If Manager Liang is still alive, go find him in Yunzhou. If he is dead, do not seek the Jade token. Remember, the Jade token is not an opportunity, it is a disaster. After finishing reading, the hall was silent except for the sound of breathing. Su Zhaoxue immediately grasped the key point. Manager Liang is not just an ordinary manager. Xia Wujiao also frowned. The Heavenly Gate has always believed the Jade token was still in Qingshi town, not realizing it was taken away by Liang Yukai. Gu Pingchuan asked, Where did Liang Yukai go after leaving the town? Shen Xian looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue had already opened the earliest account book. When Liang Yukai left Qingshi town, the travel record indicated he went towards Linjiang, but this could be false. Xia Wujiao said quietly, Yunzhou. All clues pointed to a farther place. Lu Xiaoqi held the letter, lowering his head and saying nothing. He finally understood that his father did not harm the entire village for no reason. But he also knew that the disaster indeed arose because of the Jade token. It was hard to bear. Hatred had direction, but was also more complex. Shen Xian looked toward the door. Those people outside were still waiting. They would not care about this letter. They would only care about where the Jade token was. Su Zhaoxue said quietly, We cannot let them know about Liang Yukai. Zhao Daxiao asked why. Otherwise everyone will go looking for him. We will also lose the initiative. Shen Xian nodded. Then say we did not find it. Xia Wujiao looked at him. Are you going to deceive the Heavenly Gate? Shen Xian replied. Did you not also not find it? Xia Wujiao fell silent for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense. Wang Laozue suddenly said, The people outside won't believe it. Shen Xian picked up an empty wine jar. Whether they believe it or not is not important. He walked to the door and opened it. Countless gazes turned toward him. Shen Xian placed 4 empty wine jars at the entrance. There is no Jade token. Someone immediately shouted, On what grounds should we trust you? Shen Xian looked at him. You don't have to trust me. Then we want to go in and see. Shen Xian said nothing. He simply stood at the entrance. The aura of 200 years of power was released for the first time. The entire East Street fell silent in an instant. Those who had originally wanted to push forward felt as if they were being pressed down by an invisible hand. Some turned pale. Some didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Shun Xian slowly said, "From today onward the Guiyun Tavern will establish a third rule. Whoever wishes to seek something must exchange their life for it." As his voice fell, the system's voice echoed. The reputation of the Guiyun Tavern has greatly increased. Current evaluation: the embryonic form of a forbidden land in the martial world. A new main quest has begun. Defend Guiyun. Quest reward: 100 years of power. Tavern protection array upgraded. Shin Xian listened and had only one thought in his mind. Indeed, this mode of lying flat would never allow people to lie flat. It was becoming increasingly absurd. Shin Xian stood at the door. Outside there were many people. Among them were wandering heroes, disciples of sects, spies from the black market, and some townsfolk who had come to watch the commotion. The ruckus that had been so loud moments ago had now fallen silent. It wasn't that they suddenly became reasonable. It was that they finally realized Shin Xian was not negotiating. The pressure hanging over the street was intense. So intense that some wanted to draw their swords only to find their fingers unresponsive. So intense that some wished to retreat, yet feared that any movement would attract Shin Xian's attention. Lu Shaoqi stood inside the door watching Shin Xian's back. He had always thought the tavern keeper was lazy, afraid of trouble, and reluctant to manage things. But now he understood that the keeper simply found it unnecessary. Once he truly stepped up, everyone had to listen. Su Zhaoshui lowered her head and wrote a few lines in the third rule of the Guiyun Tavern: anyone seeking something must trade their life for it. After finishing, her finger paused. This phrase felt more like a rule of the martial world. From this moment on, the Guiyun Tavern was no longer just an ordinary tavern at the end of East Street in Qingshu. Old Wang, holding a yellow dog, stood beside the counter and muttered, "With this rule established, it won't be easy to drink quietly anymore." Zhao Daxiao couldn't help but ask, "Will no one come to eat then?" Su Zhaoshui looked up. "There will be more." Zhao Daxiao's face turned sour. "Then the kitchen won't be able to keep up." A man immediately said, "I can help with the fire." Zhao Daxiao glanced at him. "You put too much firewood in at once." A man thought for a moment. "He'll go slower." Even at such a moment, they were still discussing the fire. Lu Xiaowu listened, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Outside were those who wanted to snatch the jade plaque, yet those inside were still concerned about the kitchen's workload. He had previously thought that the martial world was about knives, blood, orders, and fleeing. Now he realized that if a place truly felt like home, what people first cared about were actually food and the door. Shin Xian looked outside. Who else wants to watch? No one spoke. The person who had shouted the loudest before had now shrunk to the back of the crowd. Gu Pingchuan stepped forward and said solemnly, "Today the Guiyun Tavern has been witnessed by the Town Martial Division. Without the heavenly jade plaque, anyone who gathers to cause trouble will be dealt with as disturbing public order and attacking the tavern." Some were unconvinced, but dared not speak out. Xia Wuzhou also came forward. "Xia Wuzhou witnesses here outside the Heaven's Gate. The jade plaque is not among the 4 taverns." This statement carried even more weight. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, there was no reason to push forward anymore. The crowd began to disperse, but it was a slow process. Many glanced at Shin Xian before leaving. What they saw was not a tavern keeper, but a door. A door they could not pass through right now. Once the street cleared, Shin Xian turned around. Zhao Daxiao immediately asked, "Keeper, will you open the door tonight?" Shin Xian looked at him. "You just got the title of food god, and you're already asking this." Zhao Daxiao scratched his head. "Well, we still need to eat." Lu Shaoqi chuckled. "Now you are indeed a food god." Zhao Daxiao hurriedly waved his hand. "Don't call me that. It sounds awkward." A man said seriously, "Food god." Zhao Daxiao's face turned red. "A man you're joining into." A man thought for a moment. "Daxiao food god." Lu Shaoqi finally laughed out loud. Even Lu Xiaowu's lips twitched. Zhao Daxiao anxiously looked at Shin Xian. "Keeper, you need to manage them." Shin Xian replied, "It's quite good." Zhao Daxiao. Su Zhaoshui closed the account book. "We're not open today." Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. The people's hearts are unsettled, making it easy to cause trouble. The kitchen also needs to inventory old wine jars, food supplies, and stock. Furthermore, the reputation of the food god competition has just spread back, and starting tomorrow, all dishes need to be repriced. Hearing about the repricing, Zhao Daxiao immediately fell silent. This was the domain of the accounts. He dared not interject. Gu Pingchuan put away the letter left by Lu Qingshan and looked at Shin Xian. "Should we report Liang Yukai's connection to the Town Martial Division?" Su Zhaoshui immediately replied, "Not for now." Gu Pingchuan looked at her. Su Zhaoshui was very steady. "The Town Martial Division may not be clean. Linjiang is like this, and Qingshu may not be completely safe. If Liang Yukai truly takes the jade plaque, once reported, the news will reach the black market and sects faster than we can." Gu Pingchuan was not angry. He knew she was speaking the truth. "So you all plan to investigate on your own?" Lu Shaoqi said, "Of course." Gu Pingchuan glanced at him. "You just returned from Linjiang, and your injury hasn't healed. Lu Shaoqi immediately replied, I can walk. Lu Xiaowu pressed down on his shoulder. Sit down first. Lu Shaoqi was unwilling, but faced with Lu Xiaowu's gaze he sat down. After reuniting with his brothers, this was what he found hardest to adapt to. Previously no one managed him, he could run or fight as he pleased. Now with a single word from fifth brother, he couldn't help but listen. Shen Xian looked at Xia Wujiu. How far is Yunzhou? Xia Wujiu replied, if you take the official road it takes half a month. If you take the river route it's 10 days. But I don't recommend going now. Why? You just established the rules, the tavern cannot be empty. This hit the mark. The Guiyun Tavern had just become the center of attention in the martial world. If Shen Xian left now, he didn't know how many people would get ideas again. Su Zhaoshui also said we can't go to Yunzhou immediately. At least we need to stabilize Qingshi town first, and clarify Liang Yukai's past before deciding how to proceed. Old Wang suddenly spoke up. I know a little about Liang Yukai. Everyone turned to look at him. Old Wang's why are you all looking at me? Shen Xian said speak. Old Wang sighed. Liang Yukai is not a local. He came to Qingshi town 10 years ago, and bought the Guiyun Tavern. At that time the tavern was doing well. His brewing wasn't great, but he was good at conversation and martial world guests loved to stop by. Su Zhaoshui asked why did it decline later. He changed. Old Wang squinted as if reminiscing. After 3 years he began to fear people. The door closed early and his brewing worsened. Eventually he fell into debt and was forced out by Lu Sendao. Everyone thought he had lost money in gambling. Lu Xiaowu quietly said 3 years ago. Again it was 3 years ago. Old Wang nodded. In retrospect it wasn't gambling debts, someone was forcing him out. Shen Xian asked did he leave anything behind before he left. Old Wang did not answer immediately. After a while he said, he gave me a jar of wine. Where's the wine? Everyone. Old Wang immediately added back, then I didn't know something was wrong inside. Su Zhaoshui asked what about the wine jar? Old Wang coughed. It might still be in my bridge hole. Shen Xian looked at him. Go get it. Old Wang picked up, now. Old Wang sighed. I knew it, a wine cannot be drunk for free. Just as he was about to leave, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Meng Shan walked in looking very serious. Shinkeeper, someone has come from outside Qingshi town. Shen Xian asked who. Meng Shan shook his head. I don't know. But my master uncle saw him and directly gave way. Gu Pingchuan's expression changed. Your master uncle is a grandmaster of the sixth sex. Meng Shan nodded. Yes. The room fell silent. There were not many who could make a grandmaster step aside. Meng Shan added that person said he wants to enter the Guiyun Tavern for a bowl of wine. Zhao Daxiao instinctively asked, are we charging him? Everyone turned to look at him. Zhao Daxiao muttered, I was just yes. This old man does not drink for free. The speaker is an old man. He wears a faded gray robe with no weapon at his waist, and only a bamboo staff in hand. His hair is very white. Yet his eyes are not dull. When he stands outside the door the entire street seems to be pressed down by an unseen force. It has become silent. It's not that no one dares to speak. It's that many people simply do not know how to start. When Gu Pingchuan sees the old man his expression visibly changes. Xia Wujiao also stands up straighter. Wang Laozue clutches a yellow dog and moves his feet slightly behind the counter. Shen Xian notices. This old drunkard is scared. Or rather he at least does not want to be recognized. But the old man first looks at Wang Laozue. Old Wang, what are you hiding from? Wang Laozue's face falls. You have mistaken the person. The old man chuckles. Even if you turned to ash I would still recognize you. Lu Xiaoqi looks at Wang Laozue. Wang Laozue, you truly are something. Wang Laozue glares at him. Children shouldn't eavesdrop. The old man walks into the tavern looking around. Is this the Guiyun Tavern? Shen Xian nods. What will you drink? The old man sits down. Didn't we just say? Drink wine. Zhao Daxiao looks at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue looks at Shen Xian. Shen Xian says by Nian Nu Er Hong. Su Zhaoxue adds it's 30 taels per bowl now. The old man laughs. Prices are rising quite fast. As he speaks he takes out a gold ingot from his sleeve and places it on the table. Is this enough? Su Zhaoxue walks over, picks up the gold, and checks its weight. Enough for 10 bowls. The old man nods. Then let's have one bowl first. Zhao Daxiao goes to pour the wine, doing so very carefully. This old man clearly is not an ordinary person. Yet he still cannot help but think 30 taels a bowl, truly expensive. Back when he was in a dilapidated temple 1 could last him several days. The wine is served. The old man does not rush to drink, first sniffing it. The wine is not bad. Zhao Daxiao's eyes brighten. Really? The old man looks at him. Are you the chef from the Food God Conference? Zhao Daxiao's face turns red again. My name is Zhao Daxiao. A nice name. This is the first time Zhao Daxiao has heard someone seriously praise his name. He feels a bit happy. The old man takes a sip of wine and closes his eyes for a moment. There isn't much spiritual energy, but it excels in purity. No evil methods have been used to hasten the fermentation. Xia Wujiao speaks up, Senior, you come to Qingshi town, not just for the wine, right? The old man looks at him. The little envoy from Tianmin can now manage me. Xiao Wujiao lowers his head. I dare not. Lu Zioki's heart skips a beat. Xiao Wujiao has already been mysterious enough in front of them. But with just one sentence from this old man, he has been subdued. Shen Xian asks, who are you? The old man sets down his bowl. My surname is Yan Wugui. Gu Pingchuan gasps. Lu Xiaoqi whispers, is he very powerful? Lu Xiaowu quietly says very powerful. How powerful? 20 years ago there was the #1 sword in the Jianghu. Lu Xiaoqi looks at the old man. Him. Lu Xiaowu nods. It's rumored he died long ago. Yan Wugui laughs. I have indeed died once. Wang Laozue mutters behind the counter, he just hasn't died completely. Yan Wugui looks at him. Haven't you also not died completely? Wang Laozue shuts up and drinks. Shen Xian asks, why does the #1 sword come to my tavern? Yan Wugui replies, I heard there is a person here who has broken limits. Shen Xian remains silent. Yan Wugui looks at him. Looks like it's true. Gu Pingchuan immediately becomes nervous. Xiao Wujiao also looks at Yan Wugui. Senior Tianmin has no intention of being enemies with Tavern Keeper Shun. Yan Wugui waves his hand. Don't use Tianmin to pressure me. I won't fall for that. He looks at Shen Xian. I am not here to seize the jade token, nor to create trouble. So why are you here to drink? To drink, and also to take a look. Have you seen enough? Not yet. Yan Wugui finishes his wine. Make a move once. Lu Zioki's face changes. Xiao Daxiao also becomes tense. Amon grips his black iron staff tightly. Shen Xian asks why. Because you set the rules. Are the rules related to you? Yan Wugui shakes his head. They're not related to me. But once the rules are set in Jianghu, someone has to believe in them. What you just suppressed were a group of insignificant things. If a master comes tomorrow and a grandmaster the day after, will you stand at the door every day? I will make a move once, and if I lose, then the rules of this tavern will be established on me. Lu Xiaoqi understands. This old man is not here to dismantle the platform. He is here to add a heavy stone to the rules of Guiyun Tavern. If a former #1 sword acknowledges that Guiyun Tavern cannot be breached, then many people in the future will have to weigh their options. Su Zhaoxua understands as well. She looks at Wang Laozue. Wang Laozue lowers his head, pretending not to see. But she knows that Yan Wugi's arrival is likely not unrelated to this old drunkard. Shen Xian asks, what if I lose? Yan Wugui laughs. Then don't pretend to be the #1 in the world. Shen Xian thinks for a moment. Will I have to compensate if I break something? Compensate. Yan Wugui pauses for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Go to the backyard. All right. In the backyard, everyone steps back. Yan Wugui still holds that bamboo staff. He does not draw a sword because he does not have a sword. Shen Xian also does not take a weapon. Yan Wugui looks at him. You don't use a sword. I can't. Then what do you use? My hands. Yan Wugui nods. Lu Xiaoqi stands at the side, palms sweaty. Zhao Daxiao lowers his voice and asks, will the tavern keeper win? Lu Xiaoqi wants to say of course. But the opponent is the former #1 sword. He suddenly feels uncertain. Lu Xiaowu says I can't tell. Amon says seriously the tavern keeper will win. Why? Zhao Daxiao asks. Amon thinks for a moment. The tavern keeper hasn't had dinner yet. Everyone. Yan Wugui moves. With a lift of the bamboo staff, it sounds as if there are blades in the backyard. Not only does the bamboo staff resemble a sword, but the whole person seems more like a sword. Lu Xiaoqi only glances once and feels a sting in his eyes. Lu Xiaowu instinctively blocks in front of him. Don't look too hard. Shen Xian stands still. When that staff comes down, he raises his hand. His palm presses against the bamboo staff. There is no loud crash, but the ground trembles slightly. Yan Wugi's eyes brighten. Such deep internal strength. Shen Xian pushes forward with his palm. Yan Wugui retreats, half a step. Just half a step. But everyone knows what that half step represents. Yan Wugi's smile grows more pronounced. The bamboo staff twists and unleashes 13 strikes. Each strike is like a sword. Shen Xian does not respond quickly, but he catches every strike. He does not understand sword techniques, nor does he understand staff techniques. But his internal strength is too thick and his eyesight is too high. Before Yan Wugi's every move lands completely, Shen Xian has already seen where the force is directed. After the 13th strike, the bamboo staff breaks in half. Yan Wugui stops his hand. He looks at the half staff in his hand and pauses in silence for a moment. 200 years. Shen Xian does not answer. Yan Wugui sighs. The Jianghu is about to change. After saying this, he throws the broken bamboo staff onto the ground. I have lost. When these 4 words spread out, all those waiting outside the door change their expressions. The former #1 sword admits defeat. The third rule of Guiyun Tavern from this moment on is truly nailed into the Jianghu. Yan Wugui steps out of the backyard and addresses the crowd outside. I am Yan Wugui. Today I had a bowl of wine at Guiyun Tavern. The wine is not bad. The rules are also not bad. Anyone who thinks to enter and steal something should first ask themselves if they can withstand my sword. After saying this, he turns to look at Shen Xian. Tavern keeper Shen, no need to look for the payment. Su Zhaoxue immediately says, just put it on the account. Yin Wugui pauses his steps, laughing even louder. All right, put it on the account. After he leaves, Wang Laozue finally breathes a sigh of relief. Shen Xian looks at him. Explanations. Wang Laozue hugs the dog. I will go to the bridge hole to get the wine jar. After saying this, he tries to run. Shen Xian says Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi immediately blocks the door. Wang Laozue has a pained expression. Tavern keeper the old man also has a past. Su Zhaoxue calmly says you don't have to say, but the wine jar must be taken. Wang Laozue sighs. Fine, it's fine to take it. He takes Lu Xiaoqi to the bridge hole. Half an hour later the two return. Lu Xiaoqi holds an old wine jar in his arms. Wang Laozue's expression is very grim. Because the bottom of the wine jar also has a hidden compartment. The old wine jar was placed in the center of the hall. Wang Laozue stared at it as if gazing at an old debt that could not be escaped. Shen Xian sat behind the counter, not in a hurry to open it. Lu Xiaoqi was the most anxious. Open it already. Wang Laozue glared at him. Young man, don't be so impatient. Lu Xiaoqi replied. You've hidden it for so long, aren't you anxious? I forgot about it. Do you think we believe you? Wang Laozue fell silent. Su Zhaoxue picked up the wine jar and examined it. The compartment was sealed later, it wasn't part of the original wine jar. Wang Laozue sighed. When Liang Yukai gave it to me, I didn't notice it. Shen Xian asked, why did he give it to you? Wang Laozue sat down, unusually not drinking. Because he was afraid he wouldn't live long. Lu Xiaoqi frowned. Didn't you say he only gave you a jar of wine? At that time I thought it was just wine. Wang Laozue looked at the wine jar. The night before Liang Yukai left he came to find me. He said this wine couldn't be drunk, and that it should only be brought out when someone truly capable of guarding it returned to the Guiyun Tavern. Zhao Daxiao couldn't help but ask, how did you know the shopkeeper could guard it? Wang Laozue glanced at Shen Xian. On the first day he came I didn't know. When did you know? When he scared Lu Sandao away, I thought it was interesting. Lu Xiaoqi said, it should have been brought out then. Wang Laozue shook his head. That wasn't enough back then. What about later? He took you and took in Daxiao, took in Su Yadu, and then took in a man. I felt this tavern was starting to look like a place someone could guard. Su Zhaoxue looked up. A place someone could guard. Wang Laozue nodded. A place isn't just guarded by powerful individuals. There must be those willing to stay, those willing to return, and those willing to fight for it. After he finished speaking he smiled. Today Yin Wugui admitted defeat, and only then did I confirm the time has come. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Who exactly are you? Wang Laozue fell silent for a moment. There used to be a name Wang Budu. Gu Pingchuan's expression changed. Wang Budu, the one known as the Broken River Hand. Wang Laozue waved his hand. That's all old news. Lu Xiaoqi quietly asked Lu Xiaowu, is he impressive? Lu Xiaowu nodded. 20 years ago he was someone who could drink with Yin Wugui at the same table. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Wang Laozue, his expression completely changed. This old man who always mooched wine, hugged dogs, and defaulted on debts was actually an old master. Zhao Daxiao was more concerned about another question. Did you used to have money? Wang Laozue was taken aback. Of course I did. Zhao Daxiao replied earnestly. Then why do you always owe wine money? Wang Laozue. Su Zhaoxue said lightly, old debts must be settled together. Wang Laozue's face turned pale. Shen Xian tapped the table. Open the jar. Su Zhaoxue carefully opened the compartment. Inside was not a jade token. It was an iron key, a map, and half a copper coin. The map depicted a route. Qingstone Town, Linjiang City, Yunzhou, finally pointing to a valley. Su Zhaoxue stared at it for a long time. This is the hidden path to Yunzhou. Xia Wujiao also leaned in to look. It's not an ordinary hidden path, it's the old path of Tianmen. Shen Xian asked, can we use it? Xia Wujiao nodded. Yes, but it's very dangerous. Lu Xiaoqi picked up the half-copper coin. The coin was engraved with the character Liang. Left by Liang Yukai. Wang Laozue nodded. Liang Yukai said if anyone is looking for him, take this to the Tongqian Alley in Yunzhou. Someone will recognize it. Su Zhaoxue picked up the iron key. Where does the key open? Wang Laozue shook his head. He didn't say. Shen Xian looked at the three items. The map, the copper coin, the key. Liang Yukai didn't leave a jade token, but he left a way for others to find him. Or rather, he left the qualification for future generations to pursue him. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xian. Shopkeeper, are we going to Yunzhou? Zhao Daxiao also looked over. A man was more direct. I'm going too. Su Zhaoxue said, not everyone can go. She pressed the map down on the table. The Guiyun Tavern has just established its authority. It cannot be empty. The Yunzhou line must be investigated, but someone must guard Qingstone Town as well. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, he'll go to Yunzhou. I'll go too. Lu Xiaowu said. Zhao Daxiao hesitated for a moment. I want to go back to the kitchen, but if you all are going I can prepare rations. Su Zhaoxue looked at everyone and began to assign roles. The shopkeeper must go. Xiao Qi and Lu Xiaowu are involved with the Lu family village, so they must go. Xia Wujiao is familiar with the old path of Tianmen and should accompany us. Xia Wujiao frowned. When did I say I wanted to go? Su Xiaoxue looked at him. You don't have to go. The lead on the jade token is something we will investigate ourselves. Xia Wujiao fell silent. This accountant didn't speak loudly, but could hit one's sore spots. He could only nod. I'll go. Su Xiaoxue continued, I'll go too. Xinxian looked at her. Aren't you going to stay behind? Liang Yukai might have the follow-up of the Su family's old debts. I need to go. Gu Pingchuan asked, who will guard the tavern? Su Xiaoxue looked at Zhao Daxiao, a man Wang Laozue, and Meng Shan. Zhao Daxiao will stay behind. He is now the champion of the Food God Conference, and his reputation is enough to suppress part of the people. A man will guard the door. Senior Wang will oversee, and Meng Shan can stay temporarily if he wishes. Meng Shan nodded. I'll stay. Zhao Daxiao was taken aback. I'm staying. Yes. Can I do it? Su Xiaoxue said, you are no longer that old chef. You are Zhao Daxiao of the Guiyun Tavern now. Zhao Daxiao lowered his head. These words felt heavy. He suddenly realized that he had not only the kitchen on his shoulders, but also the tavern. A man patted his shoulder. I'll listen to you. Zhao Daxiao was startled. Why are you listening to me? Su's accountant said you should stay. Zhao Daxiao became even more nervous. Wang Laozue sighed. Don't worry, with me around the tavern won't collapse. Su Xiaoxue looked at him. The old debts of wine must also be repaid slowly. Wang Laozue immediately said, I'm old now, I might not be able to fight for too long. Xinxian said, one fight is worth 10 jars of wine. Wang Laozue's eyes lit up. Really? Su Xiaoxue replied, at most 5 jars. Wang Laozue countered, 8 jars. Su Xiaoxue said 6 jars. Wang Laozue replied, deal. Zhao Daxiao looked dumbfounded. Can masters bargain like this? Xinxian looked at the map on the table. When are we leaving? Su Xiaoxue replied, in 3 days. Why? First, the tavern must be stabilized. Second, we must prepare supplies for the journey. Third, we need to spread a false rumor. Lu Xiaoqi asked, what false rumor? Su Xiaoxue said, we need to make it seem like the lead on the jade token has been cut off, and that shopkeeper Shun will not leave Qingstone Town for the time being. Lu Xiao nodded. We'll leave quietly. Xia Wujiao said, too many people can't know about the old path of Tianmen. Gu Pingchuan asked, do we need the cooperation of the town marshal division? Su Xiaoxue said, we need you to make a big scene at the tavern to seal the 4 old wine jars, bringing the empty jars back to the town marshal division, creating the appearance that we are still investigating the jade token. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Understood. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Su Xiaoxue. Su accountant, you are truly suited for deceiving people. Su Xiaoxue looked at him. This is a layout. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, layout. After midnight, everyone dispersed. Lu Xiaoqi held onto the letter from Lu Qingshan, sitting alone in the backyard. Lu Xiaowu walked to his side. Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi didn't look up. Fifth brother, is father really the protector of Tianmen? It should be. Then did our family die because of father? Lu Xiaowu sat down. No. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Lu Xiao's voice was very soft. The ones who harmed them were the ones wielding the knives, the ones greedy for the jade tokens, not father. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned red. But I still feel bad. I feel bad too. The 2 brothers sat together, and no one spoke again. After a long time, Lu Xiaoqi handed the letter to Lu Xiaowu. You keep it. Lu Xiaowu shook his head. You keep it. Why? Father wrote your name in the letter. It also wrote yours. Lu Xiaowu paused for a moment. I'm afraid of losing it. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. He suddenly understood that fifth brother was not afraid of losing the letter. He was afraid he was not worthy to hold it. Lu Xiaoqi stuffed the letter into Lu Xiao's arms. Then don't lose it. Lu Xiao's fingers stiffened. After a long while, he finally whispered, okay. The next day, the Guiyun Tavern reopened its doors. Zhao Daxiao was in charge. After the title of champion from the Linjiang Food God Conference was spread, a long line formed at the tavern entrance. However, some people were genuinely here to eat. Some came to gather information. Others wanted to see what kind of chef could make the return noodles. Zhao Daxiao stood in the kitchen, holding a spatula nervously like it was his first day of business. A man stood by the back door. Wang Laozue sat at the counter drinking. Su Xiaoxue sat at the accounting desk with the price sign clearly displayed. The return noodles costs 1 tael of silver per bowl. Upon seeing the price, Lu Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. Su Xiaofang, you really dare to sell this? Su Xiaoxue replied, this is the price of a famous dish. Zhao Daxiao peeked from the kitchen. Isn't this too expensive? It's not expensive. But the champion from the Linjiang Food God Conference made it himself. A 1 tael is already the opening price. If the reputation spreads thoroughly, the price will be even higher. Zhao Daxiao retreated back to the kitchen. He felt it was better not to ask. The first customer was Meng Shan. Once he sat down, he ordered a bowl of return noodles. Zhao Daxiao personally served it. Meng Shan took a bite and said seriously, it's worth it. Zhao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. The second customer was Lin Yuan from the Qingzhou sect. He also ordered noodles, then added a bowl of century-old daughter's red. After finishing, he was silent for a long time. Master Zhao, is this bowl the same as the one from Linjiang City? Zhao Dashao shook his head. It's different. Why, oi? That bowl was from the finals. This bowl is from the tavern. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. This bowl seems more like something one can eat regularly. Zhao Dashao's eyes lit up. Exactly. He was most afraid of others saying it was not as good as the finals bowl. But Lin Yuan's words struck a chord with him. The finals bowl was made for the theme of return. The tavern's bowl is made for those returning. They are different, yet both are important. More and more people arrived. The kitchen was busy to the point of steaming. Zhao Dashao was a bit chaotic at first, but gradually found his footing. A man helped with the fire. Lu Xiaoqi was serving. Lu Xiaowu watched from a corner. When he saw Lu Xiaoqi carrying 3 bowls of noodles and almost bumping into someone, he instinctively took 1 bowl. Brother Wu. Lu Xiaowu was also startled. I'll help you. Can I carry a bowl? Lu Xiaoqi laughed. Just be careful. If you spill it, your wages will be deducted. Lu Xiaowu looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue didn't even lift her head. Wages will be deducted for temporary workers' losses. Lu Xiaowu. Suddenly he felt a sense of belonging. This feeling was strange. In the Qingyi building, making a mistake could cost one's life. In the Guiyun Tavern, making a mistake would result in a wage deduction. The latter sounded much lighter. It felt much more real. After noon, someone came to cause trouble. An elder from a sect entered with disciples demanding to see Shen Xian. Lu Xiaoqi said the shopkeeper does not meet guests. The elder sneered. Is he here? Lu Xiaoqi replied yes. Shen Xian was indeed in the backyard. The elder said, since he is here, then why won't he see me? The shopkeeper is taking a nap, Lu Xiaoqi said. The elder slammed the table. I traveled a long way, and he is napping. Lu Xiaoqi looked at the table. If the table is broken, you'll have to pay for it. The elder laughed in anger. You, a mere server, dare to speak to me like this? Lu Xiaoqi did not back down. In the past, he might have drawn his sword. Now he first observed the other person's hands. This elder had a strong aura, but he did not show any intent to kill. It was unclear if he was here to test or genuinely wanted to see Shen Xian. However, since he wasn't here to cause trouble, it should follow tavern rules. Eating and drinking are welcome. If you're looking for something, wait outside. Causing trouble will result in a fine. The elder squinted. You guys at Guiyun Tavern have quite an attitude. Just then Zhao Dashao emerged with a bowl of noodles. Customer, would you like to eat noodles? The elder was taken aback by the question. Zhao Dashao said, today we only have 20 bowls of returned noodles left. Seeing the elder's unfriendly demeanor, he truly didn't know how to handle it if it turned into an argument over the noodles. Thus he was genuinely afraid of running out. The elder was about to get angry, but caught a whiff of the noodles' aroma. Before arriving at Qingshi Town, he had also heard about Zhao Dashao winning the championship at the Linjiang Food God Conference. In fact, his original intention was to taste the famed noodles that had won the championship. Secondly, he wanted to meet the renowned tavern owner of Guiyun Tavern. However, after hearing Zhao Dashao say that there were only 20 bowls of returned noodles left, he hesitated for a moment and then sat down. He'll have a bowl. Su Zhaoxue immediately said, payment first. The elder's expression darkened. In the end, he still paid. After eating a bowl of noodles, the elder did not slam the table again. He was silent for a moment, then said, another bowl. Zhao Dashao felt a bit embarrassed. Each person is limited to 1 bowl. Why? Because there are other customers waiting and the return noodles are limited so. Zhao Dashao did not finish his sentence, but the elder understood his meaning. The elder looked towards the queue behind him. Those people were also looking at him. He suddenly realized that if he were to snatch noodles at Guiyun Tavern, it would seem more embarrassing than snatching a jade plaque. In the end, he got up and left the tavern. Zhao Dashao happily exclaimed, come back tomorrow. Lu Xiaoqi watched the elder leave and couldn't help but laugh. Does this count as being chased away by noodles? Su Zhaoxue said blandly. That's why I say a tavern doesn't just rely on fighting. The martial world isn't only about fighting and killing. Zhao Dashao, back in the kitchen, felt very pleased upon hearing this. For the first time, he felt that he could also guard the tavern. Not with a knife, but with food. In the evening, Shen Xian called Zhao Dashao to the backyard. We will leave in 3 days. Zhao Dashao nodded. I understand. You will be in charge of guarding the tavern. Zhao Dashao's eyes widened, and the spatula in his hand almost fell. You really leave it to me? Su Zhaofeng arranged it. Just because she arranged it doesn't mean the shopkeeper agrees. Yes. Zhao Dashao fell silent. After a long while, he quietly asked, can I guard it well? You can. How do you know? Didn't you guard it for a day today? Zhao Dashao thought about how everyone was, but then he recalled that the elder indeed left after eating noodles. He felt a little more confident. Shen Xian handed him something. This time it was not copper coins. Instead, it was a tavern control token exchanged from the system shop. This is how to activate the protective array in the tavern's backyard. If you encounter someone you can't handle, just press this on the 3rd brick under the counter. Zhao Dashao took it. What will happen if I press it? The tavern will close its doors. Then what? People outside won't be able to enter. Zhao Dashao carefully tucked it away. How long can it hold? Long enough for us to return. Zhao Daxiao nodded vigorously. Alright, I definitely won't misuse it. Shen Xian said, use it when necessary. Zhao Daxiao suddenly looked up. Shopkeeper, when you go to Yunzhou, will you come back? Shen Xian looked at, we will. Zhao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will save some noodles for you. Shen Xian nodded. Save more. 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Gu Pingchuan, following Su Zayok's instructions, made a grand effort to move 4 old wine jars from the Guiyun Tavern. The seal from the town marshal division was already affixed to the wine jars, deliberately visible to everyone on the street. Indeed, the news spread quickly. The old jars from Guiyun Tavern had been taken away by the town marshal division, and the clues regarding the jade tokens were still under investigation. At the same time, Shen Xian appeared at the tavern every day. Sometimes he dozed off behind the counter, other times he basked in the sun at the door, and at times he listened to Zhao Daxiao complain about the rising meat prices. Everyone assumed he wouldn't leave in a short time. However, on the third night, Shen Xian had already changed his clothes and left through the back door. There weren't many people accompanying him: Lu Xiaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, Su Xiaoxue, and Xiaowu Jiao. There was also a yellow dog that insisted on following. Shen Xian looked at the yellow dog. What is it doing here? Wang Laozue squatted by the back door. Its nose is sharp. Why aren't you coming? I'll stay behind. Su Xiaoxue looked at him. Are you afraid Yan Wugui will find you for a drink? Wang Laozue's expression stiffened. What do you know? I'm doing this for the tavern. Zhao Daxiao stood at the back door holding several bags of dry food. Master, this is for eating on the road. Lu Xiaoqi took a bag and sniffed it. Meat sauce. Yes, I added a bit more salt. It can be stored for a long time. Lu Xiaowu also took a bag. Zhao Daxiao looked at him a bit nervous. Fifth brother, do you have any dietary restrictions? Lu Xiaowu was taken aback. He wasn't used to being asked this by others, or rather no one had ever cared about his taste before. None. Zhao Daxiao nodded. That's good. You've just recovered, don't eat anything cold. Lu Xiaowu whispered, thank you. Zhao Daxiao waved his hand. We're all on the same side. Lu Xiaowu felt a gentle stir in his heart. On the same side. He had not fully adapted to this term. Amon stood to the side hugging a mysterious iron stick. Shen Xian said, Amon, stay with Daxiao and guard the tavern. Amon nodded. Yes, I'll guard the door. Shen Xian continued, listen to Zhao Daxiao. Amon looked at Zhao Daxiao. Yes, I will listen. Zhao Daxiao became more anxious. Don't say that I'm under a lot of pressure. Su Xiaoxue said, having pressure is a good thing. Zhao Daxiao quietly said, you all be careful on the road and come back early. Lu Xiaoqi patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll eat noodles when we return. Okay. Meng Shan was also there. He cupped his hands towards Shen Xian. Master Shen, I will help with the tavern here. Shen Xian said, the meal cost will be covered. Meng Shan nodded seriously. That's the least I can do. Wang Laozue clicked his tongue. Yu Guiyun Tavern, truly one more calculating than the other. Su Xiaoxue looked at him. Your wine debt will be settled upon your return. Wang Laozue immediately pretended to look at the sky. After bidding farewell, the group quietly left Qingshi town. They did not take the official road, but an old hunting path pointed out by Wang Laozue. Xia Wujiao and Lu Xiaoqi walked in front, navigating the route. Although Xia Wujiao was very familiar with the Tianmen Old Road, he was less knowledgeable about the mountain paths near Qingshi town compared to Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi walked ahead with the yellow dog following him. After walking for over 10 miles, Lu Xiaoqi unconsciously turned back to take a look. Qingshi town was no longer visible, but he did not feel the emptiness he had before when leaving. Because this time it was not an escape. It was a matter to attend to. He had a place to return to. He would come back. Lu Xiaowu walked beside him. Xiaoqi, my, you used to look back like this too. Lu Xiaoqi paused for a moment. When you were little, every time you went out with Dad to the market, you would look back at the village entrance. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes felt a bit warm. I don't remember that. I do. Lu Xiaowu paused. At that time I always laughed at you, saying you were timid. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. I was timid back then. No. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. You're not timid anymore now. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Fifth brother, I'm still afraid. Being afraid but still going means you are not timid. This sentence seemed to be learned from Shen Xian. Lu Xiaoqi glanced at Lu Xiaowu. You learned bad habits from the master. Lu Xiaowu was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Maybe. Su Xiaoxue walked behind, hearing the brothers speaking softly without interrupting. She held a map. Yunzhou Tongxian Alley. Liang Yukai. Tianzi Jade Token. The Su family's old accounts. These things were like a series of unresolved debts. Sometimes she felt tired. Very tired. But compared to before when she could only hide, she preferred to do it this way, now checking each entry one by one. Shen Xian walked at the back. He wasn't tired. He was just used to keeping everyone in his sight. He had to take good care of everyone in the tavern. That was his responsibility as the master. Xia Wujiao turned back to look at him. Master Shen, aren't you going to ask what dangers lie on the Tianmen Old Road? Shen Xian said, you will speak of it yourself. Xiao Wujiao laughed. That saves you trouble. He pointed ahead. After we pass this mountain, we will reach the entrance of the old road. That used to be the route from Tianmin to Yunzhou, but it was abandoned later. There are 2 reasons for its abandonment. Speak. First, there are traps on the road. What about the second? The second, a broken limit breaker died there. Lu Xiaoqi turned back abruptly. A broken limit breaker? Xiao Wujiao nodded. Yes. Many years ago, someone with over 150 years of cultivation died in the old road. Since then, Tianmin sealed that route. Su Zhaoxue frowned. Then why are you still leading us? Because those pursuing us wouldn't dare to tread lightly. Shen Xian asked, are you afraid? Xiao Wujiao glanced at him. I am afraid. Then why are you still in front? Because I know which step could lead to death. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but say, what difference does that make? Xiao Wujiao replied, the difference is I know when to be afraid. Shen Xian raised his head to look at the mountain shadows ahead. The system did not give any prompts, but he could sense that this road was not simple. With 200 years of cultivation, he should have been fearless. Yet when Xiao Wujiao mentioned the broken limit breaker, that internal energy within him stirred slightly, as if responding to some kind of alert. Along the way, Lu Xiaoqi and Xiao Wujiao discussed some other tales of the old road. Many legendary stories made Lu Xiaowu glance sideways repeatedly, and even Su Zhaoxue sometimes stopped looking at the map, listening intently to Xiao Wujiao. After some time walking, when they reached the entrance of the old road, Shen Xian stopped. Everyone followed suit. Lu Xiaoqi asked, Master, what's wrong? Shen Xian looked ahead. Someone is there. Xiao Wujiao's expression changed. There's someone at the entrance of the old road. Yes. Lu Xiaowu silently drew his sword. Su Zhaoxue put away the map. The yellow dog suddenly let out a low bark. At the end of the mountain path ahead, a light turned on. Under the light sat a person. The person was wearing tattered tavern clothes and had a counting tool beside him. He looked up, smiled at Shen Xian and the group, and said, the new master of Guiyun Tavern. My name is Liang Yukai. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As Liang Yukai uttered these words, Lu Xiaoqi was the first to draw his blade. Lu Xiaowu moved as well. The 2 brothers stood almost simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right, blocking Shen Xian's path. Liang Yukai looked at them, his gaze lingering for a long time. Xiao Wu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi's blade trembled slightly. You recognize us? Liang Yukai sighed. You visited the Guiyun Tavern when you were young. Xiaoqi was so small then that he couldn't even reach the counter. He once stole a piece of sugar cake. Lu Xiaoqi's face stiffened. He had no memory of it. But Lu Xiaowu remembered. That year their father had brought them into town, and they indeed went to a tavern. The tavern keeper was very plump and fond of laughing. He even slipped a piece of sugar cake to Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaowu whispered, you really are Manager Liang. Liang Yukai smiled. Not quite the same now, is it? He had lost a lot of weight. His face no longer bore the roundness and cheer of his youth. His eye sockets were a bit sunken, and his hair had turned quite gray. But his gaze remained sharp. Shen Xian looked at him. Have you been waiting for us? Liang Yukai nodded. I've been waiting for 3 days. Su Zhaoxue frowned. How did you know we would take this route? Liang Yukai looked at her. Because Wang Budu will hand over the wine jar. Once he does, you will inevitably take this old Tianmin path. Su Zhaox's eyes shifted slightly. You even calculated when Elder Wang would hand over the wine jar. I couldn't calculate that. Liang Yukai shook his head. I simply knew that if the Guiyun Tavern could indeed be defended, old Wang would hand it over. Lu Xiaoqi asked coldly, so you've been observing us all along. If you have been here all this time, why didn't you come out sooner? Liang Yukai looked at him, lowering his voice slightly. If I had come out early, I would have died. You would have died too. What about my father? Lu Xiaoqi's voice suddenly became uncontrollable. My father handed the jade token to you. Why didn't you save Lu family village? Liang Yukai fell silent. Lu Xiaowu pressed down on Lu Xiaoqi's shoulder. Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi shrugged off his hand. He stared at Liang Youcai, his eyes reddening. Speak. Liang Yukai did not avoid his gaze. When I arrived, Lu family village had already been burned down. Lu Xiaoqi felt as if he had been struck by a fist, freezing in place. Liang Yukai continued. Your father asked me to meet him under the old locust tree outside the village 3 days later. He said if he didn't come, I should take something away with me. But when I arrived, all I saw was fire. Lu Xiaoqi bit his teeth tightly. What about that thing? I took it with me. You ran away with the jade token. Yes. Liang Yukai did not make excuses for himself as he spoke. I ran away. Lu Xiaoqi rushed forward, the tip of his blade pressed against his chest. What right do you have to run away? Liang Yukai looked down at the blade. Because your father told me to run. Lu Xiaoqi's finger trembled. Liang Yukai took out an old cloth from his pocket. There were a few lines of writing on it. Lu Xiaowu stepped forward to take it. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. It's father's handwriting. Lu Xiaoqi dared not look. Lu Xiaowu read it aloud for him. If Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi are alive, don't let them find me. Brother Liang, take the jade token and don't look back. Upon hearing the last 3 words, tears streamed down Lu Xiaoqi's face. Don't look back. His father had said the same to him that night. Run. Don't look back. Lu Xiaoqi's hand holding the blade slowly drooped. Liang Yukai spoke softly. I owe an apology to Lu family village, but I did not betray your father. Shen Xian asked, what about the jade token? Liang Yukai looked at him. It shattered. Xiao Wujio's expression changed. Impossible. Liang Yukai looked at him. The people of Tianmin always believe that the jade token cannot shatter, but you have protected it for so many years without even understanding what it really is. Xiao Wujio frowned. What do you mean? Liang Yukai placed the abacus on the table and gently pushed it. The Tianzi jade token is not a piece of jade. It is a lock. Su Zhaoxue immediately asked, lock what? Lock a name. Everyone was stunned. Liang Yukai continued. The so-called breaking of limits and opportunities is not a martial art, not a divine weapon, nor a secret of immortality. It records the path of energy left by the first limit breaker of that year. Shen Xian looked at him. Path of energy. Yes. Liang Yukai nodded. In martial arts, after 150 years, simply accumulating internal strength will not allow one to break through. Only after breaking through this limit can one continue to enhance their internal strength. The jade token allows one to see that step. But only those who are truly close to this limit can understand it. He paused looking at Shen Xian. So now the most dangerous person in the martial world is not the one holding the jade token. It is you, Manager Shun. Your internal strength should have reached this limit, right? Some people in the outside world even speculate that you have already broken through this step. Shen Xian did not respond, but neither was he surprised. Anyone with a bit of capability could guess that his internal strength might be at 150 years based on his few displays of power. And just as he reached 200 years of skill, the system indicated that the breaking limit aura had been confirmed by an unknown force. It seemed this unknown force was the legendary Tianmin, so the jade token was merely a bait. He was the true target of Tianmin. Su Zhaoxue asked, you said the jade token shattered. Oh, where are the fragments? Liang Yukai extended his hand. Here. He opened his palm. There was no jade in his palm. Only 3 very small black fragments like burnt stones. Xiao Wujio's face turned completely pale. Did you really destroy it? It can't be destroyed, it can only shatter, Liang Yukai explained. A complete jade token draws too much attention. Once shattered, only those at the edge of breaking limits can read its contents again. Shen Xian asked, you were waiting for me to give it to me. Liang Yukai looked at him. It's not for you, but it's for you. Suddenly Lu Xiaoqi spoke up. Why should it be the manager? Liang Yukai looked at him. Because your father once said that if someone could reopen the Guiyun Tavern and let the homeless stay, that person could be trusted. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Liang Yukai continued, I have watched from the shadows. Manager Shen has taken you and taken in Zhao Daxiao, Su Zhaoxue, and a man. When you go out, you will come back. The people in the tavern will wait. He smiled slightly. What your father said was not about martial arts, but about people. Shen Xian looked down at the 3 fragments. He did not want to accept them. This thing was obviously a huge trouble. He just wanted to lie low, bask in the sun, and sleep every day. But he also knew that if he did not accept it, trouble would not disappear. It would only fall upon Lu Xiaoqi, Su Zhaoxue, Zhao Daxiao, a man, and even the entire Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian extended his hand and took the fragments. The system's voice sounded. Unknown breaking limit medium detected. Do you want to analyze it? Shen Xian replied in his heart, no. He did not want to mess with these things right now. His dream of lying low had never changed. He would avoid trouble as much as possible. A hint of surprise flashed in Liang Yukai's eyes. Aren't you going to take a look? Shen Xian replied, I haven't had dinner yet. Liang Yukai was taken aback, then smiled. As he laughed, his eyes turned red. Lu Qingshan did not misjudge the person. After Liang Yukai finished his instructions, he did not return to Qingshi town with them. He chose to take the old path. Shen Xian asked him, are you going to Yinzhou? Liang Yukai nodded. I still have an old debt to collect. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. An account from the Su family. Liang Yukai glanced at her. Are you that child from the Su family? Su Zhaoxue nodded. Your father has been to the Guiyun Tavern before. Su Zhaoxue tightened her grip. When? 3 years ago, a month before the incident in Lujia village. Liang Yukai thought for a moment. He met with Lu Qingshan. At that time, I learned that the Su family's bank had secretly provided a silver route for Lu Qingshan. So the extermination of the Su family is linked to the Jade Tablet. It is related, but not entirely. Liang Yukai said the true calamity for the Su family was not just the money route, but that your father discovered someone within the Tianmin was using the black market and the Qingyi building. Su Zhaoxue fell silent for a long time. She had always believed that the Su family was exterminated by the Qingyi building taking on a contract. Now she realized that there were even deeper forces behind the Qingyi building. She asked, who was that person? Someone from Tianmin. Liang Yukai shook his head. I don't know the name, only the nickname. What is it? Account Mr. Su Zhaoxue frowned. Account Mister. He is not an envoy from Tianmen, yet he can manipulate many connections outside of Tianmen. The black market, the water market, the Qingyi building, and even some sects all have his accounts. Su Zhaox's gaze grew colder. She suddenly identified the true target she should pursue. It wasn't Manager Zhou. It wasn't Xin Wu. It was this account Mister. Liang Yukai looked at her. Miss Su, if you pursue this further it will be very painful. Su Zhaoxue closed the account book. I have already suffered. Liang Yukai did not persuade her further. He turned to Lu Xiaowu. The poison root of the Qingyi building in you has not been completely removed. Lu Zioki's expression changed. What do you mean? Lu Xiaowu remained calm. I know. You know. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him, then why don't you say anything? It wouldn't help to say it. How wouldn't it help? The big spoon can cure it, the manager can find a way, and the Su account can investigate. Lu Xiaowu was somewhat taken aback by his words. In the Qingyi building, being injured or poisoned was one's own business. Speaking about it was useless and could even be seen as a weakness. But after Lu Zioki's series of statements, he suddenly realized he was not alone now. Lu Zioki's voice tightened. Fifth brother, you need to speak up if you have something to say. Our tavern is a family. Lu Xiaowu looked at his serious expression. After a moment he nodded. All right. Liang Yukai took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket. This can suppress it for 3 months. If within 3 months you find an old physician from the poison sect, you might be able to solve it completely. Lu Xiaowu did not move. Shen Xian took the porcelain bottle. How much is it? Liang Yukai was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi and Lu Xiaowu were also stunned. Su Zhaoxue immediately asked, is the source of the medicine clean? Liang Yukai looked at them, suddenly feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. No charge. The source is clean. Shen Xian nodded and handed the medicine to Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu held the porcelain bottle, his fingers tightening. Thank you. Liang Yukai waved his hand. I cannot thank you enough for what I owe the Lu family. Xia Wujiao had remained silent. He stared at the fragments in Shen Xian's sleeve, finally speaking up. Manager, Shen, you should take the fragments back to the tavern. Tianmen will come eventually. Shen Xian replied, even if I don't take them they will come. Xia Wujiao was left speechless. What he said was true. Given Shen Xian's situation, the truly powerful individuals within Tianmen were likely already paying attention to him. Liang Yukai laughed. That is correct. Xia Wujiao's expression soured. He had originally been an envoy for Tianmen and should have taken the fragments back to Tianmen. But he now realized that Shen Xian accepting the fragments was actually more stable than taking them back to Tianmen. Because Tianmen was not clean either. For the first time he felt somewhat awkward about being an envoy. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked Liang Youcai, why did you leave the Guiyun Tavern to the manager back then? Liang Yukai looked at Shen Xian. That is something you should ask Manager Shen himself. Shen Xian also looked at him. Liang Yukai said, before I left I placed the tavern's deed into an old box. Inside the box there were old contracts from Tianmen and a letter left by Lu Qingshan. Shen Xian did not respond. The tavern given to him by the system actually had this layer of old contract. Liang Yukai continued, I do not know how you Manager Shen obtained it, but since you can take over the Guiyun Tavern it means the tavern recognizes you. Lu Xiaoqi did not understand. Su Zhaoxue, however, seemed to be deep in thought. She knew that Shen Xian had secrets. Everyone knew, but no one asked. Because Shen Xian had never used this secret to harm anyone in the tavern. He even brought the people of the tavern together, giving everyone a home. Shen Xian said, what else do you know? Liang Yukai shook his head. I have said all that I know. The rest is in Yinzhou. Some accounts need to be investigated and collected to know the truth. Are you going alone? Yes. Lu Xiaoqi frowned. You just said it was dangerous. Liang Yukai smiled and said, for someone like me, whether I live or die is not that important. Lu Zioki's face darkened. My father wants you to live, not to say such things. Liang Yukai was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi stared at him. If you feel indebted to the Lu family, then live and repay the debt. Don't just talk about dying. Liang Yukai looked at him for a long time. In the end he nodded. All right. Shen Xian spoke up. 3 months later, see you at the Guiyun Tavern. Liang Yukai looked at him. 3 months. For Lu Zai was poison. Liang Yukai understood. Shen Xian was telling him to come back alive. He chuckled. All right. 3 months later, I will go to the Guiyun Tavern for a drink. Su Zhaoxue said, you have to pay. Liang Yukai laughed even louder. Of course. Liang Yukai walked into the old path. His figure was thin, but he stood a bit taller than before. Lu Xiaoqi watched him disappear, feeling very conflicted. Was there hatred? Yes. But he also knew that Liang Yukai was not the one who caused the destruction of Lujiao village. The most difficult part of this world lies here. Some people owe you, but are not enemies. Some people have not personally wielded a blade, but are more deserving of death than the murderer. Shen Xian turned around. Back to the tavern. Xia Wujiao was taken aback. Aren't you going to Yinzhou? I have obtained the clues. What about account Mister? He will come. Xia Wujiao frowned. How do you know? Su Zhaoxue chimed in. Because the fragments are in the manager's hands, Lu Xiaowu is in the tavern, the descendants of the Su family are in the tavern, and the champion of the Divine Food Conference is also in the tavern. Guiyun Tavern is now bait. Lu Xiaoqi asked, what are we going to do? Shen Xian said, open the doors. Xiao Wujiao fell silent. This statement sounded absurd, but upon reflection it was indeed the most suitable approach for Guiyun Tavern. Let everyone come. Come to drink, to eat, to gather information, or to seek death. Anyway, Guiyun Tavern is open. When everyone returned to the Guiyun Tavern, dawn was just breaking. Zhao Daxiao was already cooking porridge in the back kitchen. Amon was dozing at the door, clutching a black iron staff. Old Wang was sprawled on the counter sleeping, while the yellow dog dashed over to lie by his feet. Su Zayok's first act upon entering was to check the account books. Lu Zioki's first action was to go to the back kitchen to grab some flatbreads. Lu Xiaowu paused at the door, uncertain of where to go. With a flatbread in his mouth, Lu Xiaoqi turned to look at him. Fifth brother, come in. Lu Xiaowu whispered, what about you? The smell of Qingyi Tower. Lu Xiaoqi frowned. Then wash up. Lu Xiaowu was taken aback. This answer was too simple. So simple that it stifled the heavy thoughts in his mind. Zhao Daxiao poked his head out from the back kitchen. There's hot water, we'll boil some for you. Amon woke up and said seriously, there are clean clothes in the backyard. Su Zhaoxue didn't look up. Clothes are on the account at temporary worker benefits. Lu Xiaowu looked at them, suddenly uncertain of what to say. Finally he whispered, thank you. Lu Xiaoqi handed him the flatbread. Eat first. Lu Xiaowu accepted it. The flatbread was a bit hard, but stuffed with meat sauce. He took a bite, and his eyes slightly reddened. Lu Xiaoqi pretended not to see. He knew fifth brother cared about face. He wanted that too. Shen Xian sat back at the counter feeling like he had finally found his place. He didn't like traveling. The tavern was much more comfortable. Zhao Daxiao brought a bowl of porridge. Boss, eat first. Shen Xian took it. Are we opening today? Zhao Daxiao immediately looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue flipped through the accounts. Yes. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. It's so chaotic outside, are we really opening? Su Zhaoxue said, the more chaotic it is, the more we should open. Closing will make people think we're guilty. Opening keeps the rules intact. What will we sell, eh? Zhao Daxiao asked nervously. Morning porridge, afternoon noodles, and limited liquor in the evening, Su Zhaoxue replied. The 100-year-old newer Hong has risen to 50 taels a jar. Guitu noodles are 1 tael and 5 coins per bowl. Regular noodles will stay at 31. Zhao Daxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Regular noodles not increasing was a good thing. He was afraid the old customers in town couldn't afford it. Su Zhaoxue noticed his thoughts. Regular noodles are reserved for regular customers. Guitu noodles are for wanderers. Zhao Daxiao nodded. That's good. Old Wang woke up, and upon hearing 50 taels a jar, he became fully alert. Will I still be able to afford it? Su Zhaoxue replied casually, you drink on credit. Old Wang sprawled back down. That's good. As soon as the door opened, customers quickly came in. Some wanted to gather news, but were sent back by Lu Zioki's question, are you here to eat or drink? Some wanted to inquire about the Tianzi Jade token, but were frightened off by Su Zayok's statement. Asking for news will cost 10 taels per piece. Some wanted to see Shen Xian. Shen Xian sat quietly behind the counter, eyes closed. Lu Xiaoqi said, the boss is asleep. The person looked at Shen Xian in broad daylight, hesitated for a moment, and then ordered a bowl of noodles. Thus the rules slowly established themselves. Not through a harsh word, but by everyone following the rules. At noon, Yin Wugui arrived again. He did not enter the backyard, but sat in the hall, ordering a bowl of regular noodles. Zhao Daxiao personally brought it out. Yin Wugui took a bite. Better than the liquor. Zhao Daxiao's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Zhao Daxiao was pleased for a long time. He was no longer afraid of others calling him a food god. But he liked to hear people say the food was delicious. Yin Wugui looked at Shen Xian. Have you got the fragments? Shen Xian replied, I have. The hall went quiet for a moment. Lu Xiaoqi immediately looked towards the door. However, Yin Wugui waved his hand. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking. Su Zhaoxue frowned. Elder, you shouldn't ask in public. Yin Wugui looked at her. If I ask in public, no one will think I took it secretly. Su Zhaoxue paused. That was indeed a point. Yin Wugui continued, someone asked me to pass a message to you. Shen Xian asked, who? Liang Yukai. Lu Xiaoqi immediately turned his head. What happened to him? He isn't dead. Lu Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly put on a serious face. I didn't ask that. Yin Wugui chuckled. He asked me to tell you that, mister. Zhang already knows the fragments are in your hands. Su Zayok's expression turned cold. So soon. Faster than you think. Yin Wugui took a sip of the noodle soup. Mister, Zhang is skilled at getting others to spend money for him, to kill for him, or to test paths for him. He might not come in person, but he will definitely send a bill first. Shen Xian asked, what bill? Yin Wugui replied, a debt of favor, a life debt, or an old debt. As soon as he finished speaking, a young servant arrived outside the door. The servant was neatly dressed, holding a wooden box in his hands. He stood at the door, his voice trembling. Excuse me, which one is Manager Shun? Lu Xiaoqi stared at him. What is it? The servant placed the wooden box on the threshold. My master sent a gift. Su Zhaoxue asked, who is your master? The servant shook his head. I don't know, I was just instructed to deliver it. What is the gift? A bill. After saying that, the servant turned and ran. Lu Xiaoqi did not pursue him. There was no point in chasing a servant at this time. Su Zhaoxue walked to the door, but did not directly touch the wooden box. She first sniffed it, then looked at it, and used a fine needle to pick open the latch. The wooden box opened. Inside was a stack of account papers. The top page read, Old Debts of the Guiyun Tavern. Su Zhaoxue flipped through a few pages, her expression growing colder. What did he say? Su Zhaoxue looked up. This is a false account. Lu Xiaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. What's there to fear about a false account? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. It compiles all the land deeds, liquor taxes, old debts of Liang Youcai, debts owed to the Heihu village, and records of the town marshal department's confiscation into a single piece of official bad debt. Gu Pingchuan happened to enter and heard this, his face changing. Let me see. After reading it, his fingers tightened. This means the tavern is to be sealed under the name of the government. Zhao Daxiao came out from the back kitchen, his face pale. Seal the tavern. Su Zhaoxue closed the account papers. This is the first bill sent by Mr. Zhao. Shen Xian looked up. How do we resolve it? Su Zhaoxue stared at the stack of papers, her eyes gradually steadying. Resolve it with accounts. Su Zhaoxue sat behind the counter, tearing the false account into 12 pages. Each page she pressed down individually. Lu Xiaoqi stood beside her, growing increasingly frustrated. Isn't this just a pile of IOUs and tax documents? Su Zhaoxue did not look up. No. Then what is it? A knife. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Su Zhaoxue said, the mountain bandits' knives kill, the Qingyi Tower's knives kill, but Mr. Zhang's knives do not shed blood. He makes the government, merchants, creditors, and the black market all believe you have problems. Gu Pingchuan's expression darkened. If this account is sent to the county office and someone pushes it further, the Guiyun Tavern will indeed be sealed. We haven't owed this money. Zhao Daxiao exclaimed. Su Zhaoxue said, so we need to prove it. Su Zhaoxue picked up the first page. Land deed. She looked at Shen Xian. Boss, where is the proof from when you took over the tavern? How did you get it? Shen Xian fell silent. It was given by the system. But how could he say that? Su Zhaoxue asked, shopkeeper, where is the proof from when you took over the tavern? How did it come about? Shen Xian was momentarily speechless. How did the tavern come to be? It was given to him by the system. Su Zhaoxue saw his expression and knew things were not simple. Is there none? Shen Xian thought for a moment and pulled out the basic identity document from the system's backpack. He had hardly used it before. Now he took it out and placed it on the table. Su Zhaoxue opened it, and her expression subtly changed. This document is genuine. Gu Pingchuan also took a look. The county seal is correct. Su Zhaoxue nodded. The first knife is cut. She picked up the second document. Liang Youcai's old debt. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, didn't Lu Sandao tear that one? What was torn was from the Black Tiger village. This is another matter. Su Zhaoxue looked at the account paper. Mr. Zhang said that Liang Youcai owes 300 taels to Linjiang water market secured by the tavern's land deed. Gu Pingchuan frowned. Did the water market come into this as well? This document is a mix of truth and falsehood. Su Zhaoxue said, Liang Youcai may indeed have owed money, but not necessarily 300 taels, and not necessarily mortgaging the tavern. Shen Xian asked, how do we check? Su Zhaoxue looked at Wang Laozue. Wang Laozue had an innocent expression. Why are you looking at me? Liang Youcai visited you before he left. Did he mention the water market? Wang Laozue sighed. He did. He said the water market owes him, not the other way around. Su Zhaox's eyes brightened. Where's the proof? Wang Laozue fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. I used it as a base for a wine jar at the time. Everyone else was speechless. Su Zhaoxue took it and restrained herself from cursing. The paper indeed had a debt acknowledgement from Linjiang water market. It was not Liang Youcai who owed money. The water market owed Liang Youcai for a batch of wine totaling 700 taels. Gu Pingchuan's eye twitched. You used a 700 tael debt acknowledgement as a base for a wine jar. Wang Laozue replied. I can't read many characters. Su Zhaoxue said coldly. From now on, all your papers must be handed to me. Wang Laozue dared not object. The second knife is cut. The third document is the liquor tax. Mr. Zhang said that Guiyun Tavern has not paid liquor taxes for 3 years. Su Zhaoxue took out her organized business accounts. There were no operations during the closure of Guiyun Tavern, so no liquor tax was incurred. After reopening, I have been keeping monthly accounts and the tax payment deadline has not yet arrived. Gu Pingchuan said, I can testify to this. The third knife is cut. The fourth document is a record of the town marshal division's seizure. Gu Pingchuan's face darkened after reading it. This is fake. Can you prove it? The town marshal division has never seized Guiyun Tavern, only witnessed the opening record. Su Zhaoxue said, you write a document. Gu Pingchuan nodded. The fourth knife is cut. Zhao Daxiao watched from the side, gradually becoming impatient. He noticed that when Su Zhaoxue was dismantling the accounts, it was somewhat like how he dismantled fish bones. It looked chaotic, but with each cut the bones came out. Lu Xiaoqi was also captivated. Su Zhangfang, you are truly impressive. Su Zhaoxue did not stop writing. Stop flattering me and help me grind the ink. Lu Xiaoqi immediately began to grind the ink. Lu Xiaowu watched Su Zhaoxue. He had seen many formidable individuals at the Qingyi Tower before. Some could kill, some could poison, some could disguise themselves, and some could lie. But this was the first time he had seen someone sit behind the counter and dismantle a murder plot using account books. She did not draw a sword, yet every stroke felt like a counterattack. Shen Xian watched her without intervening. This was Su Zhaox's battlefield. If he used his fists to kill the one delivering the accounts, the false accounts would still remain. Only she could dismantle this web. Throughout the afternoon, Su Zhaoxue did not leave the counter. She had Gu Pingchuan write the Town Marshal Division document. She made Wang Laozue hand over Liang Yukai's old papers. She sent Lu Xiaoqi to invite Widow Sun as a witness. She had Zhao Daxiao bring all the past purchase orders. She instructed a man to go to the backyard and retrieve the waste paper under the old wine jars. A man brought back a pile of papers. Inside were recipes, old debt acknowledgments, and a letter Liang Yukai wrote to the suppliers. Su Zhaoxue picked out 3 useful ones. By evening, the false accounts had been completely dismantled into counter-evidence. Then she rewrote an account. The title was Counter-Evidence of Guiyun Tavern's False Accounts. After she finished the last stroke, her wrist began to tremble. Zhao Daxiao brought over a bowl of hot soup. Drink some. Su Zhaoxue took it and softly said, thank you. After taking a sip, she suddenly felt much warmer in her stomach. Shen Xian asked, what do we do now? Su Zhaoxue looked up. Send it out. Where to? To the county government, the town marshal division, the Qingstone merchants, Linjiang water market, the Qingzhou sect, the Baiyun sword sect, and all the martial artists who dined at the tavern today. Lu Zhaoqi's jaw dropped. So many. Mr. Zhang wants to use the hidden accounts to seal the tavern. We will put the open accounts on display. Su Zhaoq's voice was a bit hoarse, but her eyes were bright. What he fears most is not that we will not acknowledge the accounts. It is that everyone knows these accounts are fake. Shen Xian nodded. Do as planned. Gu Pingchuan immediately arranged for people to copy it. Lu Xiaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, A Man, and Meng Shan were all dispatched to deliver copies. Zhao Daxiao also wanted to go, but was stopped by Su Zhaoxue. You stay and cook. Cook it this time. The ones delivering the accounts will need to eat when they return. Zhao Daxiao immediately nodded. I will do it. That night the counter-evidence spread throughout Qingstone town. Those who had originally planned to wait for the county government to move and seal Guiyun Tavern were all stunned. The first knife sent by Mr. Zhang did not draw blood, yet it was publicly broken by Su Zhaoxue. At the midnight hour, a letter was delivered to Guiyun Tavern. The letter contained only 2 lines. The Su family still has descendants, no wonder. 3 days from now, Mr. Zhang will come in person to settle Guiyun's accounts. Su Zhaoxue finished reading the letter, her fingers gently tightened. Shen Xian asked, are you afraid? Su Zhaoxue nodded. Afraid? Can you calculate? She looked up. I can. 3 days later, Guiyun Tavern did not close its doors. Zhao Daxiao continued making noodles. Lu Xiaoqi continued serving. A man continued guarding the door. Su Zhaoxue sat behind the counter with 3 account books in front of her. One was the open account of Guiyun Tavern. One was the old account of the Su family bank. One was the fake account sent by Mr. Zhang. Shen Xian sat beside her, unusually awake. Lu Xiaowu stood in the shadow inside the door. He had grown accustomed to this position. He could see Lu Xiaoqi and the outside door. Wang Laozue did not drink. This was rare. Gu Pingchuan brought people from the town martial division to the street corner. Meng Shan also came. There were also many martial artists. This time they were not here to seize the jade plate. They were here to see Mr. Zhang. What kind of person could make the black market, water market, and Qingyi Tower all take action? At noon, a black carriage stopped at the tavern's entrance. From the carriage stepped a middle-aged scholar. Wearing a blue gown and cloth shoes, he held an account book in his hand. He did not look like a mastermind. He resembled a teacher instead. But the moment he entered, Su Zhaoq's fingers pressed down on the abacus. Mr. Zhang looked at her. Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue replied, Mr. Zhang. Everyone calls me that. What is your real name? I've long forgotten. Mr. Zhang walked into the tavern and first looked at Shen Xian. Shopkeeper Shen. Shen Xian nodded. Are you here to eat? Mr. Zhang smiled. I heard Zhao Daxiao's noodles are good. Zhao Daxiao, hearing this in the kitchen, immediately peeked out. If you're eating noodles, pay first. Mr. Zhang's smile deepened. Guiyun Tavern is indeed interesting. Su Zhaoxue said coldly. You came to settle accounts, not to eat noodles. Accounts must be settled and noodles can also be eaten. Mr. Zhang placed a silver ingot down. 1 bowl of return journey noodles, please. Zhao Daxiao looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Collect it. Zhao Daxiao then served the noodles. Mr. Zhang sat down like an ordinary guest. As he took the first bite, a slight flicker appeared in his eyes. No wonder you won the Food God Conference. Zhao Daxiao did not feel pleased. When this person praised him, it made him uncomfortable. Mr. Zhang put down his chopsticks after finishing half a bowl. All right, settle the accounts. Su Zhaoxue pushed the false accounts over. I have finished analyzing the accounts you sent. I know. Mr. Zhang was not surprised. You did well in your analysis. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. You are not here to close the tavern. Oh. You are here to test me. Mr. Zhang smiled. Continue. The Return Cloud Tavern now has a manager of Food God by Li Juefeng, Lu Xiao Wu Wang Budue Man, and also the Tianzi fragment. Su Zhaoxue enunciated clearly. If you want to take action, there are many ways. But you sent the accounts first because you want to see how much capability the Su family bank still has. Mr. Zhang gently clapped. No wonder you are Su Heng's daughter. Su Zhaoxue's gaze turned cold. Don't mention my father. Why can't I mention him? If he had been willing to hand over the accounts back, then the Su family would not have lost so many lives. Su Zhaoxue's fingers turned slightly pale. Shen Xian glanced at her. She did not look at Shen Xian, just took a deep breath. Do you admit that the extermination of the Su family is related to you? Mr. Zhang shook his head. I do not admit it. I do not recognize matters not on the account. Su Zhaoxue said, then write it down on the account. She opened the old ledger of the Su family. 3 days before the extermination of the Su family, a transaction of 3,000 taels of silver was transferred from Linjiang Water City, with the receiving code being account. On the same day, Qin Wu from the Green Robe building received the extermination order and prepaid 1,000 taels. Zhou Heng from the Black Tiger Village received a transfer of 200 taels of silver. Mr. Zhang listened without interrupting. Su Zhaoxue continued. These 3 sums of money come from the same hidden line. You thought that all the accounts of the Su family's treasury were dead and no one could complete this line. Mr. Zhang's smile faded slightly. Did you complete it? Not yet. Su Zhaoxue looked up. But you came today. Mr. Zhang quietly stared at her. Su Zhaoxue said, the silver you just paid for the noodles is stamped from Linjiang Water City. The imprint is missing one line, which is from the batch of dark silver from 3 years ago in Water City. Mr. Zhang lowered his head to look at the silver on the table. Zhao Daxiao also looked over. He never expected that even a bowl of noodle money could have so many implications. Su Zhaoxue continued, you are used to testing others with accounts, but you forget that you are also an account yourself. Mr. Zhang finally stopped smiling. Lu Xiaoqi listened from the side, feeling passionate. Although he did not fully understand, he knew that Su Zhaofeng had gained the upper hand. Mr. Zhang sighed softly. If the Su family had one more person like you, it would indeed be troublesome. Shen Xian raised his eyes. Are you planning to take action? Mr. Zhang looked at him. Manager Shun has misunderstood. I want to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Gu Pingchuan's expression changed, and he hurried in. People from the county office have arrived. Su Zhaoxue frowned. Sealing it? No. Gu Pingchuan looked at Mr. Zhang. The county magistrate personally came and said someone reported that the Return Cloud Tavern is harboring the wanted criminal Lu Xiao Wu, privately storing forbidden items and colluding with the remnants of the Green Robe building. Lu Xiaoqi angrily said, nonsense. Mr. Zhang calmly picked up his tea. Miss Su, there are various types of accounts. You can calculate the silver accounts. I can calculate the official accounts. Su Zhaoxue's expression turned completely cold. This was the true second strike of Mr. Zhang. The first strike was the false old accounts, which could be analyzed. The second strike is the government's big hat, which is hard to break. Because once the county office issues a document, the Return Cloud Tavern cannot just respond with rules from the Jianghu. Gu Pingchuan whispered. The county magistrate brought soldiers. Zhao Daxiao came out from the kitchen, his face pale. Are they really going to seal the tavern? A man tightened his grip on the mysterious iron rod. Lu Xiaowu stepped forward. I will leave. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him sharply. Fifth brother. Lu Xiao's voice was very low. If they are coming for me, if I leave the tavern, we'll have one less crime. Shen Xian looked at him. Sit down. Lu Xiaowu was taken aback. Shen Xian repeated, sit down. Lu Xiaowu slowly sat back down. Mr. Zhang watched this scene and said softly, Manager Shun, if you protect him now, you are going against the government. Shen Xian said, he is a temporary worker in my tavern. Mr. Zhang smiled. A temporary worker? Shen Xian stood up. His wages are not settled, he cannot leave. Lu Xiaowu lowered his head, his eyes a bit red. He originally thought that a person like him could only be sacrificed to balance the accounts at critical moments. But Shen Xian said the wages are not settled, he cannot leave. This sounded absurd. Yet it was heavier than any oath. The county magistrate had already reached the door. Behind him the soldiers lined up and the crowd on the street parted. The county magistrate said in a deep voice, Shin Xian of the Return Cloud Tavern, come out and answer. Shin Xian walked out. Su Xiaoxue also stood up. Manager. Shin Xian looked at her. Su Xiaoxue picked up 3 ledgers. I will go together. Lu Shaoqi drew his knife. I will go too. Zhao Daxiao gripped the kitchen knife. I will also. Su Xiaoxue turned around. You stay and watch the pot. Zhao Daxiao. In such a big scene he actually had to watch the pot. But he glanced at the soup on the stove and turned back to lower the fire. It cannot burn. The soup of the tavern cannot burn. Otherwise the signboard will be ruined. Shin Xian walked to the door. The county magistrate looked at him, his eyes filled with both wariness and confidence. Behind him was the government, not a wandering Jianghu person. Mr. Zhang sat in the tavern, not going out. He was just waiting for Shin Xian to use Jianghu methods to suppress the government. As long as Shin Xian took action, the Return Cloud Tavern would shift from Jianghu troubles to court troubles. Su Xiaoxue walked to Shin Xian's side. She spoke first. If the magistrate wants to investigate the Return Cloud Tavern, it's fine. The county magistrate was taken aback. Mr. Zhang's fingers also paused. Su Xiaoxue continued. But please, magistrate, first go through 3 accounts. First, whether Lu Xiao Wu is a wanted criminal. Please show the sea capture document. Second, what are the forbidden items? Please show the court's ban order. Third, please clearly state the evidence of colluding with the remnants of the Green Row building on the street, including witnesses and material evidence. The county magistrate's expression darkened. Who are you? Su Xiaoxue raised her head. The Su Xiaoxue of the Return Cloud Tavern's account room. The people on the street murmured in low voices. Descendant of the Su family. The county magistrate frowned. Su Xiaoxue raised the ledger. If the magistrate has no documents, no bans, and no witnesses or evidence, and wants to seal the Return Cloud Tavern based on an anonymous complaint, then I also have an account here. The county magistrate coldly said, what account? Su Xiaoxue looked towards the county office. 3 years ago, the money transactions between the county office's clerk, the Greenstone Black Market, and the Black Tiger Village. The county magistrate's face finally changed. Gu Pingchuan also looked at Su Xiaoxue. When did she complete this account? Su Xiaoxue did not explain. She had not only been recording tavern accounts during these days. She had been completing the old accounts of the Greenstone. Mr. Zhang sat quietly in the room, finally letting out a soft sigh. Good, he said softly. I have underestimated her in this round. The county magistrate found himself in a dilemma. The soldiers did not dare to move. The Jianghu people did not dare to interject. At the entrance of the Return Cloud Tavern, for the first time, the situation was not suppressed by Shin Xian's martial force, but rather by Su Zayok's accounts. Shin Xian looked at the county magistrate. Are you still investigating? The county magistrate's expression changed several times, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said, this matter the county office will investigate again. He retreated with his men. The street was quiet for a moment, then whispers spread like water. Mr. Zhang stood up. He was not angry. Rather, he was very calm. Su Xiaoxue, you are more suited to live in the current Jianghu than your father. Su Xiaoxue coldly looked at him. I will complete your accounts. Mr. Zhang nodded. I await you. He walked to the door and looked back at Shin Xian. Manager Shin, the Return Cloud Tavern indeed qualifies to be the center of this game. But from today on, it will not just be small accounts anymore. Shin Xian said, settle the noodle money before leaving. Mr. Zhang paused his steps. Zhao Daxiao peeked out from the kitchen. He has already paid. Shin Xian said, it is only enough for the noodle money, not enough for troublesome money. Mr. Zhang's smile became slightly helpless for the first time. He placed another silver ingot down. Goodbye. He left. No one stopped him. Su Xiaoxue watched his back, her fingers slowly loosening. Was she not afraid just now? Yes. She was so scared that her back was covered in cold sweat. But she stood her ground. Shin Xian looked at her. Did we win? Su Xiaoxue shook her head. We just did not lose. She looked down at the ledger. The real total account is still early. The system's voice echoed in Shin Xian's mind. Main quest, Return Cloud's opening completed. Return Cloud Tavern's reputation, a nascent forbidden ground in the Jianghu. Employees Lu Shaoqi and Zhao Daxiao's current loyalty 85. Employees Su Xiaoxue and A Man's current loyalty 70. Temporary worker Lu Xiao Wu's stage of belonging is stable. Reward Tavern's protective formation upgrade. Reward 100 years of cultivation. Current host cultivation 300 years. Shin Xian felt the surge of internal strength within him again, feeling no relief in his heart. 300 years. The strongest in the Jianghu does not exceed 150 years. But the stronger you are, the more troubles you encounter. Outside, the sky darkened. Zhao Daxiao's soup did not burn. He served a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of Shin Xian. Manager, it's time to eat. Shin Xian sat back down behind the counter. Lu Shaoqi, Lu Xiao Wu, Su Xiaoxue, A Man, and Zhao Daxiao were all present. Old Wang drunk hugged a yellow dog and continued to drink on credit. There were still people watching outside, but no one dared to come in and make trouble. Shen Xian took a bite of the noodles. It's too salty. Zhao Daxiao was startled then laughed. Next time use less salt. This storm had truly settled here. And the door of the Return Cloud Tavern had fully opened in the center of the Jianghu. On the third day after the incident with the county magistrate, the Guiyun Tavern in Qingshi town finally became a little quieter. But just a little. Some came to eat noodles, some to drink, and others pretended to eat and drink while secretly glancing towards Zhao Daxiao was busy in the kitchen. A man guarded the door. Su Zhaoxue was keeping accounts. Lu Xiaowu leaned in the corner holding a rag and staring at the table for a long time. Lu Xiaoqi walked by with 2 bowls of noodles. Fifth brother, that table has been cleaned. Lu Xiaowu glanced down. The table was indeed very clean. He was silent for a moment before switching to another table to wipe. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. His fifth brother could kill, stealth, repair roofs, and sharpen knives. But wiping tables was clearly still a learning process. Zhao Daxiao poked his head out from the kitchen. Fifth brother, you don't need to wipe so hard. Lu Xiaowu paused. He left a shallow imprint on the table corner. He looked at Su Zhaoxue. Will this cost money? Su Zhaoxue glanced up. First warning. Lu Xiaowu nodded. Okay. Lu Xiaoqi finally couldn't hold back and laughed. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Is it very funny? Not funny. Lu Xiaoqi immediately ran off with his noodles. For the past few days he had felt a bit unreal. Fifth brother was back. He was still wiping tables at the tavern. Although his face remained cold, and he spoke little, and even kept his knife by his side, while sleeping he was right there. Lu Xiaoqi had never dared to imagine this before. Now that he saw it, he was afraid it would all vanish with a blink. So he couldn't help but keep looking at Lu Xiaowu. The two of them didn't speak about it. Just before noon, Gu Pingchuan arrived. When he entered, he first glanced at Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu looked back at him. There was a slightly uncomfortable silence between them. Gu Pingchuan was from the town marshal division. Lu Xiaowu was from the old lines of the Qingyi Tower. According to the rules, someone like Lu Xiaowu should have been taken away for questioning. But now he was working as a temp at the Guiyun Tavern. The wages hadn't been settled. Shen Xian said he couldn't leave. Gu Pingchuan eventually sat down at the counter. Shopkeeper Shen. Shen Xian looked up. Noodles. Let's talk business first. Talking business requires ordering something. Gu Pingchuan sighed. Ordinary noodles. Zhao Daxiao immediately responded, all right. Gu Pingchuan placed a list on the counter. This is what you wanted. Lu Xiaoqi, who was wiping the table, immediately looked over upon hearing this. Shen Xian picked up the list. It was densely packed with names. Taiguai Lu Huashu Chun and Diyuan Song had already been crossed out. There were many more behind them. The bounties ranged from 3 taels to 50 taels. At the bottom, there was a line in red ink. Suspects from the Qingyi Tower's external lines, names unknown, suspected to be active in Yunzhou, Linjiang, and Qingshi. Shen Xian said Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi walked over. Is this for me? Gu Pingchuan looked at him. You caught a few fugitives last time, and the town marshal division has already recorded it. Now Qingshi town is chaotic with many fugitives and black market elements coming together due to the news of the Tianzi Jade token. The town marshal division lacks manpower. Lu Xiaoqi asked, so you want me to catch them? Not just one, Gu Pingchuan corrected. Now the Jianghu calls you Bailey Zhuifeng. If you want to continue down this path, I can give you the list. But I must warn you beforehand, not everyone on this list is someone you can handle. Lu Xiaoqi picked up the list, his eyes gradually brightening. He felt a mix of excitement and realization. He saw the path ahead. In the past, he only knew to seek revenge by going after the Heihu Zhai and the Qingyi Tower. But those names were too big. So big that when he reached out, he could grasp nothing. This list was different. Each name, each crime, each location. He could chase them one by one. Catch them one by one. Gradually grow stronger. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. This is not just about catching fugitives. I know. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. This is also about Jianghu experience. Yes. It is also bait to lure. Lu Xiaoqi froze for a moment. Su Zhaoxue pointed at the list. Now you have a name, Bailey Zhuifeng. Some people will deliberately leak information to draw you out. Lu Xiaowu coldly said, I'm going with you. Lu Xiaoqi immediately shook his head. No way. Lu Xiaowu frowned. Why? You're still poisoned, and your wounds haven't healed. I can kill. I'm not going to kill. Lu Xiaowu looked. This statement felt strange to him. Lu Xiaoqi used to hate so much that his eyes would turn red. Now he said he wasn't going to kill. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, fifth brother, I want to catch people, ask questions, and investigate clues. I can hand over those to the town marshal division and bring back those I can question. He glanced at Shen Xian. The shopkeeper said that living people are more useful than dead ones. Shen Xian didn't say anything. It seemed like he had said this before, but not quite in such completeness. But it was fine for Lu Xiaoqi to remember it this way. Lu Xiaowu remained silent for a moment. Then I should go too. Lu Xiaoqi pursed his lips. Fifth brother, I want to go alone. The room fell silent. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. This statement was not out of spite, nor was it a display of strength. Lu Xiaoqi was very serious. In the past I sought you out because I wanted to know if you were still alive. Now that you are back, I am very happy. But I can't keep hiding behind you. Lu Xiao's fingers tightened. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't, because Lu Xiaoqi was right. Back then he had let Xiaoqi run because he was a brother protecting his younger brother. Now he still wanted to protect. But Xiaoqi was no longer that child who cried silently in the pile of firewood. Shen Xian pushed the list to Lu Xiaoqi. Have you thought it through? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. I have thought it through. Who will you catch first? Lu Xiaoqi looked at the list and pointed to a name. Fei Huang Shiluojiu. Gu Pingchuan frowned. He has a bounty of 18 tails, knows hidden weapons, and has decent lightness skills. He's not the most suitable for you. Lu Xiaoqi said he has connections with the Qingyi Tower. Su Zhaoxue took the list and glanced at it. Luojiu, formerly a runner for the black market, later switched to the external lines of the Qingyi Tower, skilled in hidden weapons, had gone missing after the Linjiang Food Festival incident, suspected to have fled towards the northern lines of Qingshi. She understood why Lu Xiaoqi chose him. It wasn't for the bounty. It was for the Qingyi Tower. Lu Xiaowu said it's too dangerous. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Fifth brother, I can run. Lu Xiaowu opened his mouth. After a long time, he finally said, if something feels off, come back immediately. Zhao Daxiao came out with the noodles, and upon hearing this his face frowned. Xiaoqi is going out again. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. Zhao Daxiao placed the noodles in front of Gu Pingchuan, and then turned back to the kitchen. Soon he brought out a large bundle. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed. Daxiao, I haven't left yet. Prepare first. This time I don't need to bring so much. Last time you said the same thing, and then you came back injured like that. Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. Shen Xian looked at him. This time out there are 3 new rules. Lu Xiaoqi immediately stood up straight. First, send news every 3 days. Second, do not pursue people beyond your capacity. How to judge? Shen Xian said, when you think you can beat them, you probably can't. When you think you can't, run immediately. Lu Xiaoqi. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Very accurate. Shen Xian continued. Third, if you encounter clues related to the Qingyi Tower, remember them first, and do not investigate alone. This time Lu Xiaoqi did not respond immediately. Shen Xian looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. I know. Shen Xian said, repeat it back to me. Lu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. If you encounter clues related to the Qingyi Tower, remember them first, and do not investigate alone. Shen Xian nodded. The system voice echoed in his mind. Employee Lu Xiaoqi's main quest officially begins. Employee Lu Xiaoqi's phase task: capture or kill fugitives. Current progress 7,100. New phase goal: Lu Xiaoqi must independently capture 10 fugitives and gain recognition in the Jianghu. Phase reward: upgraded wind chasing steps, host power enhanced by 50 years. Shen Xian looked at Lu Xiaoqi. The child carried a knife on his back, his eyes filled with both fear and light. He suddenly felt that this employee's main quest might be more troubling than his own. Before Lu Xiaoqi left, everyone in the tavern was stuffing things into his bundle. Zhao Daxiao was the most exaggerated. Dried food, meat sauce, medicinal soup packets, hemostatic powder, a small iron pot, and even a small bag of salt. Lu Xiaoqi looked at the increasingly bulging bundle, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. Daxiao, I'm going to catch someone not to open a branch store. Zhao Daxiao replied seriously, what if there's nothing to eat on the road? I can buy it. What if I can't buy it? I can endure. Zhao Daxiao's face darkened. No enduring. Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. He knew he couldn't argue with Zhao Daxiao. When it came to food, Zhao Daxiao was even more stubborn than Shen Xian. Amon walked over and handed him a short stick. It was lighter than the last one, but also sturdier. I polished it. Lu Xiaoqi took it and swung it a couple of times. Not bad. Amon's eyes brightened a little. Don't lose it. I definitely won't lose it. Amon thought for a moment and added, if you can't win, run. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. You can say that now. The shopkeeper said that. Okay, I'll remember. Lu Xiaowu didn't give anything. He stood in the backyard holding a short knife. That knife had accompanied him for many years. The handle was worn. Lu Xiaoqi walked over. Fifth brother. Lu Xiaowu handed him the knife. Take it. Lu Xiaoqi didn't take it. This is your knife. You need it more than I do. I have the knife the shopkeeper gave me. Lu Xiaowu said quietly, this knife has a hidden compartment often used by the Qingyi Tower, which can hide paper and test several kinds of poison. If you check the Qingyi Tower, you'll find it useful. Lu Xiaoqi still didn't take it. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Do you think it's unclean? Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. No. Lu Xiaowu lowered his eyes. It has killed people. Lu Xiaoqi's fingers slowly tightened. He knew how hard it was for Lu Xiaowu to say that. After fifth brother returned to the tavern, he could do anything. Wipe tables, serve noodles, repair roofs. But he always avoided his past. Now he handed over the knife, as if also presenting that part of his life he didn't want to see. Lu Xiaoqi reached out to take it. A knife is a knife. How to use it depends on the person. Lu Xiaowu looked up. Lu Xiaoqi felt a little embarrassed. The shopkeeper said that. The corner of Lu Xiaowu's mouth moved slightly. Su Zhaoxue gave him a stack of paper. Routes, targets, black market codes, contacts for the town weapon division, several trustworthy inns, and a few unreliable ones. Lu Shaoqi flipped through a couple of pages feeling overwhelmed. Su Zhangfang, I can't finish reading this. Read it on the road. What if I forget? If you forget, come back and copy it 10 times. Lu Shaoqi immediately put the papers away. Su Zhaoshui handed him a small abacus bead. This is an old item from the Su family. When you meet a black market accountant, you can use it to test people. How to test? If the other party knows their stuff, they'll take a closer look. And then don't trust them. Lu Shaoqi. Su Zhaoshui looked at him. Remember, those who know their stuff may not necessarily help you, but they certainly know something. Lu Shaoqi nodded. Understood. You must be extra cautious outside. The dangers in the martial world are not just about fighting and killing. Those unseen schemes can sometimes be more daunting than someone with superior martial skills. Lu Shaoqi replied, okay, I'll definitely be more careful and not reckless. Wang Laozue also wandered over and handed him a wine gourd. Lu Shaoqi looked skeptical. Isn't there wine in there? Of course it's wine. I'm going out to catch someone, and you're giving me wine. It's not for you to drink. Wang Laozue lowered his voice. If you really can't run away, pour the wine out. Is it poisonous? No. Then what's the use? Wang Laozue smiled. The wine has a strong aroma. It can attract dogs. Lu Shaoqi looked at the yellow dog lying at the door. The yellow dog looked up at him. Lu Shaoqi understood. Is it going to? Wang Laozue nodded. Don't worry, it's very useful. At least its nose is better than yours. Lu Shaoqi squatted down and looked at the yellow dog. Are you willing to come with me? The yellow dog wagged its tail. Lu Shaoqi felt a bit happy. Then from now on you'll be called. Wang Laozue immediately said it has a name. What is it? Da Huang. Lu Shaoqi paused for a moment. Quite straightforward. The yellow dog seemed to understand, wagging its tail even faster. In the end, Lu Shaoqi looked at Shinxian. Shinxian said, this is your first time going out alone. The martial world is not as simple as you think. This time your mission is to catch a fugitive, but your safety comes first. If you encounter someone you can't overpower, do you know what to do? Lu Shaoqi answered, run. His eyes slightly reddened. Given the shopkeeper's character, it was rare for him to say so much at once. He knew that the shopkeeper was worried about him. Lu Shaoqi sniffed. Don't worry, shopkeeper, I will take good care of myself. Shinxian said, then placed a copper coin into Lu Shaoqi's hand. This copper coin was different from the previous ones. Heavier. Engraved with a very small character for return. If you encounter something life-threatening, crush it. Lu Shaoqi nodded. Okay. Don't be reluctant. And don't use it recklessly. Lu Shaoqi looked up. Shopkeeper, should I be reluctant or not? Shinxian thought for a moment. It depends on the situation. Lu Shaoqi smiled. He suddenly felt less nervous. This kind of talk felt like the shopkeeper. He tucked the copper coin away safely. Just before leaving, Zhao Daxiao chased after him again. Wait. Lu Shaoqi felt helpless. What's wrong again? Zhao Daxiao stuffed a small cloth bag into his hands. Sugar cake. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. Why are you still bringing sugar cake? Zhao Daxiao whispered, I heard you used to steal sugar cakes in the tavern when you were a child. If you miss home on the road, you can eat a piece. Lu Shaoqi didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly turned red. He lowered his head to tuck the sugar cake away. Who misses home? I don't miss it. Zhao Daxiao nodded. I'm not missing it. Amon said, seriously, it's okay to miss it. Lu Shaoqi sniffed. You guys are really annoying. After he said that, he shouldered his bundle and left the tavern with Da Huang. This time Lu Xiaowu did not follow. He stood at the door watching Lu Shaoqi walk away. Shinxian walked over and stood beside him. Are you worried? Lu Xiaowu nodded. The martial world is treacherous and he is still young. It's really hard not to worry. Even if you're worried, you have to let him go. This is his path of growth. I know. Lu Xiaowu said softly, it's just a bit hard. Shinxian looked towards the end of the street. You'll get used to it. Lu Xiaowu smiled bitterly. Shopkeeper, did you also send someone off before? Shinxian thought for a moment. I have delivered takeout. Lu Xiaowu. He didn't understand. But he felt that the shopkeeper probably didn't want to say. When Lu Shaoqi reached the street corner, he looked back. At the entrance of Guiyun Tavern, everyone was there. He raised his hand and waved. Then turned around. This time he did not look back. Luo Jiu's final appearance was at the Baisha ferry north of Qingshi town. Lu Shaoqi looked at the paper Su Zhaoxue had given him, which clearly stated Luo Jiu, nicknamed Flying Locust Stone. Skilled in using hidden weapons, he often harmed others with fragments of stone iron balls and copper coins. He had once been a runner for the black market, and later he was suspected of delivering messages for the Qingyi Tower 3 times. He was cautious by nature, avoiding large inns and official roads, preferring to gather information near gambling stalls, tea houses, and ferry ports. Lu Shaoqi read the paper 3 times. Then he tucked it into his bosom. Da Huang squatted beside him watching him. Lu Shaoqi asked, did you understand? Da Huang wagged his tail. I didn't fully understand either. He sighed. Su Zhangfang's writing is too intricate, it can be quite frightening sometimes. There were quite a few people at Baisha Ferry. In places like the ferry, there are always news and always swindlers. Lu Shaoqi was not wearing the clothes of the Guiyun Tavern. He was dressed in ordinary short sleeves with a knife hidden behind him and a short stick tucked at his waist. Da Huang followed him looking like an ordinary wild dog. He first went to sit down at the tea stall. Boss a bowl of tea. The tea stall owner glanced at him. 3-1. Lu Xiaoqi paid. As the owner took the money, his eyes lingered on Lu Xiaoqi's hands for a moment. Lu Xiaoqi immediately recalled what Su Zhaoxua had said. The tea stall owner at the ferry, if he looked more at hands than at faces, most likely had other information to share. He took a sip of tea. It was very weak. Not worth 3-1. But he did not complain. Boss, has there been anyone with the surname Luo at the ferry recently? The owner continued, wiping the table without stopping. There are dozens of people with the surname Luo every day at the ferry. Lu Xiaoqi added 2 more coins. Only then did the owner take it. Are you looking for flying locust stone? Yes. Lu Xiaoqi added 2 more coins. Only then did the owner take it. Are you looking for flying locust stone? Yes. Seeking revenge. Collecting a debt. You're quite young to be collecting debts. Lu Xiaoqi replied, a food debt. These words were taught by Shen Xian. For someone who doesn't know the details, don't tell the truth, and don't make it too complicated. The owner did not ask further. Luo Jiu appeared at the ferry gambling stall last night, won some money, and later boarded a grain transport ship. Where to? North Bank. When will he be back? I don't know. But if he is waiting for someone, he will come back tonight. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Thank you. As he stood up, the owner suddenly said, little brother, flying locust stone is not to be trifled with. Lu Xiaoqi paused. The owner continued, the stones in his hands are faster than knives. If you really want to collect a debt, bring an adult with you. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. I am the adult. The owner shook his head as if he thought the boy was hopeless. Lu Xiaoqi did not explain. He found a spot where he could see the ferry and the gambling stall, crouching down to wait. Da Huang lay at his feet. They waited from afternoon until evening. Lu Xiaoqi, feeling hungry, took out a pancake made by Zhao Daxiao and gave Da Huang a small piece. After finishing, Da Huang stared at his meat sauce. Lu Xiaoqi hugged the jar tightly. I can't give you all of this. Da Huang let out a low whine. Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment and then added a little more for him. Just a bit. Da Huang was satisfied. As dusk approached, a thin man appeared at the edge of the gambling stall. He wore gray clothes and had a very ordinary face. So ordinary that Lu Xiaoqi almost overlooked him. But Da Huang suddenly looked up, his nose twitching. Lu Xiaoqi followed his line of sight. The gray-clad man was chatting and laughing with someone, twirling 3 small stones in his hand. Luo Jiu. Lu Xiaoqi did not move immediately. There were 2 people beside Luo Jiu. One was carrying a box, the other was rowing a boat. They did not look like ordinary gamblers. Lu Xiaoqi recalled the 3rd point from Su Zhaoxua. When you see the target, do not just focus on the target. Observe who he is waiting for, who he fears, and who he is close to. Luo Jiu was very cautious. He did not linger long at the gambling stall, winning only a few rounds before heading towards the ferry. Lu Xiaoqi followed Da Huang. Just after walking a short distance, Luo Jiu suddenly stopped. He did not turn around, but smiled. Little brother, you've been following me, right? Lu Xiaoqi's heart tightened. This person was more perceptive than he had thought. Luo Jiu turned around, saw him, and then saw Da Huang. You brought a dog. Zenwisi. Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. Guiyin Tavern. For a moment, the smile on Luo Jiu's face stiffened. Bailey Zhuifeng. Lu Xiaoqi was also taken aback. Had his name already spread to this place? Luo Jiu took half a step back. This small movement was subtle, but Lu Xiaoqi noticed. The other party was not afraid of him. It was Guiyin Tavern. Luo Jiu's smile quickly returned. What do the people from Guiyin Tavern want with me? Lu Xiaoqi said, you have a bounty. The dog from Zenwisi. Da Huang immediately barked. Lu Xiaoqi, then who are you? Lu Xiaoqi drew his knife. I am a waiter. Luo Jiu laughed. The 3 stones in his hand suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, 3 whistling sounds flew straight toward Lu Xiaoqi's face, throat, and chest. Fast. Faster than Lu Xiaoqi had anticipated. He blocked 2 with the short stick, while the 3rd grazed his shoulder, causing half of his body to go numb. Luo Jiu had already turned and run. Lu Xiaoqi did not pursue recklessly. He first whistled. Da Huang dashed out. Luo Jiu's movements were quick, but Da Huang's nose was quicker. Lu Xiaoqi followed closely behind, activating his wind chase steps. Man and dog chased past the ferry, diving into a patch of reeds. Luo Jiu scattered stones as he ran. The stones hit the reeds, making crackling sounds. Lu Xiaoqi was forced to pause several times. He felt a bit anxious. This person did not engage him directly, but instead wore him down. If he continued chasing, it would be even more troublesome after dark. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly stopped, no longer pursuing. Da Huang also halted, looking at him. Lu Xiaoqi squatted down and patted Da Huang's head. It's up to you now. He opened the wine gourd given to him by Wang Laozui, splashed some wine on a piece of cloth, and then threw it towards the left reeds. The wine aroma immediately spread. Luo Jiu indeed hesitated for a moment. He thought Lu Xiaoqi was circling left, but Da Huang dashed right. Lu Xiaoqi followed on the right side. Before long, a curse from Luo Jiu was heard. Beast. Da Huang clamped onto his pant leg. Luo Jiu raised his hand to strike, but Lu Xiaoqi had already arrived. The short knife stabbed directly at his wrist. Luo Jiu countered by throwing an iron ball. This time Lu Xiaoqi did not dodge. He pressed down on the knife handle that Lu Xiaowu had given him. A thin piece of iron sprang out from the hidden slot in the knife handle, blocking the iron ball. Lu Xiaoqi felt a surge of joy. Brother Wu's knife was indeed useful. Luo Jiu's expression changed. The knife from the Qingyi Tower. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes shifted. Do you recognize it? Luo Jiu realized he had let something slip and turned to flee. Lu Xiaoqi no longer gave him a chance. With the wind chase steps, he closed in, striking at Luo Jiu's legs with the short stick and pressing down on his wrist with the short knife. Although Luo Jiu's hidden weapons were formidable, he was not as skilled in close combat. After a dozen exchanges, Lu Xiaoqi finally sliced through Luo Jiu's wrist tendons. Luo Jiu let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Lu Xiaoqi, panting, pressed the knife against his throat. Don't move. Luo Jiu gritted his teeth and said, you really dare to capture me? Lu Xiaoqi replied, you are worth 18 taels. Luo Jiu sneered. The people behind me are not to be trifled with. Lu Xiaoqi asked Qingyi Tower. Luo Jiu's expression changed. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. Just as expected. Who sent you to Qingshi? Luo Jiu fell silent. Lu Xiaoqi did not press further. He recalled Shun Xian's third point. When encountering clues related to the Qingyi Tower, remember them, but do not dig too deep alone. He tied up Luo Jiu and searched him, finding an undelivered letter. The envelope had no writing, only a small black seal. It resembled a mark from an account book. Lu Xiaoqi did not open it. He feared it might be poisoned, and he also feared he could not understand it. Return to Zenwusi. Da Huang clamped onto Luo Jiu's pant leg. Luo Jiu grimaced in pain. Get the dog off. Lu Xiaoqi said, he is also from Guiyun Tavern. Da Huang barked once. Luo Jiu no longer dared to curse. The outpost of the Wu Division in Baisha Fairy Town is quite small. There are only 2 constables. When they saw Lu Xiaoqi escorting Luo Jiu through the door, they were first taken aback, and then their expressions changed. Fei Huan sure Luo Jiu. You caught him. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. The bounty is 18 taels. The constables looked at him. Who are you? I am Lu Xiaoqi from the Guiyun Tavern. The 2 constables immediately understood. You are by Li Jue Feng. Lu Xiaoqi's ears turned hot. Yes. Hearing such a title from a stranger felt unfamiliar and slightly strange. He handed over Luo Jiu and then took out a letter. This was found on him. It may be related to the Qingyi Pavilion, so please do not open it carelessly. Upon hearing the name Qingyi Pavilion, the constable's expressions immediately became serious. Understood, we will report this up. Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Can you also send a message to Inspector Gu Pengchuan? Sure. And to the accountant Su from the Guiyun Tavern. The constables were momentarily stunned. Send it to the tavern. Lu Xiaoqi said seriously, she understands the content of the letter better than you do. The constable's lips twitched. This remark was somewhat unflattering. But now the reputation of the Guiyun Tavern was too significant, and they could not refute it. The bounty silver was quickly brought over. 18 taels. Lu Xiaoqi divided it into 2 parts according to Su Zayok's rules. He kept 70% for himself and gave 30% to the tavern's account. The constables stared in surprise. You still split the bounty money? Yes. For whom? For the accountant. The constables fell silent. The Guiyun Tavern was indeed extraordinary. Even the bounty money for capturing a fugitive had to go through the accounts. The prison guards came to take Luo Jiu into the cell. Just before Luo Jiu was locked up, he suddenly looked at Lu Xiaoqi. Kid. Lu Xiaoqi turned back. Luo Jiu lowered his voice. You'd better not send that letter back to the tavern. Why? People will die. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Who will die? Luo Jiu fell silent. Lu Xiaoqi walked to the cell door. If you clarify, I can help pass your message to Inspector Gu from the Wu Division. Luo Jiu sneered. Wu Division? Do you think the Wu Division is clean? Lu Xiaoqi frowned. He had heard this phrase too many times. In the past, he would have been anxious and angry. Now he simply looked at Luo Jiu. If you don't trust the Wu Division and you don't trust me, do you want to live? Luo Jiu was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi said, if you want to live, then speak up. Luo Jiu stared at him as if he was seeing this young man seriously for the first time. You don't look like a person from the martial world. Lu Xiaoqi replied, I am just a waiter. Luo Jiu chuckled slightly. Do people from the Guiyun Tavern all speak like this? Pretty much. Luo Jiu fell silent for a moment and said, I don't know what the letter says. I only know that the person who sent it said that once it arrives at the Guiyun Tavern, someone from your tavern will leave. Lu Xiaoqi's gaze hardened. Who will leave? Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaoqi's fingers clenched tightly. What did you say? Luo Jiu observed his reaction and knew he had made the right gamble. The letter is for Lu Xiaowu. Who sent it? An old line from the Qingyi Pavilion. Name? I don't know. That person didn't show their face, just gave me 10 taels as a deposit, and asked me to wait at Baisha Ferry for an opportunity to deliver the letter to someone from the Guiyun Tavern. Lu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. Why didn't you say this earlier? I wanted to live. Can saying it now save you? At least it would prevent you from killing me. Lu Xiaoqi said coldly. I never intended to kill you in the first place. Luo Jiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't fully believe it. But Lu Xiaoqi had already turned and left. He couldn't open the letter. But this letter was for his fifth brother and involved the Qingyi Pavilion, which might relate to his fifth brother's past. This matter must be reported to the tavern as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoqi stepped out of the Wu Division outpost and found a courier paying to send the message. While writing the letter, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he wrote only a few sentences. Fei Huansher Luo Jiao has been captured. A secret letter from the old line of the Qingyi Pavilion was found suspected to be for Lu Xiaowu. The letter was not opened and has been sealed by the Wu Division with a copy of the message sent back. Regarding the Qingyi Pavilion, I won't dig deeper and will proceed according to the rules. As he wrote the last sentence, Lu Xiaoqi felt a bit proud. This time the shopkeeper couldn't scold him for acting recklessly. He sent the letter and then took to Huang to find a place to eat. The noodles in town are far inferior to those made by Zhao Daxiao. Lu Xiaoqi took a few bites and sighed. Da Huang, the tavern's food, is still the best. Da Huang lowered his head to gnaw on a bone, ignoring him. After finishing eating, Lu Xiaoqi opened the route map Su Zhaoxue had given him. The next target was not far from Baisha Ferry. Shuang Daohu Lu with a bounty of 12 taels. However, this person has no connection to the Qingyi Pavilion. He has only robbed merchant caravans and killed 2 guards. Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment and decided to capture him first. He couldn't just focus on the Qingyi Pavilion. Otherwise, he would inevitably be led astray. Meanwhile, at the Guiyin Tavern, when the message arrived, Su Zhaoxue was calculating the wine money. Lu Xiaowu was nearby helping to carry bowls. Upon hearing a letter for Lu Xiaowu, his hand froze. Lu Zioqi's letter was very short, but each word fell like a hammer on the table. After reading it, Zhao Dashao's face turned pale. Did Xiao Qi encounter the Qingyi Pavilion while capturing a fugitive? And the Qingyi Pavilion is also looking for Xiao Wu. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. He knew this day would come. The Qingyi Pavilion would not easily let him go. He just didn't expect that this letter would first fall into Xiao Qi's hands. Xinxian looked at him. Do you want to see it? Lu Xiaowu shook his head. The letter isn't here. What if it comes back? Lu Xiaowu did not answer immediately. He was afraid to look. Not because he feared the Qingyi Pavilion threatening him, but because he was afraid that the letter contained an old name he must confront. Su Zhaoxue said, this letter cannot be casually brought back. Zhao Daxiao asked why. The letter may be poisoned, or it may be a trap. More importantly, if the other party wants Lu Xiaowu to see it, then we cannot act as they wish. Lu Xiaowu whispered, but what if there are clues about my past in the letter? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Then we can't be hasty, or we must be slow. Lu Xiaowu remained silent. Slow. This was very difficult for him. The Qingyi Pavilion taught him to act swiftly. To kill swiftly, to flee quickly, to forget quickly. But the Guiyin Tavern always urged him to be slow. To eat slowly, to account slowly, to slowly turn himself back from a blade into a person. Su Zhaoxue nodded. Gu Pingchuan will check it first. Lu Xiaowu remained silent for a moment. Good. At that moment, a straw hat guest, Su Zhaoxue nodded. Gu Pingchuan will check it first. Lu Xiaowu remained silent for a moment. Good. At that moment, a straw hat guest suddenly arrived outside the door. He placed a letter at the threshold. For Lu Xiaowu, please open. After saying that, he turned and left. A man reached out to take it. Su Zhaoxue immediately said, don't touch it. A man halted. Xinxian looked outside the door. The straw hat guest had already walked far away. Lu Xiaowu stared at the letter, his face looking very grim. The same letter? No. This is the second one. The other party is more anxious than they had thought. Xinxian raised his hand, lifting the envelope with his spiritual sense. On the back of the envelope, there was a line of small print. Your brother captured Luo Jiao and broke the rules. Broke the rules? Whose rules? The Qingyi Pavilions. Lu Xiao's gaze instantly turned cold. Lu Xiaoqi was still unaware that the second letter had already been delivered to the tavern. He was currently following the dual-bladed Lu who was easier to find than Luo Jiao, as he was not one to keep a low profile. He drank, gambled, and cursed, always with 2 blades at his waist. When Lu Xiaoqi spotted him in the tavern, he was standing on a stool forcing an old man to drink. Drink up, Lu urged. The old man's face turned pale. Master, I really can't drink. Lu laughed. If you can't drink, then learn. Isn't your son working at the escort agency? What do you look down on people from the Jianghu? No one nearby dared to intervene. Lu Xiaoqi stood at the door for a while with De Huang squatting beside him. Lu Xiaoqi did not draw his blade immediately. He had learned to pause and think, no longer acting solely on raw bloodlust or impulse as he had in the past. Perhaps this was also what the tavern owner wanted him to learn in the Jianghu. He first checked if there were any of Lu's accomplices in the tavern. So far he had spotted 3 people. Lu and his 2 lackeys. Their martial skills weren't particularly high, but their blades were close at hand. He could handle them alone, but there were ordinary people in the tavern. He couldn't act recklessly. Lu Shaoqi walked in. "Boss, a bowl of wine, please." The tavern owner, upon seeing him, urgently signaled with his eyes. Lu Shaoqi pretended not to see. Hu Lu turned around, sizing him up. "Where did this little brat come from?" Lu Shaoqi sat down. "Just passing by." "Passing by?" Hu Lu laughed. "Seeing me here, and you still dare to come in for a drink?" Lu Shaoqi replied, "Isn't a tavern a place for drinking?" Hu Liu's expression darkened. Two lackeys stood up. The old man took the opportunity to shrink back. Lu Shaoqi saw this and felt a bit relieved. What he wanted was to get the old man away from Hu Lu first. Hu Lu stared at Lu Shaoqi. "Which faction are you from?" "Guiyun Tavern." The moment these 4 words were uttered, the tavern fell silent. Hu Lu was visibly taken aback. "Guiyun Tavern." Lu Shaoqi nodded. "A waiter," one lackey whispered, "Big brother by Li Chasing Wind." Hu Liu's expression shifted but quickly returned to a cold smirk. "By Li Chasing Wind. You caught a few petty thieves and dare to come before me." Lu Shaoqi took a sip of wine. It was very spicy. It was unpleasant. Not as good as the tavern. He set down the bowl. "Hu Lu, you have a bounty on you." The smile vanished from Hu Liu's face. "You came to capture me." Just you alone. And my dog." De Huang barked beside him. Someone in the tavern nearly laughed, but quickly stifled it. Hu Lu laughed in a fit of rage. "Good, very good." He drew his dual blades. Lu Shaoqi, however, placed the wine bowl on the table. "Let's step outside to fight." Hu Lu was taken aback. "What? If you break the tables and chairs here, you won't be able to afford it." Hu Liu's face turned red. This sounded too much like the tone of Guiyun Tavern. He felt humiliated. "They'll fight right here." He swung his blade at the table. Lu Shaoqi moved, but he did not block the blade. Instead, he used a short stick to shove the table aside. Hu Liu's blade missed and struck the ground. Lu Shaoqi seized the opportunity to kick a nearby stool away. The stool collided with Hu Liu's knee. Hu Liu's movement faltered. Lu Shaoqi had already dashed out the door. "Come on!" Hu Lu roared, chasing out of the tavern. The 2 lackeys followed suit. Once on the street, Lu Shaoqi was no longer in a hurry. Hu Liu's dual blades were formidable in close quarters, but the open space on the street allowed him to run. Unleashing the chasing wind step, he first evaded the 2 lackeys, slicing their wrists with his short blade and striking their legs with his short stick. Within just a few exchanges, he had taken them down. Hu Lu was angrier than ever. "Open the way with your dual blades." He swung his 2 blades in quick succession, one after the other. Lu Shaoqi did not meet them. He circled around. Hu Lu shouted, "Is running all you can do?" Lu Shaoqi replied, "I'm just a waiter." Hu Lu did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but it sounded infuriating. The angrier he got, the more chaotic his strikes became. Lu Shaoqi had been waiting for this. After Hu Liu's 3rd consecutive slash, his left blade was a beat slow to retract. Lu Shaoqi slipped and closed, striking his wrist with the short stick. Hu Liu's left blade fell to the ground. His right blade immediately swept horizontally. Lu Shaoqi crouched to avoid it, the back of the blade striking his knee. Hu Lu knelt down with the short blade against his throat. "Don't move." Hu Lu panted heavily, his eyes filled with resentment. "If you dare to capture me, the Black Wind Escort Agency won't let you off." Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. "Didn't you rob the Black Wind Escort Agency?" Hu Lu sneered. "Who told you I was robbing?" "They forced me." Lu Shaoqi's heart sank. Here we go again. He realized that there was always another layer behind these wanted criminals. "What do you mean?" Hu Lu looked at him. "Want to know? Let me go." Lu Shaoqi shook his head. "No way. Then I won't." "Then you can tell the Jinwu division." Hu Liu's expression stiffened. Lu Shaoqi took out a rope and bound him. Hu Lu cursed. "You brat, not following the rules of the Jianghu." Lu Shaoqi replied, "I follow the tavern's rules." "What tavern rules?" "Accounts are settled slowly." Hu Lu was left speechless. On the way to escort him to the Jinwu division, the old man from the tavern chased after them. He held out a bag of dry cakes. "Young brother, take this to eat on the road." Lu Shaoqi recalled Shun Xian's 2nd rule, "Don't eat things from strangers." He shook his head. "Thanks, but I have something to eat." The old man looked a bit awkward. After thinking for a moment, Lu Shaoqi added, "You keep it for yourself." The old man's eyes turned red. "Thank you." Lu Shaoqi continued to lead Hu Lu forward. De Huang followed closely beside him. After walking a short distance, he took out the sweet cake given to him by Zhao Daxiao and took a bite. It was a bit sweet. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to return to the tavern. But he couldn't go back yet. Before he left, the owner had set his first goal as capturing 10 fugitives. Even counting the bandits from Black Tiger Village he had caught at the beginning, Hu Lu was only the 9th. He was still one short of completing his target of 10 fugitives. Moreover, Hu Lu had just mentioned the Black Wind Escort Agency. This could be a useful lead. He couldn't dig deep into the Qingyi Tower, but he could investigate the escort agency a bit. First deliver the person, then send a message. Lu Shaoqi looked down at De Huang. "I didn't act recklessly this time, did I, eh?" De Huang wagged his tail. Lu Shaoqi nodded. "I think so too." But he did not know that in Guiyun Tavern the second letter had already pushed Lu Xiaowu to the brink. The last line of the letter read, "If you want Lu Xiaoqi to live, let Lu Xiaowu come to the graveyard at midnight tonight." The letter lay on the counter. No one touched it. The letter had already been pricked open by Su Zhaoshui with a silver needle to confirm it was not poisoned. But the words inside were harder to handle than poison. "If you want Lu Xiaoqi to live, let Lu Xiaowu come to the graveyard at midnight tonight." After reading it, Zhao Deshao's face turned pale. "Is this threatening Xiaowu with Xiaoqi?" Su Zhaoshui replied yes. A man tightened his grip on the dark iron rod. "Bad people." These two words were simple, but accurate. Lu Xiaowu stood in front of the counter, his expression showing little change. Only his fingers kept tightening. Shinxian looked at him. "Do you want to go?" Lu Xiaowu did not deny it. "I want." Even knowing this is a trap, Lu Xiaowu still wanted to go. Zhao Daxiao became anxious. "You can't go. This is definitely a trap." "I know. You know and you still want to go." Lu Xiaowu whispered, "They are threatening me with Xiaoqi." Su Zhaoshui spoke up, "Xiaoqi is not in their hands right now." Lu Xiaowu looked at her. "Are you sure?" At least from the current information, Xiaoqi was taken to Jinwu Division with a clear route. If they truly captured Xiaoqi, the letter would not say want Lu Xiaoqi to live, but would instead return his belongings. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. He knew Su Zhaoshui was right. But knowing was one thing, feeling at ease was another. Qingyi Tower was best at striking where a person was most vulnerable. He didn't have many vulnerabilities. Lu Xiaoqi was one of them. Shinxian asked, "Who sent the letter?" A man replied, "The man with the bamboo hat." "Did you see his face?" "No." "What about his aura?" A man thought for a moment. "Lighter than me, slower than Xiaoqi." Su Zhaoshui understood. His lightness skill is good, but not as good as Xiaoqi's. A man nodded. "Yeah." Zhao Daxiao whispered, "A man can even judge people now." A man said seriously, "You have to know how to guard the door." Lu Xiaowu stared at the letter. "This is a technique from the old Qingyi Tower." Su Zhaoshui asked, "Do you recognize it?" The wording in this letter is often used by Qingyi Tower to coerce defectors to return. Return. For defectors with attachments, Qingyi Tower will not kill them first. They will first let them return on their own. Lu Ziwa's voice was very cold. After returning, they will sever attachments, then break their limbs, and only then will they see if they can still be useful. Zhao Daxiao felt a chill run down his back. How can they be so cruel? Lu Xiaowu did not answer. Because he had seen worse at Qingyi Tower. He used to think that those things would never fall back on him. Now he knew. Those who left Qingyi Tower would not simply, they would come after him. Shinxian folded the letter. "Go." Zhao Daxiao was stunned. "The shopkeeper." Shinxian said, "If we don't go, they will send a third letter." Su Zhaoshui nodded. "They want to lure Lu Xiaowu out. If we don't go, they will use an even harsher method." Lu Xiaowu looked at Shinxian. "I will go alone." "No way. This is my matter." Shinxian looked up. "You are just a temporary worker at the tavern now." Lu Xiaowu was speechless. This remark was absurd. But the overwhelming impulse in his heart was somewhat restrained by those words. Su Zhaoshui said, "We can't wait until midnight to go to the mass grave. We need to scout the terrain first." A man immediately said, "I'll go." Shinxian nodded. "You will go with Meng Shan to the outer circle, but not inside." A man nodded. "Okay." Zhao Daxiao asked, "What about me?" "You stay in the kitchen." Zhao Daxiao became a bit anxious. "Staying in the kitchen again?" Su Zhaoshui looked at him. If Xiaoqi returns, or if someone comes to the tavern with the third letter, the kitchen cannot be chaotic. Zhao Daxiao opened his mouth, then nodded finally. He didn't like others going out on an adventure while he was stuck cooking, but he also knew that the food couldn't be left unattended. When people return, there needs to be something hot. Shinxian looked at Lu Xiaowu. "You come with me. Just us." Su Zhaoshui is going too. Su Zhaoshui was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. She understood why Shinxian brought her. In situations like those of Qingyi Tower, it wasn't just about fighting. It required looking at the letter, observing the people, and spotting flaws. Lu Xiaowu whispered, "I will drag you down." Shinxian replied, "Then drag less." Lu Xiaowu. Zhao Daxiao almost choked on that statement. The shopkeeper's way of comforting people always left one unsure whether to feel moved or distressed. When the night descended, a man and Meng Shan returned first. A man said, "There are 3 people." Meng Shan added, 3 hidden sentries in the outer circle. There may be more inside." Su Zhaoshui asked, "Are there people from Jinwu Division?" Meng Shan shook his head. "They don't seem like it." A man said, "There is one person with a medicinal scent." Lu Ziwa's expression changed. "A drug servant from Qingyi Tower." "What? Someone who specializes in poisoning, detoxifying, and controlling poisons." Su Zhaoshui immediately took note. "So they might want to control you with poison." Lu Xiaowu nodded. "They might also want to trigger the poison in me." Zhao Daxiao ran out from the kitchen and handed him a small medicine pouch. "This is the detoxifying powder that Qinxing left. I modified it a bit. Although it can't detoxify the poison in you, it can suppress it for a while." Lu Xiaowu accepted it. "Thank you." Zhao Daxiao said softly, come back alive. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. He realized that the people at Guiyun Tavern loved to say this. Come back alive. Simple. But every time it felt like a rope pulling him away from those dark thoughts. I will do my best. Zhao Daxiao immediately said, you can't just do your best, you must ensure it. Lu Xiaowu paused. Alright, I will ensure it. Before midnight the three arrived outside the mass grave. Shen Xian, Su Zhaoxue, Lu Xiaowu. Su Zhaoxue did not get too close. She hid behind a dirt slope with a small abacus and a packet of letter powder in hand. Shen Xian and Lu Xiaowu walked inside. Someone in the mass grave lit a lamp. Under the light stood a woman in black. When she saw Lu Xiaowu she smiled. Xiaowu, you really came. Lu's eyeless expression turned grim. Honggu, the woman in black glanced at, you brought a new master. Lu Xiaowu gripped his knife. He is not my master. Then what is he, eh? Lu Xiaowu fell silent for a moment. The shopkeeper. Honggu laughed. A knife from Qingyi Tower going to work at a tavern, that's quite an achievement. Lu Xiaowu was not provoked. If it were before he would have been. Now he wouldn't. He simply asked, where is Xiao Qi? Honggu smiled, do you really believe he is in our hands? Lu's eyeless gaze grew colder. Honggu sighed. Still so uninteresting. You were like this as a child, but when others scared you, you would just draw your knife. Lu Xiaowu, why did you call me here? Honggu took out a small porcelain bottle from her sleeve. The tower gives you one last chance. Drink this, return to Qingyi Tower, and we won't obstruct your brother's path. What if I refuse? Then every fugitive he captures will turn into a trap, leading him to his doom. Lu's eyeless fingers tightened. Honggu continued, you can protect him once, but you can't protect him for a lifetime. Shen Xian spoke up, I can. Honggu was taken aback and looked at him. Shen Xian said, you can try. Honggu's smile completely vanished. Shopkeeper Shen Qingyi Tower doesn't want to fight you to the death, but that doesn't mean we fear you. Shen Xian nodded. Then let's try. Honggu looked at him, suddenly feeling unsteady. Her target tonight was Lu Xiaowu. She had prepared words poison and old feelings. But Shen Xian stood here like a wall. There was no excitement, no anger, and he was not led by threats. She didn't like this kind of person. Attack. In the darkness, three figures lunged forward at the same time. Lu Xiaowu also moved. This time he did not wait for Shen Xian to make the first move. He knew he was not clean enough yet nor strong enough. But this was his old debt. He had to strike the first blow. Lu Xiaowu's strike was incredibly swift. So swift that even Lu Xiaoqi here might not be able to catch it clearly. But Honggu could see it clearly, for this was a technique she had taught. The force of the blade has decreased. She sidestepped her short blade, sliding past Lu Xiaowu's knife. Have you dulled your skills in just a short time since leaving the building? Lu Xiaowu did not respond. He knew that Honggu wanted him to speak, to become flustered, to remind him of the past. He would not take this bait. Every strike taught to him by the Qingyi Tower was etched in his memory. But now when he struck, his mind was filled with more than just the act of killing. There was also the table at the tavern entrance, Zhao Daxiao's soup, Lu Xiaoqi's laughter, and Su Zhaoshue's words, any temporary workers' losses will be deducted. These thoughts should have slowed his blade. Yet strangely they steadied him instead. Honggu noticed her brows furrowed. You have changed. Lu Xiaowu finally spoke. You have become weaker. Not necessarily. He pushed Honggu back with a knife, and suddenly his left hand scattered a handful of flour. Honggu was taken aback and instinctively closed her eyes. This was given to him by Zhao Daxiao, who said that if he encountered someone using poison, he could first use flour to obscure their vision, and they would surely be distracted. Lu Xiaowu had initially found this ridiculous. Now he realized it was quite useful. Honggu was forced back a step. He did not pursue, but instead kicked a porcelain bottle away from her feet. The bottle rolled to Shen Xian's feet. Shen Xian glanced down, but did not touch it. Honggu's expression darkened. Are you now resorting to such underhanded tactics? Lu Xiaowu replied, tavern tactics. Honggu laughed in anger. You really consider yourself one of the tavern people? You grew up in the Qingyi Tower with blood on your hands. Do you think the Guiyun Tavern would accept you? Lu Xiaowu hesitated, his voice hoarse. I do not deny my past. I acknowledge the mistakes I made and the debts I owe. Regardless of whether the tavern accepts me, I will not return to the tower. This is my first step in repaying my debts. Honggu, still not giving up, said, the tower raised you, taught you martial arts, and you betray it like this. I believe the Guiyun Tavern will not harbor a traitor. Even if they say they will accept you now, they will surely expel you in the end. If you return to the tower with me now, I can treat everything as if it never happened. If you are worried about your brother, I can request the tower to take Lu Xiaoqi in as well. With his reputation for swift pursuit, the tower could even give him an identity. Lu Xiaowu scoffed. You need not sow discord anymore. The tavern already knows my debts. What I need to do now is to clear them, and whether the tavern ultimately accepts me, I will accept it. But now my brother Lu Xiaoqi is a server at the Guiyun Tavern, and I, Lu Xiaowu, am a temporary worker at the tavern. We cherish this identity, so you should surrender. Honggu spat, stubborn and unyielding. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 Qingyi assassins had already been pinned down by Shen Xian. Indeed, it was simple. They rushed forward and Shen Xian raised his hand, taking one down at a time. The three of them were as if pressed into the ground, unable to move. Seeing this scene, Hong Gu's expression finally changed. She knew Shen Xian was strong, but this level of strength exceeded her expectations. This power must exceed a century. It is said that Shun, the manager of Guiyun Tavern, possesses a strength of 150 years, which likely isn't mere rumor. She immediately retreated, shaking out a cloud of poisonous smoke from her sleeve. Shen Xian did not pursue, he simply waved his sleeve. The poison smoke was drawn back. Hong Gu's face turned pale as she covered her mouth and nose, yet still inhaled a bit. The detox powder modified by Zhao Deshao was already held in Lu Xiaowu's mouth. He remained unaffected. Hong Gu coughed twice and looked at Lu Xiaowu. Are you really going to betray the tower? Lu Xiaowu replied. I am no longer one of them. Then what are you? A temporary worker at the Guiyun Tavern. Hong Gu was nearly driven to the point of spitting blood. What kind of identity is this? A mere outer-line assassin from the Qingyi Tower, using such an identity to confront her. But Lu Xiaowu spoke earnestly. So earnestly that she suddenly understood this was no joke. It was precisely this aspect that left the Qingyi Tower most helpless against him. He no longer regarded himself as just a blade of the tower. Hong Gu ground her teeth. Your actions will not only endanger yourself, but also Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaowu looked at her. If you dare to harm him, I will come back for you. Just you. Not just me. Lu Xiaowu turned to Shen Xian. Hong Gu looked over as well. Shen Xian stood there silent, but his meaning was clear. There was also the Guiyun Tavern. Hong Gu finally ceased her attempts to persuade him. She suddenly took out a black whistle from her bosom and blew it. The sound was piercing. Lu Xiaowu's expression changed. She is notifying others. Su Zhaoshui stepped out from behind. No. She held a piece of cloth that had a bit of fine powder on it. She is notifying those by Shao Qi's side. Lu Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically. Hong Gu laughed. Did you think I only set a trap here? Shen Xian looked at Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhaoshui spoke rapidly. The letter mentioned tonight at the corpse burial ground was meant to make us think the target was Lu Xiaowu. The real target is still Shao Qi. Lu Xiaowu's breath tightened. Shen Xian asked, can we catch up? Su Zhaoshui replied, not necessarily. Shao Qi should be escorting Hu Lu to the nearest town marshal office, and they will pass through the Black Wind Gorge on the way. Lu Xiaowu's face turned pale as he said, the Black Wind Gorge is suitable for ambush. Shen Xian turned to leave. Hong Gu sneered, is it too late to go now? Shen Xian ignored her. Lu Xiaowu pretended to chase, but Shen Xian spoke, you stay? Lu Xiaowu froze. Manager. She knows the old routes of the Qingyi Tower, we cannot let her go. But Shao Qi. I will go. Just 2 words. Lu Xiaowu stopped. It was not that he was not anxious. It was that he trusted Shen Xian to be faster than him. Shen Xian's figure quickly disappeared. Su Zhaoshui looked at Hong Gu. Now it's time to settle your account. Hong Gu scoffed. The accountant also wants to interrogate me. Su Zhaoshui replied. Not to interrogate, but to dismantle. She placed the porcelain bottle whistle and poison powder that Hong Gu had dropped on the ground. What you carry is re-entry poison, not lethal poison. This indicates that the Qingyi Tower still wants Lu Xiaowu alive. Hong Gu did not respond. Su Zhaoshui continued. Yet you notified an ambush at the Black Wind Gorge for Shao Qi. This suggests the tower believes that as long as Shao Qi is in danger, Lu Xiaowu will lose control. Lu Xiaowu's grip on his knife tightened. Su Zhaoshui glanced at him. Do not let them calculate correctly. This statement was light, but pulled Lu Xiaowu back from the brink of chaos. Hong Gu watched her. The Su family's accountant is truly detestable. Su Zhaoshui nodded. Many have said so before. Lu Xiaowu took a deep breath, the tip of his knife resting against Hong Gu's shoulder. If anything happens to Shao Qi, you will regret being alive. Hong Gu looked at him. She suddenly felt that Lu Xiaowu had indeed changed. In the past, when he threatened others, he was merely like a blade. Now when he threatened others, he resembled someone with attachments. This was far more dangerous. As Lu Xiaoqi led Hu Lu through the Haifeng Gorge, night had already fallen. De Huang walked ahead and suddenly stopped. Lu Xiaoqi halted as well. Hu Lu gasped, cursing, why aren't we moving? Lu Xiaoqi ignored him. De Huang's ears perked up. It was too quiet in the gorge. It was unsettlingly quiet. Lu Xiaoqi gripped his blade. Come out. No one responded. Hu Liu's eyes flickered and Lu Xiaoqi noticed. Do you know someone is here? Hu Lu stubbornly replied, I don't know. Lu Xiaoqi kicked the back of his knee, causing Hu Lu to collapse onto the ground. Speak. Hu Lu gritted his teeth. I really don't know who it is, but someone said that if I get captured by you, there will be someone waiting for me at Haifeng Gorge. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. This wasn't a trap set by Hu Lu, but it was aimed at him. He reached for the copper coin in his pocket. He didn't crush it. Shen Xian had said to use it only in life or death situations. It wasn't that time yet. A soft laugh echoed in the darkness. Bailey Zhuifeng, you've indeed made some progress. Lu Xiaoqi looked up. 4 figures stood on the slope of the gorge. They were all dressed in gray, not the attire of the Qingyi building. But he recognized their stances and aura. Old faction of the Qingyi building. The leader held a slender sword. Leave Lu behind and come with us. Lu Xiaoqi asked, where to? To see your 5th brother. Lu Xiaoqi's heart tightened sharply. What happened to my 5th brother? The man smiled and said, you'll know if you come with us. Lu Xiaoqi stared at him. Those words were too insincere. So insincere that he almost laughed in anger. According to his old character, he might have believed their one-sided words. But now he had learned to pause to think and to discern truth from lies. He suddenly understood what Su Zhangfang meant by being led by others. The other party might not have truly captured his 5th brother, but just mentioning 5th brother would throw him into disarray. Lu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. I won't go. The leader was taken aback. Don't you want to know about Lu Xiaowu? Yes. Then why don't you come? You think I'm foolish enough to go just because you said so? The man's expression darkened. Lu Xiaoqi continued. If you really captured my 5th brother, you wouldn't waste time talking with me here. You would just show me his belongings. This was what Su Zhaoxue had taught him. Lu Xiaoqi had memorized every word when learning the knowledge of the Jianghu from her. The laughter on the other side finally faded. The leader's face turned cold. Then we'll have to take you by force. The 4 of them moved simultaneously. Lu Xiaoqi did not resist fiercely. He first kicked Lu, sending him behind a rock. Lu cursed, what are you doing? You can't die yet. Thank you. Lu Xiaoqi had no time to respond to him. The 4 worked well together. One sealed the path, another threw hidden weapons, one pressed from the front, while the last circled around to catch De Huang. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes turned cold. Don't touch the dog. He activated his pursuit steps and charged towards the one trying to grab De Huang. With a swift slash of his short blade, he forced that person's wrist back. De Huang seized the opportunity to bite the opponent's calf. The man screamed. Lu Xiaoqi did not linger in battle. He turned and ran. Yes, he ran. Not far away. But he circled within the Hafen Gorge. He knew he couldn't defeat 4 people. But he could run. The tavern keeper was the best at running. As the enemy chased him, their formation would become chaotic. Lu knelt behind the rock, watching in astonishment. This kid could really run. The 4 from the old Qingyi building couldn't catch him for a while. The leader shouted angrily, block his path. Hidden weapons flew in. Lu Xiaoqi blocked most of them with his short staff, but one still pierced into his shoulder. The pain made his face turn pale. But he didn't stop. Suddenly he pulled out Wang Lao Zue's wine gourd and smashed it to the ground. The aroma of the wine exploded. De Huang barked and dashed toward the grass on the left, as if going mad. Surprisingly, there was another person hidden in the grass. That person was forced out by De Huang. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. There were 5 people in total, not 4. If he had fought back earlier, he would have been surrounded. He finally crushed the copper coin. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. There were 5 people in total, not 4. If he had fought back earlier, he would have been surrounded. He finally crushed. The moment the copper coin shattered, a warm breath emanated. But this time it wasn't just replenishing his inner strength. There was also a very light sound, like chopsticks tapping against a bowl. Shun Xian, who was rushing over, paused momentarily. Then he quickened his pace, heading towards Hafen Gorge. Lu Xiaoqi felt steadied. Although the tavern keeper wasn't arriving immediately, he knew that once the message was sent out, the tavern keeper would definitely come to save him in time. He had to hold on. The leader's expression changed slightly when he saw Lu Xiaoqi shatter the copper coin. Fast and decisive. The 5 of them pressed forward together. With no retreat left, Lu Xiaoqi kicked Lu behind him and called De Huang back. Guard him. De Huang stood in front of Lu, baring his teeth. Lu was stunned. Is even the dog more loyal than me, eh? Lu Xiaoqi did not turn back. He focused on the 5 and gripped his blade, his hand slick with sweat. He was scared. Truly scared. But he suddenly remembered what a man had said. Fear means living longer. The first person charged at him. Lu Xiaoqi sidestepped, using the back of his blade to strike the man's wrist. A second person's hidden weapon flew in, and he used one of Liu's dual blades to block it. The third person's sword lunged at his chest. He couldn't dodge, and could only turn slightly, letting the sword's edge brush past his rib. It hurt. But he didn't die. He slashed his blade, cutting the opponent's shoulder. The fourth person lunged from behind, and De Huang suddenly charged out, biting the opponent's ankle. Lu Xiaoqi seized the opportunity and kicked the man's chin. The fifth person was the strongest. When the slender sword came at him, Lu Xiaoqi really couldn't block it. He could only watch as the sword tip approached. Just then a branch flew in. An ordinary branch. Yet it directly broke the slender sword. Shen Xian had arrived. Lu Xiaoqi immediately sat down on the ground, not pretending. His legs were truly weak. Tavern keeper. Shen Xian landed in front of him and glanced at his injuries. Still alive. Lu Xiaoqi grinned. Alive. That's good. Shen Xian looked at the five people. The five had already begun to retreat. They realized their mission had failed. But Shen Xian did not give them a chance to escape. Not one of the five managed to run away. Hu Lu sat behind the stone watching with a pale face. He suddenly felt that being captured by Lu Xiaoqi might be the luckiest thing tonight. Otherwise, if he fell into these people's hands, he would have died long ago. Shen Xian grabbed the leader. Who sent you? The man fell silent. Shen Xian said, take him back to the tavern. Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly asked, what about my fifth brother? He's fine. Really? Lu Xiaoqi sighed in relief and lay directly on the ground. Then he'll sleep for a while. Tavern keeper, are you still concerned about this at this time? What else? Lu Xiaoqi smiled. As he laughed, he suddenly inhaled sharply in pain. He supported himself to sit up and looked at De Huang. De Huang, well done. De Huang wagged his tail. Hu Lu quietly said beside him, what about me? Lu Xiaoqi glanced at him. Hu Lu immediately shut his mouth. After handing over Hu Lu to the Jinwu division, he stayed for another day before departing. It was said that Hu Liu's escort mission was a request from the Black Wind Escort Agency itself requiring verification, so the reward would only be dispensed once the verification was complete. Lu Xiaoqi instantly became unwilling, fearing they would renege on the payment, waiting until the reward was distributed before agreeing to leave, claiming it was to enhance the tavern's profits. Shen Xian asked him, where did you learn this greedy habit? From you, boss, Lu Xiaoqi replied without hesitation, but upon seeing Shen Xian's expression that suggested he might act, he quickly added, and from Su Zhangfang, primarily her, as she said, every penny is crucial since our tavern has just opened. Shen Xian shook his head in silence. When Lu Xiaoqi returned to the Guiyin Tavern, it was just dawn. He was brought back by Shen Xian. Indeed, not carried, but dragged. Shen Xian said that since he was covered in blood, carrying him would dirty his clothes. Lu Xiaoqi initially wanted to protest, but he simply lacked the strength. Zhao Deshao's expression changed upon seeing him. Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi raised his hand. Don't worry, I'm not dead. Zhao Deshao's eyes turned red. How can you still say that? I caught Hu Lu. And Luo Jiao. Shut up. Zhao Deshao was fierce with Lu Xiaoqi for the first time. Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. Zhao Deshao pressed him into a chair, trembling as he untied the cloth strips. When he saw the wounds on his shoulder, the injury under his rib, and the hidden weapon marks on his arm, tears almost fell from his eyes. Did you not say you could run? Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. I did run. Run like this. There were 5 of them. Zhao Deshao paused in his actions. He wanted to curse, but the words wouldn't come out. In the end, he could only mutter, just say if it hurts. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. It hurts. Zhao Deshao's tears truly fell. Lu Xiaoqi panicked. Deshao, don't cry. I'm not crying. Your tears are falling into the medicinal powder. Zhao Deshao hurriedly wiped his eyes. Su Zhao Shui entered from outside, and upon seeing Lu Xiaoqi's injuries, her expression also darkened. Have you used the copper coins? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Yes. The timing. To confirm the ambush of the 5, it exceeded our capabilities. Su Zhao Shui looked at Shen Xian. Shen Xian nodded. I didn't act recklessly this time. Lu Xiaoqi immediately sat up straighter. Su Zhao Shui, not believing, asked, really? Lu Xiaoqi looked to Shen Xian for help. Shen Xian replied, Lu Xiaoqi's lips curled up slightly, but Shen Xian added, but still you have too many injuries. For the 2 fugitives Luo Jiao and Hu Lu, the bounty totals 30 taels. According to the split, Lu Xiaoqi receives 21 taels, and the tavern earns 9 taels. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, what about the medical expenses? Su Zhao Shui looked at him. Will be deducted separately. Lu Xiaoqi knew this would happen. Lu Xiaowu had been silent at the door. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaoqi immediately asked, 5th brother, are you alright? Lu Xiaowu approached. The one who should be asking that is me. I'm fine too. Lu Xiaowu looked at him, wrapped in bandages. Lu Xiaoqi's voice lowered. Alright, there is. Lu Xiaowu sat down across from him. I almost went to the mass grave. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback and asked why. Because besides you there was a letter, and there was a second letter. Su Zhao Shui placed the second letter on the table. After Lu Xiaoqi read it, his expression changed abruptly. They threatened you with me. Lu Xiaowu nodded. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. Despicable. I almost fell for it. Did you go? Yes. Lu Xiaoqi grew anxious. 5th brother. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. But the boss and Su Zhangfang also went. Lu Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief, but was also somewhat afraid. The 2 brothers fell silent for a moment. After a while, Lu Xiaoqi whispered, if they threaten you with me in the future. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Can you really do that? What? If they threaten me with you, would you go? Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. Cannot do it. Not at all. Lu Xiaowu said, so don't say such things. Lu Xiaoqi lowered his head. Then what should I do? Become stronger. Lu Xiaowu said it simply. Strong enough that they wouldn't dare to threaten us against each other. Lu Xiaoqi slowly clenched his fists. Shen Xian tossed the 5 old green-clothed figures to Gu Pingchuan. Gu Pingchuan looked at the group, feeling a severe headache. You all went out from the tavern and returned with people. Shen Xian said they're all alive and useful. I know they are useful. Gu Pingchuan looked at Lu Xiaoqi. This time you caught Luo Jiao, and Hu Lu, the Jinwu division will reward you. But the fact that the Qingyi building's old lines ambushed you indicates that they have already set their sights on you. Lu Shaoqi replied, I know. Gu Pingchuan wanted to advise him not to go out for the time being. But seeing his expression, he knew he couldn't dissuade him. He turned to Shin Xian. Shopkeeper Shin, aren't you going to stop him? Shin Xian replied, I can stop him once, but not for a lifetime. Gu Pingchuan sighed. You all at the Guiyun Tavern really nurture people, it's just. He started to say something, but didn't know how to express it. Cruel. Not that. Indulgent. Also not quite. Those who understand know that Shun Xian protects those close to him, but does not confine them. You can harm my tavern's people, but only if they are not skilled enough and are injured fairly. If someone resorts to underhanded tactics or uses might to bully the weak, then sorry Shin Xian will intervene immediately. Not wanting trouble or wanting to lie flat does not mean allowing oneself to be bullied. Su Zhaoshui asked what about Luo Jio's letter. Gu Pingchuan took it out. It has been checked, no poison. Have you opened it? Not yet, waiting for you. Lu Xiao's fingers moved slightly. This letter was for him. But now he was not in a hurry to take it. Su Zhaoshui opened the letter. Inside the letter was only a piece of paper. On the paper was written a location by Sha due at midnight old dock. And another line, Lu Xiao, will you still owe the building 3 lives? Lu Xiao's face changed slightly. Lu Shaoqi immediately looked at him. Fifth brother. Lu Xiao closed his eyes briefly. It's a task from before. Su Zhaoshui asked, whose 3 lives? Lu Xiao's voice was a bit hoarse. The ones I didn't kill. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Xiaowu said the Qingyi building once ordered me to kill 3 people. I let them go. They were later found by the building, but they may not be dead. Lu Shaoqi immediately said, so the letter says you owe 3 lives. Su Zhaoshui pondered for a moment. This is bait, and also a clue. Lu Shaoqi recalled Shun Xian's 3rd warning. Don't dig too deep alone. He said this to himself. Shin Xian looked at him. Talk about it after your injuries heal. Lu Shaoqi nodded. He was truly exhausted. This time he didn't put on a brave front. Zhao Dashao brought a bowl of medicinal porridge. Eat this, and then go sleep for a while. Lu Shaoqi looked at the bowl of medicinal porridge, his face scrunched up. Is it bitter? Zhao Dashao replied, not bitter. Lu Shaoqi took a sip. Bitter. Zhao Dashao's expression remained unchanged. Medicinal food normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Shin Xian. Shin Xian said eat. Lu Shaoqi could only eat. As he ate, he suddenly felt that being able to sit in the tavern and eat medicinal porridge wasn't so bad after all. At least everyone was around. Lu Shaoqi rested in the tavern for 5 days. During these 5 days he went nowhere. To be precise, the tavern staff wouldn't let him leave. On the first day he wanted to get out of bed, but Zhao Dashao pushed him back down. On the second day he wanted to practice his footwork, but a man blocked him at the back door. On the third day he wanted to see the list, but Su Zhaoshui took it away. On the 4th day he finally became a bit more obedient. On the 5th day he began to feel stifled. Dashao, I'm really better now. Zhao Dashao glanced at him. You were still grimacing in pain when you changed the bandages yesterday. That was because the medicine was too spicy. The medicine isn't spicy. Anyway, I'm fine now. Drink the soup. Lu Shaoqi sighed. More soup. It's for replenishing blood. I'm about to turn into soup myself. Zhao Dashao placed the bowl in front of him. Drink. Lu Shaoqi had no choice but to drink. Lu Xiaowu sat beside him sharpening a knife. He hadn't gone out these past few days either. Not that he didn't want to. It was because Shin Xian had said keep an eye on him. So he really did watch Lu Shaoqi, who had a bitter expression. Fifth brother, don't you think I'm better now? Lu Xiaowu looked up. No. Why are you with them? I've always been with them. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Right, you're one of the tavern people too. Lu Xiaowu paused, his knife sharpening. He had heard this phrase several times. Each time, he would still pause for a moment. Tavern people. He was still adapting and hoped to truly become one of them. At noon, Gu Pingchuan arrived. He brought a new document. Luo Jio and Hu Lu have both been filed. Luo Jio provided an old lead from the Qingyi building, and Hu Lu provided a false robbery case from the Haifeng escort agency. Su Zhaoshui asked, is it valuable? Yes, Gu Pingchuan replied. The lead from Luo Jio cannot be acted upon for now. It ties to the old shipyard at Baisha Crossing, which may be a waste point used by the Qingyi building. Lu Xiaowu looked up. His letter also mentioned the old shipyard. Su Zhaoshui nodded. The 2 leads have. Gu Pingchuan continued. On Hu Lu's side, it leads to the Haifeng escort agency, setting up a trap to swallow escort silver, framing it on mountain bandits. If confirmed, it could uncover a batch of dark accounts for both the escort agency and the black market. Su Zhaoshui's eyes brightened a bit. Can we access the accounts? Gu Pingchuan glanced at her. Right now, when you hear accounts, your eyes shine brighter than Lu Shaoqi's when he hears about a fugitive. Su Zhaoshui replied lightly, accounts can kill, but they can also save. Gu Pingchuan set the document down. There's one more thing. The Jinwu division has officially recorded Lu Shaoqi's identity as a collaborator in capturing fugitives. Lu Shaoqi immediately sat up straight. Collaborator? Not a constable, but you can assist in capturing wanted criminals with a badge. Gu Pingchuan handed him a piece of iron. Lu Shaoqi took it. The badge was small with Qingshi Town Jinwu Division Collaborator engraved on the back. His fingers slowly tightened. He used to hide when he saw officials. Now he had a collaborator badge. It felt strange. Gu Pingchuan looked at him. Don't get cocky. Being a collaborator isn't a protective talisman. If you misuse it, it will be taken back. Lu Shaoqi nodded. I understand. Su Zhaoxue asked, is there a salary? Gu Pingchuan. He knew that Guiyun Tavern would ask this. It's settled by the case, plus a small monthly salary. How much? 500 won a month. Su Zhaoxue noted it down. Gu Pingchuan looked at Lu Shaoqi and asked, does it go to the individual or the tavern? Lu Shaoqi thought for a moment. To the individual, then 30% to the tavern. Su Zhaoxue nodded. That works. Gu Pingchuan sighed. You guys really want to split even the court's monthly salary? Shun Xian said it's the rules. Gu Pingchuan had no rebuttal. The system voice echoed in Shun Xian's mind. Employee Lu Shaoqi has obtained the collaborator identity from the Qingshi Town Jinwu Division. Reputation in the Jianghu increases. Criminal task progress 9,100. Stage goal independently capture 10 fugitives. Current progress 910. Just one more. Shun Xian looked at Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi also looked at the list on the table. Both of them knew the next time they went out would be crucial. Su Zhaoxue took the list out again. You can't touch the Qingyi building or the old shipyard right now. For the next target, choose one that's cleaner. Lu Shaoqi asked, a clean fugitive. Zhao Daxiao whispered, that sounds odd. Su Zhaoxue flipped through a few pages. There is one. Jin Suanpan, Qianxi. Lu Shaoqi was taken aback. This person sounds like a bookkeeper. Su Zhaoxue nodded. He originally was a bookkeeper. Gu Pingchuan said, Qianxi is an old bookkeeper in the black market who ran off with a sum of silver. He doesn't have many murder cases on his hands, but he knows how to count, deceive, and hire protection. The bounty is 20 taels. Lu Shaoqi frowned. This isn't capturing a person, it's capturing accounts. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. So it's suitable for you. Me, you can't just chase and hit people. You need to learn how to catch a clever person who doesn't want to be caught. Lu Shaoqi felt his scalp tingle. Su bookkeeper, wouldn't it be more suitable for you to go? If I go, he will hide. If you go, he might think you're easy to deceive. Lu Shaoqi. He felt underestimated. But he also thought Su Zhaoxue had a point. Shun Xian said, it's him. Lu Shaoqi nodded. Okay. Lu Xiaowu suddenly said, I won't go this time. I'll teach you some gestures of fake bookkeepers in the black market. Lu Shaoqi's eyes lit up. Great. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaowu taught him gestures. For example, if a bookkeeper touches their sleeve, while speaking, it may mean they have short accounts hidden in their sleeve. If they look at silver, they first check the edge, not the surface, indicating they are handling dark silver. For instance, if they extend 2 fingers before retracting one, when quoting a price, it means can negotiate, but with a bottom line in the black market. Lu Shaoqi listened very attentively. At the end, he couldn't help but ask, Fifth brother, did you learn this to kill people before? Lu Xiaowu paused. Sometimes it was to find someone. And now? Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Now it's to make sure you don't get deceived. Lu Shaoqi smiled. That's good. Lu Xiaowu chuckled lightly. In the evening, Zhao Daxiao prepared a feast. Lu Shaoqi ate a lot. After eating, he neatly organized the collaborator badge, Guiyun wooden token, copper coins, Su Zhaoxue's paper, Lu Xiaowu's knife, a man's short stick, and Wang Laozue's wine gourd. He suddenly realized that going out alone felt as if he was carrying the entire tavern with him. But this feeling wasn't bad, instead it was quite satisfying. The next morning, he set out again. This time the target was neither a hidden weapon expert nor a fierce dual blade wielder. It was a bookkeeper from the black market who could calculate, deceive, and hide silver. Su Zhaoxue stood at the door, reminding him one last time. Remember, every word Qianxi says should be regarded as false first. Lu Shaoqi nodded. What if he says his name is Qianxi? Su Zhaoxue replied, that could also be a false name. Lu Shaoqi took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that catching a bookkeeper was even harder than catching a killer. Shun Xian spoke from behind the counter. If you can't catch him, come back. Lu Shaoqi turned around. I'll catch him. He walked out of the tavern with De Huang. This time he aimed to catch the 10th one. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Suanpan Qianxi was currently sitting in a tea house 30 miles away looking at a portrait. The portrait depicted none other than Lu Shaoqi. Qianxi smiled as he fiddled with his abacus. Chasing the wind across 100 miles. Fast runners usually don't think fast. I'll take this bounty. When Qianxi first saw Lu Shaoqi, his heart sank a little. Too young. Too straightforward. With a knife hanging at his waist, a dog by his side, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Such a person is suited for chasing fugitives, not for capturing accountants. Accountants are not fugitives. At least that's what Qianxi has always believed. He sat on the second floor of the tea house fiddling with a small golden abacus. The abacus wasn't large, or it could be hidden in his sleeve. For him, it was not just a decoration. It was a weapon. Each bead that fell represented a sum of money. A miscalculation could cost a life. Downstairs, Lu Shaoqi entered the tea house with De Huang. The tea master approached him. "Guess would you like some tea?" Lu Shaoqi nodded. "The cheapest bowl." Hearing this, Qian Si smirked slightly. Thrifty. It indicated he had silver on hand, but didn't want to show it. The accountant at Guiyun Tavern taught well. Lu Shaoqi took a seat by the door on the first floor. De Huang lay at his feet. He didn't look up at the second floor. Qian Si squinted. Not looking up. Did he not notice, or was he pretending not to? He fiddled with the abacus again. The tea master brought tea to Lu Shaoqi. Lu Shaoqi sniffed it, but didn't drink. Qian Si noticed this action and felt a bit more intrigued. He knew how to avoid poison. The tea master smiled and said, "Guess tea tastes bad when it cools down." Lu Shaoqi asked, "How much?" 3-1. "Didn't you just say the cheapest, eh?" "This is the cheapest." Lu Shaoqi glanced at the tea bowl. "There aren't even any tea leaves." 3-1. The tea master's face stiffened. Qian Si almost laughed out loud. This little waiter wasn't as foolish as rumored. The tea master replied, "This is a tea house." Lu Shaoqi nodded. "Then I will go to the tea stall." As he spoke, he was about to stand up. The tea master quickly stopped him. Wait, 2-1. Lu Shaoqi placed down 2-1. He still didn't drink the tea. He simply sat there. Qian Si frowned slightly. This young man wasn't here to drink tea. He was waiting. Waiting for whom? Waiting for himself. Or waiting for news. Qian Si's subordinate whispered, "Fourth master, should we take action?" Qian Si shook his head. "What action? You can't rely on force to catch someone like him." The subordinate didn't understand. Qian Si looked at Lu Shaoqi, smiling gently. "He's not here to catch me. He's here to make me think he's here to catch me." The subordinate was even more confused. Qian Si didn't explain. He picked up a prepared piece of paper and handed it over. "Take this down." The subordinate quickly went downstairs, pretending to be a passerby. As he walked past Lu Shaoqi, a piece of paper floated down to Lu Shaoqi's feet. He looked down. The paper read, "Qian Si is at the gambling house in the West Market." Lu Shaoqi picked it up, glanced at it, then put it into his pocket. He didn't leave immediately. Qian Si raised his brow again. If this kid were truly foolish, he should head to the West Market immediately. But he still sat there. After a while, Lu Shaoqi suddenly looked up and shouted toward the second floor. Was this delivered to the wrong person? Everyone in the tea house turned to look at him. Qian Si's subordinate's expression changed. Lu Shaoqi took out the paper. "This handwriting is too neat. It doesn't look like something that could be picked up on the road." The second floor fell silent for a moment. Qian Si laughed out loud. He stood up and slowly walked downstairs. The little waiter from Guiyun Tavern is indeed interesting. Lu Shaoqi looked at him. A middle-aged man with a round face, small eyes, who smiled like a businessman. No weapons in his hands, but there was a slight bulge in his sleeves. An abacus. The accountant Su had said that Qian Si used a golden abacus. Lu Shaoqi stood up. "Golden abacus, Qian Si." Qian Si cupped his hands. "That would be me." Immediately, some people in the tea house stood up to leave. They didn't want to get involved in the bounty case of the town marshal division. But Qian Si remained calm. "Lu Shaoqi, young hero." Lu Shaoqi frowned. "Don't call me that." "Then should I call you by Li Chasing Wind?" "Don't call me that either." "What should I call you then?" "Just the waiter." Qian Si's smile deepened. "All right, Lu the waiter." Lu Shaoqi found it even more bizarre. Qian Si sat down opposite him. "Are you here to catch me?" "Do you have any documents?" Lu Shaoqi took out the capture badge. Qian Si glanced at it. "Town Marshal Division capture. Not bad. Are you coming with me?" "Not going to happen." "Why? Because I'm not Qian Si." Lu Shaoqi looked at him. Qian Si, or rather this person claiming not to be Qian Si, smiled sincerely. "You see, if I admit I am Qian Si, you will have to catch me. If I deny it, you must prove that I am Qian Si." Lu Shaoqi fell silent. This was completely different from capturing Hulu. Hulu would draw his knife. Qian Si would dodge responsibility. Qian Si continued, "The portrait could be wrong, the name could be false, and the bounty could be a setup by someone. Lu the waiter, if you act now, it would be a case of wrongfully capturing the innocent." Lu Shaoqi tightened his grip on the knife. He couldn't rush. Accountant Su had said that capturing accountants is most troublesome when he tries to reason with them. Shen Xian had said that when you think you can defeat someone, you usually can't. This Qian Si couldn't be taken down with a knife. Lu Shaoqi asked, "Then what is your name?" "Qian San." Lu Shaoqi. Qian Si laughed and said, "I have a younger brother named Qian Si. He is the one you want to capture." "Where is he?" "Dead." "What about the corpse?" "Burned." "Who burned it?" "I did." Lu Shaoqi looked at him. Qian Si spread his hands. "You see, the accounting makes sense." Lu Shaoqi suddenly missed Su Zhaoshui a bit. If Accountant Su were here, he would probably have made quick work of this person with just 3 sentences. But now it was just him. He couldn't always rely on Accountant Su. Lu Shaoqi looked down and saw De Huang staring at Qian Si's shoes. The soles were muddy. Red mud. Su Xiaoshui had written that golden abacus Qian-Si had recently been hiding around Qian'ai Alley where the ground is covered in red mud. Lu Xiaoqi looked up. You say you are not Qian-Si? That's right. Then have you been to Qian'ai Alley? Qian-Si's smile remained unchanged. I have. What did you go there for? To buy shoes. Lu Xiaoqi looked at his shoes. You brought back old mud after buying shoes. Qian-Si finally paused. Lu Xiaoqi continued. Your shoes were made by the old shoe shop at Baisha Du, and the inner side of the shoe has 3 diagonal stitches. There is no such shop in Qian'ai Alley. These were not his own observations. They were written in the paper given by Su Xiaoshui. He had memorized it several times. Lu Xiaoqi truly admired Accountant Su now. He even thought Accountant Su was more formidable than those martial artists in the Jianghu. Qian-Si looked at Lu Xiaoqi, slowly retracting his smile. Did Su Xiaoshui teach you this? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. You are quite honest. Our accountants say that being able to utilize someone else's skills is also a skill. This line was actually Lu Xiaoqi's own summary. Su Xiaoshui had never said it, but he felt it was very true. Qian-Si was silent for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. Good. Several tea guests around stood up simultaneously. Lu Xiaoqi's heart sank. These people were not ordinary tea guests. Qian-Si smiled and said, Lu the waiter, when capturing accountants, one must not only look at the accounts, but also consider how many guards the accountant has hired. Several people surrounded him. Lu Xiaoqi didn't panic. He whistled. De Huang suddenly charged toward the door, knocking down someone who was trying to close it. The door didn't close. Lu Xiaoqi dashed out. Qian-Si was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoqi to run so decisively. The subordinate exclaimed, Fourth master, he's running. Qian-Si's face darkened. Chase. After Lu Xiaoqi burst out of the tea house, he didn't take the main road. He dove into the crowded market. Qian-Si's men chased after him. As Lu Xiaoqi ran, he shouted, Town Marshal Division is capturing a fugitive. Golden Abacus Qian-Si is in the tea house. With this shout, the street went into chaos. Qian-Si's face turned pale. What he feared most wasn't being hit. It was being discovered where he was. Lu Xiaoqi's shout was harsher than a knife wound. Qian-Si gritted his teeth. This kid is not stupid. Qian-Si finally understood one thing. Lu Xiaoqi was not incapable of calculating, he simply did not calculate at the table. The table was Qian-Si's place. The street was Lu Xiaoqi's domain. The title of Bai Li Jue Feng was not given without reason. Lu Xiaoqi wove through the crowd with De Huang occasionally shouting out loudly. Qian-Si of the Golden Abacus is here. The Jinwu division has a bounty of 20 taels. Whoever stops him will be rewarded. The moment these words were uttered, everyone in the street was stirred. 20 taels. Not a monumental sum for those in the martial world, but enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a long time. Qian-Si's people wanted to pursue him, but were instead blocked by onlookers. Some were there to watch the excitement. Some wanted to send warnings. Some aimed to claim the reward. With the chaos, Qian-Si could not use the originally planned secret passage. He gritted his teeth and exited through the back door of the tea house. A subordinate asked, Fourth master, should we go to Qian'ai Alley? Qian-Si slapped him back. He just mentioned Qian'ai Alley, and you still want to go? The subordinate covered his face and dared not speak. Qian-Si quickly calculated the route. The West Market was off limits. The tea house had been exposed. He could not return to Qian'ai Alley either. The Jinwu Division's outpost was in the south, and Lu Xiaoqi would definitely lure people in that direction. Therefore, he could only take the water route. Go to the old mill. After saying this, he immediately led his people north. But not long after they set off, De Huang came bounding out from the alley. Qian-Si's expression changed. Why is that dog still here? In the next moment, Lu Xiaoqi jumped down from the wall. I've found you. Qian-Si stared at him. How did you know I would come this way? Lu Xiaoqi replied, I don't know. Don't know. It knows. Lu Xiaoqi pointed at De Huang. De Huang wagged its tail. Qian-Si finally realized that he had underestimated the dog. Initially, he was wary of Lu Xiaoqi, then of the Jinwu Division, but he had not accounted for the dog. The subordinate drew his sword. Lu Xiaoqi also drew his sword. Qian-Si raised his hand to stop the subordinate. Lu, why must you do this? He'll give you 50 taels of pretend you never saw me. Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. Not possible. 100 taels. Not possible. Do you know how much 100 taels is? I do. Then why aren't you tempted? Lu Xiaoqi pondered for a moment. I was a little tempted. Qian-Si was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi said seriously, but if I catch you I can earn 20 taels with 30% going to the tavern and 70% for me. That's clean money. If I let you go and take 100 taels, that's dirty money. Qian-Si looked at him and suddenly found it a bit absurd. This kid was not averse to money. He loved it. But he could distinguish between clean and dirty money. This was troublesome. Qian-Si sighed. The way Guiyun Tavern teaches people is truly annoying. Lu Xiaoqi did not respond. He realized that Qian-Si was very good at stalling for time. Therefore, he did not want to continue the conversation. Lu Xiaoqi charged forward. Qianxi retreated. The subordinates came to meet him. Lu Xiaoqi did not want to clash with them. His goal was not to defeat everyone, but to prevent Qianxi from escaping. He swung the short stick, aiming for Qianxi's feet. Qianxi instinctively dodged surprisingly fast. Lu Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed. This accountant knew lightness skills. Though not high, it was enough for escaping. De Huang pounced from the side. Qianxi flicked out 3 copper coins from his sleeve. The coins flew towards De Huang. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed as he forcibly turned to block. 1 copper coin struck his arm, numbing it with pain. Taking advantage of this, Qianxi dashed toward the alley's end. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and chased after him. You even hit a dog. Qianxi turned back. It bit me. It's from the tavern. Does your Guiyun tavern even protect dogs like this? Of course. Lu Xiaoqi was angry and chased faster. Qianxi was genuinely a bit panicked now. He hadn't anticipated that hitting a dog would have worse consequences than hitting a person. The alley led to the old mill. Qianxi's people had already prepared a carriage there. As long as he got on the carriage, he could shake off Lu Xiaoqi. But as he rushed to the mill's entrance, a person crawled out from under the carriage and hugged the wheel. Qianxi's expression changed. Who? The person looked up. It was the tea house owner. Qianxi, you owe me 30 taels for tea. Qianxi was almost infuriated to death. What time is it, and you're asking me for tea money? The tea house owner gritted his teeth. You ran away, who should I ask for it? Lu Xiaoqi was also stunned for a moment. He had been shouting for Qianxi's bounty all the way, but did not expect that the first person drawn was not the Jinwu division, but a creditor. Qianxi shouted angrily, get lost. He kicked towards the tea house owner. Lu Xiaoqi arrived in time, striking the back of his leg with the knife. Debts must be repaid. Qianxi was so furious that his face changed. Are you here to catch me, or to collect debts for him? Lu Xiaoqi replied. Both are possible, these two matters do not conflict. Finally, Qianxi drew a short dagger from his sleeve. He did not want to escape anymore. At least he wanted to take Lu Xiaoqi down first. His dagger was vicious, targeting the wrist, ribs, and throat. Lu Xiaoqi realized upon engaging that this accountant was not unskilled in fighting. He just didn't fight often. Qianxi fought while retreating, while Lu Xiaoqi chased and blocked. De Huang wanted to join in, but was stopped by Lu Xiaoqi. De Huang, don't come over. Qianxi knew how to fight dogs. De Huang was unconvinced, but still halted. Lu Xiaoqi attempted to close the distance several times, but was forced back by Qianxi's dagger. Qianxi sneered. Do you really think an accountant can't kill, eh? Lu Xiaoqi said. Our accountants just don't kill. Is it that you can't or simply choose not to? Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Su Xiaoxue indeed would not kill, but she could make people die without a doubt. Seizing this moment, Qianxi thrust the dagger toward Lu Xiaoqi's ribs. Lu Xiaoqi did not fully dodge and was grazed. It hurt. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, otherwise Zhao Daxiao would have lectured him again. He suddenly recalled Shun Xian's words. He felt that when he thought he could win, he was mostly likely to lose. Now he felt he could win against Qianxi. Thus, he could not rely on winning as the criterion. He had to focus on capturing. He could capture Qianxi. Lu Xiaoqi stepped back. Qianxi thought he was afraid and immediately closed in. Lu Xiaoqi retreated to the mill's entrance and hooked his foot. The short stick he had thrown earlier was kicked up. It was not aimed at Qianxi, but at the carriage wheel. The wheel was already being held by the tea house owner, with the short stick wedged in the carriage, tilted slightly. Qianxi instinctively looked at the carriage. This was the moment Lu Xiaoqi had been waiting for. He leaped forward, shouldering Qianxi's palm hard, while the back of his short knife struck Qianxi's wrist. The short dagger fell to the ground. De Huang rushed in, biting Qianxi's clothing. The tea house owner held onto the wheel tightly, without letting go. Lu Xiaoqi pinned Qianxi to the ground, binding him with rope. Fourth master. The subordinates tried to rush over. Suddenly a shout came from the street corner. The Jinwu division is handling a case. 2 constables arrived with people. Lu Xiaoqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qianxi lay on the ground, face pressed against the dirt, still chuckling softly. Lu, you didn't win beautifully. Lu Xiaoqi panted. As long as I caught you, that's enough. You'll regret catching me. Many people I've caught have said the same thing. Qianxi raised his eyes to look at him. I have accounts in my hands. Lu Xiaoqi replied. That's even better. What's good about that? Our tavern lacks accounts. Qianxi. At that moment, he suddenly regretted speaking to anyone from Guiyun Tavern. As Qianxi was escorted into the town marshal's office, he still attempted to negotiate terms. I want to see Shen Xian. The constable's head throbbed from the demands. Lu Xiaoqi, sitting on the threshold while tending to his arm wound, looked up upon hearing the last name. You certainly have many people you wish to see, Lu Xiaoqi remarked. Qianxi fixed his gaze on him. Do you have any idea who you've apprehended? A wanted fugitive. Qianxi was taken aback. I am an accountant. Indeed, an accountant listed on the wanted poster. Qianxi fell utterly silent. He finally realized that Lu Xiaoqi was different from Su Xiaoxue. With Su Xiaoxue, one could discuss accounts back and forth. With Lu Xiaoqi, he clung to his rigid principles. A constable from the town marshal station brought forth the documents. Qianxi, the golden abacus bounty of 20 taels. Identity verified, reward to be issued. Qianxi immediately interjected, I am not Qianxi. The constable glanced at him. You yourself just claimed to be an accountant. Many people are accountants. Then what about this golden abacus of yours? Lu Xiaoqi interjected. Qianxi's expression stiffened. Lu Xiaoqi placed the golden abacus he had retrieved from Qianxi's sleeve, along with the hidden silver cash codes in Red Mud Alley, the contact at the shoemaker's shop in White Sand Ferry, the IOU from the tea house owner, and these attendants who all address you as fourth master. The constable nodded. These pieces of evidence are sufficient. Qianxi turned to Lu Xiaoqi. You are quite observant. Lu Xiaoqi replied, I learned from accountant Su. Qianxi sighed. Su Xiaoxue again. The constable handed the bounty to Lu Xiaoqi. 20 taels. Lu Xiaoqi divided it according to the rules. 14 for himself, 6 for the tavern. After dividing it, he took out another 3 taels and gave them to the tea house owner. The tea house owner was stunned. For me, he owed you 30 taels. I can only give you 3 for now. For the rest, you'll need to register with the town marshal's office. The tea house owner held the silver, his eyes reddening. You this child. Lu Xiaoqi quickly waved his hand. Please don't say anything else. It would make me uncomfortable. The tea house owner let out a laugh. Qianxi watched this scene, a complex look in his eyes. You captured me for the bounty, and now you're paying off my debts. Lu Xiaoqi stated, a debt is a debt, a crime is a crime. Qianxi fell silent. The words sounded simple. Yet he who had kept ledgers his entire life was most skilled at mixing debts and crimes. He wrote crimes as debts. He recorded human lives as expenditures. He accounted for guilt as losses. Now a single sentence from a youth had separated them. The constable escorted Qianxi into the cell. Just before entering, Qianxi suddenly spoke. Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. That ledger in my possession isn't a life-preserving one. Then what is it? A life-buying one. What does that mean? Boy, the Jianghu isn't as simple as you think. It's not something you can understand by just catching a few wanted fugitives. In the Jianghu, some pay to take lives, others pay to sell theirs. Your Guiyin Tavern wants to investigate the Azure Tower, doesn't it? You'll find it useful sooner or later. Where is the ledger? Qianxi smiled. You think he'll tell you now, eh? Lu Xiaoqi frowned. Qianxi said, have Su Xiaoxue come see me. Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Fine, you wait. Aren't you afraid he'll take the chance to escape? You can't escape. Qianxi was about to laugh when he saw Da Huang crouching at the cell door. Da Huang stared at him. Qianxi fell silent. He certainly didn't want to provoke that dog now. Lu Xiaoqi wrote a letter back to Guiyin Tavern. This letter was slightly longer than the previous ones. He wrote about the process of capturing Qianxi, mentioned the life-buying ledger, and stated that he had completed the 10th target assigned by the proprietor. Finally, after some thought, he added another line, I didn't pursue the Azure Tower lead this time, only captured the accountant. The injury isn't serious. Truly it's not. After writing, he glanced at his arm. It actually hurt quite a bit, but it was lighter than the injuries sustained at Black Wind Gully, so it should count as not serious. After sending the letter, he sat in the courtyard of the town marshal's office and took out the sugar cake Zhao Daxiao had given him. This time he shared a small piece with Da Huang. Da Huang, I really caught the 10th fugitive. Da Huang wagged its tail. Do you think the proprietor will praise me? Da Huang did not answer. Accountant Su will probably deduct the medicine cost first. Da Huang continued wagging its tail. When Da Xiao sees him injured, he'll definitely scold me again and make me take bitter medicine. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. It felt good to have people to think about. He was no longer alone. He leaned against the wall and suddenly felt very tired. It wasn't just physical exhaustion. It was also the tension in his heart finally loosening a little. 10. From Su San to Qianxi. He had truly caught 10. He was no longer just that little beggar who stole buns. Nor was he just the waiter of Guiyun Tavern. It seemed he could truly walk his own path into Jianghu. The letter reached Guiyun Tavern the following evening. Zhao Daxiao was the first to ask, what does the injury isn't serious mean? Su Xiaoxue finished reading the letter and said flatly, it usually means it's serious, but he's too embarrassed to say so. Lu Xiaowu immediately stood up. They'll go get him. Shen Xian said no need. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Xiaoqi is injured. He can come back on his own. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. Shen Xian looked at him. If you go to fetch him every time, he'll keep looking back next time. Lu Xiaowu understood. But understanding didn't lessen the ache. Zhao Daxiao was also distressed. Then he'll make more medicinal food. Su Xiaoxue nodded. That's acceptable. The system's voice echoed in Shen Xian's mind. Employee Lu Zioki's stage objective complete. Independently apprehend 10 fugitives. 100 fugitive task progress 10100. Reward when chasing step advanced. Host receives 50 years of cultivation power. Current host cultivation power 350 years. Lu Zioki's prestige increased. Initial fame as the 100-mile pursuer established. After hearing this, Shen Xian looked towards the door. He knew that Lu Xiaoqi would be different when he returned. It wouldn't just be in terms of power or experience. It would be his spirit, the martial artist's spirit forged by venturing into the Jianghu. Late that night, Lu Xiaoqi returned to the tavern with Dawan. The moment he entered, he placed the money pouch and documents on the counter. The 10th one. Su Zhaoxue opened it and glanced inside. The accounts are divided correctly. Lu Xiaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Daxiao came out with a bowl of medicinal kanji. Show me the wound. Lu Xiaoqi sighed. Can I eat first? No. A man also said earnestly, look at the injury first. Lu Xiaowu stood nearby silent. Lu Xiaoqi walked up to him of his own accord. Fifth brother him back. Lu Xiaowu nodded. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. I didn't look back. A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Zaiwa's eyes. He reached out and gently patted Lu Xiaoqi on the shoulder. Well done. Lu Zioki's eyes reddened instantly, but he didn't cry. Shen Xian seated behind the counter finally spoke. Not bad. Lu Xiaoqi turned his head. Proprietor, that's it. What did you want to hear? Something like Xiaoqi, you're amazing. You're overthinking it. Though Lu Xiaoqi sounded disappointed, he was happy inside. For the proprietor to say not bad was already very good. That night an extra dish was added at Guiyun Tavern. Zhao Daxiao said it was to celebrate Lu Xiaoqi catching his 10th fugitive. Lu Xiaoqi stubbornly insisted it wasn't necessary. But he ate the most. The next day Su Zhaoxue was the only one from the tavern who went to the town marshal office. Shen Xian did not go. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to go but was held back by Zhao Daxiao to have his dressings changed. Lu Xiaowu wanted to go but was kept at the tavern by Shen Xian. A man said she would continue guarding the door. In the end, only Su Zhaoxue and Gu Pingchuan went. Qianxi sat in the cell, his eyes lighting up when he saw Su Zhaoxue. Miss Su. Su Zhaoxue sat down and asked directly, where are the accounts? Qianxi smiled. Let's discuss terms first. You have no terms to discuss. I have the accounts. The accounts may not necessarily be with you. Qianxi's smile faltered. Su Zhaoxue continued. If you truly had the ledgers of life and death, you wouldn't have been chased so pitifully by Xiaoqi. At most you have clues. Qianxi looked at her. You're more troublesome than the waiter Lu. So don't waste time. Qianxi was silent for a moment, then said, I want to live. You are alive now. I want to leave the town marshal office alive. Impossible. Then I want talk. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Do you think the Azure Garret will save you? Qianxi's expression shifted. Su Zhaoxue said, news of you being caught by Xiaoqi has already spread. You know the ledgers of life and death. The Azure Garret won't save you, they'll only silence you. So I must speak even less. If you speak, the Return Cloud Tavern can let you live a little longer. Qianxi laughed. Since when does the Return Cloud Tavern care if a prisoner lives or dies? Su Zhaoxue said calmly, when you are useful for the accounts. Qianxi was speechless. There was no warmth in those words, but it was very real. He felt a bit more at ease instead. If Su Zhaoxue had spoken of righteousness, he wouldn't have believed her. Saying he was useful for the accounts, he believed that. The ledgers of life and death are not at Qingshi. Where are they? At the old shipyard of Baisha Ferry. Su Zhaoxue's gaze turned cold. The old shipyard again. Qianxi said, don't look at me like that. That place used to be an old water market outpost. Later the Azure Garret borrowed it, and the black market used it too. I hid the accounts there, it's safest. What is in the accounts? Records of whose lives were bought in the last 5 years. Including the Su family. Qianxi shook his head. The Su family matter is too old, it's not in this book. But it contains the 3 lives that Lu Xiaowu was supposed to take. Su Zhaoxue's eyes flickered. The 3 people he didn't kill, eh? Yes. Qianxi looked at her. If you want to investigate the Azure Garret's old connections, these 3 are living witnesses. They are still alive. At least they were when I recorded them. Their names. Qianxi reached out. Paper and brush. Gu Pingchuan handed them to him. Qianxi wrote down 3 names: Lu Sanyang, Du Qing, Fang Yan. Su Zhaoxue frowned at the last. Fang Yan. You know him? In the old accounts of the Su family, there was an accounting boy named Fang. Qianxi nodded. That might be him. He's still alive. After being spared by Lu Xiaowu, he changed his name to Fang Yan, hid near the old shipyard of Baisha Ferry, and copied books for a living. Su Zhaoxue's heart beat a little faster. This could be a living witness to the Su family case. Qianxi continued, Lu Sanyang is an embroiderer, Du Qing is an apothecary's assistant. These 3 shouldn't have survived back then, but Lu Xiaowu didn't strike. Su Zhaoxue put away the paper. Why are you telling me this? Qianxi said, because I don't want to be silenced. And oi. Qianxi smiled slightly. Because I want to see if the Return Cloud Tavern can turn these ledgers of life and death over. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Qianxi said slowly, I've kept black accounts for many years. I wrote down live silver who should die, who is already dead, and who still owes a life. After writing for so long, sometimes I wonder if anyone can settle these accounts. Su Zhaoxue was silent for a moment. There is. Qianxi was taken aback. Su Zhaoxue stood up. but not in the way you think. She left the cell. Gu Pingchuan followed her out. To the old shipyard? Su Zhaoxue nodded. We must go, but not in haste. Gu Pingchuan said, Xiaoqi will definitely want to go. So don't tell him everything for now. Gu Pingchuan looked at her. Su Zhaoxue said, he has just captured the 10th fugitive, his spirits are high. This is when he is most prone to impulsiveness. Gu Pingchuan nodded. You're becoming more and more like a seasoned veteran. Su Zhaoxue said flatly, I'm just an accountant. Gu Pingchuan chuckled. Everyone in the Return Cloud Tavern liked to say that. Waiter, cook, accountant, innkeeper. But now none of those titles were as simple as they seemed. A waiter who could chase for miles. A cook who was the food god of the riverside. A meticulous accountant. And an innkeeper whose depth of strength was unknown. Even a man the gatekeeper possessed God-given strength enough to overpower ordinary martial artists. Gu Pingchuan shook his head, putting such thoughts aside. After all, he was on good terms with the tavern. Su Zhaoxue returned to the tavern, and Lu Xiaoqi immediately came up to her. What did Qianxi say? Su Zhaoxue said the ledgers of life and death are at the old shipyard of Baisha Ferry. Lu Zioqi's eyes lit up. Then let's go quickly. We will go, but not now. Why, oi? Because your injuries haven't healed yet. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to argue that he was almost fully recovered. Zhao Daxiao coughed from behind. Lu Xiaoqi quickly shut his mouth. Su Zhaoxue continued, besides the old shipyard involves 3 people. Lu Sanyang, Du Qing, and Fang Yan. Lu Zaiwa's expression changed. He remembered those 3 names. Of course he remembered. That was the first time he had disobeyed the Azure Garrett's orders. It was also after that his poison was intensified. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him, his voice a little hoarse. 5th brother. Su Zhaoxue said they might still be alive. Lu Zioqi's heart tightened as well. This was no ordinary clue. These were the 3 people 5th brother had spared from the Azure Garret. Shen Xian asked, you 2 want to go? Lu Xiao nodded. Lu Xiaoqi also nodded. Su Zhaoxue looked at them. You can go, but we must prepare in advance. Zhao Daxiao immediately said, I'll prepare the rations. A man said, I'm going too. This time Su Zhaoxue didn't refuse. The old shipyard was dangerous and a man's frontal combat strength would be useful. Shen Xian said, I'm going too. Lu Xiaoqi was stunned. The innkeeper is also going. Didn't you say this was a fugitive catching mission assigned to me? These 3 should also be part of the mission, right? Everyone looked at him. Lu Zioqi's ears turned red. Don't all stare at me. I was just saying it offhand. Shen Xian said, your catching fugitives is your business. But since it involves an old Azure Garret outpost, I'm going. In truth, Lu Xiaoqi was very happy inside. With the innkeeper around, their confidence was entirely different. But he still said, I'm actually quite strong in a fight. Shen Xian looked at him. I'm just barely enough not to die. Lu Xiaoqi was speechless. Lu Xiaoqi said, on account of me finally catching the 10th fugitive, please give a 5-star review. I will keep working hard. Zhao Daxiao said, give us a 5-star review and I'll treat you to a bowl of return journey noodles. Su Zhaoxue said, just rate us 5 stars. They'll have the author pay for it with extra chapters. A man said, I'm not very good with words, but please give a 5-star review. Thank you. Lu Xiaowu said, although I'm a temporary worker at the Return Cloud Tavern, I also ask everyone to give a 5-star review. The old shipyard at Baisha Ferry lay downstream at the crossing. It used to be a place for repairing boats, storing goods, and smuggling salt. Later the waterway changed and the shipyard was abandoned, leaving only a few dilapidated warehouses and a patch of wooden piles. Qianxi said that the life account was hidden there. But no one would believe it, the ledger only awaited their retrieval. Shen Xian had few people with him: Lu Xiaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, Su Zhaoxue, and a man. Zhao Daxiao stayed behind at the tavern. He originally planned to go, but was stopped by Su Zhaoxue. You are now the tavern's signboard, you cannot leave at will. Zhao Daxiao felt aggrieved. I am not just a signboard. Shen Xian replied him, you are still the chef. Zhao Daxiao had no choice but to comply. In the end, he prepared 6 portions of dry rations and handed them to Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi slung the burden over his shoulder, the weight making him pause for a moment. Daxiao, we are only going to the old shipyard. What if we get trapped inside? Zhao Daxiao asked. Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. This reason was very sufficient. Before departing, Lu Xiaowu handed back his short knife from Qingyi building to Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi shook his head. You keep it. Lu Xiaowu insisted it might be useful this time. That's why you— Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, 5th brother, this time it's your old debt. Lu Xiaowu understood. He did not push back. Secure the knife. Baisha Ferry arrived in the afternoon. Lu Xiaoqi led the way. De Huang followed suit. De Huang disliked the old shipyard, growling lowly all the way. Su Zhaoxue asked, is there a smell of blood? Lu Xiaoqi squatted down to stroke De Huang. It's nervous. A man gripped the black iron staff. Am I going in front? Shen Xian said. I will go in front. A man nodded. Okay. Outside the old shipyard it appeared deserted. However, Su Zhaoxue did not walk in. She first examined the ground. Someone has cleared the footprints. Lu Shaoqi asked, how can you tell? The mud has been swept, but too uniformly. In places where no one has walked it wouldn't be so clean. Lu Xiaowu added, there are people inside. Shun Xian nodded. Lu Shaoqi took a deep breath. This time he did not rush in. He followed behind Shin Xian, hand resting on his knife. The door to the old warehouse was half open. Inside, a faint sound of an abacus could be heard. It clicked rhythmically as if someone was waiting. Su Zhao Shui's gaze turned cold. Several people walked in. Inside the old warehouse sat a young scholar. In his 20s, his complexion pale, with a ledger laid out before him. He looked up upon seeing Su Zhao Shui, momentarily stunned. A member of the Su family. Su Zhao Shui stared at him. Fang Yin. The scholar's fingers trembled slightly. Who are you? Su Zhao Shui. The scholar's face turned pale. He stood up, attempting to bow, but missed. At this address, Su Zhao Shui's heart trembled. It had been many years since she had heard anyone call her this. It was not addressing Su Zhongfang, nor was it addressing the remnants of the Su family. It was calling her miss. Lu Xiaowu looked at Fang Yin. You are still alive. Fang Yin looked at him, eyes filled with complexity. Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu nodded. Fang Yin fell silent for a moment, quietly saying thank you for what you did back then. Lu Xiaowu did not respond to this gratitude. Su Zhao Shui asked, where are Lu Xinyang and Du Qing? Fang Yin's expression changed. You shouldn't have come. Lu Shaoqi immediately gripped his knife. He had heard this phrase too many times. Usually it came with an ambush. Fang Yin hurriedly said, this is a trap. After Qian Si was captured, Mr. Zhang knew you would come. As soon as his words fell, wooden boards fell down around the old warehouse, sealing the doors and windows. A pungent odor surged from the ground. Zhao Deshao was not present. No one could immediately identify the toxicity. Lu Xiao's complexion changed. Hold your breath. A man swung the staff towards the wooden boards. Bang. The boards cracked, but did not break completely. Iron bars were sealing the outside. Shin Xian raised his hand and struck out. The entire wooden wall collapsed with a thunderous sound. The people outside clearly did not expect the wall to break so quickly. Several ambushers were knocked back. Shin Xian stepped out. Lu Shaoqi breathed a sigh of relief. With the shopkeeper present, traps sometimes really lost their effectiveness. But Su Zhao Shui's expression did not relax. Something's wrong. Shin Xian also halted. A woman stood outside the old warehouse. In her 30s, dressed in green, holding a child by the hand. The child was 7 or 8 years old with a pale complexion. Fang Yan's face changed drastically. Lu Xinyang. The woman looked at them, her eyes devoid of plea, only a kind of numb despair. She held a thin needle in her hand, the needle tip pressed against the child's neck. Lu Shaoqi grew anxious. What are you doing? Lu Xinyang's voice trembled. Don't come closer. Lu Xiaowu looked at her. You are being controlled. Tears fell from Lu Xinyang's eyes. Yes. What about Du Qing? Lu Xinyang shook her head. He is behind. He said that if I don't do as they say, my son will die. Lu Shaoqi's eyes turned red with anger. Again it was like this. Someone always used another's concern as a weapon. Su Zhao Shui whispered, the needle in her hand is poisoned. Lu Xiaowu said, don't provoke her. Shin Xian looked at Lu Xinyang. Who sent you here? Before Lu Xinyang could answer, a young man's voice came from behind the old shipyard. Shopkeeper Shin, Miss Su Lu Xiaowu. Welcome. A young man dressed in a medicine boy's outfit stepped forward. His complexion was very pale, but his eyes were bright. Lu Xiaowu said quietly, Du Qing. Du Qing smiled. It's great that you remember me. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. You are also being controlled. Du Qing shook his head. No. He raised his hand, and more than a dozen people dressed in green clothes appeared behind him. I am now working for Mr. Zhang. Fang Yin looked at him in disbelief. Du Qing, are you crazy? Du Qing's smile faded. Crazy? After the 3 of us were released back, then what kind of life do you think we lived? We dodged, we were afraid. Qingyi Building was looking for us, the black market was looking for us, and the Zhenwu division was also questioning us. Fang Yin, you can calculate accounts so you can hide. Lu Xinyang has a child, so she cannot afford to die. And me? Du Qing pointed at himself. I am a medicine boy, anyone can use me, anyone can force me to concoct poison. Lu Xiao's voice was low. So you betrayed Mr. Zhang. At least he gave me a way to live. Su Zhao Shui said coldly, what he provides is a rope, not a path. Du Qing looked at her. Miss Su, you can certainly say that. You now have the Guiyun Tavern and shopkeeper Shun. But what did we have back then? Su Zhao Shui fell silent. She could not say that Du Qing had not suffered. But suffering was not a reason to harm others. Lu Shaoqi gritted his teeth and said, so you set a trap using Lu Xinyang and her son. Du Qing looked at him. Barely chasing wind, you are still young. Don't use age as an excuse. Lu Shaoqi drew his knife. You are the villain. Du Qing's smile stiffened for a moment. This statement was very straightforward. So straightforward that it was hard to refute. Shin Xian spoke up, where is the ledger? Du Qing looked at him. Shopkeeper Shin asks about the ledger first, not the people. Shin Xian replied, people must be saved, the ledger must also be retrieved. Du Qing smiled. The ledger is in my hands. But if you want to take it, you must choose first. Choose what? Lu Sanyang's child Fang Yan's ledger, or the 3 lives that Lu Xiaowu owes? Su Zhaoshui said coldly. Another trap like this. Du Qing replied, because it is useful. Xinxian looked at him. Indeed it is useful. Everyone was taken aback. Xinxian continued, it is useful to others. But it is of no use to me. As his words fell, his figure instantly vanished, reappearing with a child in his arms, Lu Sanyang's child. Xinxian had detected the child locked in the dilapidated house from the beginning. Then he flashed in front of Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang had no time to react, as the poison needle had already fallen into Xinxian's hand. The child in her hand was also taken aside and handed to a man. A man carefully held the child as if cradling a fragile bowl. Lu Sanyang stared blankly at her empty hand. Her legs went weak and she knelt on the ground. The smile on Du Qing's face completely vanished. Xinxian looked at him. Now there is one less option. Lu Xiaoqi suddenly felt particularly pleased. The shopkeeper did not play along with the trap. The shopkeeper directly flipped the table. Du Qing took a step back. The green-clad, old lines all drew their knives. Lu Xiaowu stepped forward. Du Qing, I did not kill you back then. Du Qing looked at him. So you regret it? Lu Xiaowu shook his head. I do not regret. Then do you want to kill? Lu Xiaowu tightened his grip on the knife. Let's see how you choose. Du Qing laughed loudly. It's your turn to make me choose. Lu Xiaowu did not smile. Yes. He raised his knife. Turn back or die? When Lu Xiaowu spoke these words, his hand was steady. Du Qing looked at him, the smile gradually fading. In the past, I would only obey orders. And now, Lu Xiaowu glanced at Lu Xiaoqi behind him, then at a man holding the child. Now I know who the knife should be pointed at. Du Qing's gaze turned cold. Do you think standing on the side of Gui Yun Tavern can wash away the past? Lu Xiaowu did not rush to answer. That statement pierced him. There was blood on his hands. He had lived in the Qingyi building for 3 years. It was impossible for him to come out unscathed. Some things he did not mention did not mean they hadn't happened. Some nights, he would wake up feeling that the stench of blood on him could not be washed away. But he still looked up at Du Qing. It can't be washed clean. Lu Xiaoqi's heart tightened. Elder brother. Lu Xiaowu continued. That's why I can't continue to wade deeper into the filthy water. Du Qing's lips twitched. You speak well. Whether it's well spoken or not is not important. What matters is that I know what I'm doing. Lu Xiaowu held the knife forward. I will only ask you once. Turn back or die. Du Qing stared at him. Suddenly he laughed. His laughter was somewhat bitter. Turn back. Where do you think I can turn back to? He pointed at Lu Sanyang. She has a child. Then he pointed at Fang Yan. He has the Su family. Finally he pointed at himself. What do I have? Lu Xiaowu fell silent. Du Qing continued. The Qingyi building wants my life, the black market wants my prescription, and Mr. Zhang wants me to work. Do you think I want to poison someone? If I don't do it, they'll tear me apart. Su Zhaoshui said coldly. So you tear others apart. Du Qing looked at her. Miss Su, you haven't been pushed to that point. Su Zhaoshui's expression turned cold. How do you know that I haven't? Du Qing was taken aback. Su Zhaoshui stepped forward. After the Su family was exterminated, I hid among the dead. Someone was outside, turning over corpses looking for survivors. I only had half a piece of broken porcelain in my hand. At that time I thought that as long as I could live, I could do anything. I could help others cook fake accounts or dismantle others' real accounts, or even use accounts to kill. Her voice was not loud, but each word was steady. But later I understood that to survive I couldn't push others back into the pile of dead. Du Qing's expression darkened. That statement hurt more than any insult. Lu Xiaoqi felt a heaviness in his heart. He had only known Su Zhaoshui to be calm, able to calculate and dismantle. But he rarely heard her talk about how she survived. It turned out that everyone did not walk into the tavern easily. Xinxian said nothing. He just watched the Qingyi old line behind Du Qing. Some of those people were wavering. Some gripped tighter. Some had only killing intent in their eyes. Du Qing suddenly raised his hand. Make a move. The Qingyi old line charged forward at the same time. Du Qing himself retreated. He still had to run. Lu Xiaowu chased after him. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to follow, but was held back by Xinxian. You guard Lu Sanyang and Fang Yan. Lu Xiaoqi gritted his teeth. But my elder brother. He chose this himself. Lu Xiaoqi paused for a moment, then nodded. All right. He turned to stand in front of Fang Yan and Lu Sanyang. An old line of Qingyi came around wanting to grab the child. A man growled low, sweeping with a stick. The person was swept away. The child cried in fear. A man was flustered. Don't cry. He didn't know how to comfort a child, so he could only hold the child more steadily. Lu Sanyang crawled over, hugged the child, and cried without being able to speak. A man breathed a sigh of relief. Here you go. Lu Sanyang looked up. Thank you. A man shook his head. No need, the child must not fall. On the other side, Su Zhaoshui pulled Fang Yan back to the wooden stake. Fang Yan's face was pale. Miss, I have dragged you down. Su Zhaoshui looked at him. You survive first, we will settle the accounts later. Fang Yan's eyes turned red. Does the Su family still recognize me? You call me miss. Fang Yin lowered his head. I thought no one recognized me anymore. Su Zhaoshui did not offer much comfort. She simply said, now there is. Fang Yin gritted his teeth and nodded. Lu Shaoqi stood guard in front. His injury had not fully healed, but this time he did not rush too quickly. He remembered his task. To guard the people, not to seize credit. When an old line of Qing Yi charged in, he used the wind chase step to evade the first strike, hitting the knee with a short stick and pressing down the wrist with a short knife. Not to kill. First disable their movement. This was a habit he developed from catching fugitives. The Qing Yi old line clearly was not used to this. They were accustomed to taking lives with a single blow. But Lu Shaoqi moved like a slippery fish, running, circling, dragging, and striking. It was quite annoying. Shen Xian stood in the middle. He did not rush to take them all down. He watched Lu Shaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, and a man. He couldn't solve every conflict with a slap. They had to learn to fight themselves at the right moment. Of course, if it came down to life and death, that was another matter. Du Qing escaped quickly. He was not strong, but was familiar with the dock. He turned and darted into the old wooden path. Lu Xiaowu pursued relentlessly. Du Qing tossed powder as he ran. Lu Xiaowu used the detox powder given by Zhao Deshao to cover his mouth and nose, not charging directly, but circling around the wooden pillars. Du Qing looked back, his eyes somewhat anxious. Are you really going to force me to death? Lu Xiaowu said, I gave you a choice. I had no choice. Then stop. Stop to wait for death. Stop and clarify the accounts. Du Qing laughed in anger. You really sound like someone from Yun Tavern now, all about accounts. Lu Xiaowu did not deny it. Only when the accounts are clear can we know who deserves to die. Du Qing's footsteps paused. This pause was very brief. But Lu Xiaowu seized the moment. He slashed at Du Qing's sleeve, causing a small cloth bag to fall out. Du Qing's expression changed drastically as he reached out to grab it. Lu Xiaowu stepped on it first. A life-buying account. Du Qing's eyes finally revealed panic. Give it back to me. What's inside? Du Qing gritted his teeth. You'd better not look. Lu Xiaowu said coldly, then I have to look. Du Qing suddenly lunged at him. This time he did not use poison, but directly used his knife. Lu Xiaowu collided with him, and the two rolled down the wooden path, crashing down to the bottom of the dock. Du Qing's knife was against Lu Xiaowu's shoulder. Lu Xiaowu's knife was against Du Qing's throat. Neither of them moved. Du Qing was breathing heavily. Lu Xiaowu, if you kill me, you will never know who is behind those 3 lives. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. You put down the knife first. I won't. Du Qing laughed. You have become smarter. I've been in the tavern. Du Qing's smile slowly turned bitter. It's great. Lu Xiaowu did not respond. Du Qing said softly, Lu Shenyang, Fang Yin, and me. Not everyone you let go. Lu Xiaowu's expression changed. What do you mean? There is a 4th person. Du Qing looked at him. Lu Shaoqi. Lu Xiaowu frowned. Du Qing enunciated each word. The first official order that the Qing Yi building gave you was not to kill Lu Shenyang, nor was it to kill Fang Yin. It was to kill Lu Shaoqi. Lu Xiaowu froze. Lu Xiao's blade halted just before Du Qing's throat. It was merely half an inch away. Yet at this moment, he seemed to forget how to move. What did you say? Du Qing gasped, his smile twisted. You heard me correctly. The Qingyi sect already knew that Shaoqi might be alive. At that time, they didn't know where he was, only that he was wandering around Qingshi town. Your first official task was to find Lu Shaoqi and then kill him. Lu Xiao's mind felt as if it had been. Memories he had always dared not confront were torn open by Du Qing's words. 3 years ago, he was taken away by the Qingyi sect. After awakening, someone fed him, gave him medicine, and also handed him a blade. Later, someone handed him a piece of paper. The paper detailed the characteristics of several children. One of them was under 13, thin, quick on his feet, a remnant of the Lu family. At that time, did he not know if it was Shaoqi? No, he knew. He simply burned that piece of paper, then said he hadn't found him. After that, he was brutally beaten, drugged, and locked up for 7 days. The Qingyi sect claimed he was incompetent. He told himself the same. Incompetent. It wasn't about letting his brother go. Therefore, he hadn't betrayed the Qingyi sect. He simply hadn't found him. Lu Xiao's breathing grew heavier. Du Qing watched his reaction and murmured, have you remembered? Lu Xiao's hands began to tremble. Du Qing continued, did you think you only let Lu Shenyang, Fang Yin, and me go? No, Lu Xiaowu, the first life you spared was your brother. Thus you could never return to the Qingyi sect. And you have long ceased to be their blade. Lu Xiaowu closed his eyes. It felt as though something was blocking his chest. All these years he had felt dirty. He believed he was the blade of the Qingyi sect. But it turned out that from the very beginning, he had never fully become that blade. He had once spared Shaoqi, even if he dared not admit it. Even if he later did many unclean things. But at least that time he hadn't wielded the blade. Du Qing looked at him, lowering his voice. Do you understand now why Mr. Zhang has his eyes on you? It's not because of how many people you've killed, but because of the lives you owe, which can pull many old strings back together. Lu Xiaowu opened his eyes. The debt you hold is these, eh? Yes. Give it to me. Du Qing laughed. If I give it to you, I die. If I don't give it to you, you die. So I said I have no choice. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Suddenly, he retracted the blade half an inch. Du Qing was taken aback. Lu Xiaowu said, return with me to the Guiyun Tavern. Du Qing seemed to have heard the most absurd joke. Are you crazy? You don't have no choice, you simply dare not choose. Du Qing's expression darkened. Lu Xiaowu continued, you said Mr. Zhang offered you a way out. But you know that's not a path, it's a noose. Come back with me now and hand over the debt. Su Zhaoxue can calculate, shopkeeper Shen can protect, Zhao Daxiao can detoxify. He paused here. Lu Xiaoqi will scold you. Du Qing froze. The earlier sentences sounded like persuasion, but the last one did not. Lu Xiaowu said seriously, but his scolding isn't harsh. Du Qing was momentarily unsure whether to laugh or to be angry. I have harmed him. So he will scold you. You want kill me? Lu Xiaowu paused for a moment. I want to kill you. Du Qing, Lu Xiaowu whispered, but if you die the debt is severed. If you live you can repay the debt. Du Qing's lips twitched. The people of Guiyun Tavern really talk about debt all the time. Living means there is debt. This sentence sounded like something Xinxian would say. Du Qing caught on. What had been done could not be changed, or what mattered was the choice afterward, whether to continue owing or to lay it all out and settle the debts. He suddenly felt a bit fatigued. For a long time he had thought he could only sink further. Today for the first time someone had neither called him innocent nor pitiful. They only said to return and settle the debts. This was more practical than forgiveness, and far harder to refuse. The sounds of fighting above gradually ceased. The old threads of the Qingyi sect had already been suppressed by Xinxian and a man. Lu Xiaoqi jumped down, saw the two in a standoff, and immediately drew his blade. Fifth brother. Lu Xiaowu turned around. It's fine. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Du Qing with cold eyes. Is he Du Qing? Yes. Does he want to kill you? Lu Xiaowu shook his head. No, I advised him to go to the tavern. The past cannot be changed. Oh, let him present the debts to be repaid. Du Qing looked at Lu Xiaoqi. This was the child from that paper years ago. Now he had grown taller with fire and light in his eyes. Du Qing suddenly felt ridiculous. The Qingyi sect had searched for so long to kill this child. In the end, this child had grown into a 100-mile chaser of the wind. And he was doing quite well. He whispered, I have harmed many people. Lu Xiaoqi replied, then repay the debt. Du Qing was taken aback. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. Stop saying you have no choice here. Fifth brother said to take you back to the tavern, then go back. If you have sins, slowly count them. Du Qing couldn't help but say, do you really think debts can be settled? Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Even if they can't be settled, they must be counted. He looked at Lu Xiaowu. Right, fifth brother? Lu Xiaowu nodded. Yes. Du Qing remained silent for a long time. Finally, he tossed the small cloth bag to Lu Xiaowu. I will go back with you. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said, bind him first. Du Qing's expression darkened. I've already agreed to go back to the tavern with you. I don't trust you. Lu Xiaoqi said directly, I'm afraid you'll run away halfway. Du Qing found himself unable to refute. Lu Xiaowu personally tied him up. While binding him, Du Qing whispered, now you truly resemble a living person. Lu Xiaowa's fingers paused for a moment. Did I not before? No. Du Qing laughed a little. Before you were like me, like a stagnant pond. Lu Xiaowu fell silent. He finished tying the rope, lifted Du Qing, and headed up. The old threads of the Qingyi sect had all been pressed down. Lu Sanyang was crying weakly while holding the child. Fang Yin tightly clutched a ledger which contained the remnants of the Su family's accounts he had hidden over the years. When Su Zhaoxue took it, her fingers trembled. She found Fang Yin not just as a witness. She also retrieved a piece of the Su family that had not been completely wiped out. Xinxian looked at the group. Everyone's here, let's return to the tavern. Su Zhaoxue asked, what about the shipyard? Xinxian replied, leave it to Gu Pingchuan. Lu Xiaoqi asked, shopkeeper, how many fugitives have I caught this time? Xinxian glanced at him. Lu Xiaoqi asked again, doesn't Du Qing count as a fugitive? Xinxian glanced at Lu Xiaoqi's task progress, and the system did not provide any prompt. He said no. Su Zhaoxue said he indeed doesn't count. He is a witness, although he has done wrong, it depends on how the debt is determined. Lu Xiaoqi sighed, does catching people have to be this detailed? Su Zhaoxue replied, of course. Lu Xiaoqi looked at the bound Du Qing. I hope you can earn a valuable settlement. Du Qing. Are the people from the Guiyun Tavern all this peculiar in their thinking? He suddenly regretted agreeing to return to the Guiyun Tavern. When Du Qing was brought back to the Guiyun Tavern, Zhao Daxiao was simmering soup. Upon seeing Du Qing, he paused for a moment. What is this? Lu Xiaoqi said, a criminal. Lu Xiaowu said, a witness. Su Zhaoxue added, related personnel for the pending accounts. Aman thought for a moment. A bad person. After listening, Du Qing tugged at the corner of his mouth. I have quite a few identities. Zhao Daxiao looked at him. Are you injured? Du Qing was taken aback. He did not expect the first question from the chef to be this. No. Are you poisoned? No, not that either. Then please sit down. Du Qing could not help but ask, do you treat criminals like this too? Zhao Daxiao replied earnestly, standing is not conducive to questioning. Du Qing fell silent. He realized he completely could not follow the ways of the Guiyun Tavern. Shen Xian sat behind the counter. Du Qing was tied to a chair. Su Zhaoxue sat opposite him, opening the account book. Lu Xiaowu stood beside her. Lu Xiaoqi was also present. Fang Yin sat at another table holding a bowl of hot soup that Zhao Daxiao had given. Lu Sanyang and the child were arranged to the backyard. A man stood guard. Old Wang Zue sat in a corner, drinking, occasionally glancing at Du Qing. Medicine boy. Du Qing looked at him, his expression slightly changing. Who are you? A drunkard. Du Qing fell silent. Those hidden in the Guiyun Tavern were all not what they seemed. Su Zhaoxue spoke. The life-buying account. Du Qing looked at her. First untie me. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said dream on. Du Qing looked at Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu showed no expression, not speaking up for him. Du Qing had no choice but to resign himself. The account is in the small cloth bag's inner layer. Lu Xiaowu opened it, and indeed took out a few thin sheets of paper. But it was not a complete account book. It was an index. Su Zhaox's expression changed upon reading the first line. This is not the life-buying account. Du Qing said, it is the key to the life-buying account. Where's the real account book? Divided into 3 places. Speak. One at the Qingyi Building's outer line, one at the Black Market's waterway, and one in Mr. Zhang's hands. Su Zhaoxue frowned. Do you only have the index? Du Qing nodded. I am just a medicine boy, not a bookkeeper. Being able to get the index is already the life-buying capital I have saved over the years. Fang Yin suddenly spoke. This index is real. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Fang Yin pushed over the incomplete account he had brought. Here are a few entries that match. The 2 of them checked the accounts. One was a descendant of the Su family's old accounts. The other was a child of the Su family's old accounts. As they checked, the entire tavern became significantly quieter. Lu Xiaoqi wanted to lean over, but was blocked by Su Zhaoxue. You won't understand. Lu Xiaoqi was unconvinced. I understand a little now. Su Zhaoxue pointed at a line of codes. What is this? Lu Xiaoqi fell silent. I will go accompany a man to guard the door. Zhao Daxiao brought out the soup and served everyone a bowl. When he reached Du Qing, he hesitated for a moment. He looked at Shen Xian and asked, does he get one too? Shen Xian replied yes. Zhao Daxiao placed the soup in front of Du Qing. Du Qing looked at the bowl. Aren't you afraid I've poisoned the soup in your tavern? Zhao Daxiao said, the owner is here, and this is what I brought out. Then let me ask in another way, can someone like me drink the soup? Zhao Daxiao looked at him. The soup doesn't know. Du Qing was stunned. Lu Xiaowu glanced at Zhao Daxiao. This sentence sounded very much like Zhao Daxiao. It didn't preach grand principles, but could make certain people very uncomfortable. Du Qing lowered his head and took a sip of the soup. It was hot. He had not had a bowl of hot soup for a long time, not during a mission, not while fleeing, nor while being threatened. He suddenly felt a bit like laughing, and a bit like crying. In the end, he simply said softly, thank you. Zhao Daxiao waved his hand. Finish it, and we'll continue discussing the accounts. Du Qing. Indeed, the tavern did not hold pure warmth. Su Zhaoxue and Fang Yin compared accounts for half an hour. Finally, she looked up. The life-buying account can lead to 3 lines related to Mr. Zhang. Shen Xian asked, which 3? First, the old line at the Qingyi Building, specifically dealing with out-of-control outer lines like Lu Xiaowu. Second, the Black Market waterway responsible for the flow of life-buying silver. Third, the dark accounts at the official level, possibly involving the county office, the government office, or even the upper echelons of the town marshal inspector. Just then Gu Pingchuan walked in and heard the last sentence, his expression darkening. Every time you mention the accounts, it always leads back to the town marshal inspector. Su Zhaoxue calmly replied, the accounts won't disappear just because you dislike them. Gu Pingchuan sighed. Su Zhaoxue continued, I have already taken over the people at the old shipyard. Lu Sanyang and the child will be temporarily protected by the town marshal inspector. Gu Pingchuan asked, what about Fang Yin? Fang Yin immediately looked up, feeling a bit nervous. Gu Pingchuan looked at Su Zhaoxue. Su Zhaoxue said, Fang Yin stays at the tavern. Gu Pingchuan asked identity. Su Zhaoxue paused for a moment. Assistant bookkeeper. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, finally Su's bookkeeper has a subordinate. Fang Yin's eyes turned red. Miss I. Call her Su bookkeeper. Fang Yin was taken aback. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. The Su family is gone. Now this is the Guiyun Tavern. Fang Yin lowered his head. Yes, Su bookkeeper. Gu Pingchuan did not object. Fang Yin was a witness, and staying at the Guiyun Tavern was indeed safer than staying with the town marshal inspector. He looked at Du Qing. What about him? Du Qing also looked at Shen Xian. He knew he was different from Fang Yin. Fang Yin was a former member of the Su family. Lu Sanyang was forced into this. He was actively doing work for Mr. Zhang. He was dirtier. Shen Xian asked, what can you do? Du Qing was taken aback and did not react. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. This question was very familiar. Shen Xian had asked him the same thing back then. Du Qing fell silent for a while. I can prepare medicine, identify poisons, make sedatives, and I can also kill. Killing doesn't count. Anything else? Du Qing thought for a long time. I can also brew medicine. Zhao Deshao's eyes brightened. Then can you help me in the kitchen to look after the medicinal cuisine? Du Qing was stunned. Me? Yes. You know medicine, I know cooking. Sometimes I'm not sure about the medicinal properties of the cuisine. Du Qing looked at him. Do you know I'm a criminal? Zhao Dashao nodded. Yes. So you need to wear a rope. Du Qing looked down at the rope on himself. He actually found it quite reasonable. Su Zhaoxue spoke. Du Qing will temporarily be an observer. No wages will be paid, meal expenses will be recorded, and any clues provided will offset the debt. Du Qing opened his mouth. Do I still owe for meals? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. You just drank a bowl of soup. Du Qing. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly felt that this tactic of Su bookkeeper was much more ruthless than a knife. Du Qing entered the Guiyun Tavern, not as a guest or an employee, but as an observer. This identity was quite strange. However, there were already quite a few odd identities in the Guiyun Tavern. Temporary worker Lu Xiaowu, assistant bookkeeper Fong Yan, observer Du Qing. That night Zhao Dashao prepared a feast. Lu Xiaoqi looked at the increasingly crowded hall and quietly said to Shen Xian, Boss, doesn't our tavern seem less and less like a tavern? Shen Xian glanced at him. What does it look like then? Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Like a place that shelters trouble. Shen Xian nodded. That description is quite accurate. After Du Qing moved into the tavern, what he found most difficult to adapt to were the rules. Breakfast had to be eaten on time. The back kitchen was off limits. Medicinal materials needed to be registered. One could not approach the well alone. One could not touch the accounts without Su Zhaoxue's permission. One could not go out alone with Lu Xiaowu. One could not tell Lu Xiaoqi the frightening old tales of the Qingyi building. The last rule was proposed by Zhao Dashao. The reasoning was that Lu Xiaoqi would not sleep well. Lu Xiaoqi felt quite dissatisfied after hearing this. I won't. Zhao Dashao asked, then why were you tossing and turning last night? My wound hurts. Your wound is on your shoulder, why are you tossing? Lu Xiaoqi was left speechless. Du Qing listened nearby, his expression strange. He had never seen such a place. A group of people clearly knew each other had troubles, yet no one directly threw the troubles out. They would guard against each other. They would calculate. They would bind. They would keep accounts. But they would also provide meals. Although they would bicker, they would also secretly care for one another. This was more difficult to adapt to than mere goodwill. In such a place one could not easily persuade oneself to escape. On the third day, Du Qing finally could not help, but asked Lu Xiaowu, how did you get used to it? Lu Xiaowu was fixing the wooden frame in the backyard. You get used to it slowly. Don't you find it uncomfortable? At first I did. Then why did you stay? Lu Xiaowu stopped his work looking at Lu Xiaoqi, who was fighting with a man for firewood not far away. I like it here, and besides Xiaoqi is here. Du Qing fell into silence. This reason was very simple, but it was too firm. Du Qing did not have such a reason. At least he thought he did not. But at noon that day Zhao Dashao brought out the medicinal dish for him to taste. Du Qing frowned. I'm a criminal, and you want me to taste it. Zhao Dashao said earnestly, you know medicine. What if I poison it? The shopkeeper is here. Du Qing glanced at Shen Xian behind the counter. Very good. It was this reason again. Very reasonable. He took a sip. There's too much astragalus and too little ginger. Zhao Dashao immediately noted it down. What else? The medicinal taste is floating on top, it hasn't infused into the soup. Your fire is too intense. Zhao Dashao's eyes lit up even more. He praised, you really understand. Du Qing felt somewhat uncomfortable from this praise. In the past he knew medicine to control harm or save himself. For the first time someone was genuinely happy because he understood medicine. He looked down at the bowl of soup. I can teach you a little. Zhao Dashao nodded. Sure. Du Qing suddenly felt a bit relaxed. Very light. But it was indeed there. In the afternoon Gu Pingchuan brought new information. Qianxi is willing to divulge more, but he requests to meet Su Zhaoxue and Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Why does he want to see me? Gu Pingchuan replied, he said you caught him, so you need to be present. Su Zhaoxue asked what news. About the first location of the life debt. Gu Pingchuan placed the documents down. The old ledger of the Qingyi building may be in Shuanglu town. Lu Xiaoqi looked towards Su Zhaoxue. Is Shuanglu town far? Not far, a day's journey from Baishadu. Lu Xiaowu asked the old line of Qingyi building. Du Qing's expression changed as well. That used to be an abandoned pharmacy of the Qingyi building. Gu Pingchuan nodded. Qianxi said the ledger was split into several parts, and the first part is in Shuanglu town. Su Zhaoxue looked at Shen Xian. This lead should be secured. Lu Xiaoqi immediately said I'll go. Lu Xiaowu also said I'll go. Du Qing remained silent for a moment. He'll go too. Everyone looked at him. Du Qing said, I know a little about the pharmacy in Shuanglu town. Lu Shaoqi frowned. You're not thinking of running away, are you? Can I outrun shopkeeper Shun? Lu Shaoqi thought for a moment. You can't outrun. Du Qing roared. Then what am I running for? Su Zhaoshui looked at Du Qing. You can go, but you must wear chains. Du Qing's expression darkened. Wear chains? You are an observer. Zhao Dashao said quietly. Observers need to have the appearance of observers. Du Qing. He found Zhao Dashao had learned to be bad. Shen Xian did not arrange it immediately, because the system sound rang out. Employee Lu Shaoqi's phase task updated. New objective: investigate the first location of the life debt of the Qingyi building. Task requirement: Lu Shaoqi must lead the operation and ensure at least one key witness survives. Reward: minor achievement in wind chasing steps. Host's power increases by 50 years. Shen Xian glanced at Lu Shaoqi. Lead the operation. This task was not about catching people. It was about taking people to do things. He spoke. Shaoqi leads the team. Lu Shaoqi was stunned. Me. Lu Xiaowu also looked at Shen Xian. Su Zhaoshui did not object, only asked who will accompany you. Shen Xian said Lu Xiaowu. Du Qing a man. Lu Shaoqi became even more flustered. Fifth brother will also listen to me. Lu Xiaowu looked at him. Listen. Du Qing spread his hands. I wear chains. I should listen to. A man said seriously. I'll listen to. Lu Shaoqi straightened up. He did not want to lead the team. He suddenly realized the weight of this task. In the past, when he went out alone, if he couldn't fight, he would run. Now he had fifth brother Du Qing and a man by his side. He had to think not just for himself. Zhao Dashao was somewhat worried. Can Shaoqi do it? Su Zhaoshui said that's why he needs to learn. He urgently needs this kind of experience now. But isn't this too fast? Shen Xian said not too fast. Lu Shaoqi looked at him. Shen Xian said you have caught 10 fugitives. You can try leading people now. Lu Shaoqi's heart warmed, but also tightened. Shopkeeper, what if I don't do well? Come back and review. What does review mean? Su Zhaoshui interjected. It means to tally up the mistakes that occurred during this leadership one by one. Lu Shaoqi twitched the corner of his mouth. Then I will try my best to do well. That night Su Zhaoshui explained the action arrangements to him. First rule of leading a team: don't just know to charge ahead. This is not a solo action. You need to consider the team members. MHM. Second, clarify what each person can do. Lu Shaoqi looked at the others. Lu Xiaowu said stealth. Close combat. Recognize the dark signals of the Qingyi building. Du Qing said identify poisons. Recognize pharmacies. Understand the old lines. A man said fight. Everyone waited for a moment. A man added I can also move things. Lu Shaoqi nodded and took notes seriously. Su Zhaoshui continued. Third, know who cannot do what. Lu Shaoqi looked at Lu Xiaowu. Fifth brother still has poison injuries. He must not push himself. He then looked at Du Qing. Du Qing is an observer. He cannot act alone. He looked at a man again. A man cannot chase too far alone. A man asked why. Because you run slow. A man nodded. Right. Su Zhaoshui had a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Good. Lu Shaoqi sighed in relief. Leading the team didn't seem as daunting as he thought. It was just about seeing each person clearly. Shen Xian sat beside them silent all along. But he could see that Lu Shaoqi was stepping from solo pursuits into the true world of Jianghu. Once this step was taken, the name of Bai Li Chue Feng could truly stand firm. The next morning Lu Shaoqi led the team out. Zhao Dashao had prepared a larger bundle than before. Lu Shaoqi sighed as he looked at the bundles. Shaoqi, this time with Amon he eats a lot. Zhao Dashao nodded to himself. So we need to bring more. Amon easily strapped on the bundle. Lu Shaoqi suddenly felt that having Amon along was quite good. At least he didn't have to carry so much himself. Du Qing wore a set of thin iron chains on his hands. They weren't very heavy, but they were enough to restrict his sudden movements. He glanced at the chains, then at Lu Shaoqi. Captain Lu, are you satisfied? Lu Zioki's face flushed. Don't call me that. Du Qing laughed. What should I call you then? Lu the waiter. Just call me Shaoqi. Lu Xiaowu shot Du Qing a glance. Du Qing immediately fell silent. He realized that although Lu Xiaowu didn't often speak harshly, his gaze was still quite effective. Before leaving the town, Shen Xian called out to Lu Shaoqi. Remember, you are leading the team, not trying to show off. Lu Shaoqi nodded. I know. Do you really know? I know. When encountering a situation, ask first. When fighting, observe the people. When fleeing, count the people. Shen Xian looked at Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhaoshui nodded. I taught him that. Shen Xian said, not bad. Lu Shaoqi smiled. After leaving the town, Lu Shaoqi didn't take the fastest route. He first asked Du Qing, where is the medicine point in Shuangliu town? Du Qing replied, it's at the south of the town, the abandoned medicine pavilion. But that's an old spot, there might not be anyone there anymore. What could be there? Poison powder, secret passages, old drug slaves, or empty houses? What is the most dangerous thing? Du Qing glanced at him. Witnesses could be eliminated beforehand. Lu Zioki's expression darkened. So we need to be quick. Du Qing said, but we can't be too fast. If we're too fast, it's easy to fall into an ambush. Lu Shaoqi nodded. He then asked Lu Xiaowu, Brother Wu, what do you think? Lu Xiaowu replied, don't enter the town yet. Go around the south side and see if there are any signs of smoke footprints or new drug residues. Lu Xiaoqi took note. Finally he asked Amon, what about you? Amon thought for a moment. He'll listen to you. Lu Xiaoqi said, then you are responsible for watching Du Qing. Du Qing immediately said, I already have these chains on. Amon stood seriously beside him. He'll keep an eye on you. Du Qing sighed. He now understood his position clearly. He was the observer as well as the observed. As a few of them reached the outskirts of Shuangliu town, it was already near noon. Lu Xiaoqi instructed Amon and Du Qing to stay by the edge of the forest. He and Lu Xiaowu went to check the outer circle of the medicine pavilion. Du Qing couldn't help but say, I'm not going. Do you recognize the drug residues? Lu Xiaoqi turned around. You tell me the location, I'll first see if there are people there. Confirming there's no danger, we'll bring you along. Du Qing was stunned for a moment. This arrangement was very steady. It didn't seem like something someone inexperienced would do. Lu Xiaowu glanced at Lu Xiaoqi, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zioki's arrangements are correct. Lu Zioki's ears felt a bit hot. It was the first time he heard Brother Wu acknowledge him like this. The two brothers circled to the back of the abandoned medicine pavilion. Lu Xiaowu squatted down to look at the ground. There are footprints. New ones. From last night. Lu Xiaoqi also squatted down and examined it for a long time. He couldn't tell. Lu Xiaowu whispered, the mud edges aren't dry yet, and the grass blades are still green at the fold. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. I learned something. Lu Xiaowu glanced at him. You weren't this serious when learning things before. No one taught me this before. Lu Xiaowu was silent for a moment. He'll teach you in the future. Lu Xiaoqi smiled. Good. The two continued forward. No one spoke in the abandoned medicine pavilion, but there was a smell of medicine. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't tell what the smell was, only feeling it was bitter. Lu Xiaowu frowned. Someone just boiled medicine here. Should we go in? First let's call Du Qing. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. He didn't rush. He went back to bring Du Qing. Du Qing sniffed the smell and changed his expression. Someone is refining a type of poison. Lu Zio's expression turned cold. Who is it for? Du Qing looked towards the medicine pavilion. It could be for the defectors of the Qingyi building, or it could be for drug slaves. Lu Xiaoqi asked, are there people inside? Du Qing nodded. Definitely at least one. Amon gripped his stick tightly. Should we charge in? Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Amon was puzzled. Lu Xiaoqi whispered, there might be witnesses inside. We can't just smash in. Amon nodded. Then he'll hit lightly. Du Qing looked at him. You hitting lightly could also collapse the wall. Amon replied seriously, then I won't hit the wall. Lu Xiaoqi took a deep breath. He'll go in first. Lu Xiaowu frowned. He'll go. You're not familiar with the medicinal smell. You're even less familiar. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Du Qing. Is there a way to avoid the poison? Du Qing took out a few medicinal leaves from his pocket. Chew on these, don't swallow them. When did you hide these? Even an observer needs to preserve their life. Amon immediately looked at him. Du Qing sighed. These are detoxifying leaves, not harmful ones. Lu Xiaoqi put one in his mouth and entered through the side door with Lu Xiaowu. The inside of the medicine pavilion was messy. There were drug residues on the ground, and the fire in the stove was still warm. In the corner a boy was tied to a pillar. He looked about 12 or 13, his face was pale, and his lips were white. Lu Xiaoqi immediately remembered his own appearance when he first entered the tavern. Thin, hungry, and scared. He quickly stepped forward. The boy opened his eyes, his voice very soft. Don't come closer. Lu Xiaoqi stopped. I won't hurt you. The boy's eyes were filled with fear. Are you also here to capture me back? Lu Xiaowu squatted down to examine the knots. These knots are from the Qingyi building. Lu Xiaoqi signaled for Du Qing to come in. Du Qing entered, saw the boy, and his expression changed. A drug slave. Lu Xiaoqi asked, what does that mean? People raised by the Qingyi building and the black market to test drugs and deliver poisons. Du Qing's voice was a bit low. He might have been given a triggering poison. Lu Xiaoqi looked at the boy. How do we detoxify? Du Qing squatted down to check, his expression growing grimmer. We can only suppress it, or we can't detoxify immediately. The boy's expression dimmed upon hearing this. Lu Xiaoqi squatted in front of him. What's your name? The boy didn't answer. Lu Xiaoqi didn't press him. My name is Lu Xiaoqi, I'm the waiter at the Guiyun Tavern. The boy's eyes shifted slightly. Guiyun Tavern. Have you heard of it? Yeah, they say. It's a place that doesn't make sense and doesn't take in dirty people. Lu Xiaoqi felt a pang in his heart. He didn't know who said that, but he really didn't like it. They are talking nonsense. The boy looked at him. Lu Xiaoqi said seriously, we have quite a few dirty people there just needing a wash. Lu Xiaowu. Du Qing. Amon nodded from the back. And there's hot water. The boy stared at them, and his eyes suddenly turned red. At that moment applause sounded from outside the medicine pavilion. A voice laughed, Bailey Zhuifeng is leading a team for the first time and wants to save the drug slave. Lu Xiaoqi, you really are raised by the Guiyun Tavern, completely clueless. Lu Xiaoqi stood up. At the entrance of the medicine pavilion stood a man in green. He held a ledger in his hand. Du Qing's face changed. The old line manager of Qingyi Building, Han Su. Han Su smiled. Du Qing, you're here too. What a coincidence. He waved the ledger in his hand. The first volume of the life-buying ledger is right in my hands. Do you want to save someone, or do you want to take the ledger? Lu Xiaoqi didn't answer immediately. He turned to glance at the boy, then at the ledger in Han Su's hand. This time it was his turn to make a choice. Han Su stood at the entrance of the apothecary holding the first volume of the life debt ledger. He understood how to pressure people. The ledger was what Su Zhaoshui wanted. The person was in front of Lu Xiaoqi. If Lu Xiaoqi were to steal the ledger, the apothecary boy might die. If Lu Xiaoqi saved the person first, Han Su could take the ledger away. This was not a choice. It was deliberately made difficult. He wanted to make the Guiyun Tavern bear the infamy of inaction. Or perhaps he wanted Lu Xiaoqi, who was leading for the first time, to fail the mission. Lu Xiaoqi held the knife, not moving immediately. He heard his own heartbeat quicken. It was his first time leading. It was the first time someone had presented such a choice before him. In the past, he only needed to follow others' arrangements. But now he had to consider more factors to save the person or to steal the ledger. He thought of Shen Xian. What would the shopkeeper do if he were here? Perhaps he would have taken both the person and the ledger with a single slap. But he was not the shopkeeper. He also thought of Su Zhaoshui. Su Zhangfang would know where the real ledger was and where the fake one was. She might think of a way to resolve this situation. But she was not here now. Lu Xiaowu whispered, Xiaoqi, don't let him take you away. Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Han Su smiled. No. Then you choose. Du Qing looked at the apothecary boy, his face grim. Han Su, he is still a child. Han Su looked at him. When did apothecary boys count as children? No, the real question is, when do they count as people? Du Qing fell silent. Because he knew that in the eyes of the Qingyi Tower and the black market, apothecary boys were not considered children. They were regarded as expendable materials. A type of test subject ready to be discarded. Lu Xiaoqi's gaze turned cold. Amon. Amon immediately responded, here. Save the person. Han Su raised an eyebrow. Lu Xiaoqi continued, Wu Gu block Han Su's escape. Du Qing suppressed the poison. He'll take the ledger. Lu Xiaowu glanced at him. This arrangement was risky, but it was not chaotic. Amon would save the person, he and Du Qing would deal with the poison, and he would block Han Su, while Xiaoqi stole the ledger. So he did not oppose it. Good. As the words fell, the four moved simultaneously. Han Su clearly did not expect that Lu Xiaoqi would not choose, but would instead dismantle the situation. He sneered coldly, raising his hand to throw the ledger toward the furnace. Then no one can have this ledger. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward, his speed exploding like never before. But his target was not Han Su. It was the ledger. Lu Xiaowu also drew his knife, forcing Han Su to retreat. Han Su's martial skills were not weak, his movements vicious, and his slender sword moved like a venomous snake against Lu Xiaowu's blade. Lu Xiaowu, are you now listening to a little waiter's orders? Lu Xiaowu replied coldly, yes. Han Su did not expect such a straightforward answer from Lu Xiaowu, momentarily choked. Lu Xiaowu's knife moves became faster. This time he no longer sought only to kill, but tightly entangled Han Su, not allowing him to approach the furnace or the apothecary boy. On the other side, Amon rushed to the pillar. The boy shrank back in fear. Amon stopped, softening his voice. Don't be afraid. The boy looked at him. Amon was too tall, his words of don't be afraid lacked persuasion. But his eyes were pure and earnest. Amon did not understand many phrases. He only repeated what Zhao Deshao had taught him. I will carry you out, and you can have hot soup. The boy's tears fell. Am not clean, I will poison people. Du Qing had already crouched down, quickly examining the black line on his wrist. No, as long as you don't move around. The boy saw Du Qing, and his fear deepened. Are you also an apothecary? Du Qing paused, then said, I was an apothecary boy before. Then will you take me back? Du Qing was silent for a moment. No. The boy did not believe him. Du Qing whispered, because I also don't want to go back. The boy was stunned. This sentence was more convincing than any guarantee. Du Qing's hands moved quickly, pressing the medicinal leaves against the boy's poisoned wrist. I'm on the rope, can't be pulled hard. There's a lock behind the pillar. Amon nodded, then reached out and twisted. The lock broke. Du Qing. Never mind what I said. Lu Xiaoqi had already charged to the front of the furnace. The ledger was only a step away from the fire. Han Su was preparing to throw 3 flying needles aimed at his neck. Suddenly Lu Xiaoqi heard the sound of wind and caught a glimpse of a familiar yellow in his peripheral vision. De Huang suddenly rushed in from outside the door, pouncing towards Han Su's wrist. Han Su's movement shifted. The flying needles were nailed to the wall. Lu Xiaoqi grabbed the ledger, feeling a spark burn his hand. He winced in pain, but did not let go. Lu Xiaoqi looked at De Huang, surprised. De Huang, how did you come? De Huang wagged his tail happily, as if saying, did I come just in time? Am I awesome? Did you follow me because you were worried about me leading for the first time? De Huang circled around Lu Shaoqi a few times, as if confirming he had not been hurt like before. Lu Shaoqi seemed to understand De Huang's thoughts. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not hurt this time. Then he shouted loudly, Wu Gu, I've got the ledger. Han Se's face finally changed. He did not expect even a dog to be in the mix. Beast! De Huang let out a low growl. Lu Shaoqi angrily said, try insulting him again. Hansu sneered. You've got the ledger, but can you save him? He crushed a red pill in his sleeve. Du Qing's expression changed drastically. Touch poison. The apothecary boy's body jolted violently, dark energy surging across his face. Amon panicked. What happened to him? Du Qing gritted his teeth. The poison has been triggered. Lu Shaoqi held the ledger, his face turning pale. Hansu laughed. Now you've snatched the ledger, but he's going to die. Lu Shaoqi stood in place. For a moment he truly panicked. Had he made the wrong choice? Should he have saved the person first? Was he still being plotted against by Han Su? Lu Xiaowu roared, forcing Han Su back with a knife. Shaoqi, don't act rashly. Lu Shaoqi was awakened by this shout. He looked at Du Qing. Du Qing's face was grim, but his hands did not stop. I can suppress it for a while, but we need to get back to the tavern immediately. Zhao Dashao has medicinal recipes, Su Zhao Shui can find medicinal materials, and with shopkeeper Shen present, he will definitely have a way. Shaoqi, take him away. Amon picked up the boy. This time the boy did not struggle. He was in pain, unable to speak, only gripping Amon's clothes tightly. Lu Shaoqi stuffed the ledger into his robes. Everyone retreat. Hansu tried to block them. Lu Xiaowu stood in his way with his sword. Your opponent is me. Han Se's gaze was icy. Do you really think you can go back? Lu Xiaowu replied, whether we can go back or not, it's not up to you to decide. The two clashed again. Lu Shaoqi wanted to stay and help Wu Go, but he saw the boy in Amon's arms and Du Qing's anxious face, forcing himself to suppress the impulse. He was the leader. He could not act on impulse. Wu Go. Lu Xiaowu did not linger in battle. He forced Hansu back with a knife and turned to retreat. Hansu wanted to pursue, but a wooden beam crashed down in his path. Amon had dismantled it as he retreated. Du Qing's eyes twitched. Is this what you call not hitting the wall? Amon replied earnestly while running, this is a beam. Du Qing was left speechless. The few of them rushed out of the apothecary. Hansu did not pursue further. He stood behind the flames watching Lu Shaoqi's silhouette. There was no anger of defeat on his face, but instead he slowly smiled. Lu Shaoqi, you are starting to act like a leader. Then you are even more doomed. When Lu Shaoqi and the others returned to the Guiyun Tavern, it was already deep into the night. A man was hurriedly carrying the young apothecary, his steps quickening. Zhao Dashao was resting, but upon seeing them his expression instantly changed. Quick, take him to the back kitchen. Du Qing rushed in after them. He has been poisoned. The residual toxins from 3 trial medicines have mixed in his system. I can only suppress it for the time of an incense stick. Can he be saved? Zhao Dashao's hand trembled. Du Qing looked at him. I don't know, Zhao Dashao gritted. Then let's try our best. Shen Xian also stood up from behind the counter. He didn't ask about the accounts or what had happened during the mission. First, save the person. The young man was placed on a makeshift wooden plank in the back kitchen. His face was dark and his breathing was very faint. Zhao Dashao checked his pulse first. This action was taught by Chun Qing, a disciple of the Apothecary Valley. He wasn't very skilled at it, but he could discern the weak from the strong. His body is too weak, Du Qing nodded. He has been testing medicines for too long, his meridians are damaged, and we can't use strong medicine. Then use a broth to guide it. There's no time to brew it. Then brew it quickly. Zhao Dashao spoke while already starting a fire. He was much steadier than before. Urgent yet not chaotic. A man, hot water. A man immediately went to fetch it. Du Qing, tell me about the toxins. Du Qing quickly said the cold toxin is the base, the hot toxin is the guide, and the third type seems like a distraction powder. Zhao Dashao felt overwhelmed. Speak plainly. Du Qing was stunned. Right now his body is half frozen and half burned. His mind will also be confused. If you had said that earlier, it would have been better. Zhao Dashao immediately took out the medicine. He didn't use tonics, but rather ginger, dried tangerine, peel, a small amount of astragalus, and a bitter herb to suppress the confusion. Du Qing's eyes shifted slightly. Aren't you going to detoxify it? First let him be able to swallow it. Zhao Dashao's voice was heavy. His current physical state can't handle bitter medicine. We can't give him detoxifying medicine directly. What he needs most now is to be able to swallow something, and then we can slowly detoxify him. Du Qing fell silent. He realized that at this moment Zhao Dashao resembled a doctor more than he did. No, not a doctor. A chef. A chef who understands that a patient must first be able to eat. Shen Xian glanced at the young man and opened the system store. Detoxifying pills were available. However, he didn't want to intervene. He wanted to see how Zhao Dashao would handle the situation. If it truly couldn't be resolved, he would step in. Lu Shaoqi needed to grow, and so did Zhao Dashao. After all, Zhao Dashao's main quest to win the food god competition was no easier than Lu Xiaoqi's main quest. Moreover, Zhao Daxiao was right. The young man's body was too weak, and he might not withstand direct treatment. Zhao Daxiao and Du Qing's current thought process was correct. They needed to stabilize his body first. Thus he remained silent and continued to observe. Lu Xiaoqi stood at the back kitchen door, clutching the account of life and death in his hand. Su Zhaoxue walked up beside him. You've worked hard, give me the account. Lu Xiaoqi handed it over, his voice a bit hoarse. Su Zhaofeng, did I do something wrong? Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Where did you go wrong? We encountered Han Su, the former steward of the Qingyi building, who asked me to choose between saving the person and taking the account. But I didn't choose. I wanted both, but in the end I got the account, and the person almost died. Su Zhaoxue asked, then if you had saved the person first, the account would have been burned. Do you think that would have been right? Lu Xiaoqi couldn't respond. Su Zhaoxue said, Xiaoqi, leading a team doesn't mean you can always make the right choice. Many times there isn't an absolutely correct option. Then what should I do? Look at the results and also the process. She lowered her head to look at the account book. People have been brought back, and the account has been brought back too. The young man is still alive. You haven't abandoned anyone, nor did you pursue Han Su alone. I believe your leadership this time was a success. Lu Zioqi's eyes turned slightly red. But he is in so much pain. Su Zayok's voice softened a bit. So from now on you need to be faster, steadier, and stronger. Lu Xiaoqi nodded vigorously. Lu Xiaowu stood nearby, listening without speaking. He knew Lu Xiaoqi was overcoming a hurdle. In the past, if he got hurt, it was just his own wound. Now if something happened while leading a team and someone else got hurt, that feeling was entirely different. But it was certainly worse than his own injury. He wanted to offer comfort. But he also knew that Su Zhaoxue would say it better than he could. Shen Xian suddenly spoke up. This time leading the team, it wasn't bad. Lu Xiaoqi looked up abruptly. Really? Shopkeeper, you aren't just flattering me, are you? No. Lu Xiaoqi smiled slightly, then felt a pang in his nose. The shopkeeper always spoke words that warmed the heart, yet pierced it, but they did indeed dilute a bit of the pain in his heart. If there was anyone whose recognition Lu Xiaoqi cared about most in this world, it would definitely be Shen Xian. On the other side, Zhao Daxiao brought out the first bowl of soup. Du Qing helped him sit up. Du Qing helped the young man sit up, and Zhao Daxiao carefully poured it down his throat. At first the young man couldn't swallow it. Zhao Daxiao was anxious, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Take it slow, wait until he swallows before continuing to pour, don't choke him. After a while the young man's throat finally moved. 1 sip. 2 sips. Half a bowl of soup went down, and the dark aura on his face no longer surged upward. Zhao Daxiao let out a breath. Great, to make him able to swallow, I diluted the detoxifying components. Oh, luckily it worked. Du Qing also let out a sigh of relief. Stabilized. Zhao Daxiao's legs turned soft, and he nearly sat down. A man supported him. Do you want to drink some soup too? Zhao Daxiao waved his hand. I don't need any. Du Qing looked at the young man and said softly, 3 more days are needed. If he doesn't have a relapse within 3 days, then he can be considered alive. Zhao Daxiao nodded. Then let's brew for 3 more days. The young man woke up once in the middle of the night. He opened his eyes and saw someone in the room. His first reaction was to shrink back. Lu Xiaoqi squatted beside him. Don't be afraid, this is the Guiyun Tavern. The young man was stunned. His lips moved. I'm not dead. No. Why did you save me? Lu Xiaoqi thought for a moment. Because you are still alive. Tears slowly welled up in the young man's eyes. My name is Xiao Yao. Lu Xiaoqi felt a pang in his heart. This name didn't sound like a name. It sounded like something someone casually called based on utility. He asked, do you have any other names besides this one? The young man shook his head. They all call me that. Lu Xiaoqi turned to look at Shen Xian. Shen Xian understood Lu Zioqi's meaning and immediately said, just let him recuperate for now. The young man grasped the corner of the blanket tightly. Can I stay? I know the Guiyun Tavern doesn't take in dirty people. Before Xiao Yao could finish speaking, Zhao Daxiao immediately said yes. Su Zhaoxue looked at him. Zhao Daxiao added, first observe, keep accounts, and make up later. Su Zhaoxue, it's fine. The young man didn't understand what observation and accounting meant. But he understood that he could stay. He closed his eyes and tears streamed down his face. Lu Xiaoqi sat beside him, suddenly recalling the night he first entered the tavern and stole steamed buns. It turned out that when people were allowed to stay, they would all want to cry. The next day, Su Zhaoxue began to examine the first volume of the life purchase ledger. Fang Yin sat beside her. One of them read the ledger while the other took notes. Lu Xiaoqi sat beside them as well. This time he wasn't chased away. Since this ledger was related to his team, he had to know what was inside. Su Zhaoxue flipped through the pages slowly. The more she flipped, the colder her expression became. Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but ask, what does it say? Su Zhaoxue replied, the price of human lives. How is it written? Fang Yin quietly read a passage. Lu Sanyang, seamstress, a member of the youth clothing workshop, the extermination price is 30 taels. Later changed to observation, as her son can serve as a control line. Lu Xiaoqi clenched his fists when he heard this. Su Zhaoxue turned to the next page. Fang Yin, a child of the Su family's old ledger, suspected of knowing the Su family's secret code extermination price, 100 taels. Later changed to tracking not to be killed. Fang Yan's face turned pale. He knew he had been targeted. But seeing his own life valued at 100 taels was still different. Lu Xiaoqi asked what about Du Qing. Su Zhaoxue continued to flip. Du Qing, a medicine boy familiar with the drug testing process, can be utilized. Extermination price 40 taels, transfer price 60 taels. Du Qing, standing by the door, chuckled when he heard this. I even raised the price. No one laughed. Du Qing couldn't keep smiling either. He leaned against the door and said softly, I used to think I had survived, but now it seems I've just been switched accounts. Su Zhaoxue offered no comfort. She turned to the next page and paused. Lu Xiaoqi noticed. What's wrong? Su Zhaoxue looked at Lu Xiaowu. There's you. Lu Xiaowu walked over. Su Zhaoxue read aloud, Lu Xiaowu, a remnant of the Lu family village, external line of the youth clothing workshop, first mission failed, did not kill target. Lu Xiaoqi can continue to be trained. If he attempts to escape a second time, extermination price, 300 taels. Lu Xiaoqi's expression changed. 300 taels. He wasn't concerned about the money. He suddenly felt nauseous. His fifth brother's life was reduced to just a few lines in someone else's account. Lu Xiaowu remained calm, at least on the surface. Is there more? Su Zhaoxue continued to read. Note, Lu Xiaowu survives can control Lu Xiaoqi. A Lu Xiaoqi survives can control Lu Chengshan's old line. The two should not be lightly killed. Lu Xiaoqi finally couldn't hold back and slammed his fist on the table. What do they take us for? Su Zhaoxue replied, accounts. How can people be accounts? Su Zhaoxue looked up at him. In the martial world, a person's life is like a ledger. Some can kill invisibly with accounts, while others can use accounts to entrap entire families, leaving them unable to recover. Unless you can be like the shopkeeper, powerful enough that others have no way to turn your accounts upside down. Shun Xian silently scoffed, whatever account nonsense, just leave me alone, I just want to lay flat in peace. But he said aloud, you just handle the accounts, and if there's something truly unsolvable, he'll handle it. Lu Xiaoqi was still angry. They treat human lives like accounts, but we can't do that. Su Zhaoxue calmly replied, that's why we need to turn the accounts around. Lu Xiaoqi gasped for breath. He now understood why Su Zhaoxue was so concerned about the accounts. Although she wasn't skilled in fighting, she was in a more dangerous environment than mere combat. Within an account that could kill invisibly. Since the accountant had listed lives as prices, Su Zhaoxue would have to find the people behind those prices. This was not a simple task. Moreover, it was also a way of seeking revenge. Shen Xian sat quietly beside them, listening without interruption. This was also Lu Xiaoqi's path in the martial world. And Su Zhaox's as well. This path was not just about fighting. It was also about seeing how the martial world truly consumes people. Su Zhaox's main task was to uncover the truth behind the extermination of the Su family. Although this extermination was carried out by the youth clothing workshop, Shen Xian suspected it was related to the accounts, depending on how far this ledger's implications extended. Thinking of this, Shen Xian's head began to ache. Lu Xiaoqi's task was to capture 100 fugitives. Zhao Daxiao was to win the championship in the martial world food competition. Su Zhaox's task of uncovering the truth behind the Su family's extermination might lead to other troubles. Also, Ah Man's task of escorting liquor through 300 miles of bandit territory made Shen Xian's head spin at the thought of such a simple-minded person. Currently, the tavern was also housing various troublesome individuals, especially the temporary worker Lu Xiaowu and the observer Du Qing, who were unsure if the system would consider them as recruitable employees. He hoped the system wouldn't assign them tasks as well. The promised path of lying flat now felt increasingly distant. Shen Xian couldn't help but complain internally. Su Zhaoxue continued to review the ledger. Soon she found Hansu. Hansu, a former manager of the youth clothing workshop responsible for the medicine point in Shuangliu town, holds the first volume of the life purchase ledger, additionally receiving 200 taels from the accountant. Lu Xiaoqi immediately asked, where is he now? Du Qing replied, he can't run far from Shuangliu town, but he definitely won't return to the medicine point. Su Zhaoxue looked at the ledger. He has a habit of going to the old temple at Baisha Crossing on the 9th of each month to exchange accounts with the water line. At that moment, Gu Pingchuan entered. What date is it today? Fang Yin answered, the 8th. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Lu Xiaoqi stood up. He will go to the old temple tomorrow. Su Zhaoxue nodded. He might know the ledger is missing and choose not to go. Gu Pingchuan said the town marshal office can set up surveillance. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xian. Shopkeeper, I want to go. Zhao Daxiao poked his head out from the kitchen. The medicine boy is not stable yet, and you haven't rested either. Lu Xiaoqi replied, Han Su must be captured. Lu Xiaowu also said, I will go. Du Qing was silent for a moment. He'll go too. Zhao Daxiao can handle the medicine boy alone. Moreover, Han Su knows I was brought back, so he might want to kill me. Lu Xiaoqi looked at him. You have some self-awareness. Du Qing shot him a glance. Observers also fear death. Su Xiaoxue looked at Shen Xian. Shopkeeper this time Lu Xiaoqi shouldn't lead the team alone. Han Su is more dangerous than Qian Si and Hu Lu. Shen Xian nodded. He'll go. Lu Xiaoqi was taken aback. Shopkeeper, you're going too. Yes. He didn't elaborate further. But everyone understood that Han Su was no longer just Lu Xiaoqi's 11th target. Han Su might hold clues to the lower level of the old line of the youth clothing workshop. Moreover, he dared to use drug slaves to set traps. Such a person should not be kept around for too long. Helping Lu Xiaoqi gain experience was important, but this experience was clearly not something he could handle alone. He must assist from the sidelines. Zhao Daxiao stopped persuading him. He just returned to the kitchen to prepare rations and medicinal soup. The medicine boy lay in bed hearing their conversation and quietly asked, "Are you going to catch Han Su?" Lu Xiaoqi walked over. Yes. The medicine boy's eyes were filled with fear, but also a glimmer of hope. Can you not let him catch children for drug testing again? Lu Xiaoqi felt a tightness in his chest. Yes. The medicine boy looked at him. Really? Lu Xiaoqi nodded. Really? He didn't know if he could completely fulfill that promise. But Han Su had to be captured. The old temple at Baisha Ferry was even more dilapidated than the old boatyard. Once a shrine to the river god, the waterway had since been diverted, severing the flow of incense offerings. Now only an empty temple remained. Gu Pingchuan had deployed the Zhenwu division men in a perimeter outside in advance. Inside the temple were Shen Xian, Lu Xiaoqi, Lu Xiaowu, Du Qing, and Su Xiaoxue. Zhao Daxiao was not present. He had remained at the tavern to watch over Xiao Yao. A man was also absent, ordered by Shen Xian to guard the tavern. This time Lu Xiaoqi did not rush to the forefront. He lay on his stomach at the side of the old temple, gazing at the waterway outside. Will Han Su come? Du Qing said. If he thinks he can turn the tables, he will. What makes him think he can turn things around? Because he doesn't know that Manager Shen would come in person. Lu Xiaoqi cast a glance at Shen Xian. Shen Xian sat inside the temple as leisurely as if he had come to take shelter from the rain. There was no hint of an ambush about him. Su Xiaoxue whispered. If Han Su comes, he might not show himself. He'll likely send someone to test the waters first. Lu Xiaowu nodded. He likes to see how others choose first. Du Qing chimed in. That's why last time he deliberately made Xiaoqi choose between saving someone and seizing the accounts. Lu Xiaoqi said, then we want choose. Su Xiaoxue looked at him. You've grown up fast. Lu Xiaoqi was a little proud. I've led a team now. Du Qing said softly, just one time leading a team and you're already getting cocky. Lu Xiaoqi glared at him. Du Qing raised his shackled hands. He'll shut up. As the sun was about to set, a small boat appeared on the waterway. There was only one boatman on it. He stopped outside the old temple carrying a sack ashore. Lu Xiaoqi immediately looked at Du Qing. Du Qing shook his head. Doesn't look like Han Su. Su Xiaoxue said, a scout. The boatman walked into the temple and set the sack down. Someone told me to deliver this. Lu Xiaoqi asked who. I don't know. What did he look like? Wearing a bamboo hat, gave me 2 taels of silver. Su Xiaoxue told him to stand back. Lu Xiaowu opened the sack. Inside was not a person. For such a large sack, it contained only a wooden box. On the wooden box was carved the character for fate. Du Qing's expression changed. A fate box? Lu Xiaoqi asked, what is that? A box used in the old trading lines of the Azure Tower. Inside could be accounts, poison, or even parts of a person's body. Shen Xian said, open it. Su Xiaoxue inspected it first. No traps. The wooden box was opened. Inside was a lock of hair, a bloodstained cloth, and a piece of paper. The paper read, Du Qing owes 37 lives. Lu Xiaowu owes 9 lives. Lu Xiaoqi owes 1 life. Lu Xiaoqi's face changed. Whose life do I owe? Su Xiaoxue picked up the lock of hair to examine it. This is Xiao Yao's hair. Lu Xiaoqi's gaze turned cold. That 1 life was Xiao Yao. Han Su was saying that because of Xiaoqi's seizing of the accounts, Xiao Yao had almost died. Lu Xiaoqi gripped his blade tightly. Du Qing stared at the paper, his expression also grim. 37 lives. That was a number he did not want to acknowledge. But he knew that many of them were true. He had concocted poisons, delivered drugs, helped people live, and also helped them die. Lu Xiaowu looked at his own 9 lives and said nothing. Lu Xiaoqi pressed down on the paper. He wants us to fall into disarray first. Su Xiaoxue nodded. Right. Then we must not be thrown off balance. Lu Xiaoqi folded the paper neatly and handed it to Su Xiaoxue. This is also evidence. There was a glint of relief in Su Zhao's eyes. Right. Du Qing glanced at him. You didn't charge out just now. I wanted to. Then why didn't you? Lu Xiaoqi looked at Shen Xian. The manager is here. Charging out would be embarrassing. Shen Xian. It wasn't a brilliant excuse. But it was true. The boatman was taken away by Gu Pingchuan for questioning. The old temple fell silent once more. As night had just fallen, a second boat arrived. This time 3 people stood on board. One of them was Han Su. He did not enter the temple, only stood at the prow. Lu Xiaoqi. Lu Xiaoqi walked to the temple entrance. Han Su. Han Su smiled. Got the fate box. Got it. Any thoughts? Your handwriting is quite ugly. The smile on Han Ce's face froze for a moment. Su Zhaoxue cast a glance at Lu Xiaoqi. That line had Shen Xian's style. What she didn't know was that after spending so long in the tavern, her own style was becoming more like Shen Xian's. Han Su quickly recovered. You think keeping that as evidence will clear their life debts? Lu Xiaoqi said, whether it clears them or not isn't for you to decide. Han Su looked at Lu Xiaowu. Lu Xiaowu, do you really dare to stand in the sunlight? Lu Xiaowu replied, it's nighttime now. Lu Xiaoqi nearly laughed out loud. Fifth brother had learned to be mischievous too. Han Ce's expression darkened. He then looked at Du Qing. Du Qing, do you think Guiyun Tavern can protect you? Du Qing raised his shackled hands. At least they provide meals. Han Se finally couldn't manage a smile. These people who had come out of the Azure Tower and the black market should have been afraid, guilty, and easily manipulated by his words. Du Qing raised his shackled hands. At least they provide meals. Han Se finally couldn't manage a smile. These people who had come out of the Azure Tower and the black market should have been afraid, guilty, and Su Zhaoxue said, the one you have isn't the first volume. Han Se looked at her. Oh, we've already obtained the first volume. At best what you have is a secondary volume or the next clue. Han Se did not deny it. Even a secondary volume has its uses. Of course, Su Zhaoxue said, so we want the secondary volume too, but we want to exchange a person for it. Han Se laughed. What makes you think you can get it? Suddenly Shen Xian stood up. Han Ce's expression drastically changed. He immediately stepped back half a pace. The boat also began to retreat. He had been on guard against Shen Xian all along. After all, legends in the Azure Tower and the martial world said he had already reached the threshold of 150 years of cultivation. An expert of this level was not someone he could contend with. But Shen Xian did not give chase. He merely raised his hand. A pebble flew out, snapping the rope at the boat's stern. The current caught it, spinning the small boat sideways. Gu Pingchuan's men immediately emerged from both sides of the waterway. The Jinwu Division's net closed in. Han Se narrowed his eyes. So you've also teamed up with the Jinwu Division of Qingshi Town to set a trap? Lu Xiaoqi said, learned it from you. Han Se sneered. Pity you haven't learned enough yet. As his words fell, several dark shadows suddenly emerged from the water. Of course they weren't attacking Shen Xian. Instead they were scuttling the boats. The Jinwu Division's boats quickly began to take on water. Gu Pingchuan roared in anger, river ghosts. Taking advantage of the chaos, Han Su leaped ashore and dashed straight for the rear of the old temple. His target wasn't escape. It was Du Qing. Because he had noticed that after that one move, Shen Xian had leisurely sat back down. Du Qing's face turned ashen. He wants to kill me. Lu Xiaoqi had already charged out. They'll stop him. This time he did not forget that he wasn't alone. Fifth brother left side. Accountant Su fall back.